If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 396, Wolf King Mountain. Chapter 396, Wolf King Mountain. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. It's a little b** starred from Wolf King Mountain, Mo Dung said softly. That black-skinned girl called Black Fox by Fright stood up. She stared coldly at Mo Dung. Mo Dung, you better be more polite when you speak. Don't offend this old lady. Mo Dung said in a nonchalant and carefree manner, so what if I offend you? I, Mo Dung, have been here for thousands of years. If you dare, come bite me. Even though the relationships were tense, everyone in the canyon knew that they definitely couldn't fight with one another. The spiritual energy here was sparse, it was already hard to survive. Who would be so bored to waste their energy in a meaningless battle? I'm truly unable to bite you. But now, hand over your Jinxing's outermost piece of land. Black Fox was not angry, but she maintained her icy cold tone. The few cultivators from Jinxing turned to look at Bian Shuangbi. Bian Shuangbi sighed inwardly, but he did not hesitate to instruct the cultivators sitting at the extreme corner, Chuanha, give that piece of land to them. That cultivator called Chuanha looked like a space nomad. He had an incredibly ordinary-looking appearance, and he did not seem to care much about his appearance. After he heard Bian Shuangbi's words, he sighed. However, he did not say much, but stood up and walked inwards. The Jinxing cultivators, in their already tight space, cramped among themselves to come up with an extra space. No one felt that Bian Shuangbi's actions were wrong. Because Lu Chuanha's space originally belonged to Wolf King Mountain. It was just that with Lu Chuanha's arrival, Jinxing's power became stronger, and they forcefully snatched that spot from the Wolf King Mountain. Now that someone from Wolf King Mountain had arrived, they were not actually giving up a spot, but returning it. If they did not give up, then there would definitely be a battle here. The three factions were originally quite balanced. Now that there's an additional person from Wolf King Mountain, this balance was broken. Thus, returning this spot was the best solution. The person who landed in this space canyon was a big and sturdy man with a head full of red hair. As he descended, he immediately saw the 10 over people deep in the canyon. He soon discovered in surprise that everyone here was no weaker than him. There were even some who exuded a concentrated aura of spirituality, clearly much stronger than him. Then, he noticed Black Fox and cried out in astonishment, "Your Lord Black Fox?" The short and black-skinned woman faintly nodded, "I've already gotten a place for you. Come sit down, this is your place from now on." Sit down in this cramped canyon? And that was his place from now on? Song Shui was a little dumbfounded. He was the dignified Wolf King of the latest generation, how could this tiny place be his future cultivation spot? He frowned and extended his spiritual will outwards. Soon, he was rooted in shock, his spiritual will could only circle within his body, it wasn't able to come out. He immediately lifted his feet and tried to step out of the canyon. However, his feet was only able to move by a little more than a meter. Whether it was elemental energy or spiritual will, it was a luxury here. Song Shui's black face turned white. He seemed to understand the meaning behind Lord Black Fox's words. Once he entered this canyon, he would be unable to leave. Black Fox said coldly, "Don't disgrace yourself there. We can only enter, and we can't leave. We all only have this plot of land and some spiritual energy, it's enough for you to maintain your spiritual will and protect your longevity." This was also the reason why everyone was at peace with one another. This canyon was only this big, if they truly engaged in a huge battle here, there wouldn't even be any space left for those who survived. Song Shui soon came to an understanding, his pale face became even more pale. He suddenly understood why no one was able to break through the void. Everyone was actually locked in such a place. Had he also walked in the same path as these seniors? He just felt the euphoric sensation of breaking through the void, he would never have thought that he would have landed in this unescapable space canyon. Is there an expert from Jinxing who killed billions of space beasts and Gu Nuwa cultivators? He even attained rank 1 in the Universal Board? Black Fox couldn't be bothered about the feelings running through Song Shue's head. She started to inquire about the matter that Bian Shuangbi and company were talking about. She also wanted to know who was this newcomer who killed billions of space beasts and attained rank 1 on the Universal Board. There's such a person? Hearing these questions, Song Shui was momentarily sent into shock. He had left Wolf King Mountain. At the start, it was to find Mo Wuji's whereabouts. Eventually, he wasn't able to locate Mo Wuji. Thus, he returned back to the Star Wars battlefield and helped Gu Nuwa and the Space Beasts occupy Universal Hall. Right when he was about to enter Jinxing and fully eradicate the beings in Jinxing, his beasts in Wolf King Mountain received a piece of news: a Ginseng King had appeared in space. Furthermore, this was a Ginseng King which could form an illusory human body. Now that there was a Ginseng King which could form an illusory human body, how could Song Shui give up on this opportunity? He did not hesitate to leave Jinxing and chase after this strain of Ginseng King. Not long later, this Ginseng King had been captured by him. But before he could enjoy this Ginseng King, he saw a soaring, glowing light. That's right. Unless you're not from Wolf King Mountain? I see that you have the blood of the Wolf King. Logically, you should the current Wolf King of Wolf King Mountain. How can you not know of this matter? Black Fox's black face turned even blacker. She believed that Bian Shuangbi and company would not lie about such matters. If the Wolf King didn't even know about such matters, then he was a trashy Wolf King. Song Shui hurriedly said, "That's impossible. If I didn't guess wrongly, Jinxing should have already been occupied by the coalition between my Wolf King Mountain and the Gu Nuwa Star Tribe." Bullshit. Lu Chuanhe stood up in anger. He was once the Star Lord of Star King Mountain, and the protection of Jinxing had always been the duty of Star King Mountain. Now someone said that Jinxing had been occupied by foreign invaders. What else could those words be besides bullshit? Bian Shuangbi waved his hands. Chuanhe, don't care too much about his words. If Jinxing was really occupied by the foreign invaders, then the Universal Board's rank 1 wouldn't have appeared. Lu Chuanhe nodded. He believed that Jinxing definitely wouldn't have been occupied. Bian Shuangbi was right. If Jinxing was occupied, then where would this rank 1 have come from? Moreover, Universal Pier was famed for being hard to penetrate. He didn't believe that anyone could have breached the Universal Pier. Song Shui suddenly seemed to recall something. His face changed drastically as he furiously tried to escape. Unfortunately, in this place, once you entered, you can forget about leaving. Even Black Fox couldn't be bothered to ask any further, but closed her eyes and meditated. Mo Wuji stopped outside of a huge planet. This planet floated within space. From far, it looked like a huge mountain. This caused Mo Wuji to sigh in astonishment. The vast cosmos was truly filled with mysteries. One of the facts he was definite about was that planets were typically round. Even if a planet wasn't a perfect sphere, it was still spherical. However, this planet was a huge mountain. Or alternatively, from afar, this mountain looked like a planet in space. Ostensibly, this mountain was gigantic. According to his spatial positioning ball, this giant mountain should be Wolf King Mountain. Even before he got close, he could feel the surging spiritual energy. No wonder why there seemed to be uncountable amounts of space beasts. This place was simply a hotbed. His spiritual will swept across Wolf King Mountain. Except for the boundless spiritual energy, Wolf King Mountain was just like an ordinary planet. However, there were only a few space beasts in Wolf King Mountain. It wasn't filled to the brim with beasts as he had expected. However, this did not come as a surprise to Mo Wuji. After that Nyo man escaped, he must have returned back here. As long as the Nyo man wasn't retarded, he would know that Jinxing would never let go of Wolf King Mountain. It was only logical for him to move away the space beasts on Wolf King Mountain. Staring at Wolf King Mountain for a whole hour, Mo Wuji could only sigh in his heart. Before he arrived, he had decided to raze this place to the ground. However, this Wolf King Mountain was truly too big. It was actually a planet. With his abilities at Worldly Immortal Stage Level 4, how long would it take for him to destroy this place? As for his laser cannons, Mo Wuji did not intend to use them. Even if he took out his biggest laser cannon, it wouldn't be enough to destroy Wolf King Mountain. Unless he was willing to take out tens of his cannon ammunition and fire them simultaneously. However, this idea was immediately cast away by Mo Wuji. To waste all his ammunition on Wolf King Mountain, he wasn't that stupid. If he wanted to install a destructive array to Wolf King Mountain, it would also take a long time. With his current ability and speed, he would take at least 1.5 years to finish the array. Mo Wuji furrowed his brows. He could not think of a better way to destroy Wolf King Mountain. At this moment, a flying ship whizzed by. At the start, Mo Wuji did not think too much about it. Soon, Mo Wuji found that this flying ship was heading towards Wolf King Mountain. Indeed, at the next instant, that ship passed by him. However, after a few breaths' time, that flying ship reversed and landed not far from Mo Wuji. Keeping the flying ship, a gorgeous girl with white hair walked out. Mo Wuji had long been used to seeing beauties, and he even had the irreplaceable Tsun Shuyin in his heart. Even though this white-haired girl was beautiful, he did not think too much about it. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The white-haired girl walked in front of Mo Wuji and asked coldly. Mo Wuji frowned. "This is space. Anyone can stop here." After the white-haired girl sized Mo Wuji up, she said, "The beasts of Wolf King Mountain killed by Senior. I want to kill these animals and destroy this place. Make way." Mo Wuji did not hesitate and took a few steps backwards. He could faintly feel that this white-haired girl was a little peculiar. He had opened 106 meridians and had a cultivation at Worldly Immortal Stage Level 4. Even if a cultivator at the Great Circle of the Earthly Immortal Stage was in front of him, he would still be able to see through the other party's cultivation. However, this white-haired girl seemed very strange to him. She clearly looked like she was only at the advanced stage of the Worldly Immortal Stage. However, she gave him a feeling worse than Zhu Chu. Zhu Chu's true power was already equivalent to the advanced stages of the Earthly Immortal Stage. If this girl was more terrifying than the advanced Earthly Immortal Stage, then could she be in the Great Circle, or even at a level higher than the Earthly Immortal Stage? Wait. Are you staying here because you belong to Wolf King Mountain? As long as you're from Wolf King Mountain, I will not let go of you. The white-haired girl shouted and spoke fiercely towards Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji had a premonition. This girl seemed to be intentionally picking a fight with him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 397, The Violet White-Haired Girl. Chapter 397, The Violet White-Haired Girl. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. No. As Mo Wuji spoke, his figure shook and he had already disappeared using the wind escape technique. This white-haired girl loudly claimed that she wanted to take revenge, but there did not even seem to be a tinge of hatred in her eyes. She actually seemed more interested in him. In that short time, many thoughts had already ran through Mo Wuji's mind. He even thought, if he showed interest in this girl, would he be able to leave her bewildered, then he could suddenly attack? However, he couldn't even see through this girl's power. It was better not to tangle up with her. After responding, Mo Wuji immediately disappeared. The white-haired girl exclaimed in surprise. Just as Mo Wuji left, the shadow of her hand had just grabbed his original location. Mo Wuji had actually instantly disappeared before her hand could reach him. So it was truly like that. Mo Wuji laughed coldly in his heart. He was sure that this young girl's power was more than Zhu Chu. Fortunately, he had just entered into the intermediate Worldly Immortal Stage, he wasn't the same Mo Wuji of the past. Because of the other party's sudden attack, Mo Wuji's figure flashed once more, distancing himself from this white-haired girl. The white-haired girl's heart sunk. She never expected that the hand shadow she was quite certain of was actually unable to grab Mo Wuji. This man could actually be rank 1 on the universal board. He indeed had his own tricks. Seeing that Mo Wuji was now on alert and had distanced himself from her, this white-haired girl knew that it would be a little harder to catch this slippery fella. "If you're not from Wolf King Mountain, then why are you running?" The white-haired girl shouted out angrily, as though she wasn't the one who tried to ambush Mo Wuji, but Mo Wuji was the one who ambushed her. Mo Wuji looked at the white-haired girl, saying with an indifferent expression, "I suspect that you're the one from Wolf King Mountain. Otherwise, why would you act against me? If you're truly capable, then why don't you destroy Wolf King Mountain? Maybe I will believe you then. Open up your eyes big and see." With that, the white-haired girl suddenly held a fire-red talisman. After forming a few hand seals, she threw it out. The talisman was like a flaming arrow, instantly whizzing towards Wolf King Mountain. In just a few breaths' time, roars of explosions could be seen on Wolf King Mountain. Mo Wuji stared at Wolf King Mountain, which now looked like a shattered egg. His face was utterly blank. This talisman was too terrifying. It could actually destroy a planet. This girl was too strong. Even though it pained her heart to use that talisman, she had managed to destroy Wolf King Mountain. That little brat should believe that she had an enmity with Wolf King Mountain now, right? But when she turned her head, she was instantly sent into infuriation. When she was destroying Wolf King Mountain, Mo Wuji had used that opportunity to run away. Facing this terrifying white-haired girl, Mo Wuji knew that a flying ship wouldn't be able to help him. He furiously used his wind escape technique, but he soon caught a faint glimpse of that white-haired girl with his spiritual will. That girl's speed seemed to be even faster than his wind escape technique. This really left Mo Wuji feeling rather helpless. In space, his wind escape technique was really at a disadvantage. It required him to form his own gentle breeze before he could use it. He could not depend on natural winds. If this carried on, in less than half a day, he would be caught by that girl. Mo Wuji immediately stopped using his wind escape technique and started to use teleportation, teleporting in a direction away from Jinxing. If he brought this devilish girl to Jinxing, it would be similar to bring a calamity. That terrifying talisman, perhaps 2 to 3 of it would be enough to send Jinxing crumbling. An hour later, Mo Wuji knew that not only was this girl stronger than Zhu Chu, she was stronger by more than 1 to 2 points. Previously, he had also used spatial teleportation to escape from Zhu Chu. He was even carrying Nong Shuyi with him. Just like that, he was able to shake Zhu Chu off after a day. Now, he wasn't carrying anyone, and he had already advanced into worldly immortal stage level 4, his teleportation speed could no longer be compared to the past. But still, he wasn't able to get rid of that persistent white-haired girl. That white-haired girl seemed to have a deep-seated hatred towards him. Even after chasing him for an entire day, she did not seem to have any intentions of giving up. Mo Wuji even started to consider engaging in battle. Even though he had 3 elemental storage channels and a spirit storage channel, he couldn't continue to run from this woman for long. Along the way, Mo Wuji started to absorb his spirit pit stone mushrooms. With his current level of power, these spirit pit stone mushrooms weren't able to help him improve his cultivation by much. However, it was still possible for them to help replenish his elemental energy. Months passed, and they continued to play this police and thief game. The white-haired girl was getting increasingly depressed. She could tell that Mo Wuji's teleportation could not even be considered a feather in the grand Tao of space. However, she was still unable to catch up to him, and she was not even able to use this feather-like teleportation. What left her even more depressed was, no matter how strong Mo Wuji was, he was merely an ant. Why did it seem like he had an endless amount of elemental energy? She was very clear that even if Mo Wuji had spirit stones to replenish his elemental energy, she would still be able to catch up to him eventually. However, over these past few months, she wasn't able to shorten the distance between Mo Wuji and herself. The more she thought about it, the more the white-haired girl felt depressed. If not for her abilities being restrained by the laws of heaven and earth, she would have caught this ant in a single step, and she could just pinch this ant to death. But now, she could only continue to chase after this ant. On the other hand, Mo Wuji got more and more anxious. He was very clear of his current predicament. Over the past few months, even though the gap between him and that white-haired girl didn't decrease, he knew that he could not continue this for long. It was true that he could replenish his elemental energy with the spirit pith stone mushrooms, but his rate of depletion was more than his rate of replenishment. Moreover, he was also running out of spirit pith stone mushrooms. The moment he ran out of spirit pith stone mushrooms, the help that spirit stones could provide him would be too inferior. In less than a month, the elemental energy in his elemental storage channels would also be used up. That would be when he dies. Indeed, it did not even take a month. In merely half a month, that white-haired girl had gotten closer and closer to Mo Wuji. In her spiritual will, Mo Wuji's figure got clearer and clearer. That white-haired girl sneered in her heart, "You thought you could escape?" Mo Wuji slowed down his speed, no longer spending any elemental energy from his elemental storage channel. He knew that there was no use in running, he could only fight to the death. Suddenly, a bright, glowing light appeared in Mo Wuji's spiritual will. In that glowing light, Mo Wuji felt a sense of desire. It seemed to contain the Tao halos of a higher realm. The Tao halo left his entire body feeling relaxed. An indescribably feeling flooded Mo Wuji's heart. He even had the thought that this glowing light was the void-breaking light. This light had descended down from an even higher dimension. It was the light that led Great Circle earthly immortals to break through the void. Could it be that my powers are so hardcore? Even at the worldly immortal stage, I could sense the soaring light which could help break through the void? This was not impossible. After all, even though his level was merely at worldly immortal stage level 4, his true prowess was at the Great Circle of the earthly immortal stage. Whether this light appeared due to personal power or due to cultivation level, Mo Wuji did not have the time to consider such questions. He did not hesitate to pounce towards this glowing light. If it was during an ordinary situation, he might actually take the time to contemplate whether there was anything wrong with this glowing light. But, now, if he slowed down, he would be immediately caught by that white-haired girl. Even though he hadn't actually fought with the white-haired girl, he knew that he definitely wasn't her match. Fool! A strong suction power world. By this time, even if Mo Wuji wanted to escape, he couldn't do so. He could only follow the suction of this whirlpool. This definitely wasn't breaking the void. Mo Wuji's heart sank. His mind went into overdrive, trying to find a way to escape this. Boom! Before long, Mo Wuji's 2 feet had already landed on a solid ground. Even though Mo Wuji wasn't able to come up with an idea, he still immediately left where his spot and started to look around. Soon, Mo Wuji discovered that not far away, there was a small canyon. In that tiny space, there were actually more than 10 people cramped inside. All these people were looking at him, seemingly waiting for him to speak. Feeling that all these fellas were very strong, Mo Wuji didn't walk over, but tried to turn and leave. However, he quickly found that his spiritual will and elemental energy seemed to be sealed here. In that instant, Mo Wuji came to a shocking realization. No wonder why those 10 over people were cramping themselves in that tiny canyon. Here, they couldn't use their elemental energy, nor their spiritual will. Boom! Another roar broke the silence. Mo Wuji immediately positioned himself in an advantageous spot. He was very clear that white-haired girl had arrived. Compared to previously, Mo Wuji was much more bold. At least he still had his 3 elemental storage channels and a spirit storage channel. Even though he could not condense any elemental energy, the elemental energy in his elemental storage channel could still be used. Aren't you very good at running? Continue to run. That white-haired girl's gaze swept across those 10 over people in the canyon, then towards Mo Wuji. At the same time, she walked towards Mo Wuji one step at a time. This canyon was so small, Mo Wuji wouldn't be able to escape. Everyone in the canyon finally understood this situation. These two fellas were in a chase and they ended up here. After understanding this, no one was interested to talk. Mo Wuji did not bother about this white-haired girl as he pounced forward with his hand clenched into a fist. He did not believe that this white-haired girl was like him, to also possess elemental storage channels. Courting death. The white-haired girl laughed coldly, jumping up with both her feet, and at the same time, opening both her hands. Instantly, her face went pale. She discovered that she could not use elemental energy here. Not only that, she couldn't attack Mo Wuji with her spiritual will. Boom! Gotcha! Mo Wuji's fist landed squarely at this white-haired girl's thigh. Even though Mo Wuji's elemental energy was almost depleted, this fist still held 10% of his power. A painful sound of bone shattering could be heard. All the 10 over people in the canyon stood up. All of them were at the great circle of the earthly immortal stage. How could they not know that Mo Wuji had just used elemental energy? In this place, one could still use elemental energy. You? The white-haired girl sat paralyzed on the floor, pointing at Mo Wuji in shock. She could not release her spiritual will, and her elemental energy had been sealed. Why was Mo Wuji able to use elemental energy against her? Translator's thoughts. Sparrow Translations. Hope you enjoyed the chapter. Can't get enough of Immortal Mortal? Visit patreon.com/sailorboys to support us and get to read ahead. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 398, Challenging the Wolf King. Chapter 398, Challenging the Wolf King. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. You what you? Mo Wuji said fiercely. This old man had no relations to you, but you chased after me for months. Today, this old man will pay this all back with interest. As he spoke, Mo Wuji threw out another punch. This punch was headed towards the white-haired girl's core dantian. He had decided to destroy this girl's spirit channels before he forced answers out of her. Fear emerged in this white-haired girl's eyes, and with a quick swipe, she retrieved a talisman from her ring. The talisman instantly activated, sweeping up a beam of blinding white light. Within the white light, this white-haired girl sighed. She knew that her mission had failed. It was so hard for her to reach this part of space, but now she needed to break through the void to return. If she wanted to come back again, it wouldn't be so easy. A mission that shouldn't be failed, had actually been failed. Fortunately, she could still circle her spiritual will within her body, allowing her to activate her talisman. Otherwise, she might have lost her little life here. Boom! Mo Wuji's punch was even more violent than before, directly blowing up a huge pit at where that white-haired girl was. However, Mo Wuji wasn't a half-bit happy. When he threw out that punch, he could tell that the white-haired girl had escaped using a talisman. Indeed, there was nothing in that giant pit. The scene where that white-haired girl escaped using a talisman was witnessed by almost everyone here. The original 10 people were staring in shock. If they could casually leave like that, they would have left a long time ago. How did she leave? A cultivator asked in shock. However, no one answered him because no one knew the answer. This Dao friend, may I ask whether you know who that person who just left with a talisman was? Muing Qiao clasped his fists and asked from afar. Even though Mo Wuji looked like an ordinary mortal, no one dared to treat him like so. Even more so, no one dared to walk out and stand in front of Mo Wuji. An ordinary mortal was able to injure a person who could leave this space canyon? An ordinary mortal could use elemental energy here? I don't know that too. Mo Wuji replied simply, sweeping his gaze across Mu Yingqing. Thereafter, it landed on Song Shui. He was rather familiar with this big and sturdy red-haired man. He gave off the same aura as that Song Ju. "You are Mo Wuji?" Song Shui immediately recognized Mo Wuji. Even though he hadn't met Mo Wuji personally, he had seen Mo Wuji's image. After all, he was chasing after Mo Wuji, so now that Mo Wuji was right in front of him, how could he not recognize Mo Wuji? "You're that supposed Space Wolf King, right? I heard that after I killed that white-eyed ***-starred wolf of yours, you were looking everywhere to kill me?" Mo Wuji extended his hand and Tian Ji-pole appeared. His level had already reached Worldly Immortal Stage Level 4, he really wanted to try his hand at this Space Wolf King. The Space Wolf King, who had always been pursuing Mo Wuji, started to have some hesitations. He just saw that Mo Wuji was still able to use his elemental energy here. If Mo Wuji was able to force him out of this small canyon, then he could only wait for his death. As for Mo Wuji's cultivation, he did not even think about it. Being able to enter here meant that Mo Wuji definitely was a great circle earthly immortal. Lord Black Fox had said before, only great circle earthly immortals could touch that soaring, glowing light. "Mo Wuji, are you the rank 1 of the Universal Board?" Black Fox suddenly stood in front of Song Shui and asked. Hearing Black Fox's question, Jinxing's Bian Shuangbi, Mu Yingxiao, Lu Chuanha and company all stared at Mo Wuji. Clearly, they were all interested to know whether Mo Wuji was the rank 1. When Mo Wuji heard this question, he instantly frowned. Everyone in Jinxing should know that he was rank 1 on the Universal Board, but it couldn't have reached here, right? After all, he took close to a year of constant teleportation to get to this place. Whose information network was so strong? Looking at these people, he knew that they were not trapped here for merely 1 or 2 days. Then who are you? Mo Wuji stared at this short, black-skinned girl, his voice holding a tinge of precaution. He wasn't a newbie. With just a simple glance in the canyon, he could tell that there were different factions within the 10 over people inside. Wolf King Mountain's Black Fox? Black Fox said faintly, her tone containing a hint of valiance. Wolf King Mountain, I absolutely hate that place. I'm not answering you. Mo Wuji chose to reject Black Fox's question. He also started to be more cautious. He wouldn't fear the Wolf King alone, but if Black Fox was added into the mix, then things were going to get troublesome. Dao friend Mo, I'm Bian Shuangbi. If you're a cultivator from Jinxing, you can come over to our side. Bian Shuangbi also stood up, clasping his fists towards Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji glanced at Bian Shuangbi's spot and shook his head. That place was too small, going there would only be torturing himself. Moreover, he was not used to sitting near strangers when he cultivated. Wait, Bian Shuangbi. This name sounds a little familiar. Soon, Mo Wuji recalled who Bian Shuangbi was. He was a juggernaut of Jinxing, an existence at the rank 2 of the Universal Board. How did this fella end up trapped here? If not for him, Mo Wuji, this fella had always been rank 1 on the Universal Board for thousands of years. Alright, let me introduce to you some people. This is Mu Yingxiao, Universal Board rank 3. A few years ago, he was still rank 2. Bian Shuangbi pointed at a long-bearded man not far from him. Mu Yingxiao? This fellow was also a juggernaut of Jinxing. That's right, he was indeed rank 2, but he had been pushed down by me. This is Lu Chuanha, he has not been here for long. Bian Shuangbi then pointed at a man dressed like a space nomad. Mo Wuji's phase immediately shifted from Mu Yingqing to Lu Chuanha. If they were talking about relationships, then Lu Chuanha was more closely tied to him than Bian Shuangbi and Mu Yingxiao. Lu Chuanha was Jinxing's 4th star lord. However, he had disappeared. Unexpectedly, he had ended up in this ghost town. On the other hand, Mo Wuji was the 8th star lord. If they really ended up fighting, he just needed to state his identity and he believed that Lu Chuanha would definitely help him. This is Fang Qi, and by Feng Qi's side is Chu Yang. Feng Qi came from the Lost Continent, while Chu Yang is the sect head of Absolute Saber sect. Following Dian Shuangbi's introduction, Mo Wuji noticed that Feng Qi looked the oldest here. His hair was all white, and he looked like he might die at any moment. This fellow was from Lost Continent. They could be considered to have come from the same place. Mo Wuji nodded to him. As for Chu Yang, he was just like his sect name. He stood there like a straight pine. There was a sheathless saber on his back. That saber looked incomparably perfect, no flaws could be seen anywhere. This fella reminded Mo Wuji of Solitary Red Knot. When Mo Wuji first saw Solitary Red Knot also had a sheathless sword on his back. If he included himself, Dian Shuangbi only introduced 5 people. Clearly, the others weren't from Jinxing. Dao friend Mo, you just came from Jinxing. Do you know if my Absolute Saber sect is doing well? The man standing like a straight pine suddenly clasped his fists towards Mo Wuji. Because of Dian Shuangbi's introduction, Mo Wuji knew that he was called Chu Yang. Moreover, Mo Wuji had a favorable impression of him, he had this spirit exuding from him. However, Mo Wuji did not know how to answer about the Absolute Saber sect. He was the Star Lord of Star King Mountain, he was naturally clear about the various big sections. However, he had never heard of the Absolute Saber sect. Clearly, the sect had already become like its name, absolutely eradicated. Seeing that Mo Wuji had remained silent, a hint of melancholy flashed across Chu Yang's eyes. He continued, no matter what had happened, I hope that Dao friend Mo can tell me about it. I, Chu Yang, know that my disciples are too direct. Even if something bad had happened, I will be able to accept it. Mo Wuji clasped his fists and said, Dao friend Chu, I'm afraid Absolute Saber sect had disappeared from Jinxing. Because I have never heard of such a sect. Mu Yingqiao seemed to understand Chu Yang's personality, he hurriedly interjected, the Absolute Saber sect is in a remote location, and its disciples don't frequently travel around Jinxing. It's normal that Dao friend Mo had never heard of it. Mo Wuji did not want to lie to a person like Chu Yang, he shook his head and said, no, I'm the current Star Lord of Star King Mountain. I shouldn't be wrong about this matter. You're Star King Mountain's Star Lord? The silent Lu Chuanha suddenly cried out in surprise. Mo Wuji clasped his fists towards Lu Chuanha, Mo Wuji greets Senior Lu. That's right, I'm the current Star Lord of Star King Mountain, I'm also the 8th Star Lord. Ha 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 ha. Lu Chuanha suddenly chortled loudly. He had been trapped here and his greatest worry had always been Jinxing. He was different from Dian Shuangbi and Mu Yingqiao. These people wholeheartedly pursued the greater Dao. Even if Jinxing was destroyed, they wouldn't care about it. However, Lu Chuanha was the Star Lord of Star King Mountain, his master Lu Tianyi had also died in battle for Jinxing. He never expected that he would meet the new Star Lord here. And this was not the most important point, the most important point was that this Star Lord was actually rank 1 on the Universal Board. As a Star Lord, he understood what that meant. One had to kill boundless amounts of foreign cultivators in order to reach the top. Actually, when he left Jinxing, Jinxing was still embroiled in battle with the alien cultivators and space beasts. Thus, he had always been worried about Jinxing's safety. Moreover, Wolf King Mountain's Tsang Shui had just arrived, causing this worry to deepen. Dao friend Mo, how's Jinxing? After laughing heartily, Lu Chuanha asked. If Star King Mountain had such a strong powerhouse like Mo Wuji as the Star Lord, Jinxing definitely wouldn't have been destroyed. Mo Wuji's feelings for Lu Chuanha instantly soared. None of the Jinxing cultivators here actually inquired about Jinxing. Only Lu Chuanha, a previous Star Lord, would actually care about Jinxing's safety. Senior Lu, don't be worried. Before I came here, I already prepared something like an impenetrable defense for Jinxing. I believe that none of the foreign cultivators would dare come close to Jinxing. Now that Wolf King Mountain's little B** start is here, we can be more assured. After Mo Wuji explained to Lu Chuanhe, he waved his Tianji pole. He was sure that if he were to fight the Space Wolf King, Lu Chuanhe would definitely stand by his side. Since he would get help, he naturally wouldn't be courteous to the Space Wolf King. "Come attack me, old wolf." "Alright, I still have to tell you one thing. Your Wolf King mountain is now rubble in space. Also, your little B***starred called Songju or something like that had been killed by me." Mo Wuji took a few steps forward, standing in front of the Space Wolf King. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 399, The Wolf King Relents. Chapter 399, The Wolf King Relents. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. "This king is going to devour you." Hearing Mo Wuji's words, Song Shue's eyes turned red. He opened his hand and a magic treasure appeared. The aura around him surged and he was enveloped in killing intent. Mo Wuji celebrated in his heart. His cultivation was much lower than this Space Wolf King. The reason why he said those words were to trigger the Space Wolf King. As long as the Space Wolf King had been triggered, he would have gained a huge advantage. Moreover, in this sort of place, he had the elemental storage channels and spirit storage channel. He already had the upper hand. Space Wolf King Song Shue's magic treasure was a crown. Song Shue threw out that crown and rings of gold light instantly formed. The gold light sped towards Mo Wuji, exuding an intense killing intent. Mo Wuji remained calm as he swung his Tianji pole. Boundless pole shadows were formed. Until now, Mo Wuji still didn't know what material his Tianji pole was made of, but he knew that his Tianji pole was far from ordinary. After countless battles, his Tianji pole had never been scarred. Even when he burned it with his scholar's heart, his Tianji pole remained without scars. Boom! The boundless pole shadows clashed against the rings of golden light. Elemental energy exploded violently. Mo Wuji's heart tightened. He was bent on killing Song Shue, and at the same time, he wanted to see if Song Shue was unable to use elemental energy and spiritual will here. However, he forgot one important thing: his own power had been weakened significantly. He was chased by that white-haired girl for a long time, depleting most of his elemental energy. After he entered here, he also released 2 punches, which used up a lot of elemental energy. As he thought of this, Mo Wuji subconsciously retreated. Song Shue's anger had already reached the sky. He unconsciously followed over. However, the moment he stepped out of the canyon, it was as though cold water had been poured over his emotions. He could no longer release any elemental energy. His golden rings of light also instantly dimmed down. How could Mo Wuji give up on such an opportunity? He did not hesitate to charge forward, kicking Song Shue's chest. The battle-hardened Mo Wuji could tell that those 10 over people were sitting inside the canyon, because spiritual will and elemental energy was not sealed in there. The Space Wolf King was the example. Originally, the Space Wolf King could still activate his magic treasure, but when he came out of the canyon, the power of his magic treasure instantly plummeted. He wanted to kick Song Shue out of that canyon, then slowly teach the B***start a lesson. Even though Mo Wuji's elemental energy was largely depleted, this kick was still enough to cause Song Shue to cough out a mouthful of blood. However, Song Shue wasn't kicked out by Mo Wuji, but was pulled back into the canyon with a long whip. Song Shue had fully calmed down. Even if Wolf King Mountain was really destroyed, he couldn't act against Mo Wuji. Fighting would only be courting death. The one who pulled Song Shue away was the short black fox. Mo Wuji, not bad. At such a young age, you could actually enter Star King Mountain and even become rank 1 on the Universal Board. If I'm not wrong, you shouldn't even be in the earthly immortal stage, right? No matter how strong you are, if you aren't an earthly immortal, you wouldn't even be able to reach Wolf King Mountain. Moreover, even if you are in the great circle of the earthly immortal stage, how could you be able to destroy Wolf King Mountain? Black Fox's tone was calm, but it contained a hint of disdain. She acted as though she didn't hear that Song Shue's son Song Ju had been killed. She only cared about Wolf King Mountain. She did not believe that Mo Wuji was able to destroy Wolf King Mountain. The fact that Mo Wuji could still use elemental energy and spiritual will here meant that he had his own secrets. However, this was not a surprise. Which of the people here didn't have their own secrets? Only now did Song Shui come to a realization. Alright, in that previous exchange, although Mo Wuji kicked a mouthful of blood out of him, he could still tell that Mo Wuji's cultivation had yet to reach the earthly immortal stage. For a cultivator who had not reached the earthly immortal stage, how could he destroy Wolf King Mountain? If I'm not wrong, that soaring glowing light must have been stimulated by that white-haired girl. However, you saw it and you jumped in, right? Before Mo Wuji could speak, Black Fox continued indifferently, as though she had seen all this personally. Mo Wuji's heart pounded. This was possible. That white-haired girl was very strong. It was possible that she was the one that induced that glowing light. 2 against 1? My Star King Mountain is not afraid. Brother Mo, if you want to continue, you can count me, Lu Chuanha, in. Even though Black Fox merely saved Song Shui and did not act against Mo Wuji, Lu Chuanha was still dissatisfied and he stood forward. Black Fox's gaze landed on Lu Chuanha and she said derisively, Lu Chuanha, if we really fight, my Wolf King Mountain and Gu Nua Star Tribe should be the ones who aren't afraid. Moreover, I believe that your Jin Xingdao friends wouldn't be willing to fight. You sure you want to fight? In that sentence, Black Fox pulled the few cultivators from Gu Nuayan, but she was sure that they wouldn't rebut. After all, Wolf King Mountain and Gu Nua Star had always been fighting Jin Xing together. If they were going to battle, she naturally had to rope them in. As for the 2 space cultivators of unknown origins, they would probably hope to not be involved in the fight. If they fought in this tiny space, it might destroy the entire canyon. This wouldn't be good for everyone. Dian Shuangbi suddenly said, Dao friend Lu, Dao friend Black Fox is right. We are now all on the same boat, we really shouldn't fight. Lu Chuanha said coldly, it's okay if we don't fight, but give me back my land. Previously, he had to give away his outermost spot and he had been harboring this dissatisfaction in his heart. Unfortunately, he had arrived last while Bian Shuangbi and Mu Yingqiao had came first. These 2 people must have had some agreement with Black Fox and Frights, so he can only keep this dissatisfaction within himself. After all, it was a personal thing, so he couldn't do anything about it. Now that there was another Star Lord here, then he didn't need to keep this dissatisfaction within himself. Senior Lu? They took your land? Mo Wuji waved his Tianji pole, killing intent surged from him. Previously, he didn't care much about that tiny space, but he knew now that it was a treasure. If the Space Wolf King could use his skills from inside, it meant that the canyon did not have any sort of seals. He urgently needed to recover his power, so he naturally needed to fight for a space. Dian Shuangbi frowned slightly. He did not like Lu Chuanha's words. It was not that he wanted to be a dictator, but it was because he believed that a group must have its rules. He would indeed need to take that land back, but it should be said by him, and not Lu Chuanha. That's right. That was originally my spot, but that B*** chased me away. Lu Chuanha pointed at the Space Wolf King's spot. Thereafter, he continued, Junior Mo, we're both from Star King Mountain, and we're both Star Lords. We shouldn't address each other based on seniority, but as brothers. Here, we need to depend on each other as brothers. All right. Mo Wuji did not hesitate. If they needed to fight, he will fight. Now that he had help, there was nothing much he needed to fear. Song Shui, give that space over to them. Black Fox said suddenly. Lu Chuanha glanced at Black Fox. Previously, she was the one who asked him to give up his spot. Now, she was the one to ask Song Shui to return it. Clearly, this fox demon was very patient. Song Shui didn't utter any nonsense, but gave up his spot. Junior brother Mo, you should rest first. We can talk about other things later. Lu Chuanha could tell that Mo Wuji's power had yet to recover. Mo Wuji nodded and sat at Song Shue's original spot. He lifted his hand and threw out a pile of earth-grade spirit stone, furiously recovering his elemental energy. Seeing Mo Wuji's terrifying speed of absorbing spiritual energy, everyone released a breath of cold air. They were all experienced earthly immortal experts. Moreover, those that were here were experts among experts. Even if they were furiously absorbing spiritual energy, they could not compare to Mo Wuji. When Mo Wuji was violently absorbing spiritual energy, no one went to bother him. Days passed in the blink of an eye, Mo Wuji's power had fully recovered. He suddenly stood up. Not far away, Space Wolf King's eye suddenly twitched. He already had a headache about Mo Wuji. When this fellow was in the True God stage, he already dared to do something that Shiton would never dare to do, killing his Wolf King Mountain's descendant, the White-Eyed Wolf. Now that Mo Wuji's cultivation had already reached such a level, he wouldn't be surprised if Mo Wuji charged over to fight him. When Mo Wuji suddenly stood up, Song Shui wasn't the only one who noticed it. Everyone turned to look at him. Everyone thought the same as Song Shui. They did not believe that Mo Wuji was a silent fella. The reason why he had been quiet over the past few days was because his power had yet to recover. Now that his power had recovered, even Black Fox didn't want to offend Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji walked out of that tiny canyon and walked back to where he first landed. He forcefully tried to release his spiritual will. Just like previously, his spiritual will could not be exhibited. He forcefully condensed his spiritual eye, but he could only see an empty space. Dao friend Mo, we have already searched this place for 1,000 years. There's no way out. One of the neutral cultivators was afraid that Mo Wuji would do something stupid, so he took the initiative to remind Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji nodded, then turned to the 10 over people inside the canyon. Is it possible for everyone to come out for a while, to let me examine the canyon? Everyone glanced at one another. No one replied Mo Wuji's words. Let go of my spot. Standing outside where they couldn't release their spiritual will or use their elemental energy? Wouldn't they be making themselves punching bags for Mo Wuji? Dao friend Meng Hai is right. We have already searched this entire area for thousands of years. There's completely no way out. Mu Yingqiao said solemnly. He started to dislike Mo Wuji's words. Even if Mo Wuji had some hidden cards, he was still a junior in this place. Mo Wuji said softly, I only wish to use half an incense of time. If I don't find anything after half an incense of time, I promise that I will never disturb everyone's cultivation again. What if I find something? Then we all can escape. When Mo Wuji talked about not disturbing everyone's cultivation, a hint of ridicule emerged in his voice. The reason why he wanted these people to leave was because he wanted to scan the area with his spiritual eye. If everyone was inside, his spiritual eye would have been revealed. His cultivation was the lowest here. It was necessary for him to keep his cards hidden. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 400, The Search for the Way Out. Chapter 400, The Search for the Way Out. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. For a while, nobody moved an inch before Lu Chuanha took the initiative to walk out. Brother Mo, I will go outside so that you can search. I will step out too. The next person to follow Lu Chuanha out was actually the sect head of the Absolute Saber sect, Xu Yang. This was a surprise which Mo Wuji didn't expect because ever since Mo Wuji said that the Absolute Saber sect was no longer in existence, Xu Yang had not spoken. Since Dao friend Mo is able to be ranked first on the Universal Board, I believe that he has the qualifications to make this request. Bian Shuangbi finished his piece as he stepped out from the depth of the canyon. He initially occupied the deepest and highest spot, so he naturally had to walk past everyone else to exit the canyon. A Gu Nuwa Star Tribe cultivator grunted coldly, how can we trust that he isn't using this as an excuse to chase us out before occupying this whole canyon by himself? Such things were not impossible because if Mo Wuji had a black stomach, 1. To chase everyone out so that he could occupy this canyon for himself, no one would be able to re-enter if Mo Wuji was resolute in keeping them out. Bian Shuangbi didn't bother about him as he continued to walk out of the canyon. After Bian Shuangbi walked out, Mu Yingqiao and Feng Qi followed him out too. Mo Wuji laughed coldly before saying faintly, I have already invited everyone out and even my Jinxing's cultivators are all outside already. If the remaining of you refuse to come out and end up affecting my search, don't blame me for being rude afterwards. If it was any other person who said something like that, cultivators of the Gu Nuwa Star Tribe and the Wolf King Mountain would have definitely acted against him without any hesitation. However, Mo Wuji's cultivation level was not affected even in this small canyon, so they simply didn't dare to do anything to him. This was because acting against him would not stop Mo Wuji from coming in, and if all sorts of magic treasures were to fly around in this small canyon, the place would certainly be destroyed into nothingness in no time. I believe that Dao friend Mo would not lie to us, since all the Jinxing cultivators were already out. If the other cultivators refused to cooperate, Mo Wuji was indeed intending to settle this by force. What he didn't expect was that the Black Fox actually took the initiative to cooperate with him and even spoke up for him as it walked out. Since the Black Fox had already stepped out, the other demonic beast from the Wolf King Mountain and the Space Wolf King stepped out too. After seeing that the majority of the cultivators were already standing outside, the remaining cultivators had no choice but to follow them out too. Mo Wuji heaved a sigh of relief because he wouldn't wish to fight here if he had a choice. The people outside were extremely nervous as they watched Mo Wuji walk into the canyon alone. They knew that the moment they were outside, they had lost the opportunity to do anything to Mo Wuji. Presently, they were most worried that Mo Wuji would suddenly attack them after occupying the entire canyon. Fortunately, this didn't happen as they watched Mo Wuji back-face them as he looked as if he was only scanning the surrounding. Mo Wuji would naturally not resort to such means to attack everyone else. After everyone left, he immediately condensed his spiritual eye. Very soon, Mo Wuji spotted a few hidden transfer arrays, and this should be transfer arrays put in place through a transfer talisman. There was one on Bian Shuangbi, Black Fox, and another neutral cultivator's spot. It was evident that the moment Mo Wuji decided to act against them, the three of them would immediately transfer back to the canyon. Mo Wuji wasn't too affected by it because if it was him, he would have done the same and be cautious. He didn't do anything to the three transfer arrays even though he could easily destroy them with a blink of an eye. However, he was truly interested in finding a way out and not be stuck here for over thousands of years. In less than half an incense worth of time, Mo Wuji noticed something odd. The spot with the densest spiritual energy was Bian Shuangbi's spot, and his place was located on a higher ground than the rest. Behind his spot seemed like a firm wall, but it was an array base which even his spiritual will was unable to scan through. Mo Wuji couldn't see what was behind the array base, but he was certain that if he truly wanted the way out, he had to first break through into the array base behind these walls. Mo Wuji used his hand to feel this wall and could feel that this firmness of the wall was not something he could break through by himself. Furthermore, even if he was capable of doing it alone, he wouldn't do so. After all, other than the hidden array base behind these walls, there was also Bian Shuangbi's hidden transfer array, so it wouldn't be pleasant if Mo Wuji were to create misunderstandings that he was trying to destroy Bian Shuangbi's transfer array. At the thought of this, Mo Wuji stood up and shouted to the crowd, "Everyone can come in now." Hearing Mo Wuji's words, everyone hurried back into the canyon. It was only in the canyon where they could demonstrate their true strength. Bian Shuangbi clasped his fist in Mo Wuji's direction and asked, "Dao friend Mo, do you have any discoveries?" Mo Wuji pointed to the wall behind Bian Shuangbi's spot and said, "Dao friend Bian, I have discovered something. I have some knowledge about array Dao, and I believe there is a hidden array base behind this piece of canyon wall. I have no idea whether this array base was natural or man-made, so if we want to find out more about it, we have to destroy this piece of wall to reveal this array base." Mo Wuji didn't mention about his spiritual eye as he only talked about the array base. Nobody spoke as they all looked at Bian Shuangbi because the plan was to destroy the wall directly behind his spot. Bien Shuangbi revealed a slight smile. I have no objection, but there is something I have to let Dao friend Mo know. Back then when I first arrived, we tried to blast all four sides, and initially the surface area of this place was a lot bigger, but after we blast this place up, the front portion caved in and became inaccessible. Additionally, the area where we could live became smaller. Mo Wuji understood Bien Shuangbi's meaning, which was the fact that the area outside where people couldn't execute their spiritual will and elemental energy was initially not this big, and it was only after everyone blasted the canyon which resulted in the area inside to decrease while increasing the area outside. This was telling Mo Wuji that if he wasn't confident, he should abort this idea. I have sufficient confidence, Mo Wuji said calmly. After a while, he continued, of course, if everyone is not interested to leave and is willing to stay and cultivate in this constrained place for another thousands of years, you can forget about what I just said. Brother Mo, I had enough of this place, so I will be the first to support you. Lu Chuanha stood out once again. I support you too. The next one to speak was Feng Qi. Feng Qi was almost running out of longevity, so staying here would mean that he was waiting for his death in this constrained place. Mo Wuji didn't wait for the rest of them who were still hesitating as he said, since this is the case, we will attack this spot simultaneously, and I believe that no matter how sturdy this wall was, it wouldn't stay sturdy for long if we were all to combine our attacks. Alright, Bien Shuangbi muttered one word and immediately took out his own magic treasure. Bien Shuangbi's magic treasure was actually a foldable fan, which made Mo Wuji extremely curious to know how strong this foldable fan could be. Bien Shuangbi should be the strongest person here, and his cultivation technique should be the most outstanding one. Or rather, Mo Wuji wasn't able to notice signs of aging from Bien Shuangbi's appearance. Dao friend Mo, the moment you say go, we will start attacking. Bien Shuangbi held onto his foldable fan as he laughed and said. After noticing everyone around him had already drawn their magic treasure, Mo Wuji swung his Tianji pole and said, let's go. It was almost at the same instant when Mo Wuji swung his Tianji pole, everyone else started attacking the same spot Mo Wuji was attacking. Mo Wuji was secretly praising these people in his heart because every single one of them was an expert in their field. As compared to the worldly immortal stage experts he teamed up with to attack Chu Chu previously, their combined attacks now was almost 100 times stronger. Moreover, everyone was cautious about each other, so nobody here was foolish enough to fully exert all their force here, which made it even more impressive. Even Mo Wuji didn't go all out attacking the wall. Boom! Tens of different attacks landed on the same spot and loud explosions could be heard from within the canyon. Pieces of rocks fell as everyone's attention ended up on the outside. These falling rocks landed on the periphery of the place everyone was standing on, and because of these falling rocks, half of Mo Wuji's surrounding became area where elemental energy was unable to condense at. Everyone looked towards Mo Wuji, and even though no one spoke, Mo Wuji knew what everyone meant. If they were to continue attacking, they might not only be unable to find a way out and could even make this small canyon disappear. Mo Wuji looked at the almost unharmed-looking canyon wall as he took in a deep breath before saying, fellow Dao friends, I know everyone's concerns, but please trust me. I believe there is something peculiar about this wall, and we could perhaps find the way out once we destroy this wall. However, I hope that in the next attack, everyone have to use their full force, because this wall was strong to begin with, so if we were to conserve our energy, it might be very tough for us to break through. I hope that everyone would not think so much, because too much hesitation would definitely not get things done. After finishing his speech, Mo Wuji didn't give everyone a chance to hesitate as he swung out his Tianji pole and shouted, everyone continue. Boom! Over 10 different magic treasures started attacking the same spot, and compared to the first, the power was numerous times stronger. The sound of rocks falling was heard again, and everyone knew their area became much smaller once again. Mo Wuji didn't seem to mind as he continuously swung his Tianji pole at the center of the canyon wall. Everyone else could only take out their magic treasures and attack together with Mo Wuji. Everyone's face turned slightly stern because the area that they were standing on became less than 1/3 of what it used to be. In other words, if they couldn't find an escape route, everyone would have to squeeze in this potentially smaller place. There are cracks appearing. Mo Wuji pointed to the spot where everyone was attacking and shouted. So what? After attacking for half an incense, any wall would have cracks appearing on it, the Space Wolf King said coldly. 1. Having a black stomach means that someone is plotting something bad in his mind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5. Chapter 401, Half-Immortal Domain. Chapter 401, Half-Immortal Domain. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji couldn't be bothered with Song Shui as he continued to swing his Tianji pole against the crack on the canyon wall. This time round, nobody else followed Mo Wuji, but Mo Wuji no longer needed their help. As soon as Mo Wuji used all his force to strike against the crack on the wall, a loud crackling sound could be heard and large pieces of rocks fell. A huge hole appeared in front of the crowd and everyone stared shockingly with the mouth wide opened at this massive hole as all of them started scanning the hole using their spiritual will. Very soon, people realized that they had no idea where this massive hole was leading to and they couldn't sense the end with their spiritual will. Not only this massive hole looked normal and calm on the surface, but there was a surge of turbulence inside the hole as if there were endless number of swords flying all around. This could perhaps lead to the immortal world. Half a moment later, Mu Yingxiao turned and said. Dian Shuangbi looked at Mo Wuji. Dao friend Mo, you opened this place, so what do you think it is? Mo Wuji was equally shocked because he initially thought that it was only an array base, but after destroying the wall and the array base, there was actually a place like this inside this canyon. Since the spiritual will of others couldn't sense the end of the hole, Mo Wuji's spiritual will couldn't too. Now that Bian Shuangbi asked him, he could only ponder for a moment before saying, I have no idea too, but regardless, I believe there is at least one route here. Nobody continued talking and nobody dared to be the first to enter this hole too. Their own spiritual will had already warned them that this massive hole was nothing but calm and peaceful. Mo Wuji noticed that nobody moved an inch, so he simply said, since this is the case, I shall make my move first. Goodbye everyone. Finishing his statement, Mo Wuji stepped out and went directly into the massive turbulent hole. After watching Mo Wuji entered, Lu Chuanhe didn't bother saying anything as he followed Mo Wuji into the massive hole. Having observed the first and second man entering the hole, the rest of them started to enter the hole one after the other. No matter what this hole entailed, Mo Wuji didn't lie about the fact that this was at least a way out. The moment Mo Wuji entered the massive hole, he could feel an even denser spiritual energy, and this spiritual energy was of a higher grade than that of the Star-Lord Mountain. This made Mo Wuji wondered if this hole could actually lead to the immortal world. The formidable spiral wind was indeed like swords flying around, as it not only prevented Mo Wuji from entering but also continuously brought about scars one after another on his body. Mo Wuji had already experienced the thorny windgate, so these intensely sharp spiral wind might be able to injure him, but to completely take him out, it was still lacking. This massive hole was like a boundless passage as Mo Wuji didn't stop moving forward. A month has passed, and after countless of scars, he could finally feel the weakening of the crazy wind, which made Mo Wuji's speed a lot faster. After a few more days, just as Mo Wuji's spiritual will was able to work, his entire body became light and a tremendous force carried him up. This was the space array gate. There was a space array gate right at the universal pier of Jinxing, so Mo Wuji was too familiar with this type of array gate. He immediately covered his entire body and allowed this force to bring him away. Indeed, after a period of dizziness, Mo Wuji landed on solid land. This was actually not the space? Mo Wuji used his spiritual will and he sensed a boundless desert. The black-colored soil was extremely eye-catching as there wasn't a tinge of green under the scan of his spiritual will. There was no impression of such a place in Mo Wuji's mind, and he had never read about it. It was only after a moment of hesitation, Mo Wuji decided to choose a direction and hurried towards that direction. He was aware that the space array gates were random, and even if he were to wait at his original spot, he might not be able to see Lu Chuanhe and company. However, Mo Wuji wasn't disappointed because there was quite a dense amount of spiritual energy in this place too. Even though the spiritual energy here seemed to be of a higher grade than the spiritual energy in Jinxing, Mo Wuji guessed that this shouldn't be the immortal world because even the spirit stone slags that he retrieved from the half-moon immortal palace was of a slightly higher quality grade than these. If this was truly the immortal world, the spiritual energy couldn't have been any poorer than that of a spirit stone slag. Fortunately, after half a day of traveling, Mo Wuji saw two more people. Mo Wuji hurried over and landed beside the two of them as he clasped his fist and said, "Greetings, the two Dao friends over here." The two of them looked a little strange as each of them was carrying a basket on their back and the basket was filled with some black-colored minerals which Mo Wuji had no idea what it was. What Mo Wuji noticed that was even more peculiar was their cultivation level. He was certain that the two of them were stronger than him and was at least in the great circle of the earthly immortal stage. Newbie? The slightly taller man sized Mo Wuji up and glanced at Mo Wuji's wrist before saying faintly. It was only then that Mo Wuji realized that both of them had a circular bracelet on their wrist. "Yes, I accidentally entered the space array gate to arrive here," Mo Wuji answered honestly. "Walk straight from here, you will see a residential district and you can make an identity bracelet there." The slightly taller man pointed to a direction as he said. "Identity bracelet? May I know what is this place? Is this not the immortal world?" Mo Wuji asked inquisitively. The man answering Mo Wuji revealed a ridicule smile as a flash of loneliness flashed by his eyes. "Even you treat this place like the immortal world, but its real name is the half-immortal domain. You wouldn't be able to survive alone here, so head forward to enter the half-immortal domain. Someone will approach you to join and you can join us in digging for minerals every day." After saying this, that earthly immortal expert didn't continue explaining as he carried on moving forward. As for the other earthly immortal, he didn't even say anything from the very start. Half-immortal domain? Earthly immortal stage experts still had to dig for minerals every day? Mo Wuji was completely lost as he watched the back view of these two experts became increasingly small. From the words of these two people, he knew that digging of the minerals wasn't forced upon them and even joining the half-immortal domain wasn't compulsory. No matter what, he had to take a look at what was ahead of him. Mo Wuji didn't think any further as he headed towards the direction the man pointed to him earlier on. 4 hours later, Mo Wuji's spiritual will managed to sense a large architecture and there were streams of people entering and exiting it. It was indeed a residential district. "My friend, are you new here?" A short and plump cultivator hurried to block Mo Wuji as he clasped his fist cheerfully. Mo Wuji nodded his head. "That's right, I am indeed new here. My name is Han Xing, please join my Blackstone Union. My Blackstone Union rewards its members the most and we will definitely not be short of spirit stones for cultivation. Moreover, my Blackstone Union's strength in the half-immortal domain is..." "Hold on." Mo Wuji interrupted Han Xing's words apologetically. "Brother Han, the Blackstone Union that you talk about, is it a sect in the half-immortal domain?" Before waiting for Han Xing's reply, someone by the side said, "Dao friend, please don't believe his words. If you're interested in joining his Blackstone Union, why don't you join my Seeking Immortal Union?" "My Seeking Immortal Union? Li Qianfei, what are you trying to do? Messing with my Blackstone Union in public?" Han Xing shouted furiously the moment he heard that someone wanted to hold Mo Wuji off. This Li Qianfei, who was called by Han Xing, was also a plump cultivator and was in fact, even fatter than Han Xing. After he heard Han Xing's words, he laughed coldly. "Han Xing, which eye of yours saw me messing around with your Blackstone Union? This Dao friend just arrived and had yet to join a team, so why is it that only your Blackstone Union can invite him? It is only natural that this Dao friend can choose to go wherever the conditions are better for him. Speaking of conditions, my longevity sect has the best conditions around here. This Dao friend here, join my longevity sect." Before Mo Wuji could clarify about the Blackstone Union and the Seeking Immortal Union, yet another cultivator came over. "Why don't you join my Sword Chi Flatland? We are the fairest and most open out of everyone here, as we will definitely not allow any bullying of our members. Mo Wuji was finally able to grasp a bit of what was happening. This half-immortal domain seemed to have many teams, and these teams were all busy trying to recruit new members. At one glance, most of the cultivators walking around were carrying a basket on their back. Some baskets were empty while others were filled with some black minerals. Everyone stop arguing and let this Dao friend make his own decision. Han Xing was feeling a little annoyed because there was lesser and lesser newcomers in the half-immortal domain recently, and after he finally found one, he was met with so many competitors. Right, let our new friend choose one for himself, Li Qianfei added. Mo Wuji clasped his fist and said, "Thank you everyone for your love, but I only came here because I accidentally entered a space array gate." Hold on, accidentally entered? Didn't you break through the void after reaching the great circle of the earthly immortal stage? Are you not a cultivator in the great circle of the earthly immortal stage? Han Xing hurried to interrupt Mo Wuji's words and asked shockingly. Mo Wuji heard about breaking through the void and was stunned. If breaking through the void meant that he would reach a place like this, he really didn't wish to break through the void. Mo Wuji answered instinctively, "No, I really did accidentally stepped into the space array door and reached here. I am only at the worldly immortal stage." Everyone who was fighting for Mo Wuji exchanged glances, and Li Qianfei was the first to speak. "I still have something on, you guys carry on." After saying that, Li Qianfei sped off. Evidently, Mo Wuji's cultivation level made him disappointed, and he was no longer interested in wasting time here. "Are you really only a worldly immortal stage expert?" Han Xing was in disbelief as he asked once more. Mo Wuji nodded his head. "That's right, I am only in the worldly immortal stage, but I am already in the intermediate stage. I believe in a few years' time, I will definitely be able to step into the earthly immortal stage." Mo Wuji could tell that all the fellas who were fighting for him previously were starting to despise him because of his cultivation level. He hurried to say a few words about himself so as to promote himself to them. "I have no means to help you now." Han Xing shook his head and left immediately. After Han Xing and Li Qianfei left, the fair and open fella from the Swordchi Flatland left quicker than anyone else. Mo Wuji hurried to grab the last fella from the longevity sect and said, "This Dao friend, please hold on, but if you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 402, Settling Down at the Half-Immortal Domain. Chapter 402, Settling Down at the Half-Immortal Domain. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. This longevity sex cultivator really stopped in his tracks, but before Mo Wuji could say anything, he revealed an apologetic expression as he said, "This Dao friend here, there is really nothing I can do for you here. In this place, those below the earthly immortal stage are basically unable to dig up the black stones. You are only in the intermediate stage of the worldly immortal stage, which means that you are still extremely far away from becoming an earthly immortal stage cultivator." In fact, there was something else that the cultivator couldn't bear to tell Mo Wuji. That was the fact that without black stones, one would definitely not be able to cultivate and advance into the earthly immortal stage here. He would not only be unable to cultivate and reach the earthly immortal stage, his cultivation level might even decrease. "May I ask, how do I make the half-immortal domain's identity bracelet? Or rather, will there be any consequences if I don't make identity bracelet?" Mo Wuji hurried to ask. With the half-immortal domain bracelet, one would be able to live in the half-immortal domain because there are all sorts of dangers outside the domain. Furthermore, one couldn't cultivate outside the half-immortal domain. The spiritual energy within the half-immortal domain allows you to cultivate, but other than this, there wouldn't be any other consequences. This cultivator answered Mo Wuji's question patiently. Unable to cultivate? Mo Wuji immediately tried circulating his meridians, and after one round of spiritual circulation, he was certain there was indeed something wrong with the spiritual energy. These spiritual energy had the form but not the spirit, so after absorbing it, a large proportion of it would be dissipated away and only an extremely small proportion could be absorbed into the meridian. Mo Wuji's eyes fell on the big piece of architecture in front of him, and that particular building didn't look like it was anything special to him. There were no arrays installed around it, and it appeared similar to the space canyon he landed on previously, where there were some parts where cultivation looked possible while some parts seemed impossible. The area, in which cultivation was possible, was wrapped up as it formed the half-immortal domain. You don't have to worry, because as long as you don't stay permanently in the half-immortal domain, nobody would care about you even if you didn't have the bracelet. This cultivator from the longevity sect was still rather patient as he took the initiative to add that sentence after noticing that Mo Wuji looked rather lost and shocked. Mo Wuji nodded his head because he really didn't mind at all. He had no idea whether others were similar to him because he was still able to absorb a very small proportion of spiritual energy. However, Mo Wuji didn't wish to live outside the half-immortal domain because given the various dangers present, he might not be able to survive with his current strength. "May I know how do I address Senior?" Mo Wuji wanted to make friends after he realized that he would probably need help. "My name is Lang Hao." "Dao friend Lang, even though my cultivation level is low, I am still able to help with some menial work. For example, I could help to dig minerals or even help to recruit new members, etc. I only request for the longevity sect to help me make an identity bracelet." Mo Wuji suspected that he needed to find a team to join if he wanted to make an identity bracelet. Whether or not this was true, finding Lang Hao to help wouldn't go wrong. Lang Hao shook his head. "It's not that I don't want to help you, because it is very simple to make an identity bracelet. All my longevity sect needed to do was to fork out 10 spirit stone slags. However, the problem is that after we help you make an identity bracelet, we would still need to provide spirit stone slags for you to cultivate while you can't even dig minerals for us. My longevity sect really couldn't afford to nurture people who don't contribute." Mo Wuji finally understood why the rest of them left, because to recruit someone into their team, they needed to pay him commissions as well as salary whether or not he contributed. "Dao friend Lang, as long as I'm unable to dig up the minerals, I wouldn't take your spirit stone slags. Even the spirit stone slags your longevity sect used to help me make my identity bracelet, I will find a way to return it," Mo Wuji said confidently. Hearing that Mo Wuji wouldn't accept the salary, Lang Hao pondered for a moment, and after hesitating once more, he finally said, "All right, follow me then." The longevity sect needed some runners to recruit new members, pass on messages, etc. He completely ignored or didn't care about the part where Mo Wuji said he would find minerals for them. It was simply impossible for a worldly immortal stage cultivator to think that he could find a blackstone mine here. The most important reason why he decided to agree to Mo Wuji's request was because Mo Wuji didn't want the salary. It was definitely a good thing to have one more member in the longevity sect without the need to pay him. The number of spirit stone slags needed was also within his means. As he followed Lang Hao into the half-immortal domain, Mo Wuji found out a lot more about the half-immortal domain from his Q&A session with Lang Hao. The overall in charge of the half-immortal domain was an expert called Guan Quan, and there were many different teams within the half-immortal domain. The only purpose and work of these teams was to unearth minerals. A mineral which had the shape similar to a blackstone, but because nobody knew what it was, they addressed it as blackstone. Moreover, it was impossible to keep these blackstones inside normal storage rings, which was why people carried it using the baskets. These minerals that were unearthed would be sent to be under Guan Quan at the half-immortal domain, and then Guan Quan would transfer these minerals away in exchange for spirit stone slags. Cultivators in the half-immortal domain would then use these spirit stone slags to cultivate. Whoever could unearth more minerals would eventually receive more spirit stone slags. "Brother Lang, I wonder if it is possible for you to pass me a spirit stone slag to let me take a look at how it looks like." Mo Wuji thought of the spirit stone slags from the half-moon prison and was suspecting if they were the same type of spirit stone slags. Lang Hao didn't mind as he casually took out a small piece of spirit stone slag to pass it to Mo Wuji. This thing had another name, which was half-immortal stone, as its cultivation efficiency was much stronger than the average heaven-grade spirit stones. The moment the spirit stone slag landed on Mo Wuji's hand, he could feel that the spirit stone slags he retrieved from the Half Moon prison was exactly the same one as the one in his hand now. Could the Half Moon prison have originated from here? It didn't seem likely because all the stewards at the Half Moon prison were experts of the worldly immortal stage. For example, the Mengyin San, who killed the warden, was a worldly immortal stage expert too. However, every cultivator here were earthly immortal stage experts, and there could perhaps be some worldly immortal stage experts here too, but Mo Wuji wasn't able to sense any of them using his spiritual will. Noticing that Mo Wuji had been observing the spirit stone slag for a long time now, Lang Hao originally wanted to comfort Mo Wuji by telling him he would receive it in the future too. However, at the thought of this, he recalled that it might actually be impossible for a worldly immortal stage expert like Mo Wuji to receive a spirit stone slag, which was why he felt relieved that he didn't say out what he originally wanted to say. The process to make an identity bracelet was rather simple, and after Mo Wuji reported his name, Lang Hao handed 10 spirit stone slags to the management and the bracelet was made. The truth was that as long as Mo Wuji had 10 spirit stone slags with him, he could have gotten an identity bracelet by himself. Mo Wuji was rejoicing at the fact that he was able to join the longevity sect because he had already used up all his spirit stone slags for cultivation and couldn't afford 10 of them. After helping Mo Wuji register for the bracelet, Lang Hao made Mo Wuji write an IOU for the loan of 10 spirit stone slags. Usually because the member would contribute to the team in the form of unearthing minerals, one wouldn't need to return the spirit stone slags when the team helped its member to make an identity bracelet. However, because of Mo Wuji's low cultivation level and low possibility of making contributions to the longevity sect, Lang Hao made Mo Wuji write an IOU. Mo Wuji, as long as you are in the territory of the half-immortal domain, you can find your own immortal cave to build. Remember, the longevity sect will be having a gathering in the morning 2 days later to distribute the mining areas, so please don't miss it. After leaving the place where they collected the bracelet, Lang Hao gave Mo Wuji a pat and was no longer bothered with him. Mo Wuji knew the location of the longevity sect because he saw it when they walked in earlier on. There were many teams here with their names hung on, so it looked like a simple birth. As for the half-immortal domain, Mo Wuji was rather interested in it because the spirit stone slags attracted his attention. Mo Wuji was fully aware of the effectiveness of the spirit stone slags because if it wasn't for the spirit stone slags, it would have been a huge question as to whether or not he would be able to advance into the true God stage. The spiritual energy within the spirit stone slags was not only extremely dense, it was of a very high quality too. Even if others might think that Mo Wuji would not be able to dig up the minerals given his cultivation level, Mo Wuji never doubted himself. He believed that as long as there were blackstones here, he would be able to unearth them. The moment he could unearth them and exchanged it for spirit stone slags, he would be able to use it to increase his cultivation level tremendously. Therefore, when Mo Wuji was looking for an immortal cave, his first consideration would be the suitability for his cultivation. When all 106 meridians of his underwent spiritual circulation together, it would definitely affect the serenity of the area. Even if he were to install a spirit concealing array, it would only minimize the impact of the surroundings, so he would rather stay low. In the end, Mo Wuji chose a rather remote position which was neither too far nor too near to the main crowd. Even though this position stood alone, it wasn't too lofty in this area. There were in fact a lot of cultivators in the half-immortal domain who wanted an immortal cave which was located in a more remote place. After choosing his spot, Mo Wuji started to build his immortal cave. He had all sorts of materials in his storage ring, plus he could even retrieve natural materials from here. Mo Wuji constructed a 4-room cave with 1 living room, 1 cultivation room, 1 storage room and a spare room. Afterwards, he installed a variety of arrays because he wouldn't let his knowledge and arrays go to waste. Energy gathering array, concealment array, defensive array, hidden killing array. After working hard for 2 days, Mo Wuji finally finished preparing his immortal cave. Inside this half-immortal domain, it was indeed a lot easier to absorb the spiritual energy for cultivation. However, there were still a lot of spiritual energy that were wasted, so it could be said that one wouldn't be able to completely absorb spiritual energy here. Mo Wuji was not completely clueless after so many years of cultivation, so he had this faint sensing that this had something to do with the laws of heaven and earth. Even the cultivators with the lowest cultivation level here like himself could feel the effects of the laws here. As for the earthly immortal stage experts or the heavenly immortal stage experts, they should definitely be able to feel the laws acting on one's cultivation. No matter how dense or good the spiritual energy was, if there wasn't any heaven and earth's Tao laws put in place, one wouldn't be able to gain enlightenment from the heaven and earth's Tao. If he really wished to improve, he had to find the spirit stone slags. On the morning of the third day, Mo Wuji had already arrived at a massive house which was the longevity sect. Even though Mo Wuji arrived early in the morning, he was comparably late because there were already over 100 people inside the house when he arrived. Many eyes fell on Mo Wuji as they could tell straight away that he was a newcomer. Lang Hao, who was sitting by the side, shook his head because Mo Wuji was not only the newcomer here, he had the lowest cultivation level too, and yet he arrived the latest. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 403, Allocation of Mining Areas. Chapter 403, Allocation of Mining Areas. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji discovered that he was the last to arrive. He was a little speechless. He had already chose to come especially early, but he had still been the last. Could this people have reported here even before the sun came up? Mo Wuji's guess was really not bad. These people really came before daybreak. You're new? Why are you so late? The one speaking was a middle-aged man sitting at the head seat. Mo Wuji was a new face, and was even the last to arrive. It was hard for him not to get noticed. Mo Wuji saw that this person was at the highest seat and could guess that he should be the longevity sect's sect head. This fella placed great importance in his appearance. His long hair had been tied into a neat cultivator's bun, making him look very spirited. In terms of cultivation, Mo Wuji could feel that this fella was even higher than the Space Wolf King. Mo Wuji, this is our longevity sect's sect head Feng. Why aren't you paying your respects? Lang Hao hurriedly scolded from the side. He started to have some regrets. He should not have brought Mo Wuji in. Previously, he saw that Mo Wuji was very astute and he thought that Mo Wuji would be a very capable person. However, he would never have expected that Mo Wuji would be the last to arrive. After scolding Mo Wuji, Lang Hao anxiously bowed and explained to the sect head Feng, Mo Wuji is a newcomer. Because he entered the broken void by accident, his cultivation is rather low, just at the intermediate worldly immortal stage. I saw that he was rather intelligent, so I brought him to Longevity Sect to help do some promotions for our sect. Sect head Feng nodded slightly. His gaze landed on Mo Wuji. When everyone else in the house heard that Mo Wuji was only in the intermediate worldly immortal stage, their lips all curved into a smile. A mere worldly immortal had no business here. The only thing he could do was to help promote Longevity Sect. Mo Wuji hurriedly clasped his fists, replying to sect head, I am Mo Wuji, a newcomer. Because it's my first time, I didn't know that I was late. Sect head Feng looked at Mo Wuji with a hint of interest as he spoke indifferently, you're not late. You just came slightly later than the rest. Mo Wuji only needed to look at sect head Feng's expression and to hear sect head Feng's words to know that the sect head had misunderstood him. The sect head must definitely have thought that he was merely giving an excuse, when in reality, he really didn't know that he was late. However, he could only shut his mouth when facing this sort of things. The more he explained, the worse it would get. Sect head Feng did not continue to care about Mo Wuji, but spoke loudly, since everyone is here, I will now announce the mining areas that our longevity sect has obtained. The house instantly went silent. Everyone perked their ears to listen to sect head Feng's words. Because Mo Wuji was a newbie, he wasn't familiar with the group organization within longevity sect. Perhaps it was because Lang Hao didn't consider Mo Wuji as part of the main force for Longevity Sect, which was why much of the details weren't told to Mo Wuji. Now, everyone seemed to be focused on the sect head's words, so he could only follow suit. Sect head Fang's gaze unintentionally swept across Mo Wuji. When he saw Mo Wuji's attentive look, he suddenly felt like laughing. Actually, with Mo Wuji's cultivation being at worldly immortal stage level 4, he really didn't need to listen. This time, we have gained the rights to enter 4 mining areas. They are Mining Area 9087C, divided into ratios of 5 to 2 to 3, Mining Area 8762D, divided into the ratios of 4 to 2 to 3, Mining Area 3104E, divided into the ratios of 4 to 3 to 3, Mining Area 5109F, divided into the ratios of 2 to 3 to 5. Following the end of Sect Head Fang's speech, the house instantly got lively. Many of the people were applauding and patting each other's shoulders, seemingly raring to go and start work. I can't believe that we even managed to get into Mining Area C. I came too late. The guy standing right in front of Mo Wuji sighed. Mo Wuji hurriedly clasped his fists and asked, "The stout friend, can I ask why you said you came too late? And what do the letters on the mining areas mean?" This cultivator was clearly not in a good mood. His eyes swept across Mo Wuji, and when he recalled that Mo Wuji was only a worldly immortal, he couldn't even be bothered to answer. Mo Wuji already understood his situation yesterday. Lang Hao didn't even tell him many things. Clearly these fellas did not even treat him as a member of their longevity sect. He's merely here as a condiment. Just as Mo Wuji was about to ask another person, a cultivator not too far away explained, "Those that came early are those at the front. They will be the ones allocated the better mining areas like C and D." After Mo Wuji expressed his thanks, he continued to ask, "Then, can I ask, what's the meaning behind the ratios?" Luckily, this cultivator did not seem annoyed by Mo Wuji's questions. Let's say Mining Area 9087C is divided according to the ratio of 5 to 2 to 3. It means that if you dig 10 pieces of blackstone, 5 of them will go to half-immortal domain, 2 will go to longevity sect, while the remaining 3 will go to you. The higher the district, the more popular it is. That didn't sound right. Mo Wuji asked doubtful, "This friend, just now the sect head said that Mining Area 5109F is divided to 2:3:5. Wouldn't that be much better than in Mining Area C? We could keep half of the blackstone to ourselves?" You're a newcomer so you naturally don't know this. Even though your personal ratio in Mining Area F is the highest, the mineral content within the mine is low. It is hard to dig. Even if you get to keep 50%, you might not be able to get as much as Mining Area C. In Longevity Sect, the earliest people will stand at the front, and they would get allocated the better mining areas. The cultivator chuckled as he explained. Mo Wuji finally came to an understanding. No wonder why these fellas wanted to come so early. This was based on their own personal benefits. If he was the first to arrive, then wouldn't he be allocated to Mining Area C? Sect Head Fong waited till the discussions died down before continuing. This time, 32 people will be allocated to Mining Area 9087C. The first 16 people can choose your pairs. As he finished speaking, Mo Wuji say 16 people coming from the left and right side. These 16 people chose their own pairs, forming a group of 32 people. Thereafter, they each took their bracelets and imprinted it in the area in front of Sect Head Fong. Then, they left the house. Mo Wuji also understood another thing. Being the last to come did not mean that he would have no hope. As long as you knew the people who came early, you could form a team with him and leave together. When he first arrived in half-immortal domain, he saw 2 people digging for blackstone. He could guess that each team should be comprised of 2 people. Mining Area 8762D has a total of 28 slots. The first 14 can choose your partners. As Sect Head Fong finished, another 14 people stood forward. Not long later, 28 people left the house. Mining Area 3104E has a total of 60 slots. The first 30 can choose your partners. Mining Area 5109F has a total of 40 slots. Mo Wuji discovered that he was exactly the last person within the group of 40. He stared curiously at that cultivator who helped explain things to him previously. This Dao friend, if I'm not allocated a slot this time round, what should I do? The cultivator patted Mo Wuji's wrist. If you're not allocated, or if you can't find a partner, then you can only go back and wait. Otherwise, you can go and steal ores. Steal ores? The blackstone ores here can be stolen? Mo Wuji asked in aghast. He never thought that robbing for ores could be said so publicly. The cultivator stared unhappily at Mo Wuji. What are you thinking about? By stealing ores, I mean you can go to abandoned mining sites. That's what I meant by stealing ores. With that, he could no longer be bothered about Mo Wuji and went to form his own team. So when he first arrived, those two fellas were actually stealing ores. No wonder why they were by themselves. If you want to go to mining area 5109F, then form a team with me. If you're interested, then I'm leaving. A cold voice sounded next to Mo Wuji's ear. Mo Wuji finally came to his senses. He discovered that there are only a few people left in the house. The sect head and Lang Hao were still here. Besides them, there was also an old man sitting beside the sect head. The one speaking to him was a black-robed girl. The girl looked very cold, but her appearance was incredibly pretty. She could even be compared to Cin Shuyin and Zhuang Xie. And with her mature figure, she looked even more enticing compared to the two. However, with her cold face and voice, people could tell that she was not an easily approachable person. Of course, let's go, Mo Wuji did not hesitate to say. He had just heard that if he did not have a partner, he wouldn't be allowed into the mining area. This meant that this mining job required the cooperation between two people. The cold girl nodded and walked to sect headphone and displayed her bracelet. Mo Wuji also knew this. To enter the mining area, he needed to sect head to leave an imprint on his bracelet. He did not hesitate to take out his bracelet and pass it to sect headphone. When sect headphone was helping him with the imprint, Mo Wuji stared at Lang Hao and asked, "Dao friend Lang Hao, why don't I even have a basket to store blackstone?" Lang Hao laughed awkwardly. Even though he knew he would hurt Mo Wuji's self-esteem, he still said, "Mo Wuji, actually you don't need any basket. The blackstone is extremely hard to dig, and your cultivation is too low. Even if I'm not able to get condiments, there's nothing wrong with giving me a bottle for the condiments, right? Moreover, the condiment bottle belongs to me." Mo Wuji frowned and said. He was indeed grateful to Lang Hao for helping him to enter Longevity sect. But Lang Hao couldn't just leave him with nothing, and not even tell him anything, right? Since he's a member of our Longevity sect, then just give him one. Sect head Feng said faintly. Since the sect head had spoken, Lang Hao could only walk to the neighboring house and fetch a basket for Mo Wuji. The moment Mo Wuji grabbed this basket, he knew it was not made from an ordinary material. He had never seen such a material before. After the cold girl received her imprint, she did not waste any words and directly walked out of the house. As for the matter of Mo Wuji asking Lang Hao for a basket, she acted as though she had never seen anything. Mo Wuji hurriedly followed behind her. He didn't even know where the mining areas were. Seeing Mo Wuji leave with that girl, Lang Hao finally uttered, "I actually found a partner for Jia Qi." Sect headphone did not seem to notice Lang Hao's words, as he said, "Lang Hao, you gave Mo Wuji a basket, but you didn't give him a shovel. How is he going to dig for blackstone?" Sect head, you know it too, I got that Mo Wuji here just to help advertise for Longevity sect. Wait till he sees how difficult excavation is, he will definitely come back to find me, Lang Hao said with certainty. Translator's thoughts. Sparrow Translations. Hope you enjoyed the chapter. Can't get enough of Immortal Mortal? Visit patreon.com/sailorboys to support us and get to read ahead. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 404, Searching for Blackstone. Chapter 404, Searching for Blackstone. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. I'm called Mo Wuji, newbie. How may I address this senior sister? As he followed behind this black-robed girl, Mo Wuji took the initiative to greet her. He had just came to half-immortal domain, and because he didn't know anything, he was scammed by Lang Hao. Since this girl was his team, he naturally had to form good relations with her and get some details from her. After all, this was his first time excavating for ores. Jia Qi. After that black-robed girl casually stated her name, she looked at Mo Wuji's empty basket with interest. However, she didn't say anything else. What a weird name. Mo Wuji could see that this girl was not one of many words. Even though he wanted to ask more questions, he didn't want to create any ill will. When they reached the mining area, he would just see how she searched for blackstone, and he would just follow suit. At the entrance of half-immortal domain, there was a huge flying ship parked. Many cultivators were queuing up to enter the flying ship. Mo Wuji and Jia Qi joined the queue. The seats on the flying ship were very clearly labeled. There were various signs for mining areas A, B, C, D, etc. Mo Wuji and Jia Qi were going to mining area F, so they could only sit at F seats. Roughly 2 hours later, the flying ship started to tremble as it shot out towards the sky. Soon, half-moon immortal domain was but a point in the distance. Besides Jia Qi, Mo Wuji didn't recognize anyone else on the flying ship. Moreover, he couldn't cultivate on the flying ship. He could only sit around idly until they reached the mining areas. Mo Wuji extended his spiritual will outside. Not only were the lands black and murky, the surrounding air was also turbid. It was not as clean and pristine as half-immortal domain. Half a day later, Mo Wuji could no longer hold it in as he asked, Senior Jia Qi, I want to ask you about a person. He's called Xiao Aoluan, have you heard of him? No. Jia Qi's answer was very simple. After that single word, she did not speak any further. Xiao Aoluan was the first Star Lord of Star King Mountain. According to Star King Mountain's records, Xiao Aoluan had broken through the void. If breaking through the void led to these mines, that Xiao Aoluan might actually be here. Seeing that Jia Qi did not have any intention of continuing, Mo Wuji did not bother asking about people like Meng Yinsan. Firstly, Meng Yinsan and the others were involved with Half Moon Prison. Secondly, Meng Yinsan, himself, had escaped from Half Moon Prison after killing the prison warden. This was some shady business. He was not close to Jia Qi, so it was best if he didn't ask about it. After flying for another day, Mo Wuji heard announcements that they had arrived at certain mining areas, and some people would jump out of the flying ship. After another 4 hours, Mo Wuji finally heard an announcement on the ship, we've arrived at mining area F. Following this announcement, all the cultivators of this area stood up, then jumped out of the exit of the flying ship. Mo Wuji and Jia Qi followed behind them. When he landed, he was welcomed by a vast, black wilderness. Here, Mo Wuji could finally feel the faint traces of a magical array. This black wilderness was separated into many different areas. Each areas would write their respective number. Clearly, this was not Jia Qi's first time here. She sped quickly along the signs while Mo Wuji followed behind her. After half an incenses of time, she stopped. In front of Mo Wuji, there was a sign, Mining Area 5109F. Jia Qi glanced at Mo Wuji, then swiftly ran into this mining area. Mo Wuji continued to follow behind her, entering into this mining area. His spiritual will had seen it clearly. The moment Jia Qi and him entered, the lamp at the entrance of the mining area lit up. You can do whatever you want. 5 days later, we'll meet back at where we dropped off from the flying ship. Jia Qi looked at Mo Wuji and said indifferently. Mo Wuji was instantly shocked. After a few breaths' time, he said, Senior Jia Qi, I heard that excavating blackstone requires 2 people to work together. No need. Jia Qi directly interrupted Mo Wuji's words. Firstly, you're unable to help me. Secondly, I don't want to work with you. The blackstone that I dig will be for myself. I'm unable to give any to you, Mo Wuji was speechless, so this woman was afraid that he would take advantage of her. Even when he was back on Earth, he would take advantage of people. In such a place, all the more he wouldn't take advantage of a woman like you. Dao friend Jiaqi, I've never excavated blackstone before, I just want to see how you do it. If I'm unable to do it, I promise that I won't take advantage of you. If you know the uses of blackstone. Mo Wuji had yet to finish his words before Jiaqi started to wave her hands. I also don't know. Don't follow me. Thereafter, she did not continue to care about Mo Wuji, turning and speeding into the depths of mining area 5109F. Inside her heart, she was sneering. She found it hard to understand how a person like Mo Wuji could enter longevity sect. The moment he heard that she wouldn't let herself be exploited, he immediately changed his way of addressing her to Dao friend. She especially despised this kind of people. Mo Wuji shook his head speechlessly. Right from the start, this woman put up this indifferent mask, thinking that he would take advantage of her. Naturally, he wouldn't behave warmly to this cold shoulder. Just like he would call Lu Chuanhai his senior, but he would address Bian Shuangbi as merely a Dao friend. This sort of senior sister, he didn't want it. He wouldn't even address her like so. 10 people appeared not far away. Mo Wuji did not recognize these people. From the looks of it, these people weren't from longevity sect. Without a partner, Mo Wuji could only start searching by himself. He had never seen blackstone before, he didn't even know what blackstone was. He could only depend on his spiritual will. 2 hours later, Mo Wuji finally understood why blackstone was so hard to find. Even though this plot of land seemed to be vast and endless, it was completely filled with murky black rock and sand. It was indeed hard to find a similarly black and murky blackstone if he used his spiritual will to scan these black and murky rock and sand. This was not the main point. The main point was that Mo Wuji discovered that his spiritual will could only penetrate around 3 meters into the black ground. Any further and he would feel in faint pain in his sea of consciousness. If he forcefully tried to extend his spiritual will, his sea of consciousness would even start to bubble. The only good thing was, he could use this method to temper his sea of consciousness, allowing his sea of consciousness to get bigger and his spiritual will to get tougher. However, Mo Wuji knew that he wasn't here to temper his sea of consciousness, he was here to search for blackstone. And to temper his sea of consciousness, he would require a large amount of spirit strengthening pills. Spirit strengthening pills could replenish the sea of consciousness, but it was merely an elementary grade spiritual pill. Now that he was at worldly immortal stage level 4, he needed tens of the spirit strengthening pill in order to receive even the slightest of effects. A day passed by just like this. Not only was Mo Wuji unable to excavate any blackstone, he didn't even get to see what blackstone looked like. By the second day's afternoon, Mo Wuji gave up on searching for blackstone. He decided to look for other people and see how they dug for blackstone. After circling the area for half a day, Mo Wuji finally found 2 other cultivators excavating for blackstone. He hurriedly ran over. When the 2 saw Mo Wuji speeding over, they started to be on guard. Because of the distribution ratios of the mining areas, forcefully snatching blackstones did not usually happen, but it did not mean that it would never happen. These 2 Dao friends, because I had just arrived here, I don't know how to find blackstone. May I ask these 2 Dao friends if you could teach me how to search for blackstone? Mo Wuji was very courteous as he clasped his fists and asked. Where's your partner? One of the cultivators stared at Mo Wuji doubtfully and asked. Mo Wuji could only explain, my partner thinks that my abilities are limited, so she went off by herself. These 2 people did not seem to find it here. There were no small amounts of people who found that their partners were incapable and decided to work by themselves. Blackstones are usually found 3 to 30 meters under the ground. The deeper you go, the more likely you are to find blackstone. Under usual circumstances, one person would lock into the blackstone with spiritual will, while the other digs. This cultivator did not hide anything, this was all common knowledge. There's a need to lock in? Mo Wuji asked in astonishment. That cultivator that answered Mo Wuji chuckled loudly, of course. Blackstone has its own spirituality. The moment spiritual will touches it, it would quickly run away. After answering Mo Wuji, the two left swiftly. To them, there was not much value in befriending a newbie like Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji calmed down, no wonder why he couldn't find any blackstone. His spiritual will could only reach 3 meters into the ground. If he was lucky, he could actually find some blackstone. But after he found the blackstone, he still had to rush and dig it out. From the looks of it, this black ground must be very hard. As he thought of this, Mo Wuji brought out his Tianji pole. With a casual swing, only a small bit of land was dug out. My cultivation was really too low, Mo Wuji sighed in his heart. His spiritual will could only seep in 3 meters into the ground. Still, he did not mind too much ate it. This place was able to temper his spiritual will. As long as he stayed here for a few decades, his spiritual will would get stronger, and his range would naturally get wider. However, he had an advantage that no one else had, he had the spirit storage channel. Mo Wuji released his spiritual will from his spirit storage channel. Soon, Mo Wuji was met with a pleasant surprise. Because his spirit storage channel was not controlled by his sea of consciousness, his spiritual will could reach up to 15 to 18 meters into the ground. And this was just the beginning. If he became more familiar with this terrain, his spiritual will might even reach 30 meters into the ground. Even if his usual spiritual will was tempered, it wouldn't reach such a level, right? Mo Wuji decided, as he walked around this area, he was going to start using his spirit storage channel's spiritual will. The depletion of his spirit storage channel's spiritual will could be replenished with his sea of consciousness. As long as he didn't use spiritual will directly from his sea of consciousness, it would be fine. In merely 4 hours, Mo Wuji stopped. His spirit storage channel had found 6 blackstones that were joined together. Even though these 6 blackstones had the same color as the surrounding rock and sand, Mo Wuji was sure that this was blackstone. He had never touched blackstone with his hands before, but his spiritual will did interact with it before. These 6 blackstones were roughly 9 meters in the ground. Indeed, when Mo Wuji's spiritual will interacted with these blackstones, they started to tremble. He did not dare retract his spiritual will. He was worried that when he did that, these 6 blackstones would run away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 405, Deep Waters. Chapter 405, Deep Waters. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. While Mo Wuji locked into these 6 blackstones with his spiritual will, he hurriedly fetched out his Tianji pole and started hammering the black ground. The Tianji pole was not suitable for digging, and coupled with the fact that this black ground was hard and resilient, Mo Wuji could only condense lightning on his Tianji pole in order to dig out this black sand. Boom! Bang! After 2 swings with his Tianji pole reinforced with his lightning sword, a small hole around 30 centimeters deep was blasted open. Mo Wuji was now much clearer on how difficult it was to excavate this black rock. Luckily, he was still able to blast the black sand away. As long as he continued to use his lightning-reinforced Tianji pole, he would be able to eventually reach 9 meters deep. Mo Wuji's elemental energy was brimming, and he even had several elemental storage channels. Even if he continuously struck downwards, he would not need to rest. After relentlessly striking at the same spot, black sand and rubble were continuously being sent flying. After an entire day, Mo Wuji finally struck out a hole which was 9 meters deep. Sweeping his Tianji pole with slight spiritual energy, a few blackstones floated into the air. Mo Wuji did not wait for these blackstones to land on the ground. With a quick swipe of his hand, these blackstones landed in the basket behind his back. Mo Wuji brought the basket in front of him, and just as he was about to examine a piece of blackstone, he was momentarily sent into shock. Just now, he clearly found 6 pieces of blackstone. Why did one suddenly go missing? Indeed, blackstone was able to escape off by itself. Even though he had locked in onto these blackstone with his spiritual will, one of it still ran off by itself without him knowing it. No wonder why the excavation of blackstone required 2 people. One person had to lock in using spiritual will, while the other had to dig. If not for the fact that his spiritual will was strong, and he was even using spiritual will from his spirit storage channel, it would have been extremely difficult for him to excavate the blackstone. Since that Jia Qi had gone off by herself, it seemed like she had her own trump cards. However, Mo Wuji did not mind too much about it. With his spirit storage channel, it should be relatively easy for him to find blackstone. The only problem was that it was too troublesome to dig up the blackstone. His Tianji pole was clearly not suitable for digging. Even when it was reinforced by his lightning sword, he still had to take an entire day to excavate a few blackstone. Even though Mo Wuji was now a bit more experienced with excavating blackstone, he still felt that he should choose a more suitable spiritual equipment for digging. Casually grabbing one of the blackstones in his baskets, he found that the blackstone was roughly the size of a fist. When held in the hand, it felt warm like a jade, sending a soothing and comfortable sensation. When his spiritual will descended on the surface of the blackstone, he could only faintly feel some energy hidden within it. However, he wasn't even able to discern what that energy was. Mo Wuji subconsciously tried to place the blackstone in his storage ring. However, no matter how his spiritual will tried to draw it in, the blackstone in his hand wasn't moved. Shaking his head, Mo Wuji threw the blackstone back in his baster. From the looks of it, this blackstone was unable to be sent into storage rings, or the grade of his storage ring was too low. After covering the basket with a lid, Mo Wuji brought out a quasi-extreme grade spiritual spear. If he recalled correctly, he received this spear from Hoover. Because Mo Wuji didn't use it, he didn't care about it. However, to excavate blackstone, using a spear was more suitable. Unfortunately, he didn't know how to forge equipment. If he did, he definitely would have forged himself a shovel. After refining the spear, Mo Wuji continued to search for blackstone. These blackstone could be exchanged for spirit stone slags. What he lacked the most was spirit stone slags. On the 4th day, Mo Wuji found another blackstone. This blackstone was also 9 meters under the ground. After spending close to a day, all the way to the 5th day's afternoon, he managed to dig the blackstone and threw it into his basket. This left Mo Wuji rather helpless. For the same amount of work, they received far fewer blackstones. From the looks of it, if he wanted to obtain large amounts of blackstone by himself, he would need to find a place concentrated with blackstone. 5 days have already passed. Even if he found any more blackstone, he would not have the time to dig it. Mo Wuji simply picked up his basket and put it on his bag. Just when he was preparing to leave, an intense explosion of elemental energy attracted his attention. Mo Wuji sent his spiritual will outwards and immediately saw a familiar face. Jia Qi was currently fighting with a cultivator, while another cultivator was spectating by the side. Mo Wuji guessed that this battle should be over blackstone. He wanted to see exactly how many blackstones were there. If there were man, he wouldn't mind joining in the fight. Seeing Mo Wuji come over, the 2 people stopped battling, but they did not keep their magic treasures. Friend, we're fighting for the rights over blackstone. If you have no business, then please move away. The cultivator spectating by the side said to Mo Wuji indifferently. Indeed, they were fighting for blackstone. Mo Wuji's spirit storage channel's spiritual will had already seeped into the ground. Soon, he found one piece of blackstone about 3 meters deep. Just one blackstone. Even though it was relatively shallow, Mo Wuji was not very interested. It was not worth it to enter a conflict just because of one blackstone. Just when he was about to leave, Jia Qi suddenly said, "He's my partner, why must he leave?" After hearing that Mo Wuji and Jia Qi were partners, the other 2 started to look at Mo Wuji with hostility. Just when Mo Wuji was about to deny his relations, Jia Qi continued, "There's one blackstone here. I will give you 2 spirit stone slags." Mo Wuji hurriedly asked, "One blackstone can be exchanged for how many pieces of spirit stone slags?" "Under normal circumstances, 10. Now that Jia Qi wanted to Mo Wuji's help, she no longer spoke as though each of her words were worth thousands of gold. The other 2 cultivators' gaze landed on Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji looked just like an ordinary mortal, without even a hint of spiritual ripples. However, none of them dared to look down on Mo Wuji because of this. Being able to enter half-immortal domain, and even into a mining area, wouldn't he also be an earthly immortal expert? If Mo Wuji and Jia Qi joined hands, they would have to engage in a huge battle before they could get that blackstone. "Sorry, I'm not interested." With that, Mo Wuji turned and left. Just for 2 pieces of spirit stone slags, he had to risk his life. Wasn't this severely underestimating his efforts? Mo Wuji was also slightly disappointed. The blackstones that he worked so hard for were actually so cheap. 1 blackstone could only be exchanged for 10 spirit stone slags. He had dug up 6 blackstones, which were only equivalent to 60 spirit stone slags. Never mind, with these 60 spirit stone slags, he could at least cultivate to the advanced worldly immortal stage. In the future, if he wasn't allocated a mining area, he would go out and steal ores. To him, stealing ores and digging for blackstone in a mining area was not much different. His spiritual will could reach 18 meters into the ground. This was an advantage that many cultivators couldn't compete with. "Your partner's going, you still want to fight with us?" "There's still half a day of time. If you continue to fight, then we wouldn't continue to fight one-on-one." Seeing Mo Wuji leave, that cultivator that was battling Jia Qi said coldly. Jia Qi bit her lips. With a stamp of her feet, she turned and chased after Mo Wuji. "You, wait for a while." Jia Qi was quickly able to catch up to Mo Wuji. "What's the matter?" Mo Wuji asked calmly. "You know that without spirit stone slags, even if you're from longevity sect, you wouldn't be able to last long? Don't you want your little life anymore? I know that your cultivation is lower, but those 2 don't know that. Moreover, we will have to leave soon, so we wouldn't have fought that battle, and everyone would have to split it equally. Even then, you would have gotten at least 1 spirit stone slag," Jia Qi said grudgingly. Mo Wuji was not flustered as he said slowly, "Dao friend Jia Qi, even if I don't come to this mining area, I wouldn't be chased out of half-immortal domain, right? Even though I'm a newbie, I'm not easily fooled. I have already heard that as long as I have a bracelet, I can stay permanently in half-immortal domain. I don't even need any of those spirit stone slags. At the most, I won't cultivate." His tone was even a little derisive. Even though Lang Hao didn't tell him many things, he was sure of one thing: as long as he had the bracelet, he wouldn't be chased out of half-immortal domain. Jia Qi's tone was even more derisive than Mo Wuji as she sneered, "You actually believe Lang Hao's words? It's true, he didn't lie to you. To stay in half-immortal domain, you only need the bracelet, and not the spirit stone slags. But did he tell you that to live in half-immortal domain, you need the wood-dissolving pill? Did he tell you that everyone preferred to stay within the half-immortal domain instead of the lands outside, not because of the danger, but because the acute wood energy outside is too dense, and that would cause the woodification of your spirit channels? Wood-dissolving pill? Woodification of spirit channels?" Mo Wuji stared blankly at Jia Qi. He really didn't know about this. Jia Qi did not stop, but continued to speak derisively. "Did he tell you that to excavate blackstone, not only do you need the basket, you would also need a blackstone shovel? Did he tell you that most of the spirit stone slags aren't used for cultivation, but to buy the wood dissolving pill? You don't even know anything, and you dare to say that you would continue staying in half-immortal domain?" Mo Wuji's expression turned solemn. He knew that he had been scammed by Lang Hao, that *** actually scammed him quite badly. Previously, he was even very grateful to Lang Hao for helping him with the bracelet. 10 spirit stone slags, that's 1 blackstone. Many thanks, Dao friend Jiaqi, I truly didn't know all these. Can I ask what's a wood-dissolving pill? Mo Wuji's face was truly unsightly. When Jiaqi saw that Mo Wuji did not refute her words, she calmed down a little. Half-immortal domain is heavily enveloped with acute wood energy. This sort of energy would constantly seep into every cultivator's spirit channels. If you don't find ways to remove it, your spirit channels would soon be woodified by the acute wood energy. Eventually, you will perish without a sound. And the wood-dissolving pill is the pill required to resolve that acute wood energy? Mo Wuji asked a follow-up question. Jiaqi nodded, you're right. The acute wood energy can only be resolved by the wood-dissolving pill, and the wood-dissolving pill can only be purchased in half-immortal domain. Even though there are no rules, nor pressure here, there remains one difficult thing we have to do to survive here. That is to obtain wood-dissolving pill. Why don't any pill refiners concoct it for themselves? Why must they purchase it at half-immortal domain? Even though he was still clueless, Mo Wuji started to feel a little uncomfortable. The water here was too deep, so deep that he could drown at any moment even without knowing it. Because the wood-dissolving pill can only be concocted by metal-type pill refiners. Tell me, have you met any metal-type pill refiners? Jiaqi lightly replied with another question. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 406, This fella really knows how to act like a pig. Chapter 406, This fella really knows how to act like a pig. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Wood-dissolving pill can only be concocted by metal-type pill refiners? Mo Wuji cracked up. He had obtained a jade letter from Tianqi Manor's Yen Huimeng. It was inscribed clearly on the jade letter, the names of all the metal-type pill refiners in Jinxing that have been taken away by the Valley of the Immortal Pills Lai Wanqing. This included even his grandfather Mo Tiancheng. Previously, he was still filled with doubts on why Lai Wanqing would take away so many metal-type pill refiners. Now, he finally understood that Lai Wanqing must definitely be related to half-immortal domain, and he only had one purpose in bringing all those metal-type pill refiners away, to concoct the wood-dissolving pill. At the end of the day, he was related to Mo Tiancheng by blood. Now that he knew something about Mo Tiancheng, he would definitely not leave it be. If not, why do you think the wood-dissolving pills are so valuable? Seeing Mo Wuji crack up, Jiaqi thought that Mo Wuji was in shock over the conditions required to concoct the wood-dissolving pill. Mo Wuji did not ask whether Lai Wanqing was here straight away. Even if he wanted to know, he would have to do so by knocking around the sides. Dao friend Jiaqi, why did you tell me this? Mo Wuji calmed down. He did not believe that Jiaqi would suddenly have a change of heart and tell him all these things. Jiaqi said indifferently, because I need your help. Because I always excavate the least amount of blackstones, no one is willing to pair up with me. Moreover, if you have a partner, when you find blackstone, no one would casually try to snatch it away. So you want to continue to team up with me? Mo Wuji said slowly. He had the spirit storage channel, so he didn't even need to team up with Jiaqi. That's right. You know it too. Besides me, no one in the entire half-immortal domain would want to team up with you. If no one teams up with you, you wouldn't be able to last for half a year. If you don't believe me, you can try circulating spiritual energy. See whether there's an additional acute wood energy in your spirit channels. Jiaqi stared at Mo Wuji. Her tone was very calm. Mo Wuji secretly used his reverse circulation technique. Indeed, there was an additional wood-type energy within his meridians which he had never encountered before. Could this be the acute wood energy? Mo Wuji frowned slightly, and sped up his circulation throughout all his meridians, including his detoxification meridian. In merely a breath's time, that wood-type energy had been swept away by his detoxification meridian, and in the blink of an eye, it was converted into pure spiritual energy. So this energy could be considered a toxin, Mo Wuji discovered something important. Even if he didn't have the wood-dissolving pill, he didn't need to fear this acute wood energy. Indeed, it was best when you created your own cultivation technique. This reverse of the immortal mortal technique was far superior to any other typical techniques. Seeing Mo Wuji frown, Jia Qi continued unhurriedly, I believe you must have felt the acute wood energy, right? Team up with me. I don't dare say that you would have spirit stone slags left over for cultivation, but at least you won't get your spirit channels woodified. Mo Wuji knew that he didn't have any spirit channels, and because he had the detoxification meridian, his meridians wouldn't get woodified. He had no need to fear this acute wood energy. However, he did not immediately reject Jia Qi. He knew that if this woman could excavate blackstone by herself, she was definitely not simple. Can I ask, how long will one wood-dissolving pill last? Mo Wuji asked extremely calmly. Seemingly feeling how calm and collected Mo Wuji was, Jia Qi was slightly astonished. That depends if you are going to cultivate, and how hard you cultivate. If you spend most of your time cultivating, you would absorb much of the acute wood energy. If it's like that, you would need more wood-dissolving pills, perhaps 10 pills in 1 month. If you don't cultivate at all, and merely maintain your power, then 1 wood-dissolving pill would be enough for 2 months. 1 blackstone can be exchanged for 3 wood-dissolving pills. Mo Wuji said, that means to say, roughly 3 spirit stone slags can exchange for 1 wood-dissolving pill? Jia Qi shook her head. If you purchase wood-dissolving pills with spirit stone slags, you would need 10 of it, and you would get the lowest grade of wood-dissolving pill. So, except for an extremely small group of people, an average person typically wouldn't see spirit stone slags to purchase wood-dissolving pills. Jia Qi did not need to explain for Mo Wuji to know things clearly. The value of a blackstone was definitely much more than 10 spirit stone slags. Then if I work with you, how would we split the blackstones we obtain? When Mo Wuji thought about that blackstone that escaped, he felt that finding a partner might not be too bad. He did not have any problems with finding the blackstones, his only problem was with digging the blackstones up. When Jia Qi heard Mo Wuji's words, she speechlessly shook her head, and said indifferently, you don't have a choice. If you want to survive, you can only work with me. As for the division of blackstones, I'm sorry, there's no such thing. Every month, I can only give you 1 wood-dissolving pill. Mo Wuji was about to chortle in anger. That means, I can only get 1 blackstone in 3 months? I want to ask Dao friend Jia Qi, how many blackstones do you get during every trip? Jia Qi looked at Mo Wuji, a hint of ridicule could be seen in the corner of her eyes. That's none of your business. I'm finding you just so that I can get allocated a mining area. I don't actually need your help. To put things in another perspective, I'm helping you. Then forget about it. I don't need your help. Goodbye. With that, Mo Wuji turned and left. He possessed the spirit storage channel, so he did not even need to go to allocated mining areas. As long as there was blackstone, even in abandoned mining areas, he was able to dig it. Jia Qi was momentarily shocked. She thought that she had made things very clear. Mo Wuji could only survive by working with her. She never expected that Mo Wuji would actually reject her. Then what distribution do you propose? Jia Qi hastened her steps, landing beside Mo Wuji. Without a person to work with, it would be hard for her to be allocated a mining area. 1:9. If you're willing, then we can be partners. Mo Wuji slowed down. Alright, 1:9 then, Jia Qi nodded. When she heard Mo Wuji's words, her impression towards Mo Wuji got a little better. At least Mo Wuji wasn't greedy. Mo Wuji only needed one look at this woman's expression and attitude to know that she was mistaken. He sighed as he continued, I'm 9, you're 1. You? Jia Qi was stunned by Mo Wuji's words. She had met many shameless people, but she had never encountered a person as shameless as Mo Wuji. A worldly immortal probably couldn't even dig through the black ground. Now, when they were forming teams, he actually wanted 90% of the harvests. If you say it like that, then how many blackstones did you manage to get this time? When Jia Qi asked this question, she had already thoroughly given up on the idea of working together with Mo Wuji. I guess, probably more than you. Mo Wuji said calmly. His words were not groundless, he was all too clear about the difficulties of excavating blackstone. He possessed the spirit storage channel, but he only managed to get 6 blackstones. It was just that he was lucky and managed to get 5 blackstones at a single go. He did not believe that Jia Qi was luckier than him. You actually managed to dig for blackstones? When Jia Qi heard Mo Wuji's words, she was momentarily stunned as she subconsciously gave up on her idea of leaving. In her perspective, there was no need to talk about Mo Wuji even being able to dig through the black soil. In 5 days, he probably wouldn't even have found a single blackstone. Naturally. That's why, I don't need to team up with you. Without you, Earth would still continue to revolve around the sun. Mo Wuji wasn't attentive with his words, he actually mentioned Earth. Luckily, Jia Qi did not mind Mo Wuji's words, her gaze turned to the basket on Mo Wuji's back. "Dao friend Mo, can you open your basket and let me have a look?" The basket was covered by a lid which was sealed. As long as Mo Wuji didn't open it, no one else would be able to see what was inside. Mo Wuji shook his head, "That's not necessary. I still have to thank you for telling me many things, at least I didn't know about the wood-dissolving pill and the blackstone shovel." Jia Qi suddenly grabbed the basket on her back, she took the initiative to open it and say, "I managed to get 2 blackstones." Mo Wuji saw that there were indeed 2 blackstones lying within Jia Qi's basket. He instantly saw Jia Qi with a different light. If not for his luck in finding 6 blackstones at one go, he probably would have gotten 2 blackstones as well. "I got 6, Mo Wuji opened his basket and said. Jia Qi stared at Mo Wuji's basket in disbelief. She muttered to herself, "There's really 6. It was only until Mo Wuji closed the basket when she finally reacted. With 2 shining eyes, she asked, "Dao friend Mo, you don't have the blackstone shovel, and you're working by yourself. How did you manage to dig 6 blackstones?" Without a blackstone shovel, to dig 6 blackstones in mining area F was truly inconceivable. "That's my business. So, I don't need anyone's help. Of course, if you agree to the 1-to-9 distribution, I can consider forming a team with you. After all, it's better when we work together," Mo Wuji said nonchalantly. From his perspective, he really did not need to work with anyone. Jia Qi suddenly said, "Dao friend Mo, do you know the value of blackstone?" She finally understood why Mo Wuji wouldn't care about a single piece of spirit stone slag. This fella really knew how to act like a pig. If she did not see it personally, who would believe that an intermediate worldly immortal cultivator would be able to get 6 blackstones in mining area F in 5 days? Moreover, this was without help, without a blackstone shovel, and during his virgin trip to a mining area. Mo Wuji said emotionlessly, "I don't know. I did ask you before, but you didn't seem interested in answering me." Jia Qi's face turned slightly hot. She said awkwardly, "I don't actually know what the blackstone is. But I know that the value of 1 blackstone is definitely more than 10 spirit stone slags, maybe even 10,000 spirit stone slags could not be compared to it." Even without Jia Qi saying it, Mo Wuji could guess that the value of blackstone was far from ordinary. However, he never expected that it would be so valuable. Not even 10,000 spirit stone slags could purchase 1 blackstone. But now, they have to sell their blackstones for 10 spirit stone slags. So what? These blackstones can only be sold in half-immortal domain, right? If you have a large amount of blackstone, you wouldn't sell it? Mo Wuji retorted with a question. Jia Qi suddenly stared at Mo Wuji, unblinking. Mo Wuji did not think that this girl would suddenly fall in love with him. Just when he was about to speak, Jia Qi said softly, "Dao friend Mo, can I trust you?" Mo Wuji did not understand the meaning behind Jia Qi's words. He directly said, "I'm not a person who shoots off one's mouth. If you have anything, just say it." Jia Qi nodded, "Actually, this is related to your vital interest. If you are really able to dig large amounts of blackstone, I can bring you to see someone. Who? Mo Wuji subconsciously asked. A peerless smith, Jiaqi spoke hushly, one word at a time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 407, Startling News. Chapter 407, Startling News. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Smith? Mo Wuji startled, and asked promptly, could it be that blackstone is a sort of smithing material? Jiaqi shook her head. I don't know if blackstone is a smithing material, and even that master smith isn't very clear. Then why do you want to bring me to see a smith? Mo Wuji asked doubtfully. First tell me, are you able to excavate a large amount of blackstone? Jiaqi looked at Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji did not hesitate. I do have this ability. But the actual digging itself is rather taxing, so I don't mind working with you. If we spend the entire 5 days finding blackstone, how many would you be able to find? Jiaqi still wasn't at ease, and asked another question. As for Mo Wuji saying that digging was taxing, she directly ignored it. How could digging be easy for anyone? Moreover, Mo Wuji was in the intermediate worldly immortal stage, and he didn't have the blackstone shovel, but he could still excavate blackstone, that was already inconceivable. After a brief moment of contemplation, I'm not sure. I guess that if I'm only finding without digging, probably around 10. Alright, now can you swear that you won't reveal what I'm telling you, then I will bring you to find that master smith? When Jiaqi heard that Mo Wuji could find 10 blackstone in 5 days, she asked directly. Mo Wuji laughed, Dao friend Jiaqi, meeting that master smith is not important to me. I'm not used to swearing. Goodbye. Working with Jiaqi was really of no importance to Mo Wuji. Moreover, that smith also didn't know the functions of blackstone, so what was the point in meeting that smith? He was even asked to swear an oath then he can meet that person. He had no interest in doing so. Even if that person was an earthly immortal king, it would still be useless. Wait, then will you reveal the matter that I tell you? Jiaqi clearly didn't want to give up like that. Mo Wuji said indifferently, I won't, it's up to you whether or not you want to believe me. I won't swear, nor make you any promises. Alright, I believe you. Jiaqi's reply came as a surprise to Mo Wuji. Seeing Mo Wuji's surprised look, Jiaqi explained, a person that doesn't swear easily is the more trustworthy person. After a short pause, Jiaqi suddenly formed a soundproof barrier around them. She started to speak softly, that smith can create storage rings. Mo Wuji stared at Jiaqi doubtfully. He had more than one storage rings on him. Being able to create storage rings did not mean much to him. Looking at Mo Wuji's expression, Jiaqi knew what was on Mo Wuji's mind. She took a step closer to Mo Wuji and whispered, he can create a storage ring that can store blackstone. What? Mo Wuji stared at Jiaqi. This news was too staggering. Blackstone could not be placed into storage rings. It was definitely an item that was not of this world. It was also because of this that the half-immortal domain wasn't afraid of blackstone being stolen. If a person could create a storage ring that could store blackstone, the moment this news was revealed, the half-immortal domain would immediately eliminate that person or control that person. No wonder why Jiaqi was so cautious. Mo Wuji finally understood the reason behind Jiaqi's words. I'm not lying to you, that Master Smith can indeed do that. And the materials used to create that ring can be found in half-immortal domain, Jiaqi explained. Seeing Mo Wuji's silence, Jiaqi continued, perhaps you think that these blackstones might not be useful to you, and you would rather exchange them for spirit stone slags. But let me tell you, if we manage to leave half-immortal domain one day, and enter the true immortal domain, these blackstones will be of utmost use. Mo Wuji naturally wouldn't think that these blackstones were useless. Honestly, if he could conceal these blackstones, he would have sent them into his storage ring a long time ago. Alright, I agree. After we meet that Master Smith, if he can really create a storage ring which can store blackstone, we can rediscuss the distribution. Actually, Jia Qi didn't need to explain any further. The moment Mo Wuji heard that there was a smith that could create storage rings which could contain blackstone, he would not hesitate to agree to work together with Jia Qi. A trace of emotion flashed in Jia Qi's eyes. She nodded to Mo Wuji. Come, we will talk as we return. Wait, I have 6 blackstone here, I will sell you 5 then. Mo Wuji pointed to the basket on his back. Okay, Jia Qi immediately understood Mo Wuji's meaning. Since Mo Wuji intended to work with her, he would not want to reveal his ability to search for blackstone. With Mo Wuji's cultivation at the worldly immortal stage, finding too many blackstones at one go was indeed out of the ordinary. Fortunately, she had stayed in half-immortal domain for quite some time. It could be plausible for her to find 7 blackstone if she was lucky. Actually, she had encountered such a situation before. Then, she found 12 blackstone at one go, and she managed to dig up 8 blackstone. The flying ship punctually stopped at mining area F. After Mo Wuji and Jia Qi boarded the ship, they did not discuss any further. There were too many years on the ship, their matters were not suitable for discussion. One day later, the flying ship stopped outside of half-immortal domain. There was already a station outside of half-immortal domain to collect blackstone. Mo Wuji honestly entered the queue. Mo Wuji discovered that many people had taken out over 10 blackstones at a go. There were even 2 that brought out 20 over blackstones. However, there were no few of those that were like him, and only had 1 blackstone. At the same time, Mo Wuji discovered that among those that collected over 10 blackstones, after handing over the required blackstones, they would not exchange their personal blackstones for spirit stone slags, but chose to keep the blackstone. Keeping blackstone seemed to be accepted here. As long as you have enough blackstone, you would be allowed to take away your own blackstone. When it got to Mo Wuji's turn, he did the same as the people in front of him. He took out his bracelet, then the 1 blackstone from his basket. Mining area 5109F, 1 blackstone, obtained 5 spirit stone slags. The cultivator collecting the blackstones took Mo Wuji's blackstone away. At the same time, he took out 5 spirit stone slags and handed it to Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji knew the distribution in mining area F was 2:3:5. That meant that for 10 spirit stone slags, 1 blackstone, he could obtain 5 spirit stone slags. Half-immortal domain would have 2, longevity sect would have 3. Can I ask whether my longevity sect spirit stone slags would be handed over here? When Mo Wuji saw that this fella only gave him 5 spirit stone slags, he asked directly. Before that fella collecting spirit stone slags could answer, a figure flashed from the side and pulled Mo Wuji away. Brother Mo, you don't have to worry. Longevity sect will receive its share from half-immortal domain, you don't have to worry. I came to apologize to you. The person who pulled Mo Wuji away was Lang Hao, his tone was incomparably modest. Lang Hao continued with an apologetic and serious tone, because of my mistake, I forgot to pass you a blackstone shovel when you left. I have already brought it over to you, I promise that nothing of the like will happen again. With that, Lang Hao brought a blackstone shovel out of nowhere and handed it to Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji laughed coldly in his heart. This fella must have seen that he had returned with a blackstone, so his attitude changed drastically. Naturally, he wouldn't be courteous as he accepted the blackstone shovel. He patted Lang Hao's shoulder and said, Dao friend Lang is too courteous. You don't have to put this matter to heart. It was because I helped Dao friend Jia Qi, she saw that I had worked hard, so she gave me 1 blackstone. If I was by myself, I wouldn't have even received 1 blackstone. Lang Hao didn't know whether Mo Wuji's words were true or not. He awkwardly apologized again, and hurriedly bade his farewells. Mo Wuji couldn't be bothered about him. He intended to go to an abandoned mining area to search for blackstones after this. There, he didn't need to hand over any blackstones, all the blackstones he dug there would belong to himself. By this time, Jia Qi had also handed over the blackstones. She did not find Mo Wuji, but swiftly left by herself. Mo Wuji did not mind, he knew that Jia Qi must definitely be off to discuss with that master smith. She should be requesting for that master smith for permission for Mo Wuji to visit him. Mo Wuji did not have a hint of worry. He was sure that master smith would definitely agree. If Jia Qi had not revealed the master smith's matter to him, that smith would have control. But now that this matter had already been revealed, the control was now in his hands. Unless that master smith found a person to kill him. From this, he could see, while Jia Qi might be of a higher cultivation, her experience and wisdom could not be compared to him. As for sending a person to kill him, Mo Wuji was not afraid despite being only at worldly immortal stage level 4. Thus, Mo Wuji did not go to Longevity's sect to find Lang Hao, but returned to his own residences to wait for Jia Qi's news. In a small house fort at the outermost region of half-immortal domain, the black-robed Jia Qi was behaving respectfully in front of a heavily bearded man. This heavily bearded man was frowning in contemplation, seemingly digesting the news that Jia Qi had just fed him. After half an incense's time, he sighed and said, "Since that's the case, then I'll meet him." Jia Qi heaved a sigh of relief, and spoke with guilt, "Big brother Puzi, I was too careless. I should not have revealed the matter about you." The bearded man waved his hand, "Jia Qi, this is not your fault. Even though this person's cultivation is low, if I'm not wrong, he should be an experienced man. He played with your psychology, which caused you to impatiently reveal my existence. Only if you did that, would you have the chips to bargain with him? Anyway, what's done cannot be undone. Just call him over then. If this person has malicious intentions, even if I die in half-immortal domain, I wouldn't forge a storage ring for him." At his own residences, Mo Wuji was still wondering over the uses of blackstone. According to his observation, blackstone seemed to contain some unfathomable energy, something that he had never seen before. 2 hours later, the restrictions that he installed outside his residences was disturbed. Mo Wuji sent his spiritual will outwards and immediately discovered that Jia Qi had arrived. Seeing Mo Wuji walk out, Jia Qi did not enter Mo Wuji's residences, but stood outside and say, "Dao friend Mo, if you have nothing on, why don't you follow me for a look? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 408, You Don't Dare, I'm Not Afraid. Chapter 408, You Don't Dare, I'm Not Afraid. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. This Master Smith's immortal estate was actually a small stone fort? As Mo Wuji stood outside the stone fort and scanned it with his spiritual will, he could tell that the smith's array knowledge was no worse than his. The periphery of the stone fort was installed with all sorts of hidden trigger arrays and trap arrays. If one didn't understand arrays, he would be easily trapped within. Thereafter, if the person controlling the array attacked, the chances of survival would be close to zero. "Dao friend Mo, you can follow me in." "Don't worry, nothing will happen." As Jia Qi saw Mo Wuji sizing the stone fort up, she took the initiative to say. Mo Wuji smiled faintly, and unhesitantly walked into the stone fort. Even if something happens, he wouldn't be scared. These various arrays were indeed able to block him. But if Jia Qi and that hidden master wanted to take his life, it would be impossible. After they walked into the stone fort, Mo Wuji followed Jia Qi up to the second floor. The small stone fort's second floor only had one room. At the entrance, Mo Wuji could already see a man sitting in the middle of the room. "Master Puzi, I brought Mo Wuji here," Jia Qi said respectfully by the door. "Since you're here, come in and take a seat." The man in the middle of the room lifted his face. It was filled with a beard. After a simple acknowledgement, Jia Qi introduced to Mo Wuji, "Dao friend Mo, this is Master Puzi. He is a peerless smith. According to what I know, no one else in half-immortal domain can match him." But Mo Wuji's gaze swept across this man. If Jia Qi didn't introduce Master Puzi, Mo Wuji would never believe that this bearded man would actually be a peerless smith. Even his name was a little weird, just like Jia Qi. It was called Puzi. 1. Mo Wuji greets the master, Mo Wuji clasped his fists and followed Jia Qi into the room. Mo Wuji did not know whether this Master Puzi was really an expert smith, but he could tell that this fellow was definitely very strong, at least in the great circle of the earthly immortal stage. Dao friend Mo, aren't you afraid that Jia Qi and I would suddenly attack, to keep you here? Master Puzi's gaze landed on Mo Wuji's face as he spoke unhurriedly. Even though he did not emit any sort of killing intent, his words gave a threatening aura. Mo Wuji smiled faintly as he walked to a chair by the side and sat down. He said calmly, "You don't dare, and I'm not afraid." Jia Qi and Puzi were both shocked. To Puzi's words, Jia Qi thought that Mo Wuji might reply, "I believe that you won't do that, or I trust the two of you, which was why I came here." She never expected Mo Wuji to actually say "you don't dare, and I'm not afraid." Mo Wuji was merely in the intermediate worldly immortal stage. What emboldened him to say such words? There was nothing to fear with regards to killing him. Even if they killed Mo Wuji here, they would absolutely not face any form of repercussions. Really? Then let me see. With that, Puzi's entire body shot up. Following which, a huge fist moved towards Mo Wuji. As Jia Qi spectated from a distance, it looked like he was even condensing space as he punched towards Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji simply sat there, and he also punched out. From the looks of it, this Puzi was like him. He also knew a bit about the theories of space. This person could even condense space towards him. He clearly wasn't a mere novice. Mo Wuji did not feel any sort of killing intent from Puzi's body, so his punch also didn't contain any killing intent. In this punch, he also encompassed his minor accomplishments in the theories of space. Boom! The two fists met, elemental energy exploded. Puzi recoiled backwards like a broken string, while Mo Wuji did not move a single bit. Jia Qi stared blankly at Mo Wuji. She was all too clear about Master Puzi's power. Even though he might not be the strongest here, his rich elemental energy far exceeded any advanced earthly immortal stage expert. Mo Wuji was merely in the intermediate worldly immortal stage, and he was actually too lazy to even stand as he matched fists with Puzi. Could it be that Mo Wuji was not a worldly immortal, but an earthly immortal? Puzi did not jump back at Mo Wuji. His heart was filled with greater waves of shock than Jia Qi. In that exchange of fists, he became extremely clear that Mo Wuji was indeed a worldly immortal. A worldly immortal could actually match evenly against him. That was simply terrifying. One must know that when they weren't using skills, it was actually a contest on the use elemental energy. Gotcha! At this instant, a fracture appeared below Mo Wuji. Dao friend Mo has such a strong sacred art which could divert attacks. Puzi calmed his elemental energy and said in shock. Mo Wuji smiled slightly. He did not explain his sacred art but directly asked, "I heard from Dao friend Jia Qi that Master Puzi is a peerless smith?" Jia Qi looked at Mo Wuji and finally understood why Mo Wuji would dare say those words previously. He's really not afraid. In the blink of an eye, he changed the pace of the conversation, snatching the initiative for himself. When she was secretly admiring him, she was also sure that before Mo Wuji entered half-immortal domain, he must have been a peak expert of his planet, maybe even the leader. Puzi said proudly, "That's right. Below the immortal realm, I'm the best among all the smiths." His tone was filled with self-confidence and pride, without a single hint of modesty. After that, he did not even wait for Mo Wuji as he directly brought out a silver ring. "This is a spatial ring that I forged. The space inside is definitely no less than our usual storage rings." Thereafter, a black stone appeared within his hands. Mo Wuji's spiritual will was incredibly strong. He could see clearly that this black stone had been taken out from the ring. Moreover, this black stone was the same as the one that he had dug out previously. "I want a ring like this. What's the price?" Mo Wuji asked calmly. Puzi placed the ring on the table and replied in calm, "In the future, give me 30% of your blackstone, and you need to find the materials for this ring yourself. Also, you need to agree to one condition." Mo Wuji stood up, since Master Puzi doesn't wish to discuss this business, then I will take my leave. Dao friend Mo. Seeing Mo Wuji turn and leave, Jia Qi was slightly anxious. Puzi frowned as well. He now understood why Mo Wuji was so unyielding previously, so Mo Wuji wanted to tell him that they were equal, not some animal for him to control. Dao friend Mo, would you reveal the matter of me being able to forge these rings? Puzi also stood up. Mo Wuji stopped and said, I won't reveal it, but I won't promise you anything. Tell me your conditions, Puzi said helplessly. Since Mo Wuji could leave unhesitatingly, Puzi did not dare take this risk. Help me forge a ring, and I will help find the materials required to forge it. At the same time, just tell me the compensation you want. As for how many blackstones I make, will have no relations to you. Alright, I want 1,000 blackstones. But you must promise me one condition. Even though he had only met with Mo Wuji for a short period of time, Puzi was already very clear of Mo Wuji's personality. Mo Wuji was not a person easily controlled. As for a percentage distribution of blackstone, even if he was much stronger, he would not be able to get Mo Wuji to agree. Say it then, what's the condition? Mo Wuji's tone slowed down. Just now, in your punch, you also integrated some rules of space. I hope that you could inscribe your understandings of space on a jade letter for me. After Puzi said that, he stared at Mo Wuji. Actually, this condition was the most important thing. How long will it take to forge the ring? Even though the brief theory of space no longer had much value to Mo Wuji did not immediately agree to this request. You need to first help me find some brilliant curved space gold. As he said this, Puzi brought out a dim yellow rock the size of a soybean and handed it to Mo Wuji. Wait till you find enough brilliant curved space gold, then give me a year's time, I can help forge you a storage ring. Mo Wuji accepted the brilliant curved space gold and scanned it with his spiritual will. He instantly felt the energy of spatial laws. Soon, he passed the brilliant curved space gold back to Puzi. Master Puzi, I agree to your condition, but I have two conditions of my own. Hearing Mo Wuji agree, Master Puzi instantly became spirited. Dao friend Mo, please speak. 1. I won't wait for a year. You need to give me your storage ring. I will find enough brilliant curved space gold as compensation. 1 year later, the ring that you forge will belong to you. 2. I have a ship that has yet to be completed. I need you, in an appropriate time, to help me complete this ship. After Mo Wuji finished, he did not speak and waited for Master Puzi's answer. This is not possible. Master Puzi directly rejected Mo Wuji's request. This time, Mo Wuji did not turn and leave, but said seriously, Master Puzi, my understandings of space comes from a jade letter. By reading what was on this jade letter, I was able to interact with space when I was at the true God stage. You can only imagine how valuable this jade letter is. Honestly, if not for this place, even if you offer 10,000 times of what you're offering now, I would not give this jade letter to you. Master Puzi did not rebut. Because Mo Wuji's words were the truth. If not for this place, he wouldn't be able to use a mere storage ring to exchange for Mo Wuji's jade letter. Seeing the other party hesitate, Mo Wuji added, Master Puzi, if you think about it. If I reach the immortal realm, how many of such rings would you need to give me in order to exchange for this valuable sacred art? Alright, I agree. Mo Wuji's final words tipped Master Puzi over. Master Puzi was a straightforward person, he agreed to it immediately. He placed all his blackstone in a basket by the side and handed his ring to Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji roughly counted, there were merely over 100 blackstones there. After accepting the ring, Mo Wuji sent his spiritual will inwards. There was indeed quite a huge space inside. Thereafter, he retrieved a jade letter and inscribed all the content of the brief theory of space into the jade letter, and passed the jade letter to Master Puzi. He could feel that this Master Puzi was not a cunning person, so he did not hide anything. If it was some other person, he might purposely exclude some pages of the brief theory of space, and only hand it over after his ship was completed. 1. Puzi could directly be translated to shop, while Jiaqi actually translates to abandoned reeds. Very rarely do people have names with such meaning. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 409, Abandoned Mining Area. Chapter 409, Abandoned Mining Area. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Even as they walked out of Master Puzi's small stone fort, Jiaqi was still in disbelief. Mo Wuji was actually able to get Master Puzi to give up his personal storage ring. Before the actual exchange, she wouldn't have believed that such a thing would happen. I really never imagined that Master Puzi would really pass you the storage ring. After she calmed down, Jiaqi sighed with emotions. Mo Wuji laughed. This is merely a trade of mutual benefits. This ring could only used in a place like this, but my brief theory of space is an invaluable treasure. Jiaqi nodded. Mo Wuji was right. For a treasure like the brief theory of space, if it was somewhere else, a mere storage ring would never be able to exchange for it. Dao friend Jiaqi, usually how many times would mining areas be allocated every month? After Mo Wuji obtained the storage ring, he was raring to go out and search for blackstone. He needed spirit stone slags to raise his power rapidly. In a place like this, the most straightforward method to obtain spirit stone slags was by excavating blackstone. Roughly 3 times every month. When they are allocating mining areas, they will inform us through the bracelet, Jiaqi replied. Mo Wuji looked at his own bracelet. Things were written clearly on his bracelet. They would be allocating mining areas 3 days later. Seeing Mo Wuji look at his bracelet, Jiaqi continued, for the allocation of mining areas 3 days later, you don't have to go so early. Why? Mo Wuji stared at Jiaqi quizzically. He knew that going earlier would result in better mining areas. Even though he did not intend to go to those mining areas, he still didn't understand Jiaqi's words. Jiaqi laughed self-deprecatingly. Every organization has their own hidden rules. Even if you're the first to go, with your qualifications, you wouldn't be allocated the best mining areas. Even if you're the first to find a partner, you will find that you wouldn't be able to find a partner. According to those hidden rules, no one would want to work with you. I can find you, Mo Wuji said. Jiaqi shook her head. That would be for the first time only. After we succeed the first time, there wouldn't be a second time. We would soon be expelled of the longevity sect. So going early and getting better mining areas does not apply to everybody. Mo Wuji was speechless. What he thought was very fair turned out to be untrue. Indeed, when there are people, there will be politics. As long as there are politics, there would not be fairness. We can't go too late as well. We can't get the best mining area, but we can still go for the second best. As long as you can maintain that ability to find blackstone, we would soon make a fortune, Jiaqi explained. Mo Wuji shook his head and said seriously, Dao friend Jiaqi, I'm not clear of your abilities. So before we come up with anything specific, we need to see you display your abilities. Then, we will start. How about that? Jiaqi did not hesitate to say, alright, I also have that same intention. In reality, to Jiaqi, she did not know how Mo Wuji's ability worked. Thus, it would not be appropriate for them to discuss on how they would divide the blackstones yet. I have an idea. That is, we won't go to longevity sect to get mining areas, but go to abandoned mining areas. Which are the relatively better abandoned mines? I hope that you can bring me to take a look. Mo Wuji looked at Jiaqi and said. Abandoned mining areas? You want to steal ores? Jiaqi looked at Mo Wuji in astonishment. Even though there were quite a number of people who steal ores, the ones that actually succeed were only a few. Even in multiple days, they might not be able to find a single blackstone. Don't make it sound so bad. We are merely checking the mining area. Even though Mo Wuji knew that stealing ores was normal and not illegal, Mo Wuji felt very disturbed when he heard it. Jiaqi said seriously, Dao friend Mo, many newbies have the same idea as you. However, they soon learn that they need to honestly find a group, and honestly excavate at an allocated mining area. All the abandoned mining areas are practically completely excavated. Even if there were some fish that slipped through the nets, the number of them is extremely little. A large number of those cultivators that steal ores are merely wasting their time and their efforts. But I still want to see the abandoned mining areas, Mo Wuji responded. Jia Qi laughed. Dao friend Mo, you are actually making a wrong move. Think about it, you have the storage ring. If you dig 10 blackstones, you just need to take 2 out for them. Thus, the ratios for half-immortal domain and longevity sect wouldn't affect us much. How could Mo Wuji have ignored this fact? He had been to mining area F, and in a few days' time, he only managed to find 7 blackstones. In other words, the worst mining areas weren't even good places to excavate. Thus, he wanted to look at those top-graded mining areas. Even if they're abandoned, it wouldn't make a difference to him. Because the deeper areas of the mining areas should still be untouched territory. I just want to take a look. Take me to the best mining area, Mo Wuji maintained his view. When Jia Qi saw how obstinate Mo Wuji was, she could only say, alright, I will bring you to mining area 6A. That was one of the earliest mining areas, and it has long been abandoned. It could also be considered the best mining area. I heard that once, someone found over 1,000 blackstones at a single go. Thereafter, some people went to mining area 6A after it was abandoned to steal blackstones, but none of them seemed to be able to receive any rewards. Because every inch of that mining area had already been excavated. Then let's go to mining area 6A, and we'll go right now, Mo Wuji promptly decided. He really wanted to know, in these better mining areas, were there still blackstone in the deeper regions? Mo Wuji had displayed his ability and capability. Since Jia Qi wanted to work with Mo Wuji, she naturally did not reject him. Moreover, it was still a few days' time before the next allocation of mining areas. 6 hours later, Mo Wuji and Jia Qi stopped. In front of them was a stretch of black land. The only difference was, there seemed to be faint traces of red soil within this black land. This is mining area 6A? Mo Wuji looked at the black soil in front of him. It really looked like the entire area had been flipped over. Jia Qi answered, yes, mining area A has the best mining areas, and the smaller the number, the closer they are to the blackstone ores. Mining area 6A was once the best mining area in half-immortal domain. Mo Wuji entered the mining area and scanned outwards with his spiritual will. He confirmed that there was no other person in the surroundings. His spirit storage channel's spiritual will had already entered into the black soil beneath him. In half an incense's time, Mo Wuji discovered the first blackstone. However, this blackstone was roughly 15 meters into the ground, so Mo Wuji did not tell Jia Qi. For this single blackstone that was so deep under, he really wasn't interested in excavating it. Jia Qi followed behind Mo Wuji. She didn't even bother using her spiritual will to search for blackstone. For a place which had been thoroughly excavated before, she wouldn't do such a useless action. After Mo Wuji knew that this place was indeed unsuitable for excavation, she would discuss with Mo Wuji their plans for 3 days later. Mo Wuji's pace was not fast, nor was it slow. Just like that, 2 hours passed. This place really deserved to be called mining area A. In this short period of time, he already found 17 blackstones. Back when he was in mining area F, he didn't find such dense amounts of blackstone. What left Mo Wuji disappointed was that these 17 blackstones were not what he wanted. The most shallow ones were at least 9 meters down. He felt that this was not worth it. To just dig like this would be a waste of effort. Mo Wuji wanted to find a dense cluster of blackstone that would save time. Dao friend Mo, even if you search for another few days, the results would be the same. This place has already been thoroughly excavated. It's hard to find any more new blackstones. Seemingly feeling Mo Wuji's disappointment, Jia Qi advised by the side. Just when Mo Wuji was about to explain that he had already found blackstone, just that there were very scattered. He noticed black stones in a snowflake-like arrangement. After roughly counting it, there were actually 30 of them, and they were not deep, around 12 to 15 meters. Let's start digging here. After Mo Wuji locked into the 30 blackstones with his spiritual will, he pointed to the ground. Ah! Jia Qi stared at Mo Wuji doubtfully. This place had been dug before, you want to dig it again? Mo Wuji did not explain, but he had already taken out his blackstone shovel and started digging. With the bolstering of his elemental energy, the blackstone shovel was actually much more effective than his Tianji pole and spear. In a single scoop, he was able to dig up 30 centimeters of black soil, and he didn't even need to use the support of any skills. Seeing Mo Wuji start digging, Jia Qi could only follow suit and dig behind Mo Wuji. With Jia Qi's first shovel, Mo Wuji knew that in terms of digging the black soil, Jia Qi was much stronger than him. He could only reach a depth of 30 centimeters at each time, while Jia Qi could reach 60 centimeters. The lower they went, the harder the black soil. Jia Qi was very experienced. She would choose the most suitable spot to shovel. Mo Wuji followed behind her, saving a lot of effort and time. Not bad, this partnership was still okay. Previously, Mo Wuji took 1 day to reach 9 meters. But now, with Jia Qi, they merely took 2 hours to reach 9 meters. Not only that, the energy Mo Wuji used was much lesser. Dao friend Mo, digging on would be a waste. When they reached 9 meters, Jia Qi could not hold it in and say. This could be her first time digging aimlessly. Mo Wuji continued to dig as he said, don't worry. By the time you reach 15 meters, you will see the results. 15 meters? Jia Qi's hands started to tremble. In the entire half-immortal domain, those whose spiritual will could reach 6 meters into the ground could already be considered an expert. If they could reach 9 meters, they would be one of the best excavators here. Those people don't even need to dig personally, they just needed to move their lips and they would get large piles of blackstone. There was only one expert that could reach 5 meters into the ground with his spiritual will, and he couldn't hold it for long. Mo Wuji said 15 meters? Was he scamming her or was this bullshit? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 410, Huge Whirlpool. Chapter 410, Huge Whirlpool. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Jia Qi's spiritual will entered the ground. However, at such a depth, there was a huge restraint to her spiritual will. Her spiritual will could only reach 1.5 meters before it stopped. Following her use of spiritual will, her digging speed slowed down. Mo Wuji immediately noticed the change in Jia Qi. He promptly said, Dao friend Jia Qi, don't distract yourself. He used his spiritual will to lock in to those 30 blackstones, and he was also digging. This was already enough to cause him to pant. If Jia Qi was distracted, it would be much more exhausting for him. Moreover, while this place was remote, could they be sure that no one else would come? The moment someone came, there wouldn't be anything good for them. Alright, I know. Jia Qi hurriedly retracted her spiritual will and wholeheartedly started to dig. In another 2 hours, the blackstone shovel in Mo Wuji's hand suddenly twisted, and with a sweep of elemental energy, tens of blackstone flew out from the ground, landing in the basket on his back. Jia Qi saw the blackstones brought out by Mo Wuji, and promptly stopped digging. She stared inside the basket on Mo Wuji's back in aghast, not uttering a word for a long time. There were 30 blackstones inside the basket. In just half a day, she and Mo Wuji managed to excavate 30 blackstone? Mo Wuji waved his hand, sending the loose soil back into the hold. Compressing it with his elemental energy, the place now looked normal. Dao friend Mo, there's 30. At this instant, Jia Qi finally came back to her senses as she stared at Mo Wuji's basket and said. Mo Wuji nodded, that's right, we managed to get 30 blackstones this time. Actually, I already found some scattered blackstones just now, but I was too lazy to take them. Otherwise, we would have wasted our time, but. Jia Qi was instantly agitated. Dao friend Mo, you're saying, you really can find blackstone as deep as 15 meters? Mo Wuji did not hide anything. Anyway, they were going to work together in the future. That's right, I can find blackstone as deep as 15 meters. Dao friend Jia Qi, I've already seen your capabilities in digging, now let's discuss how we are going to distribute this. Actually, when Mo Wuji's spirit storage channel was displayed to the max, it could even find blackstone as deep as 18 to 21 meters into the ground. What's there left to discuss? There's no need to talk about 1:9. Even if it was 0.5 to 9.5, she would agree. She was very sure, if Mo Wuji revealed that his spiritual will could reach 15 meters into the black soil, no one in the entire half-immortal domain would be unwilling to work with him, even if Mo Wuji only offered that 0.5. She believed that Mo Wuji would not reveal his abilities in half-immortal domain. Even though he would be very well regarded, he would also be in utmost danger. How would the half-immortal domain leave a blackstone finding expert like Mo Wuji alone? In the future, I will take 7, you will take 2, Mo Wuji said. He knew that giving 20% to Jia Qi was indeed a lot. However, he wanted to thank Jia Qi. Without Jia Qi, his abilities would still go to waste. Moreover, Jia Qi was a good digger, he needed this sort of help. Moreover, by giving Jia Qi enough benefits, she would help him keep this secret. Ah! Jia Qi was stunned, and she said immediately, that's too much. It's indeed too much. If she's given 20%, then out of those 30 blackstones, she would have given 6. And this was just in a single day. To obtain 6 blackstones in one day, that's simply heaven-defying. I hope that you won't reveal my power, just like how you're keeping Master Puzi's secret, Mo Wuji said. This matter was very important. Jia Qi promptly said, Dao friend Mo, you can rest assured. I, Jia Qi, swear that I will not reveal your secret, otherwise, I will be struck to death by lightning. Mo Wuji nodded, he could trust Jia Qi. Dao friend Jia Qi, which planet were you from? Honestly, when I first heard your name, I felt that it was a little strange. Now that the two have struck up an agreement, their relationships were no longer the same. At least in half-immortal domain, they were considered in an alliance. Jia Qi sighed lightly and said, I'm from the complete river planet. Because my family conditions were too poor to live, I was abandoned by my father when I was born. My father threw me by a patch of reeds. Fortunately, my master passed by and picked me up, naming me Jia Qi. 1. Hearing Jia Qi's words, Mo Wuji instantly went silent. When Jia Qi was young, she was abandoned by reeds, which was why she got her name Jia Qi. He thought of Xin Shuyin. Shuyin and her mother was also abandoned by her father. Because of his relations with Shuyin, he suddenly felt much closer to Jia Qi. Jia Qi did not know that Mo Wuji had thought of his lover, as she continued, actually, Master Puzi is the same. He was once an ordinary mortal, his father was a blacksmith, and they had a shop at a busy street. This shop was the source of their family's income, and it was also the root of his father's life. However, because that street was too busy, they were robbed. His parents were killed while he managed to escape with his life. Thus, he changed his name to Puzi. 1 was to remember his parents, 2 was to remind himself of revenge. Did he manage to take his revenge? Mo Wuji suddenly felt some sympathy for the bearded smith. Jia Qi nodded, yes, the thief who robbed his shop had been killed by him. Actually, the entire empire was destroyed by him. The reason why Master Puzi chose smithing was also in remembrance of his father. Mo Wuji sighed in his heart, indeed, everyone had their own tragedies, albeit, him, Shuyin, Jia Qi or Puzi. Dao friend Mo, just now you said you'll get 7 while I get 2. What about the remaining 1? After chatting with Mo Wuji, Jia Qi also felt that her relationship with Mo Wuji had gotten much closer. The reason why she asked this question was because she knew that Mo Wuji would not give this 10% to Master Puzi. In her eyes, Mo Wuji was a very demarcative person. His trade with Puzi had already ended, so he would not provide anything further. Mo Wuji answered, "I still have a friend. My guess is that he will be coming over in a few days' time. I left this last one for him." Mo Wuji was talking about Lu Chuanhe. He chose to leave these 10% to Lu Chuanhe, not because Lu Chuanhe was a Star Lord of Star King Mountain. After all, he was also a Star Lord. Instead, it was because he appreciated a person like Lu Chuanhe, a person that would give his all for Jinxing compared to Bian Xuanbi and Muingxiao. Lu Chuanhe was more of his wavelength. Jia Qi did not ask any further. This was Mo Wuji's business. Even if he didn't give this 10% away, she wouldn't mind. Now that they had already worked together before, Jia Qi and Mo Wuji now had tacit understanding with one another. Mining Area A was truly a solid mining area. As Mo Wuji continued to search for blackstone, he would at least get 3 blackstones at one go. He would directly ignore anything less than 3. In a short 5 days, the two had dug 738 blackstones. There was once, Mo Wuji found 102 blackstones at one go. "Dao friend Jia, I intend to go exchange for some spirit stone slags, then go behind closed doors." The more she dug, the more spirited Jia Qi got. Mo Wuji, however, did not wish to continue digging. He wanted to go back and cultivate. Even though these blackstones were very precious, he would still exchange some of them for spirit stone slags for cultivation. In this excavation, the main player was still Mo Wuji. Since Mo Wuji wanted to return, Jia Qi had to return too. "Dao friend Mo, before you cultivate, remember to exchange for wood-dissolving pills," Jia Qi reminded. She was very satisfied. In just a few days, she was able to obtain 150 blackstones. If it was in the past, she would never have gotten so many blackstones even after years. Mo Wuji's detoxification meridian could resolve the acute wood energy. So he naturally didn't need the wood-dissolving pill. However, now that Jia Qi had reminded him, even if he didn't need this pill, he should still buy some of it. "I know. It's just that the exchange of spirit stone slags is so evil. After working so hard to get these blackstones, 1 blackstone can only be exchanged for 10 spirit stone slags." Mo Wuji grabbed 1 blackstone in his hand, feeling rather helpless. Jia Qi smiled slightly. "I know an underground blackstone exchange. 1 blackstone can be exchanged for 15 to 20 spirit stone slags." Mo Wuji thought of those people who chose to keep their blackstones previously, so it was because they wanted to go to these underground exchanges. With this sort of underground exchange, he naturally wouldn't choose to exchange his blackstones with half-immortal domain. "Then what about your blackstones?" Mo Wuji pointed at his ring. "My blackstones will temporarily be placed with you. When you cultivate, I will go look for the brilliant curved space gold," Jia Qi answered. "All right." Mo Wuji did not appear overly courteous. Jia Qi was at the great circle of earthly immortal, hence, she did not need to cultivate. On the other hand, he was the one who needed to raise his power. He took 5 blackstones and put them in his basket. These would be used to exchange for spirit stone slags. There was this good point about going to abandoned mines: half-immortal domain would not monitor his basket. "All right, I want to ask you about a few people. There's a pill refiner called Lai Wanqing. Have you heard of him?" Mo Wuji thought of the questions he wanted to ask previously. Previously, he was not familiar with Jia Qi, but now, they could be considered comrades. He could ask this sort of questions. Jia Qi shook her head. "Never heard of it." "Then what about Mang-Yin-San?" "Mang-Yin-San?" Jia Qi stared at Mo Wuji in astonishment. "How do you know the genius Mang-Yin-San?" Mo Wuji said in delight, "Dao friend Jia Qi, so you've really heard of Mang-Yin-San?" Jia Qi nodded. "I've naturally heard of him. Mang-Yin-San was a supreme expert that managed to leave half-immortal domain, a genius cultivator. When he was in half-immortal domain, he welcomed the heavenly immortal tribulation. he passed the tribulation and ascended to become a heavenly immortal. You can ascend into the heavenly immortal stage in half-immortal domain? Mo Wuji was shocked. Could this place really be a part of the immortal realm? Jia Qi shook her head. No, only a few geniuses who have cultivated for a short period of time have the chance to face their heavenly immortal tribulation in half-immortal domain. Then where do they go? Mo Wuji asked hurriedly. I heard that these geniuses were selected by the immortal realm, and have gone into the immortal realm. They wouldn't stay with us here to dig for blackstone. Jia Qi's voice was tinged with envy. Mo Wuji went back into silence. He felt like he had entered a huge trap, or a huge whirlpool. Selected by the immortal realm? If he hadn't gone to Half Moon Prison, he would have believed Jia Qi's words to be true. 1. No wonder. Jia Qi translates as abandoned reads if you read my previous translator note. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 411, Underground Deal. Chapter 411, Underground Deal. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Dao friend Jia Qi, how did those geniuses enter the immortal realm? As Mo Wuji asked this question, he also secretly raised his precaution in his heart. He definitely couldn't let himself experience tribulation in half-immortal domain. I'm not clear about the exact details, I only know that it's related to half-immortal domain. In half-immortal domain, there's a Dao Lord called Guan Quan. He seems to be related to the immortal realm. The black stones that we dig, and the wood-dissolving pills that we purchase, should be deals with the immortal realm, Jia Qi replied. Mo Wuji did not ask any further. Perhaps the black stones were traded with the immortal realm, but he was definite that the wood-dissolving pill was definitely concocted within half-immortal domain. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many metal-type pill refiners being kidnapped from Jinxing. This only added to his urgency and resolution to go back and cultivate. Even though he might not be a match for those in the immortal realm after advancing into the earthly immortal stage, it was still better than remaining as a worldly immortal. Come, let's go back. Bring me to the underground Blackstone Exchange. With his current power, knowing too much was also useless. Alright, Jia Qi knew that Mo Wuji was rather mysterious, but did not hinder her trust for Mo Wuji. There were some people who you would come to trust after interacting with them for a short time. There were also some people who you would never trust even after knowing them for an entire lifetime. She believed that she did not make the wrong judgment of Mo Wuji. Half-immortal domain's underground Blackstone Exchange was actually an ordinary-looking immortal estate. The only difference was, there was a sign hung at the entrance of the immortal estate, forging equipment. As he followed Jia Qi, Mo Wuji swept his spiritual will inside. It seemed to be an ordinary-looking smithy. Compared to Master Puzi's stone fort, at least there was a huge smithing furnace as the center of the house. There was also a cultivator continuously modifying materials within the furnace. There was no one guarding outside the shop, so Mo Wuji and Jia Qi was easily able to enter. Forging equipments or selling materials? The cultivator at the furnace did not even lift his head, casually asking this question. Selling materials, Jia Qi replied solemnly. The cultivator did not talk any further. All of a sudden, a door opened beside him. Jia Qi gestured to Mo Wuji, and walked into the small door. Mo Wuji knew that everyone was aware of this underground market, even the half-immortal domains people probably knew of it. He did not understand why they had to be so secretive, and why the half-immortal domain didn't shut it down. After the two entered the small door, the door instantly went shut. Even with Mo Wuji's spiritual will, he was unable to see past the door. He finally understood, this place was protected by a peak-grade array. Just like when he was outside, he was unable to use his spiritual will to notice this small door. The door led to a house. There were 4 people seated inside the house. At the center, there was a pale-faced man. He looked very heroic. However, his triangle eyes spoiled his entire image. Coupled with his baleful aura, he made people feel uncomfortable. On the left of this pale-faced man, there was a man and a woman. The man was extremely thin, with a heavy aura of blood. This person looked like he had walked out from a sea of corpse and blood. This thin man was currently holding a sharp knife, cutting his fingernails. The woman was delicate and pretty. She was currently looking at the thin man cut his nails. On the right, there was a middle-aged cultivator. This middle-aged man was holding an abacus, and was currently staring at Mo Wuji and Jia Qi. Jia Qi took a few steps forward, clasping her fists as she said, "Greetings Lord Axe, my friend wants to exchange for some wood-dissolving pills and spirit stone slags." Mo Wuji looked at the giant axe behind this pale-faced man's back, thinking, this fellow wouldn't be specially carrying this giant axe around because of his name, right? This man called Lord Axe seemed to recognize Jia Qi. His gaze quickly swept across Mo Wuji, before saying, "How many will you be exchanging?" Jia Qi didn't say anything. Regarding this exchange, she was only responsible for bringing Mo Wuji here. Mo Wuji clasped his fists and said, "Because I haven't been here for long, I don't know how to exchange for Blackstone. How are the rates like?" A hint of ridicule emerged in the corner of Lord Axe's eyes. He said indifferently, 14 spirit stone slags for 1 Blackstone. When Jia Qi heard the price of 14 spirit stone slag, she wanted to speak up. Lord Axe seemed to know what Jia Qi was about to say. He lifted his hand and stopped Jia Qi from speaking, and said faintly, "You're not exchanging Blackstone, you don't have the rights to talk." Jia Qi sighed in her heart, and could only swallow down her words. Mo Wuji was instantly discontented. This fellow was very arrogant. Anyway, Blackstone wasn't very hard for him to obtain. If this fella continued to act so arrogantly, he really wouldn't entertain this dog *T Lord Axe. Is the price the same for 1 and for 100? Even though Mo Wuji was unsatisfied, he did not reveal it in his voice. "You're a newbie, you have no rights to talk to me about the price." Lord Axe's voice seemed to contain a hint of oppressive sharpness. "Since that's the case, I'll take my leave." Mo Wuji turned and gestured to Jia Qi. "Wah!" Just as Mo Wuji turned, the sound of space splitting already reached his back. At the next instant, Mo Wuji's figure was sliced into 4 pieces. At the very next instant, a calm voice could be heard, "If you dare sneak attack me in the future, my pole will leave a hole of blood through your throat." Lord Axe suddenly stood up. Mo Wuji had suddenly appeared behind that thin man's back. Not only that, his steel pole was right behind the thin man's neck. That thin man's face had turned rather pale. The exquisite knife that he was using to cut his nails did not return to his hands, but landed it where Mo Wuji was previously, seemingly restrained by some sort of force. Cold sweat started to drip off the forehead of the thin man. He had experienced hundreds of battles, and he had reaped countless of souls. However, he never had such an experience when someone had soundlessly and mysteriously appear behind his back without him noticing it. A strong killing intent enveloped his entire body. Before he could say anything, that killing intent instantly dispersed and Mo Wuji had also disappeared from his back. Jia Qi stared blankly at Mo Wuji. She had never thought that Mo Wuji would be so daring. If they really started to fight, Mo Wuji and her would definitely be unable to make it out alive. "Ha, you indeed have the rights to discuss." Lord Axe chortled and sat back down. He could see that Mo Wuji was not a person he could trifle with. It wasn't because of that sudden retaliation of Mo Wuji's pole, but because of Mo Wuji's current location. Mo Wuji was standing at the foundations of the concealment array, telling him that if he dared to act, this array foundation would definitely be the first to be destroyed. This huge battle would definitely be noticed by the half-immortal domain, and his underground exchange center would be directly exposed. The more important thing was, just now, Mo Wuji had suddenly appeared behind Shisha's back, telling him that Mo Wuji was able of teleportation. Thus, Mo Wuji could destroy the array foundations at any moment. Mo Wuji nodded and kept his Tianji pole, walking to Jia Qi's side. Just now, he looked like he could easily kill that thin man playing with the knife, but it wasn't actually such a case. He was indeed able to teleport to the thin man's back because he wasn't releasing any killing intent. The moment he released his killing intent, this thin man who had experienced hundreds of battles would be the first to detect it. Thus, he could only do that action without killing intent. But it was also because of the lack of killing intent. Even if his pole pierced his opponent's back, he wouldn't be able to do anything much besides some injuries. That Lord Axe had also seen his methods. His real method was that he could easily destroy the array foundations. This sort of things need not be said, they only needed to be tacitly understood. In reality, if Mo Wuji used his teleportation coupled with his next pole, he would have a chance of killing that thin man. However, that was one of Mo Wuji's hidden cards, so he wouldn't casually reveal it. Moreover, he didn't need to kill that thin man. If it's below 5, I can give you a price of 16 spirit stone slags. 5 to 10, I can give you 17 spirit stone slags. 10 to 15, 18 spirit stone slags. If you exceed 15, I will give you 20 spirit stone slags. Lord Axe did not point out Mo Wuji's method, but directly quoted the prices. Jia Qi nodded at Mo Wuji. These prices were considered not bad. Mo Wuji did not speak, opening the basket on his back. There were 17 blackstones inside. Jia Qi saw the blackstones in Mo Wuji's basket and knew that Mo Wuji had raised the number of blackstones that he was exchanging. Lord Axe stood up again. He had never seen a newbie that could bring 17 blackstones for exchange at one go. Even those old fogies that have been here for thousands of years wouldn't be able to bring so many blackstones for a single exchange. 1 blackstone for 30 spirit stone slags, and give me 6 with dissolving pills too. If you're willing, we will trade immediately. If not, I will leave immediately. After letting the other party see the blackstones, Mo Wuji covered the basket. He was sure that if this Lord Axe dared to start this underground exchange, he must have his own private road. Since this fella had his own private road, even if he asked for 50 spirit stone slags, it should not be a problem. Of course, the premise was that he could hand over more blackstones. Naturally, Mo Wuji would not take out so many blackstones. Taking 17 out was already a risk. If he took any more out, he would really be risking his little life. Even Jia Qi was shocked at Mo Wuji's quote. She had never seen a price that exceeded 20 spirit stone slag. Out of her expectations, Lord Axe did not seem to find it out of the ordinary, but said calmly, "If you can give me so many blackstones at regular intervals, I don't mind this price." Mo Wuji shook his head. "This would depend on luck. I cannot assure you the amount, but I can assure you that I will regularly have blackstone. You're a capable person, I love working with capable people. 1 price, 1 blackstone for 25 spirit stone slags. In the future, we will follow this same price." The killing intent on Lord Axe's face suddenly disappeared, and he turned to speak in a warm tone. Mo Wuji was adept with spatial teleportation and arrays. He needed a helper like this. At this moment, he was thinking how he could recruit Mo Wuji. "Alright, deal," Mo Wuji said promptly. In business, it was always about bargaining with an unreasonable price first. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 412, Mo Wuji's Friend. Chapter 412, Mo Wuji's Friend. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. I was almost tricked by this fella, but even if he really did attack me, he would at most injure me. After Mo Wuji and Jia Qi left the place, the thin man who ambushed Mo Wuji commented. Lord Axe nodded his head before saying, "To be able to threaten to kill you, he definitely had some tricks up his sleeves. However, if possible, I do wish that a person as vicious as him could join us. He would definitely be of great use to us." The delicate and pretty woman suddenly said, "Shisha, he didn't lie to you because he really did have the ability to kill you in an instant." The thin man shook and said, "That is not possible because his sneak attack had no killing intent at all and he was only able to appear behind me because of his trickery." Even if he really did attack me then, my life wouldn't be at risk. How do you know? Lord Axe furrowed his brows as he looked towards the woman as if he recalled something. The woman said calmly, intuition. I could see from his eyes that he really didn't fear any of us. And that intuition tells me that he had the capabilities to kill Shisha in an instant. Listening to what the woman said, Lord Axe's expression turned serious and said, Kuya, do you have any other intuition? Kuya might not be the strongest one around, but she had a unique ability which was her extremely accurate intuition. This was also the reason why Lord Axe would be so concerned about Kuya's intuition. Lord Axe, I have a feeling he won't join us, so there's no need to waste our efforts to convince him. Moreover, he is someone we should try not to offend, because even though he had not advanced into the earthly immortal stage, he feels terrifyingly strong to me, Kuya said in an extremely stern tone. Sister Ku, aren't you being a little too sensitive? I have to admit that this fella had big guts and was also proficient in some arrays, but he was still merely a newbie. Shisha frowned as he said this. Lord Axe waved his hand and stopped Shisha from continuing. Kuya's intuition will never go wrong, and I could sense an impending danger from that fella too. We have no direct clash of benefits with him, so the fact that he could provide blackstones for us would only do good to us. The next time we see him, I will casually ask if he is interested to join us, and if he is not interested, the less the trouble the better. Shisha looked suspiciously at Lord Axe because this was the first time he heard from Lord Axe that he would rather prefer less troubles. I can't believe you managed to sell the blackstones at a price of 25 spirit stone slags. Even after they were already quite far away from the underground Blackstone exchange house, Jia Qi was still in disbelief. Why not? Isn't business all about negotiations? Mo Wuji answered. Jia Qi sighed and said, do you know how many experts have died in that house? His nickname is Lord Axe and is extremely powerful. In normal circumstances, if he said no negotiations were allowed, he meant it, and those who insist to negotiate would never be able to leave the house alive. He wouldn't dare, Mo Wuji said calmly. Mo Wuji believed Jia Qi's words because he knew this was true the moment he was ambushed just as he wanted to leave. However, he was certain that the Lord Axe fellow would not dare to do anything to him because the fact that he stood beside the array base showed that he was proficient in array Dao. Given his spatial ability, Lord Axe would definitely not be able to kill him in a short period of time. As long as he tried to attack Mo Wuji would immediately blast this hidden array apart, so everyone would know of this underground market. Jia Qi was momentarily speechless. She also recalled that Mo Wuji also said that Master Pu Zi wouldn't dare, and ever since they stepped into the house, Mo Wuji didn't address him as Lord Axe at all. Jia Qi could infer from all these that Mo Wuji was definitely not someone who would put himself in any disadvantageous situation. Dao friend Jia Qi, I want to go behind closed doors for my cultivation now, and after I am done, I will put up a sign on my door. When they were close to his residence, Mo Wuji stated his intention to go behind closed doors to cultivate. Jia Qi knew that Mo Wuji wanted to cultivate, so she nodded her head and said, I will go look for the brilliant curved space gold, and if Lord Axe were to find trouble with you, you could head towards Master Pu Zi's place. Alright, Mo Wuji nodded, but he really didn't need to be fearful of Lord Axe. Given his strength, as long as he was not trapped, Lord Axe would be helpless against him. After returning to his residence, Mo Wuji immediately set up an isolation array and a spirit concealing array. Even though it was a little dangerous to set up an energy gathering array, for the sake of becoming stronger, Mo Wuji still decided to set up one. After setting up all the arrays, Mo Wuji threw out a pile of earth-grade spirit stones. Even though these spirit stones were of little help to improve his cultivation level now, he would still need it. Because he only had about 400 plus spirit stone slags available, if he combined the use of the earth-grade spirit stones as he cultivate, he could not only save on the spirit stone slags, the result wouldn't be significantly different too. After doing all these, Mo Wuji didn't start his cultivation straight away as he took out a blackstone. He analyzed this blackstone before, so he was aware that there was a peculiar aura within the blackstone. Because he had never experienced such aura, he didn't really know why it was like that. Now that he had sufficient time on his hand, he took out the blackstone once again. The moment the blackstone landed on his hand, it still felt as warm as jade, and it was even smoother and more comfortable than a spirit stone slag. As his spiritual will seeped into the blackstone, he was still unable to figure out what this blackstone was. It was odd, yet it made him yearn for it, as it gave out a very strong aura even though he didn't understand what it was. After a couple of hours, Mo Wuji kept his blackstone. Perhaps nobody ever dared to try breaking the blackstone to see what was inside, but Mo Wuji was one who dared, but he was simply unable to break it. This blackstone was even harder than any of the equipment he had, and even when he tried using his scholar's heart to burn it, it didn't leave a single burn mark on it. No matter what his blackstone was used for, just its hardness alone proved that it wasn't an ordinary object. Dao friend Jiaqi, it seemed like you haven't been to the longevity sect to choose a mining area for a month already, a voice suddenly called out for Jiaqi, who just walked past the entrance of the half-immortal domain. Jiaqi didn't say anything as she simply stopped in her tracks and looked silently at Lang Hao, who was standing in front of her. Lang Hao laughed out loud as he didn't mind Jiaqi's attitude towards him. He was aware of what type of person Jiaqi was, and he knew she would never explain things casually to him. She only stopped so she could wait for what he was about to say. Dao friend Jiaqi, the mining areas include mining area B and C. Before Lang Hao could finish, Jiaqi interrupted him and said, "What has this got to do with me?" If you were to reach early, you would have a chance of entering mining area C, Lang Hao hurried to explain. Jiaqi said faintly, "Sorry, I am stealing ores now, so I'm no longer interested in entering the mining areas." Lang Hao's expression turned ugly. "Jiaqi, you are still a member of the longevity sect. If everyone were to be like you and not go to the longevity sect, wouldn't the sect be a mess? If you don't wish to stay in the longevity sect, I have no issue with you leaving. However, if you choose to remain in the longevity sect, you have to choose your mining areas regularly." The moment Jiaqi stopped choosing mining areas, longevity sect would no longer be able to earn blackstones from her. "Since this was the case, I shall leave the longevity sect," Jiaqi said instinctively. Hearing that Jiaqi wanted to leave the longevity sect, Lang Hao panicked. Leaving the sect would require one to pay 10 spirit stone slags, and even though a newbie would definitely not be able to pay that amount, Jiaqi could certainly afford it. "Are there still no news of Mo Wuji?" Suddenly, a voice was heard which made Jiaqi turn her head and tossed the matter of leaving the sect aside. She was considered to be an ally of Mo Wuji, and since Mo Wuji was a newcomer, not many people knew him. Moreover, Lang Hao was standing right in front of her, so who could be looking for Mo Wuji? "Dao friend Song Shui, do not worry, the moment I have news of him, I would inform you right away." "Oh yes, the distribution of mining areas would be in 2 days, make sure you come early." Jiaqi turned and saw a tall man with a square face, tan skin, and a head full of red hair. She didn't recognize this man, but she did recognize the cultivator who was talking to him, whom she recognized to be a fella from the Immortal Seeking Union. "Are you looking for Mo Wuji?" Jiaqi recalled that Mo Wuji wanted to leave a blackstone to a friend, and she wondered if this person here was the friend Mo Wuji talked about. "You know him?" Song Shui asked surprisingly. He had immense hatred for Mo Wuji, and while he didn't dare to do anything to Mo Wuji in the Space Canyon because of the restrictions there which only restrained him and not Mo Wuji. Now that he had reached the half-immortal domain, he certainly had to find Mo Wuji for revenge. "Song Shui, even if you're finding brother Mo, are you even worthy to be his opponent? Don't even think of asking for help, because if you dare ask me, I, Lu Chuanha, would be the first to step out to kill you." Yet another voice was heard. Jiaqi saw the cultivator coming from behind, and he looked like a space-robed cultivator wandering around as he was dressed very casually. However, his body brought along a respectable aura. "Are you Mo Wuji's nemesis?" Jiaqi finally understood what was happening as she looked coldly at Song Shui. Song Shui grunted, "So what?" "Scram!" Jiaqi waved her hand and a strong aura swept towards Song Shui. Song Shui felt as though a heavy hammer was swung towards his chest. Fortunately, he wasn't like any other ordinary cultivator, so he gathered elemental energy in his body and moved back simultaneously and was instantly able to dissipate the elemental energy surging from Jia Qi. "How dare you act against me, die!" Song Shui sneered as he drew out his crown of the mountain and river ready to charge towards Jia Qi. "Dao friend Song Shui, don't you want to continue living?" The immortal seeking union's cultivator grabbed the fuming Song Shui. "She was the one who started acting against me," Song Shui said uncomfortably. The immortal seeking union's cultivator shook his head in silence, and if not for the fact that Song Shui looked like an expert in digging minerals, he really couldn't be bothered to talk to an idiot like him. She merely waved her hand, didn't attack you, and had no killing intent. If you were to draw a magic treasure, you would be a corpse in the very next moment. Song Shui's heart went cold as he immediately understood the situation. He was just a newbie in the half-immortal domain, so he wasn't as knowledgeable as others in the rules here. The moment he made his move and the woman dodged, he would be dead. This woman was certainly vicious. Jia Qi sighed and couldn't be bothered with Song Shui anymore as he turned to Lu Chuanha and asked, "Are you Mo Wuji's friend?" "Yes, Dao friend, do you know where brother Mo is?" Lu Chuanha answered. "Yes, I know, follow me." After Jia Qi said this, she turned and entered the half-immortal domain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 413, The Kind of Person He Was. Chapter 413, The Kind of Person He Was. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. This is Dao friend Mo's residence. Jia Qi brought Lu Chuanha to Mo Wuji's immortal cave as she briefly introduced it. In the next moment, both Jia Qi and Lu Chuanha were astonished. Only after a few breaths' time, Lu Chuanha asked in disbelief, "Is brother Mo cultivating?" Lu Chuanha had already been here at the half-immortal domain for a period of time, and even though he hadn't joined any team, the research he did during this period of time made him understand more about the half-immortal domain. He knew that in the half-immortal domain, one must not be crazily engrossed in cultivation. The greater the rate of cultivation, the faster the woodification of one's spirit channel. If one were to reach that limit, even the wood-dissolving pill would not work. The reason he was in disbelief was because Mo Wuji was not just cultivating, but he was cultivating at a terrifying rate. One would not be able to detect the situation here from far away, but the moment one approached this place, one would be to feel the surrounding spiritual energy pouring towards Mo Wuji's residence. They were only able to sense what was happening when they approached because Mo Wuji installed a spirit concealing array. He was indeed cultivating behind closed doors, but this is. Jia Qi was also shocked at how Mo Wuji was cultivating so carefreely. If he continued cultivating like this, wouldn't he be destroying his spirit channel? She thought that Mo Wuji was simply using a few spirit stone slags to cultivate behind closed doors. Even though using the spirit stone slags to cultivate here would absorb the acute wood energy in the surrounding air, using the wood dissolving pills would solve the problem. "I will get him out now." Lu Chuanha was slightly worried because the moment his spirit channel was completely woodified, it would be over for him. "Hold on." Jia Qi caught hold of Lu Chuanha, and even though there was mutual trust between Mo Wuji and Lu Chuanha, her understanding of Mo Wuji was far deeper than Lu Chuanha's understanding of him. After all, Mo Wuji and Lu Chuanha didn't spend a lot of time together, but because Mo Wuji found that Lu Chuanha was very temperamental and was not a sly man, he was willing to interact with him. However, Jia Qi did spend a great amount of time exchanging benefits with Mo Wuji, and she clearly knew what each of them had to do during this period of time. As she saw Lu Chuanha look towards herself, Jia Qi said seriously, "I have some understanding of Dao friend Mo, and I believe Dao friend Mo would never do anything to harm himself. Since he did it, he must have his reasons for doing so." Jia Qi dared to say something like that because this wasn't the first time Mo Wuji made her dumbfounded. The first time he entered the mining area, he managed to dig up 6 blackstones easily without a blackstone shovel. He made Master Puzi loaned him his storage ring to use willingly, made Lord Axe fearful of attacking him, and even made him purchase Mo Wuji's blackstone at a price of 25 spirit stone slags. Additionally, he was even able to find over 700 blackstones in the abandoned mines in just a few days. At the thought of this, Jia Qi realized that if not for the fact that she personally witnessed all these, she definitely wouldn't believe what she just recalled. However, all these seemed like it was bound to happen naturally with Mo Wuji. Of course, Mo Wuji wouldn't face any trouble cultivating behind closed doors. That's right, that was the kind of person he was. Lu Chuanha also remembered how Mo Wuji was able to leave the space canyon so soon after he entered while they were trapped there for over thousands of years. It definitely seemed like this brother Mo was something out of the ordinary. In addition to Jia Qi's convincing, he had already given up on trying to get Mo Wuji out of his closed doors. Dao friend Lu, you didn't join any team from the half-immortal domain? Jia Qi saw how Lu Chuanha was so concerned about Mo Wuji, she guessed that he should be the next partner Mo Wuji was looking for. She couldn't help but to admire Mo Wuji because given Mo Wuji's ability to find blackstones, it was definitely not sufficient for the two of them to maximize the potential benefits they could gain from this. Therefore, it was absolutely necessary for them to find another person to join their team, and it had to be the right person. Lu Chuanha certainly didn't seem like a sly person and looked like a very loyal cultivator. Since they were looking for someone to work with, they naturally had to find a trustworthy person like him. Lu Chuanha shook his head. I have been looking for a few days now and was intending to join one. Jia Qi immediately took out 20 spirit stone slags and handed it to Lu Chuanha. Dao friend Lu, don't join any team for the time being. Go and make a half-immortal domains bracelet for yourself and stay here. For the rest of the matters, we can wait for Dao friend Mo to come out first. Lu Chuanha shook his hand and said, I am not even close with you and I don't even know how to address you, so how can I use your spirit stone slags? My name is Jia Qi and I am a friend of Mo Wuji. Trust me and you won't go wrong because these spirit stone slags were exchanged by Dao friend Mo. You will understand what I mean when Dao friend Mo come out of his closed doors. Jia Qi insisted on handing these spirit stone slags to Lu Chuanha. Lu Chuanha could also tell that Jia Qi wasn't lying. He was actually full of admiration for Mo Wuji too because he had only been here for a while and look at his incredible progress. No wonder he could ascend to rank number 1 on the Universal Board and arrived at the half-immortal domain so soon after entering the Space Canyon. It was definitely the Star King Mountain's fortune to have a Star Lord like Mo Wuji. Alright, many thanks Dao friend Jia, and I shall build an immortal cave beside brother Mo's one. Since Jia Qi insisted, Lu Chuanha had no reason to reject anymore. After watching Lu Chuanha kept the spirit stone slags, Jia Qi sounded out, I doubt Dao friend Mo would come out anytime soon, and in the meantime, you can search for a smithing ingredient called the brilliant curved space gold together with me. You don't have to worry about blackstones because Dao friend Mo would definitely get some for you when he comes out. Presently, Mo Wuji had hundreds of spirit stone slags suspended around him, and there were also tens of spirit stone slags floating around both his hands. This was the first time he had the luxury to use so many spirit stone slags to cultivate. Back then, just tens of spirit stone slags helped him step into the worldly immortal stage. Now that he had over hundreds of spirit stone slags, how could he let this chance to cultivate go to waste? The spiritual energy around him was split into 3 parts. The first part was the earth-grade spirit stones that he took out. Even though he had a large number of these spirit stones, the spiritual energy they contributed was the least. The second part was the spiritual energy within the half-immortal domain and the fact that these spiritual energy contained a lot of acute wood energy within. However, Mo Wuji didn't mind as he was still able to swallow these spiritual energy at a mad rate. No matter how much acute wood energy there were in the surrounding spiritual energy, it was instantly purified by Mo Wuji's detoxification meridian and turned into pure spiritual energy for him to absorb. The third part was the most important source of spiritual energy, which was the 100 over spirit stone slags suspended around him. At every moment in time, every single spirit stone slag would have spiritual energy being extracted from it before seeping into Mo Wuji's meridian. Mo Wuji's cultivation level was on a mad rise, and the initially stagnant cultivation level had increased to worldly immortal stage level 5 in merely a month. It was only the second month as he entered the worldly immortal stage level 6 with no obstructions. Every time he advanced one level, Mo Wuji's strength would appear to have increased as quickly as cell division. Concurrently, the speed and intensity at which he was absorbing the spiritual energy was getting increasingly greater. 5th month, worldly immortal stage level 7. Boom! Mo Wuji's final spirit stone slags had been destroyed into broken pieces, and Mo Wuji's strength stagnated at the great circle of the worldly immortal stage level 7. This was already his 8th month since he entered the half-immortal domain. In just 8 months, he advanced from worldly immortal stage level 4 to the great circle of the worldly immortal stage level 7. He was afraid that he could only achieve such immense pace here because even if had this much spirit stone slags in Jinxing, the Tao laws there would still be lacking. It was time he got out to unearth more blackstones, as he wondered whether Jia Qi had found the brilliant curved space gold. Mo Wuji just walked out of his immortal cave, and before he could hang up his sign, he saw Jia Qi walking to and fro in front of his immortal cave. Jia Qi looked extremely haggard as she constantly paced up and down outside his immortal cave with an extremely anxious expression. "Dao friend Jia Qi." Mo Wuji only mentioned this 4 words, and Jia Qi revealed a surprised look as she rushed over. "Dao friend Mo, you are finally out." Mo Wuji was extremely curious why Jia Qi had been acting so cold ever since he met her. Even if she decided to work with him, she didn't like to talk much. What was going on? Whose immortal cave is this? Mo Wuji's spiritual will had already sensed another immortal cave which was located not too far away from his own. It belonged to Dao friend, Lu Chuanhe. Senior Lu came? Mo Wuji asked. Jia Qi nodded her head. "Yes, but he isn't in the best of shape now." "What happened?" Mo Wuji was astonished, and before Jia Qi could say anything, he took the initiative to walk towards Lu Chuanhe's immortal cave. Not only did Lu Chuanhe come from Jinxing like he did, they were both star lords of Jinxing. Moreover, Lu Chuanhe was a true man, unlike that fella, Mu Yingqiao. It was exactly because of this, Mo Wuji decided to leave a blackstone for Lu Chuanhe. Since he wanted to unearth a large amount of blackstones, 2 people would definitely not be enough. And since he needed to recruit, he might as well let Lu Chuanhe join his small team now. Jia Qi released the restriction on Lu Chuanhe's immortal cave, and Mo Wuji only took 1 step to enter. Following which, he saw an unconscious Lu Chuanhe lying down. Lu Chuanhe's body was still filled with bloodstains, and his entire body was like a wooden block with minimal vitals. Evidently, his life wouldn't last much longer. What is going on? Mo Wuji's expression turned ugly. He was severely wounded by Meng Tianyu, causing his spirit channel to woodify, and even his flesh had started to turn into wood. Jia Qi sighed. "Who is Meng Tianyu?" Mo Wuji asked. He was the head of the Immortal Seeking Union, and his cultivation technique was the wood type. Previously, I've heard that he was able to make use of the acute wood energy to hurt others, but I thought that it was only a rumor. Now I've finally realized that he really did have such a technique. Dao friend Lu's spirit channel was woodified because of him, Jia Qi answered. Mo Wuji furrowed his brows momentarily. Senior Lu only just arrived at the half-immortal domain, so why would he act against the head of the Immortal Seeking Union? The main reason for the clash was because of a cultivator called Feng Qi. Feng Qi? Mo Wuji knew this person, and this person was in fact a cultivator from the Lost Continent too. He was also stuck in the Space Canyon, and it was only because of him that he made it into the half-immortal domain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 414, Master Pu Zi's Shock. Chapter 414, Master Pu Zi's Shock. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Feng Qi was initially prepared to join the Immortal Seeking Union, but after he found out that Song Shui was already in the Immortal Seeking Union, he immediately gave up the thought of joining them as he turned to join the Sword Chi Flatland instead. Because of this, Fang Qi was chased after by the immortal seeking Union's Tsang Shui. Hold on, Mo Wuji interrupted Jia Qi. Dao friend Jia Qi, I have been here for quite some time now and I noticed that in general, the half-immortal domain was still considered to be fair and just. Furthermore, one couldn't act against another cultivator, let alone kill someone so casually in this place, so where did Song Shui get his balls from? To dare to kill Fang Qi here, Mo Wuji's impression of Fang Qi was not too deep, and if not for the fact that Fang Qi came from the Lost Continent too, Mo Wuji might not even remember his name. Fang Qi refusing to join the immortal seeking union because of the presence of Song Shui proved that he was a man with principles. Jia Qi laughed. The justice and fairness you see is only on the surface, because if someone wants to kill you, there are more than 10,000 ways to do so. Furthermore, when Song Shui attacked, Fang Qi hadn't officially joined the Sword Chi Flatland, because if he had joined them, he would at least have some protection from them. How did Song Shui kill Fang Qi? Mo Wuji's voice turned cold. His reason was that he gave Fang Qi 10 spirit stone slags in private so that Fang Qi could join the immortal seeking union. However, after Fang Qi received the spirit stone slags, he went back on his words and joined the Sword Chi Flatland instead, Jia Qi said calmly. Mo Wuji was shocked and only asked after staring blankly for a while, he used a reason like this to kill someone? This was already considered as a valid reason, for I have seen reasons much more ridiculous than this. As long as you are useful to your own union and your union had relations with the Tao Lord, you could kill someone easily. Song Shui said that he was cheated and used that excuse to sudden attack Fang Qi, Jia Qi replied. So how did Senior Lu get implicated in this? Mo Wuji calmed himself down as he realized how twisted the rules in the half-immortal domain was. Jia Qi continued, Fang Qi and Dao Friend Lu knew each other, so when Dao Friend Lu saw that Fang Qi was killed, he was fuming as he was certain that Song Shui was simply finding an excuse to kill Fang Qi. Song Shui even intended to attack Dao Friend Lu, but he didn't expect Dao Friend Lu to be that strong, and Song Shui was eventually unable to defeat him. Song Shui was severely wounded by Dao Friend Lu, and just as he was about to be killed, the head of the immortal seeking union appeared as he managed to injure Dao Friend Lu and woodify his spirit channel. Mo Wuji clenched his fist and said, and then everything ended and Song Shui got away like this? Yes, Jia Qi nodded her head. I've heard that the Song Shui fellow was incredibly talented in digging for blackstones and was even stronger than some old, experienced fellas. Simply because of his talent, he was able to gain a strong foothold in the immortal seeking union. Additionally, the head of the immortal seeking union had a unique relationship with the Tao Lord of the half-immortal domain, so nobody would question the fact that he casually killed a few experts who have yet to join any unions or teams. I could only bring Dao Friend Lu over and wait for you to come out. Mo Wuji took in a deep breath as he suddenly remembered the incident with Lord Axe. It seemed like the reason why he successfully managed to threaten Lord Axe was not entirely because Lord Axe was afraid that his underground market would be exposed. In a place like this where one could kill anyone with ridiculous reasonings, as long as you had a strong backing, you could do anything. Furthermore, Jia Qi paused for a moment before continuing, that Song Shui should have some enmity towards you, right? I'm guessing that he would find you very soon. He didn't do anything for now because of the incident with Lu Chuanha and the fact that you are still a member of the longevity sect. After he spent a long enough time here in the half-immortal domain, I'm certain a person like him would not let you go so easily. As for the longevity sect, there aren't high hopes of them helping us. There was something else that Jia Qi didn't mention, which was she suspected that Song Shui would find trouble with her too. After all, she did try to get him into trouble previously but was blocked by a member of the immortal seeking union. Even without Jia Qi's explanation, Mo Wuji was aware of his own predicaments. Even though the laws were wonderfully crafted out in this place, Song Shui would definitely find trouble with him since he was in the good books of Meng Tianyu, the head of the immortal seeking union. Dao Friend Jia, I want to ask if you know these people. Bian Shuangbi, Black Fox, and Mo Yingxiao, have you heard of them? I do. Black Fox and Mo Yingxiao have joined the immortal seeking union while Bian Shuangbi joined the Sword Chi Flatland. I've heard rumors saying that Feng Qi wanted to join the Sword Qi Flatland because he was very close with Bian Shuangbi. Bian Shuangbi didn't step out to say anything? Mo Wuji held good impression of Bian Shuangbi because Mo Wuji felt that he was still pretty magnanimous. Jia Chu shook her head. No, or rather, he didn't have any chance to do anything. The whole process of Song Shui killing Feng Qi was a very short one and could be considered to be a successful sneak attack. Mo Wuji remained silent for a long time before speaking up suddenly. Dao friend Jia Qi, can I trouble you to bring Master Pu Zi to my residence? I have some things to discuss with him. Of course, I have already found a brilliant curved space gold suitable to forge a storage ring, and Master Pu Zi could have been done forging it already, Jia Chu said without hesitation. Alright, I will wait for you at my residence while I take a look at Brother Lu's injuries too. Mo Wuji lifted Lu Chuanha up. Jia Qi didn't mind, but she didn't believe that Mo Wuji could save Lu Chuanha. If one could save someone who had his spirit channel wootified, that person could be considered a god here in the half-immortal domain. Mo Wuji wanted Master Pu Zi to visit him at his residence because he had all sorts of defensive, restriction, and concealment arrays around his place, so they wouldn't need to worry about anything they discussed being leaked. As for Lu Chuanha's injuries, it was really nothing significant to him. All he needed to do was to remove the acute wood energy within Lu Chuanha's spirit channel, but he couldn't do it now. Given his strength now, he was only a small ant in the half-immortal domain, so the moment his ability to detoxify the acute wood energy was revealed, no one could predict the future repercussions. Mo Wuji didn't wait for long, and in just about 1 hour's time, Master Pu Zi and Jia Qi had reached his residence. Dao friend Mo's array Dao is indeed stronger than mine. Master Pu Zi could tell Mo Wuji's proficiency in array Dao the moment he entered Mo Wuji's residence. From all these variety of arrays put in place, he could tell Mo Wuji's realm in the array Dao. A capable person would always be respected. Mo Wuji wasn't in the mood to discuss such things with Master Pu Zi now because everyone would be a master in their own special field. While Mo Wuji was good in array Dao, Master Pu Zi's quality of smithing was so many times stronger than his. After Master Pu Zi and Jia Qi both sat down, Mo Wuji said in a serious tone, Master Pu Zi, since Jia Qi could trust you, I believe I can trust you too. Even though Mo Wuji said this, it would still be impossible for him to trust Master Pu Zi as much as Jia Qi trusted Master Pu Zi. The reason why he invited Master Pu Zi here today was so he could reveal his ability to find blackstones. He believed that Master Pu Zi would not reveal his secret because Master Pu Zi had a secret of his own for Mo Wuji to keep. The secret that he had a storage ring which could store blackstones was definitely not any less significant than Mo Wuji's secret ability to find blackstones. Master Pu Zi was extremely experienced, so he naturally knew that Mo Wuji didn't really trust him, but because circumstances forced him. Dao friend Mo and I could hit off well, so I'm sure we naturally harm each other. Master Pu Zi laughed out loud. Mo Wuji nodded his head as he passed the storage ring in his hand to Master Pu Zi before saying, Master Pu Zi, these are what Jia Qi and I gathered in 5 days. Master Pu Zi wasn't very mindful about this as he casually took over the storage ring from Mo Wuji. The moment his spiritual will seeped into the ring, his hand trembled and he suddenly stood up. Mo Wuji didn't place any restrictions on his storage ring, so his spiritual will could clearly see the hundreds of blackstones inside. This is what you gathered in 5 days? Master Pu Zi could no longer contain his emotions because he was different from everyone else, as he clearly knew some of the uses of the blackstones. This was also the reason why he cracked his brain to find a way to forge a storage ring that could store these blackstones. This was indeed what we gathered in 5 days, and Dao friend Jia Qi could vouch for me on this, Mo Wuji said confidently. Seeing Master Pu Zi's eyes landed on herself, Jia Qi nodded convincingly. That's right, this was indeed true, but Master Pu Zi, I have an ability which could allow me to find blackstones that are hidden as deep as 15 meters deep. Master Pu Zi was an experienced man, so even before Mo Wuji could finish what he wanted to say, Master Pu Zi understood what was going on. This implied that to Mo Wuji, the entire half-immortal domain was an unexplored mining area. How can I help you? Master Pu Zi couldn't contain his feelings because he had known about this ability of Mo Wuji. he would have wanted to work with Mo Wuji no matter what so as to be able to earn some share of the Blackstones. Mo Wuji said solemnly, "Master Puzi, I shall be direct then. I need you to help me refine and complete a battleship." Puzi hurried to say, "This was already agreed upon previously, so even if we didn't choose to work together, I would have helped you." Mo Wuji reiterated once more, "This battleship isn't an ordinary battleship and we cannot refine it here. We have to leave far away from the half-immortal domain." Looking at how dangerous the half-immortal domain was, Mo Wuji didn't want to stay any longer. His original plan was to stay here and complete his battleship, but after knowing how *TTY the Justice here was coupled with nemesis like Song Shui around, he naturally didn't dare to have his battleship being refined here. "Your intention is to find a faraway, remote mining area to dig blackstones while waiting for me to refine the battleship?" Master Puzi asked, as he had already gathered some clues from Mo Wuji's words. Mo Wuji responded, "That's right." He was pondering if he should give Master Puzi a percentage of the blackstones, because if he don't, Master Puzi would definitely be unhappy, and if Mo Wuji did give a percentage of it, how much should he give Master Puzi? "Could you let me have a look at the incomplete battleship?" Master Puzi had heard Mo Wuji mentioned about this battleship for a few times now, so he was guessing that it must not be something simple. Mo Wuji didn't hesitate at all as he took out a storage ring, ready to pass it to Master Puzi. "The battleship is right inside." The cannons and explosives of the battleship had already been shifted away by Mo Wuji because he definitely won't let Master Puzi see such things. Master Puzi handed Mo Wuji the Blackstone storage ring, and as he received Mo Wuji's storage ring, he immediately used his spiritual will to scan through it. When he saw the incomplete space battleship in the storage ring, his expression changed drastically while his hand couldn't stop shaking. Even a peak-grade Smith expert like himself in the great circle of the earthly immortal stage almost dropped the storage ring in his hand at the sight of the battleship. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 415, Goodbye Lord Axe. Chapter 415, Goodbye Lord Axe. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Both Mo Wuji and Jia Qi naturally noticed Master Puzi's expression, and before Mo Wuji could question Master Puzi's reaction, Master Puzi was already glaring at Mo Wuji and asked in a stern tone, "Where did you get this battleship from?" Mo Wuji became serious as he answered, "Master Puzi, I've invited you here to help me complete this battleship, not to interrogate me." Jia Qi was aware that Mo Wuji was not someone to offend, so she hurried to comment, "Master Puzi, I don't think we should inquire too much about Mo Wuji's personal affairs." Pai Zi suddenly recalled Mo Wuji's doubtiness as he had exchanged one blow with Mo Wuji before. Back then, even Puzi himself didn't have the advantage over Mo Wuji, who was clearly many folds lower than him in terms of cultivation level. In this short period of time, it seemed as though Mo Wuji had become much stronger once more. Furthermore, this is Mo Wuji's lair and there were arrays put in place by him in almost every corner of this place, therefore, it would definitely not do him good to attack Mo Wuji here. At the thought of this, Master Puzi's expression and tone simmered down. "Dao friend Mo, I have no ill intentions, but I was just curious, where did the many cannons and ammunitions of this ship go to?" Mo Wuji was shocked when he heard Master Puzi mentioning of the ship's cannon. Mo Wuji had already removed the cannons, so how did Master Puzi know about all these? "Master Puzi, these have nothing to do with you, and all you needed to do is to let me know if you're willing to help," Mo Wuji said faintly. He would not beg Master Puzi if he was unwilling to help, because Mo Wuji didn't believe that he would not be able to complete this battleship without Master Puzi. Master Puzi took in a deep breath as he took the initiative to pass the storage ring back to Mo Wuji. "Dao friend Mo, I know that you're an extraordinary man. I am willing to help and is even willing to leave the half-immortal domain with you. However, I have one condition." Mo Wuji kept his storage ring and clasped his fist as he said, "Whatever conditions Master Puzi has, I would naturally agree without questioning as long as it is within my means." Master Puzi shook his hand. "We will talk about this condition after we leave this place." "So when can we leave?" After seeing Mo Wuji's battleship, Master Puzi was actually even more anxious than Mo Wuji. "I will go exchange for some spirit stone slags, then we will leave this place," Mo Wuji answered as he was determined to advance into the earthly immortal stage before returning to the half-immortal domain in the future, which was why the spirit stone slags were essential. Master Puzi hesitated for a while before saying, "I have over hundreds of spirit stone slags with me, so if this is enough for you, I suggest that you don't go exchange for more." Master Puzi was indeed a smith master to actually carry so much wealth on himself. One must know that those geniuses he saw wandering around in the half-immortal domain only had about tens of spirit stone slags. Even though those geniuses could have already used the remaining of their spirit stone slags for cultivation, Master Puzi was still considered to be wealthy compared to the rest. "It is not sufficient and I shall go alone. Dao friend Jiaqi, wait here with Master Puzi for me." Mo Wuji had already grabbed his basket and left the room as he wanted to find Lord Axe. "Hold on!" Master Puzi shouted, but Mo Wuji had already left the room. "Big brother Puzi, do not worry because nothing would happen to Dao friend Mo." After the two of them were left alone, Jiaqi addressed Master Puzi as Big brother Puzi. Puzi furrowed his brows. He should be heading towards Lord Axe, right? That Lord Axe fella is way too vicious and it was simply too dangerous for Dao friend Mo to go alone. If he were to take out too many blackstones at one go, I really do suspect he wouldn't be able to make it back alive. If Master Puzi didn't know that Mo Wuji had a battleship on him, Master Puzi wouldn't be worried even if Mo Wuji went to visit the Dao Lord. However, now that Mo Wuji had a battleship which could affect his own future, how could he not be worried? Jiaqi said in a solemn tone, "Big brother Puzi, I have spent quite a significant amount of time together already and I believe that he is not a rash person. Since he wanted us to wait for him here, let's just wait here." Master Puzi's worry wasn't unfounded because everyone knew how vicious Lord Axe of the underground market was. Furthermore, Puzi was aware that Mo Wuji had large amount of blackstones on him, so if he were to take out too many blackstones in front of Lord Axe would definitely be tempted by it. "Your boss isn't in?" Mo Wuji was obstructed the second time he arrived at the underground house. The cultivator recognized Mo Wuji as he nodded at Mo Wuji and the small door by the side opened immediately. After Mo Wuji entered the room, the small door closed and Mo Wuji immediately realized that his spiritual will was restrained. Previously, he could still use his spiritual will to scan outside of the room, but now, he was unable to do so. However, this didn't trouble Mo Wuji because he still had his spirit storage channel and his spiritual eye. It was not convenient for him to open his spiritual eye, but the spiritual will of his spirit storage channel had already extended out from his meridian and scanned through the arrays of this house. The array base from the previous time had switched place and there was 2 additional death trap arrays and 1 hidden killing array put in place. The usage of the hidden killing array was so that even if there was a battle inside here, the killing intent would not seep out of this house. Mo Wuji sneered because these few death trap arrays were simply not threatening to him at all. "Dao friend Mo, long time no see." Before Mo Wuji could say anything, Lord Axe, who was sitting down, greeted him first. The moment Mo Wuji heard his voice, he knew that Lord Axe had already investigated him. This time round, Mo Wuji noticed that the skinny cultivator who ambushed him using a small knife during his first visit was not here. Mo Wuji was aware that this fellow was not completely gone but hidden within an array near the door. Mo Wuji's guess was that he was prepared to show his strength the moment Mo Wuji walked past. Mo Wuji was not fearful because he had already found the array bases of this place. The moment someone attacked him, he would immediately blow the array base up and appear outside. This was also the reason why he didn't bring Master Puzi and Jiaqi along, because he was certain there was certainly more than the 4 of them here at Lord Axe's place. Even if the 2 of them were to be here, Mo Wuji and the 2 of them would still be outnumbered. In fact, coming alone would make him more agile and flexible too. Mo Wuji said in a stupefied manner, "I have been digging for blackstones during this period of time and I've just returned, so I came to exchange some blackstones." Mo Wuji didn't mind even if the other party found out about the fact that he had been through closed doors cultivation. "How many do you want to exchange?" Lord Axe said casually as he drank a mouthful of tea. Mo Wuji hated this fella's way of doing things. Since it was an exchange that would benefit both parties, everyone should sit down on the same level to discuss slowly. However, this fella kept thinking he was the boss and this was a charity to him. If not for the fact that Mo Wuji needed the spirit stone slags urgently, he really didn't wish to transact with a person like this because he simply didn't know how to run a business. If I were to exchange for 50 blackstones at one go, would the price increase a little? Mo Wuji asked. It would remain at 25 spirit stone slags for one blackstone. Lord Axe didn't even blink as he said that. And if I exchange for 100? Mo Wuji asked once more. This time round, Lord Axe lifted his head as he looked shockingly at Mo Wuji. You have 100 blackstones? Mo Wuji didn't answer as he simply stood there waiting in silence. Noticing that Mo Wuji was not answering his question, Lord Axe grunted and said, If you have 100 blackstones, I will give you 28 spirit stone slags for one blackstone exchanged. What about 200? Mo Wuji asked calmly. Ha ha. Lord Axe suddenly started laughing out loud. Are you here to amuse me? If you can take out 200 blackstones, how about I give you the price of 50 spirit stone slags like I previously mentioned? If you are unable to give me 200 blackstones, don't blame me for being nasty because nobody comes here to joke with me. The delicate woman sitting beside Lord Axe couldn't help but sigh when she heard the offer Lord Axe was presenting. She didn't approve of Lord Axe's ways, but Lord Axe was insistent to try persuading Mo Wuji to join them whether or not it would be successful. If he really couldn't do so, he would teach this newbie a lesson so that he would forever hold this place in awe. Mo Wuji didn't say anything because even he knew that the price of 50 spirit stone slags was not what Lord Axe would truly give. It was already extremely incredible if Lord Axe was truly willing to exchange it for 30 spirit stone slags. The fact that this fella set up more death trap arrays and hidden killing array here proved that he was ready to be vicious with him. However, now that Lord Axe set out a price like this, whether or not it was true, Mo Wuji would make Lord Axe swallow his words to make it happen. Mo Wuji took out the basket on his back and as he lifted the cover on it, it was a basket fully filled with blackstones. Lord Axe stood up all of the sudden as both the delicate woman as well as a cultivator with an abacus beside Lord Axe stood up in shock. This basket was completely filled to the brim and was definitely 200 blackstones. They had naturally saw 200 blackstones before, but this was the first time they witnessed someone bringing in 200 blackstones at one go to exchange. It is truly 200 blackstones, Lord Axe gasped and then recovered his composure. May I know if we could transact now? I have 202 blackstones here and I will forget about the 2 additional blackstones. All you have to do is to give me 10,000 spirit stone slags. Mo Wuji covered the basket and immediately carried the basket on his back. Lord Axe frowned because he understood the intention of Mo Wuji's moves. He was preparing to fight. Was this really a newbie? How could he be so arrogant? Aren't you worried I might steal your blackstones? Lord Axe asked in a calm tone. Mo Wuji walked laterally for a few steps before using the same tone to reply, You wouldn't dare. Watching Mo Wuji did this, Lord Axe was astonished. What was going on? He had invited a top-notch array master to change the position of his array base and even covered it by installing an array to block off spiritual will. So how did Mo Wuji even found out where the array base was in such a short period of time that he was here? You wouldn't dare? Lord Axe couldn't believe how arrogant Mo Wuji truly was in front of him. Abacus, let him know if I dare, Lord Axe grunted coldly as he placed the teacup on the tea table beside him. Lord Axe was sure Mo Wuji wouldn't destroy the array base since he was carrying 200 blackstones on him. Roger that, the middle-aged cultivator holding the abacus charged towards Mo Wuji upon Lord Axe's instructions. Mo Wuji's heart turned heavy because he realized there was one point he didn't consider. Even though he found the hidden array base of this place, Mo Wuji wouldn't dare to destroy it now. This was because he was carrying 200 blackstones and the moment he destroyed this array base, given Lord Axe's social network, Lord Axe would at most have his reputation slightly scarred, but Mo Wuji could lose his small life here. Mo Wuji certainly overlooked this point. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 416, Spitting Out Blood. Chapter 416, Spitting Out Blood. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. The huge abacus was like a grid cage as it charged towards Mo Wuji as it trapped the entire space above Mo Wuji's head, and that was when Mo Wuji realized that there was not a single bead in the abacus. Following which tens of beads formed a wavy line as it blocked off Mo Wuji's retreat route. Mo Wuji swung out his Tianji pole and raised his leg as he was prepared to charge at this cultivator. Lord Axe, who was initially prepared to attack, saw Mo Wuji's moves and shook his head as he felt that Kuya overestimated Mo Wuji. This place restrained everyone's spiritual will, and even if Mo Wuji was very capable, charging towards the abacus would simply be throwing himself into the abacus bead's net. Even Lord Axe himself would not be able to escape the abacus bead's net for a short period of time if he were to be trapped in it, so how could Mo Wuji do anything about it? The moment Mo Wuji was trapped in his place, Lord Axe would be able to do anything and everything to Mo Wuji. The cultivator with the abacus was also staring at Mo Wuji blankly because he never expected Mo Wuji to charge straight towards it. He thought that Mo Wuji would dodge his grid cage and then retaliate. As long as Mo Wuji tried to dodge his grid cage, his beads would be able to restrain him instantly. Of course, he couldn't eliminate the possibility of Mo Wuji being so incredibly strong that he could dodge the grid cage and then dodge the death trap of the beads. However, even if Mo Wuji was able to do both, he only had one way to retreat, and Shisha was already waiting for him there. With restrictions of spiritual will put in place, there was nothing Mo Wuji could do even if he was extremely talented and capable. Spatial teleportation would only be a tasteless move which could cause no harm to them. Furthermore, Kuya and Lord Axe himself were also waiting by the side. Boom! Elemental energy exploded as Mo Wuji didn't use his Tianji pole against the abacus. He threw out a fist instead, and his spatial fist clashed against the abacus, which caused elemental energy to explode within the house. Other than Mo Wuji's vast amount of elemental energy, there was another feeling that made the cultivator with the abacus felt uneasy. Immediately after that, Mo Wuji disappeared and abacus realized that it had to be spatial teleportation which helped him got away from both the abacus and the death trap of the beads. How was Mo Wuji able to execute his spatial teleportation when his spiritual will had already been restrained in this place? Mo Wuji really didn't regard this abacus highly initially, but to be able to execute the attack using his abacus beads net was extremely impressive because of the restraint on spiritual will here. This was given the fact that the opponent knew where the spiritual will restraint was put in place, otherwise, Mo Wuji was confident to kill this abacus before teleporting out. Spiritual will restrainment could be a lethal weapon to other cultivators, but it was nothing more than a decorated weapon to him. Since the cultivator with the abacus was highly regarded by Lord Axe, he naturally wasn't an idiot. He immediately thought of the Tianji pole that Mo Wuji drew out, and since he drew out the Tianji pole but didn't attack him with it, he realized that Mo Wuji was clearly intending to attack Shisha with it. Since Mo Wuji was able to execute his spatial teleportation in this place successfully, it would mean that the spiritual will restrainment wasn't too much of a restraint to him. And since it wasn't a restraint, it would imply that Mo Wuji would naturally be able to spot Shisha. The cultivator would obviously understand the situation firsthand because he was the one who exchanged blows head-on with Mo Wuji, so by the time Lord Axe noticed Mo Wuji had managed to escape the abacus bead's net, a devastating cry was heard. After the devastating cry, there was an end to the exploding elemental energy as the whole place fell silent. The cultivator with the abacus fell to the ground as Lord Axe and Kuya both stood forward while Mo Wuji stopped beside the door. He was holding one end of the Tianji pole while the other end was a skinny cultivator hanging with blood flowing out from his body. Even though the skinny cultivator stopped crying out in desperation, his struggling expression showed everyone that he was completely restrained by Mo Wuji. The knife that had never left his hand fell like a useless piece of metal on the pile of blood underneath himself. "Let go of Shisha or you shall die." Lord Axe's killing intent filled the room, and even the teacup by his side broke under his immense pressure. Mo Wuji acted as though he didn't hear Lord Axe's threat as he gave his Tianji pole a twist and Shisha let out yet another devastating cry. "You!" Lord Axe's hand was trembling as he was certain Mo Wuji would kill Shisha before Lord Axe could reach them, and he was even more certain that Mo Wuji dared to do so. Triangular eyes, it seemed as if you were wrong about something. "Threaten me one more time and I will kill him immediately." "Try me if you don't believe?" "I am, unfortunately, not someone who likes to be threatened," Mo Wuji said coolly. If it was any other person doing this, Lord Axe would never hesitate to attack, but he was simply too uncertain when facing Mo Wuji. There was clearly a restraint on spiritual will here, yet Mo Wuji was able to find the location of the Array Foundation and even used spatial teleportation. This also meant that he might not be capable enough to finish Mo Wuji off. His plan backfired this time round. Even though he regarded Mo Wuji highly, he still underestimated him. However, to be so arrogant in his turf, he had already treated Mo Wuji as a dead man, and even if Mo Wuji was able to escape today, he would definitely find ways to kill him in the future. "What do you want?" Lord Axe calmed himself down because he couldn't afford to let Shisha die, as he was one of Lord Axe's most important subordinates he had. Mo Wuji sighed. "I really don't know how your business could last till today. Are you mentally handicapped? I carried a basket full of blackstones here, so I am obviously here for a transaction. What else could I be here for?" Lord Axe took in a deep breath and said slowly, "I only have 5,000 spirit stone slags here, so I can only purchase 100 blackstones of yours today." To him, saving Shisha was the priority. After this was done, even if he were to cause a commotion, he would definitely kill Mo Wuji at the half-immortal domain. One should not think that the Tao Lord didn't know anything about his underground market. Right now, he really wanted to see this newbie's spiritual roots being destroyed in the scene where this newbie kneeled in front of him. It must be a really good feeling to witness this scene. Mo Wuji frowned and said in a disdainful tone, "You can't even take out 10,000 spirit stone slags and you dare open an underground market. You are really shameless, aren't you?" A strong energy surged towards Lord Axe's throat as Mo Wuji's words almost made him spat out blood. Was 5,000 spirit stone slags very little? What did he meant by not being able to take out 10,000 spirit stones being shameless? How dare this rascal mock him, Hong Fuji? At the thought that Shisha's life was still in Mo Wuji's hands, Lord Axe swallowed his thoughts and did his best to control his anger as he said, "If you trust me, I can accept your 200 blackstones, but I can only pay you 5,000 spirit stone slags first, and for the remaining spirit stone slags, I will owe you first." Mo Wuji laughed in his heart but nodded on the surface. "That's right, you are indeed trustworthy and I can indeed trust you." Lord Axe heard this and face turned ugly because he believed that Mo Wuji was saying the opposite of what he truly meant. "According to your words, you will owe me 5,000 spirit stone slags. Naturally, I have one condition of my own too. My spirit stone slags that is placed with you would accumulate interests too. The interest would be 500 spirit stone slags for 1 month, and if you're agreeable, we will transact, and if you're not, forget it." Mo Wuji's words definitely caught everyone by surprise. Even though they knew that Mo Wuji would be doomed, but a deal like this was never necessary because Mo Wuji could have just brought the remaining 102 blackstones after exchanging for the 5,000 spirit stone slags. Lord Axe, Abacus and Kuya exchanged glances with each other as they nodded in secret. This time round, even Kuya didn't comment much because now that Lord Axe was determined to kill Mo Wuji, he would definitely be dead. There was no reason to hesitate in the face of a dead man. "Alright, we shall transact now, so here is 5,000 spirit stone slags." Lord Axe immediately threw out a storage ring to Mo Wuji. "I need you to write a marked IOU." Mo Wuji accepted the storage ring and used his spiritual will to scan through it before nodding his head. "For you." Lord Axe had no hesitation as he stamped on a jade letter before throwing to Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji grabbed the jaded letter and used his spiritual will to scan through it. After noticing that the interest was stated clearly, he threw this jade letter into his own storage ring and then passed the basket to Lord Axe as he kept his Tianji pole. Just at the moment Mo Wuji kept his Tianji pole, Lord Axe charged towards Mo Wuji. Boom! Yet another series of explosion could be heard as what Lord Axe slashed apart was only a shadow. A humongous hole appeared at the corner of the house and Mo Wuji had already disappeared without a trace. Very evidently, Mo Wuji destroyed the house's array foundation before leaving. Since the black stones were already exchanged, even if he destroyed the array foundation here, his storage ring would not be exposed. Otherwise, if Lord Axe told others then he had 200 blackstones with him or talked about how he had a storage ring which could store blackstones, he would definitely be doomed. I will find the Tao Lord now because if I don't kill Mo Wuji, I would have wasted my time on the half-immortal domain. Lord Axe's killing intent could be felt once more because he had never felt this aggrieved ever since he entered the half-immortal domain. Lord Axe, I was thinking why he could have left with 100 blackstones after collecting the 5,000 spirit stone slags but chose to ask you to write an IOU and give you another 100 blackstones? Kuya inquired. Unless he was really capable of forcing us to return the spirit stone slags that we owed him. The usually quiet abacus cultivator revealed a worrying expression because after exchanging blows with Mo Wuji, even though he didn't execute 1/10 of his strength, he could tell that Mo Wuji was not someone to offend. He didn't dare to bring the 100 blackstones away because how do you think the Tao Lord would do to him if he were to find out that he had over 100 blackstones on him? Lord Axe laughed because he had never been this desperate to kill someone. Kuya furrowed her brows because she still didn't think that Mo Wuji was such a simple fella. However, she didn't have any objections for Lord Axe to find the Tao Lord because one had to seek the approval from the Tao Lord to kill someone in the half-immortal domain. Lord Axe was not that close to the Tao Lord to act first before asking for permission. Hurry, we have go now. While Master Puzi and Jia Qi were still waiting anxiously for Mo Wuji's voice could be heard. After saying this, Mo Wuji had already carried Lu Chuanha and charged out first. Master Puzi and Jia Qi were experienced people so they didn't even question Mo Wuji's instructions as they hurried to follow closely behind Mo Wuji. Lord Axe was after all only a lord of the underground market and even though his strength was not any weaker than any of the teams in the half-immortal domain, his reaction was still evidently not as fast as he wasn't capable of obstructing the exit of the half-immortal domain in time. Lord Axe only met with the Tao Lord after Mo Wuji and the three of them had left the half-immortal domain. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 417, Mining Area of Death. Chapter 417, Mining Area of Death. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Tao friend Mo, are we going back to Mining Area 6A? Jia Qi immediately asked. We can't go there anymore. Do you know any mining areas that have a large quantity of blackstone and are situated far away from the half-immortal domain? Mo Wuji replied. Mining Area 6A might have been a good location, but it was too close to the half-immortal domain. He had offended Lord Axe, and was capable of digging up loads of blackstones, so it was simply too dangerous there. Master Puzi, who was standing at the side, suddenly spoke, if there's serious enmity between Lord Axe and you, then the only place you can go is the mining area of death, but... Jia Qi's expression immediately changed, and he shook his head. Master Puzi, going there almost means certain death. Yet Master Puzi did not speak, and only looked at Mo Wuji, waiting for his reply. In reality, he had better locations in mind, but he had to find out the extent of Mo Wuji's courage and abilities. In terms of strength, he had some idea of Mo Wuji's level, and he would not have lost out to Mo Wuji. However, for the battleship, just being strong was insufficient. If Mo Wuji did not have what it took to drive the battleship, he would eliminate Mo Wuji without hesitation, and take the battleship away. This thought never left his mind ever since the battleship came into the picture. Mo Wuji's gaze swept across Master Puzi. The killing intent that Master Puzi had been hiding had already been noticed by him long ago. As someone who was in the extreme mortal and earth stages, created his own meridian cultivation technique, and opened 106 meridians, he was extremely sensitive to everything in his surroundings, which included the killing intent of others. Since Mo Wuji needed Master Puzi's help, he would be allowed to live for now. Once the battleship was completed, if this guy still exuded killing intent towards him, then Mo Wuji would eliminate Master Puzi without hesitation. Oh, what's the mining area of death like? Are there many demonic beasts? Mo Wuji asked calmly. He similarly had some killing intent directed towards Master Puzi, and while he had concealed it rather carefully, Master Puzi could still feel its chilling aura after these questions left his mouth. This gave Master Puzi the chills. He felt that Mo Wuji was not one to be angered, hence it would be better to keep his guard up against him. After calming himself down, Master Puzi broke the silence with his low voice. If it's just demonic beasts, then it won't be called the mining area of death. Which cultivator in the half-immortal domain would actually be afraid of demonic beasts? The amount of blackstone in the mining area of death will definitely be no less than that in mining area A. Even though it had been dug through many times before, when people take the risk there again, there's still more to be found. The reason it's called the mining area of death is because the area is full of colorless leeches. Those colorless leeches are extremely frightening. They are only half a finger long, and while the word colorless is in its name, there's actually spots all over its body. It is also difficult to detect with spiritual will, and exists in the void. Without any notice, it can dig into your skin, and you won't even feel it. This type of colorless leech likes to consume acute wood energy the most. Once it enters a human body, it will feed on the blood marrow, then release acute wood energy, causing the person to be woodified from his blood to his spiritual channels. By the time you realize that one has entered your body, it is already too late. Jia Qi shuddered. The mere thought of the colorless leech was already enough to make people piss their pants. However, Mo Wuji still maintained his calm disposition. His battleship was of paramount importance. Only with a mobile battleship, on top of his strength, would he be able to stand his ground in the half-immortal domain. Who knew when he would be able to leave this place? We'll leave for the mining area of death immediately. Master Puzi, you'll steer the flying ship, and I'll take a look at Dao Friend Lu's condition. As he finished speaking, Mo Wuji did not wait for Master Puzi's reply, and he immediately went into the cabin. Since Master Puzi tagged along, he would have to cooperate. As for the mining area of death, Mo Wuji decided that he would make an assessment after he arrived there. From what Master Puzi had said, he knew that this location was extremely suitable to perform smithing works on his battleship. If his spiritual eye was still unable to see the colorless leeches, then he would change to a different location. While the battleship was important, his life was even more important. Master Puzi nodded his head. He was very impressed with Mo Wuji's way of handling the situation. If Mo Wuji did not even dare to go to the mining area of death, then it would be unclear if he could really put the battleship to good use. Master Puzi, we're really going to the mining area of death? Seeing Mo Wuji enter the cabin, Jia Qi continued asking worriedly. If we don't go, I would be very disappointed. It seems like Dao Friend Mo is not an ordinary person. Master Puzi replied with words of praise. As for Mo Wuji going to take a look at Lu Chuan's condition, he did not really care about it. If Mo Wuji were really able to save a person whose body and spirit channels were woodified, he would really be an immortal. Inside the cabin, Mo Wuji could see that Lu Chuan's woodification had progressed further. He held Lu Chuan's wrist, and within a breath's time, the acute wood energy in Lu Chuan's body streamed out to Mo Wuji, drawn away by his detoxification meridian. Lu Chuan's woodified body began showing visible signs of recovery. Half an incense's time later, Mo Wuji loosened his grip and threw a pill into Lu Chuan's mouth. The efficacy of the pill was incredible. A minute later, Lu Chuanha opened his eyes and sat up. Junior Mo. Lu Chuanha's gaze fell on Mo Wuji, and immediately he knew what was going on. Junior Mo, you saved me? After realizing that it was indeed Mo Wuji that saved his life, Lu Chuanha was shocked. While he had not been in the domain for long, he at least knew that having spirit channels wootified was equivalent to death. Otherwise, why wouldn't that Meng Tianyu have killed him? To that Mo Wuji simply laughed it off, "You're a lucky man. It just so happens that I know a method of neutralizing the acute wood energy. Then I'm afraid that Meng Tianyu won't let us go." Lu Chuanha got the full picture. Since Mo Wuji could neutralize the acute wood energy to save him, Meng Tianyu would not let either of them go. Even a fool knew what someone with the means to neutralize acute wood energy was worth in the half-immortal domain. All this while he was not surprised at Mo Wuji's ability to dissipate acute wood energy. Since Mo Wuji could emerge from the space canyon, it didn't seem impossible for him to do this. With a snicker, Mo Wuji replied, "It's not that he won't let us go. Instead, I'll be the one that won't let him go. We'll spend some time in the mining area of death to do some mining, and once our cultivation levels have improved, we'll return to the half-immortal domain." But Dao friend Lu Jiaqi, who had just entered the cabin, saw Lu Chuanha alive and well, and was stunned. A short while later, he regained his senses, and continued, "Dao friend Mo, you really saved Dao friend Lu." It was pretty much guaranteed death as Lu Chuanha had been wounded by Meng Tianyu's wootification skill, but who knew that Mo Wuji could use barely an incense's worth of time to restore Lu Chuanha to his former state. This Master Puzi also rushed over, and even his jaw dropped. Lu Chuanha's spirit channels had been wootified, but now the Lu Chuanha standing before him had completely recovered. Previously, Master Puzi thought that it was rather naive for Mo Wuji to bring Lu Chuanha away, but he just realized who the naive person was. If Mo Wuji could neutralize acute wood energy, then he would be the best candidate for controlling the battleship. At this point, Master Puzi's killing intent totally vanished, and he bowed respectfully at Mo Wuji after taking in a deep breath. "Dao friend Mo, from now on we are teammates. To be honest, when I first found out that you were in possession of this battleship, I wanted to kill you. Thankfully, I did not do so. If you really died, I believe that there would not be a second person in the half-immortal domain that can neutralize acute wood energy. Even Meng Tianyu can only manipulate it." Ah! Jiaqi stared at Master Puzi with a shocked expression on his face. She never knew that Master Puzi would ever have the thought of killing Mo Wuji. Was Mo Wuji a person you wanted to offend? Master Puzi must have been a little too ballsy. Upon hearing that, Mo Wuji grinned. It was very respectable for Master Puzi to speak his mind. "Dao friend Mo, Master Puzi is a direct person. Since he spoke of these sentiments, it means that they are already in the past." Jiaqi quickly explained. Now everyone were like grasshoppers on a string, and any internal strife would be asking to die. Nodding his head, Mo Wuji responded, "Master Puzi is right. Luckily he did not make any moves, otherwise I would have to find a new smithing master." These words hit Master Puzi like a truck, before he finally replied, "So you knew of my killing intent all this while, not?" Mo Wuji casually brushed it off. "If I didn't know, I wouldn't have survived till this day." After this, Jiaqi did not open her mouth anymore. Inside, she was secretly celebrating the fact that Master Puzi did not make any move on Mo Wuji. Once Master Puzi did something like that and got killed by Mo Wuji, even if he did not kill her too, there would be a certain distance created between them. As for why she did not think that Mo Wuji could get killed by Master Puzi, it was already an ordinary line of thought. "Dao friend Mo, we're still 2 days away from the mining area of death. I'd like to discuss about my compensation for completing this battleship." Master Puzi never mentioned anything about being compensated, firstly because it was not a good time, and secondly because he was also eyeing the battleship. Now that Mo Wuji could even neutralize the acute wood energy, there would be no person more suitable to take control of the battleship than him. "Sure, let's go to the outer deck." Mo Wuji agreed. If Master Puzi was willing to work with him, he would naturally be agreeable. Not only was Master Puzi strong, but his smithing skills were top-notch. This was just the companion Mo Wuji was looking for. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 418, Immortal Chasm. Chapter 418, Immortal Chasm. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. The four of them sat down once again on the deck of the flying ship. Master Puzi took out a bottle of exquisite spirit wine, and made a toast to Mo Wuji before speaking. "Dao friend Mo, do you know why I was that emotional after seeing the battleship?" Without Mo Wuji's reply, Puzi carried on, "It's because this battleship was originally forged by me." Mo Wuji stared at Master Puzi with a shocked expression on his face. This battleship was obtained from a ghost cultivator in the Sky Sea. In fact, it shouldn't be related to the half-immortal domain in any way, so how did Master Puzi forge it? More accurately, I took part in the forging of this battleship. The person that led this project was Master Jiang Yi. Master Jiang Yi's smithing abilities far exceed my own, and most of the design and forging process was done by him. Myself and 8 other guys were simply menial labor. Master Puzi, you're saying that 10 men forged this battleship? Who initiated this? Mo Wuji asked in shock. Mo Wuji was aware of Master Puzi's smithing level, and it was the top 1% of the top 1%. Experts of such caliber could not be found in Jinxing. If Master Puzi was just a smith who did trivial work, then how strong would Jiang Yi be? And how much stronger would the expert that initiated the construction of the battleship be? It was half-immortal domain's Dao Lord that initiated the construction of the battleship. However, it's not the current one, Quan Quan. The purpose of forging this battleship was to take on the immortal chasm. At this point, Master Puzi waved his hand, signaling for Jia Qi to stop asking questions, as he would reveal the whole story. Before we can talk about the immortal chasm, we must first talk about the half-immortal domain. Of course, I do not know how the half-immortal domain came about. I only know that after I broke the void, I was already in here, and this was not the immortal realm. Back then, half-immortal city's Dao Lord was Wu Yu, and I must say that I've never seen someone as strong as him since I started cultivating. With my own eyes, I saw him battle a heavenly immortal expert, and eventually he killed his opponent, but Jia Qi couldn't help himself, blurting out, "Master Puzi, surely a heavenly immortal expert is considered as an actual immortal, right? If we didn't come here after breaking the void, would we have become heavenly immortals?" In response, Master Puzi shook his head. "Logically speaking, heavenly immortals are indeed considered immortals, but in reality, I heard from Elder Wu Yu that heavenly immortals are actually fake immortals, and cannot be considered as real immortals. Then what would make one an actual immortal?" Mo Wuji couldn't help but butt in too. He had also entered the void-breaking glowing light before arriving at the half-immortal domain, and most of the cultivators he saw in here were at the Great Circle of Earth Immortal stage, and were not really beyond the level of an Earth Immortal. Master Puzi sighed, "We've all entered the void-breaking glowing light, and in fact, there's something wrong with it. Heavenly immortal lightning tribulation is supposed to occur after breaking the void, but since we've entered the half-immortal domain, there's been a distinct lack of it. Other than a small number of geniuses among geniuses that can initiate lightning tribulation here to reach heavenly immortal stage, most of us can only hide here and try to survive." Dao Lord Wu previously determined that the half-immortal domain was a cage that the fake immortals used to obstruct cultivators from breaking into the immortal realm. As for what would make one considered a true immortal, neither myself nor Dao Lord Wu Yu knows. Upon hearing this, Mo Wuji actually felt that his ideas had some similarity to Wu Yu's. Because of the half-immortal prison, he had already become rather suspicious of the half-immortal domain. "Master Puzi, you're saying that there's still some geniuses that can initiate lightning tribulation here? Do you know where those cultivators that do so in advance to heavenly immortal stage go to?" Jia Qi had answered this question before, but Mo Wuji still asked Master Puzi about it. It wasn't that he did not trust Jia Qi, but Master Puzi could definitely shed more light on this issue. To this, Master Puzi replied, "Those geniuses were taken away by people from the immortal realm." Dao Lord Wu mentioned that these people were likely taken to be brought up by the fake immortals. Another possibility is that those people from the immortal realm imprisoned them. As for why the cultivators from the immortal realm would do so, Dao Lord Wu was not sure either. His guess was that these immortals were not really authentic. From Master Puzi's reply, Mo Wuji's respect for Dao Lord Wu increased, even though he never met the guy before. This guy was simply too impressive, and it was as though he had seen everything with his own eyes. Regardless of whether it was real immortals or fake immortals, in reality these cultivators that underwent heavenly tribulation to advance to heavenly immortal stage were imprisoned. Half-immortal prison was a good example. Suddenly, Mo Wuji recalled that half-immortal prison was just one of the 11 prisons of Yongning, and it already had that many genius cultivators in it. Wouldn't that mean that there were many other locations like the half-immortal domain where genius cultivators were taken away by the immortal realm and imprisoned? Master Puzi, may I ask where Dao Lord Wu Yu went? Mo Wuji held Wu Yu in high regard, and couldn't help but ask. Master Puzi answered with a tinge of sadness in his eyes, precisely because forging the battleship was directly related to whether cultivators of the half-immortal domain could cross the immortal chasm. Dao Lord Wu led a group of smiths working day and night to complete it. But just then, news of it was leaked out, and people from the immortal realm rushed to the half-immortal domain. So why didn't anything happen to you? Mo Wuji was very puzzled. Since people from the immortal realm came, then it should have been extremely difficult for Master Puzi to survive. More sadness emerged in Master Puzi's eyes. Back when we were forging the battleship, I suddenly understood the spatial principles behind storing Blackstone. After reporting this news to Dao Lord Wu, he determined that this was a significant event, and allowed me to specifically research into creating storage rings that could store Blackstone. By the time I completed this, I heard that Dao Lord Wu had gone missing, together with the 9 smiths. Even though I wasn't present at the battle, I could guess that Dao Lord Wu had perished in battle. As for the news that they had vanished, it was just a cover-up. The ghost cultivator suddenly came to mind. Could that ghost cultivator have been one of the smiths involved in the forging of the battleship? But how did he leave the half-immortal domain? At this point, Master Puzi felt rather down in the dumps, and he quieted down. The others did not bother him either, and a good incense's time later, he continued on his own. The incomplete battleship disappeared, which meant that cultivators of the half-immortal domain had no hope of crossing the immortal chasm anymore. The immortal chasm is a gigantic ditch between the half-immortal domain and the immortal realm. It's named the immortal chasm as it stops all cultivators from the half-immortal domain from entering the immortal realm. How exactly does it obstruct people from passing through? Mo Wuji was definitely not satisfied with staying in the half-immortal domain, so he had to get these things straight. Even if he could not return to Jinxing, he had to at least get a peek at the immortal realm. As for whether it was the real or fake immortal realm, he could judge it after he arrived there. Master Puzi took out a crystal ball and spoke, "Take a look and you'll find out." After which, he activated the crystal ball in his hand. The image of the endless immortal chasm appeared before everyone. It looked like a gigantic ditch with no bottom or any end, cutting the universe directly in half. Black mist hung over the inside of this gigantic chasm, and some creepy crawlies that could not be seen clearly kept moving around, both like there were masses of it and also like there was nothing there at all. While this was just an image from a crystal ball, Mo Wuji could feel goosebumps appearing. This sort of danger was something he could not describe with words. Pointing at the gigantic ditch, Master Puzi spoke, "That's the immortal chasm. No flying ship is able to pass through this area, because one cannot use spiritual will or extend out their elemental energy. If you fall into the chasm, only death awaits. You'll fall to your death, no, perhaps before you die with a splat, not even your bones will be left." At this moment, Master Puzi laughed. Perhaps the thought of an earthly immortal falling to his death sounds like a joke, but in reality, it is not funny at all. Countless cultivators that have fallen to their death in the immortal chasm, and this is simply the start of the dangers in there. The true threat in the immortal chasm are the 5 elemental immortal beasts and the crimson jade poison bug. Silence. Mo Wuji stared at the scene from the crystal ball, and heard what a terrifying place that the immortal chasm was. The immortal chasm restricted one's spiritual will and elemental energy, much like the space canyon. The 5 elemental immortal beasts are namely, sword dragons of metal affinity, gooey water spiders of water affinity, void toads of earth affinity, fire centipede of fire affinity, and colorless leeches of wood affinity. Colorless leeches? Are they the same as those found in the mining area of death? Mo Wuji asked. Master Phuc just shook his head. In some way they are, but they aren't exactly the same. The colorless leeches of the mining area of death are only those of the lowest grade. Even though they are difficult to discover with spiritual will, but they can still be detected. However, the colorless leeches in the immortal chasm are really colorless. There's no way you can sense them with spiritual will, and once they touch your body, you will not be able to get rid of it until you die, as though it attached itself to your bones. When he heard this, Mo Wuji nodded his head. At least he understood why the battleship had many different types of cannons. So they were meant for dealing with the 5 elemental immortal beasts and crimson jade poison bug in the immortal chasm. These are still no match for the crimson jade poison bug. Even though just the sight of it can cause your hairs to stand, but you probably haven't realized that the black-colored thing is not mist, but crimson jade poison bugs. Master Phuc pointed at the image from the crystal ball. If Master Phuc did not point it out, Mo Wuji and company would not have noticed it at all. Now that he had done so, they instantly realized what was going on. The seemingly circulating black mist was actually a dense mass of bugs. What a disgusting sight indeed. How can this be considered an immortal beast? It should be called a poison beast. Lu Chuanha sighed. Master Phuc added on, "You're right, we do call these things as poison bugs. As for the term immortal beasts, it's what the people from the opposite side of the immortal chasm refer to them with. The other side of the immortal chasm is the immortal realm?" Mo Wuji gasped to himself. Now he realized how naive he was, to actually expend that many rounds of ammunition for the cannons. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 419, Entering the Mining Area of Death. Chapter 419, Entering the Mining Area of Death. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Yes, what we call the immortal world is on that side. Whether it's real, no one has really seen it to make that judgment. Master Phuc replied. Master Phuc, it should have been a snitch that leaked the news of Dao Lord Wu forging a battleship in preparation to cross the immortal chasm to the people from the immortal world, right? Also, is the half-immortal domain selling the black stone that they purchased to the people from the immortal world? Are those stone slags from the immortal world? If it's true, then I'm very confused. Why don't those men from the immortal world come to mine themselves? Mo Wuji shot out many questions, finally linking all of the ideas together. Looking in the direction of the half-immortal domain, Master Phuc sighed, "My thoughts are exactly the same as yours. There's probably a snitch. I suspect that the person that leaked the information is the current Dao Lord, Wang Quan, and the Immortal Seeking Union's union head, Meng Tianyu. Why? Do they not want to go to the immortal world?" Jia Qi frowned as he asked. Master Phuc chuckled coldly, "How can we understand what's going through the minds of these slaves? But I do know that there's enmity between Wang Quan and Dao Lord Wu. This is because his Dao companion was snatched away by and even died in the room of Dao Lord Wu." Mo Wuji was a little doubtful. Dao Lord Wu was the leader of half-immortal domain, and it seemed like he had a decent reputation. So how could such a person have ruined himself just for a woman? Could this just be a rumor? Mo Wuji asked. Master Puzi shook his head. No, Dao Lord Wu did indeed forcibly take Guan Quan's Dao companion by force in front of many people. Subsequently, everyone was aware that Guan Quan's Dao companion died in Dao Lord Wu's room. Hence, this is not just a rumor. However, this did not dispel all of the suspicion in Mo Wuji's heart, as he felt that this incident did not make logical sense. Continuing on, Master Puzi spoke. The origins of these stone slags are indeed the immortal world, and the black stone is also bought by the immortal world too. As for why people from the immortal world don't come to mine for blackstone on their own, it's because even experts of heavenly immortal stage and above will still have their spirit channels woodified by the acute wood energy when they come to dig for blackstone. Aren't there wood dissolving pills? Jia Qi asked curiously. But Master Puzi responded with cold laughter once more. Wood dissolving pills can indeed negate acute wood energy, but it cannot completely remove all of the energy. The longer one stays in the half-immortal domain, the more obvious it is. Jia Qi's expression changed for the worse, as she began to think about whether she had already been corrupted by the acute wood energy. By reading his face, Master Puzi could infer what Jia Qi was thinking, and he added on, Jia Qi, you don't have to worry. The most complex part of the battleship has already been completed. Once we are able to completely forge the battleship, we will have a chance to cross the immortal chasm and enter the immortal world. The immortal world is wide beyond measure, so who would find us if we hide in one corner? When we arrive there, I believe that there's some way to remove the remaining acute wood energy. Moreover, now that we have Dao friend Mo, there's even less to worry about. The reason that Master Puzi only mentioned Mo Wuji after saying so much, was because he was worried that Mo Wuji would not help them. After all, they only had a working relationship with Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji nodded his head. Acute wood energy is nothing to me. Since we're all partners now, there's no need for everyone to worry about it. Let's go to the mining area of death and complete the battleship first. After listening to Master Puzi's explanation, Mo Wuji felt that the path ahead was complex and dangerous. One moment of carelessness could cause him to be crushed to smithereens. No matter whether the other side was the immortal world or a fake immortal world, he would go to take a look first. So we're still going to the mining area of death? Jia Qi asked inquisitively. The answer from Mo Wuji was yes. If the immortal chasm is as what Master Puzi just described, we must all the more go to the mining area of death. If we can't even deal with the colorless leeches there, how would we face up against the 5 elemental immortal beasts in the immortal chasm? I agree with Dao friend Mo. Master Puzi immediately replied. Master Puzi, I would like to find out about someone from you. His name is Lai Wanqing, and he's a pill refiner. Mo Wuji was 60% sure that the metal affinity pill refiners that Lai Wanqing brought along were used for concocting wood dissolving pills. Where could wood dissolving pills be used? Wasn't it only in the half-immortal domain? Frowning, Master Puzi fell into deep thought, before finally shaking his head. I've never heard of this person. Mo Wuji sighed to himself. Without any news about Lai Wanqing, he probably would not be able to find anything about Mo Tiancheng for some time. But still, completing his battleship was of the highest priority at the moment, and these issues could wait till after he advanced to earthly immortal stage. Have you heard of a cultivator named Yili then? The reason that Mo Wuji asked about Yili was due to Yili's background. This was the information he obtained in the Half-Moon Immortal Palace. Yili, wood affinity cultivator and a 4-star genius. On Yongying 844 calendar, year 7690, 3rd day of the 4th month, advanced to the heavenly immortal stage, and entered the Yongying's 11th prison. Stubborn. The most important part was that planet, which Mo Wuji suspected could be Earth. This time, Master Puzi replied confidently, I've heard of Yili before. He's an extraordinary genius. While his aptitude for cultivation could not compare to others, but he could somehow find a unique method of cultivation, even undergoing the heavenly immortal lightning tribulation here. You must know that there are similar geniuses in the half-immortal domain, but not everyone can undergo the heavenly immortal lightning tribulation in this domain. Where is Yili from then? Master Puzi replied by shaking his head, this I do not know. I'm not actually acquainted with him. I simply heard of these stories on the grapevine. 2 days later, Master Puzi stopped the flying ship. A gray and hazy scene emerged before the four of them. Both the sky and the ground had some sort of gray mist hanging over them. But since the day that Mo Wuji set foot in the half-immortal domain, this was the first time he had arrived at an area with a ground that was not completely black. This is the mining area of death? Mo Wuji asked as he laid his eyes on the gray and misty area in front of him. Yes. Perhaps you can't see anything when you scan the area with your spiritual will, but as long as you do it a few more times, you'll be able to barely see the spotty colorless leeches. Many cultivators stay at the outer borders of this area when stealing blackstone, and only dare to venture further inside after inspecting the surroundings repeatedly. Master Puzi explained. Mo Wuji's spiritual will had spread through this space, and it was as Master Puzi described. There were some spotted bugs that he could barely detect. These bugs were rather similar to regular leeches, and their soft bodies made one quite uncomfortable when looking at them. Master Puzi added on, your spiritual will might be able to see part of them, but that's definitely not all of the leeches present. When you continue to inspect the R further, you'll definitely find more. The cultivators that come here to steal blackstone often get their bodies invaded by colorless leeches, hence no one dares to enter this area any further. Nodding his head, Mo Wuji took a step forward, at the same time forming his spiritual eye. In order to work with Master Puzi, he could hide it no longer. The gray scene before him suddenly cleared up, and indeed there were tens of colorless leeches in the vicinity that his spiritual will did not sense. This, eye of spirituality. Master Puzi took in a deep breath. He never imagined that Mo Wuji would possess an eye of spirituality. Master Puzi, what's an eye of spirituality? Jia Qi asked out of curiosity. At this point Master Puzi knew that Mo Wuji considered him as trustworthy, thus revealing the eye of spirituality. As such, there should be no more guarding against each other. This was the first time he felt some level of respect towards Mo Wuji. The eye of spirituality is a kind of skill that is developed naturally. It is rumored that less than 1 in 10 million will possess this skill. This sort of spiritual eye is also called the natural Dao eye. It can see everything, even those hiding in the void. While the colorless leeches are adept in camouflaging themselves, under the eye of spirituality, there's nowhere for them to hide. However, it's a pity that the eye of spirituality can only sense the colorless leeches, and cannot eliminate them. Master Puzi stopped in the middle of his sentence, as he stared at Mo Wuji in disbelief once again. At this moment, Mo Wuji extended circle after circle of a pale green flame. Even though his spiritual will could only detect a few colorless leeches, they were turned to dust in an instant upon contact with the flame. This is the scholar's heart. Not only did Master Puzi recognize Mo Wuji's flame, but Lu Chuanha and Jia Qi did so as well. With both the eye of spirituality and scholar's heart, the mining area of death was just a joke to Mo Wuji. The colorless leeches here were simply a type of wood affinity demonic bug, and the scholar's heart was the mortal enemy of such demonic bugs. Clenching his fist tightly, Master Puzi became agitated to the point that he began shaking. He had dreamed of this moment much longer than Jia Qi and Lu Chuanha. With such abilities, on top of the soon-to-be-completed battleship, what was there to fear about crossing the immortal chasm? The light at the end of the tunnel finally shone through after staying in the half-immortal domain for such a long time. The radius of Mo Wuji's flame gradually increased, and through his spiritual eye, he could observe the countless colorless leeches in the void being reduced to nothingness. Once it was safe, he signaled to the rest of the group behind him, and they immediately understood what he meant, charging straight into the area demarcated by Mo Wuji's flame. Master Puzi, don't you feel like we're not the only ones here? Mo Wuji spoke with a serious tone. He had noticed the traces of array flags in the vicinity, which indicated that he was not the only one with means to enter the mining area of death. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 420, Piles of Blackstone. Chapter 420, Piles of Blackstone. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Dao friend Mo was right, there indeed are some traces of arrays left behind, but I've never heard of anyone warding off colorless leeches with arrays before. So why would the person set up an array here? Master Puzi replied with a stern face. To Master Puzi, the Blackstone quarry could just take a back seat. The uncompleted battleship was the real priority. Mo Wuji shook his head. No, if that person also has an extremely strong flame like myself, he can definitely block out the colorless leeches through arrays, but... Before Mo Wuji could complete his sentence, Master Puzi interrupted him. Dao friend Mo, you can use arrays to block out colorless leeches? Are you planning to mark out an area for me to complete the battleship, on top of searching for Blackstone here? If Mo Wuji could really do so, then it would be the best choice to finish up on the battleship in the mining area of death. Yes, I do have such an intention. What do you think about it? Mo Wuji said as he looked towards Master Puzi. In his heart, Master Puzi instantly understood Mo Wuji's thoughts. If Mo Wuji could really set up such an array in the mining area of death, then he would be able to carry on forging the battleship with a peace of mind. Moreover, the other intention would be to prevent him from leaving. Even after completing the battleship, he would not be able to take it out of the mining area of death without Mo Wuji's permission. Master Puzi shot a gaze at Mo Wuji once more. He did not think that Mo Wuji was doing something wrong, as he would do the same in Mo Wuji's position. If Mo Wuji put the battleship into his hands after hearing a few words from him, that would make him even more uneasy. How would a callous cultivator steer them to the other side of the immortal chasm? No wonder he dared to face Lord Axe alone, and still managed to exchange some stone slags. The only unknown was how many stone slags he obtained. Was there 1,000? If so, then Dao friend Mo was much stronger than imagined. The reason that Mo Wuji wanted to do things this way was to prevent others from disturbing Master Puzi from smithing. But just as Master Puzi had correctly interpreted, he also had to keep his guard up against Master Puzi. As long as he could set up the defensive array in the mining area of death, then Master Puzi would be able to stay within it to forge the battleship, and would not be able to leave without his permission. This place was swarming with colorless leeches. Even if a flying ship could take off, the colorless leeches would swiftly invade the interior of it. I agree, this is indeed a good location. Master Puzi nodded his head in agreement of Mo Wuji's idea without hesitation. Brother Mo, you said that there was someone that set up arrays around here? Could that person also be here to cultivate or hide? Lu Chuanha asked. If the other party was here only to mine for Blackstone, then he would only have to sustain a defensive layer of fire, and would not have to set up any defensive arrays. No, if I'm not wrong, this person is probably here to mine Blackstone. On top of that, his spiritual will can reach at least 10 m below the surface. He set up an array here because there was a pile of Blackstone here previously. Mo Wuji's spiritual will could detect the freshly dug soil. No matter how fast the black soil readjusted itself, there were still traces that Blackstone had just been mined from the area. The reason why the person set up an array was due to the large amount of Blackstone present. Jia Qi also understood what Mo Wuji meant, but since Master Puzi didn't seem to be on the same page, she continued to keep her mouth shut. Dao friend Mo, when I'm forging the battleship, I cannot be disturbed. Since someone has been here before, will he affect my smithing? Master Puzi asked with a tinge of worry in his voice. Smiling, Mo Wuji replied, no problem. I assure you that there will be no one else but us around. If my defensive array can be broken so easily, I wouldn't think of even coming here. When Master Puzi heard Mo Wuji's words, he heaved a sigh of relief. On the surface, it might seem like Mo Wuji's battleship was not a magic treasure. However, such a battleship was extremely challenging to forge, as every piece of material was difficult to cut or smelt. The carving of every single rune on it had to be done with utmost precision too. The slightest error could reduce the battleship's defensive capabilities. Otherwise, why would Wu Yu have gathered 10 of the most outstanding smiths to work on it? Dao friend Mo, where will we set up camp? Jia Qi couldn't help but ask as she saw that Mo Wuji had no intention of stopping. At this point, they were all like Master Puzi, simply following Mo Wuji into the depths of the mining area of death, and anything that happened after that was beyond them. There's no rush, wait till I find some blackstone. Mo Wuji replied. From the time that they entered the mining area of death, Mo Wuji had found at least a few hundred blackstone with his spiritual will. The largest patch had even up to a few tens of them, but this was not enough to make Mo Wuji move. His number one priority for coming here was to forge the battleship, and the second was to cultivate. Mining for blackstone was only third on his list. Moreover, it was too close to the outside, and they had to move further inwards first. Since Jia Qi mentioned that someone had found thousands of blackstones in a mining area before, then it should be the same in the mining area of death. Based on Mo Wuji's inference, since blackstone mines were called mines, those small collections of them were of no significance. The real mine would be a large patch of them, so even thousands of blackstones would not be considered as one. The deeper they went, the denser the colorless leeches in the air became. While everyone was protected in Mo Wuji's scholar's heart, the endless sound of colorless leeches sizzling upon contact with it could be heard. A day passed by, and even Master Puzi became worried. A person had limited elemental energy and spiritual will. No matter how strong Mo Wuji was, the amount of energy expended to maintain such a large veil of fire was definitely not small. Once the smallest of cracks appeared in the layer of scholar's heart, and a few colorless leeches creep in, their lives would be over. Just as Master Puzi was about to voice out a reminder, Mo Wuji suddenly stopped. Dao friend Mo, what's up? The jittery Master Puzi asked. However, Mo Wuji did not respond immediately, as the spiritual will in his spirit storage channel stretched into the ground. The soil in the border of the mining area of death seemed to be a different shade of gray from the soil here. Tens of breaths later, Mo Wuji lifted up his head and said to the group, I suspect that there's a large patch of blackstone here, possibly over 1,000. Ah! Upon hearing Mo Wuji's words, even Master Puzi stared at him with a gaping mouth. Master Puzi had the most experience in the half-immortal domain, hence he naturally knew what it meant to find over 1,000 blackstones. Dao friend Mo, are you sure? Jia Qi couldn't believe what she just heard. She had heard of many blackstone patches of over 100, but those with over 1,000 were really far and few between. Mo Wuji nodded his head, I'm sure, and 1,000 is only a conservative estimate, because I can't sense if there's more any deeper. This was no lie. It was already a stretch for his spirit storage channel's spiritual will to reach where the blackstone patch was, 20 m into the ground. It looked to be just a small corner, and Mo Wuji suspected that there was much more blackstone underneath. Of course, this was just speculation. How deep is it? Master Puzi asked frantically. Around 20 m and below. The three of them stared at each other quizzically after hearing Mo Wuji's words. Didn't Mo Wuji say that he could find blackstone within 15 m? So why can he sense those even 20 m deep? Dao friend Mo, is it really below 20 m? Can you detect what's 15 m beneath the ground? Master Puzi spoke to Rushdie. He had heard rumors of what these blackstones were for. If they could make it across the immortal chasm and into the immortal domain, it would be necessary to have as many blackstone as possible. That's right, I can only sense 20 m deep into the ground, which is why I can't confirm the amount of blackstone underneath. At the very least there's over 1,000. Everyone, I plan to set up a defensive array here. Brother Lu and Dao friend Jia, please start digging at the position that I mark out. Once I've completed the array, I will undergo closed-door cultivation, while the two of you mine Blackstone and Master Phuc forges the battleship, okay? Mo Wuji said confidently. Sure. Master Phuc immediately agreed. I'm okay too. Lu Chuanha and Jia Qi answered in unison. Mo Wuji had put in the most work while being of the lowest cultivation level, so it was natural for him to undergo closed-door cultivation. After nodding his head, Mo Wuji carried on, so let's discuss how we'll split the Blackstone. I only want 10%. Lu Chuanha was the first to respond. He did not want to put Mo Wuji in a spot, so he just made his request straight up. Only 10% for him, and now Master Phuc naturally could not ask for much more. Jia Qi spoke, this time Dao friend Mo contributed the most, followed by Master Phuc. Moreover, when we cross the immortal chasm, we still have to take the battleship, so 10% is enough for me too. Jia Qi original share was 20%, but that was when their basis of cooperation was for obtaining Blackstone. Now, they only functioned as pure manual labor when mining for Blackstone in the mining area of death, while Mo Wuji and Master Phuc were the real cavalry. Seeing that Lu Chuanha and Jia Qi had already made their positions known, Master Phuc quickly spoke, the first person we have to thank for the opportunity for everyone to come together to work is Dao friend Mo. He probably did about 90% of the work. Moreover, as a team, we must have a leader, and Dao friend Mo is the most suitable for the job. I'll only take 10% of the Blackstone, so Dao friend Mo will have 70%. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 421, Reforging the Battleship. Chapter 421, Reforging the Battleship. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji originally intended for each of the three to take 15%, and brought it up because it would reduce Jia Qi's share. Since they only wanted 10% per person, he would just take the rest graciously. Up till this point, he indeed played a significant part, regardless whether it was arriving here, blocking the colorless leeches, or finding Blackstone. Without him, the group would have achieved nothing. In the world of cultivation, ability and rewards should come hand in hand. With Master Phuc's help, Mo Wuji's speed of setting up the array went up. Any array flag that he needed would be produced upon request to Master Phuc. No wonder Master Phuc was considered one of the best smiths around. Even though he only helped to make array flags, any request given to him would be met, and there was no difficulty in using the flags produced at all. In the short span of 6 days, Mo Wuji completed the defenses for an area 2000m in radius. While Master Phuc was well versed in array Dao, he was still shocked by Mo Wuji's work. He could not imagine how Mo Wuji could be so well learned in array Dao, even incorporating the flame of the scholar's heart into the array. There were trap arrays and garrote arrays in there too. This meant that not only were colorless leeches blocked out, but other cultivators too, and Mo Wuji only took 6 days to set up such an array. As a smithing master, Master Phuc naturally had delved deep into array Dao, but after looking at Mo Wuji's standard, he felt that he still had a long way to go. The first thing Mo Wuji did after finishing the defensive array was to take out the battleship. Seeing the battleship that gave off a frightening aura, Master Phuc leapt forward instantly, caressing its exterior. An expression of pure love and joy appeared on his face soon after. Mo Wuji did not speak, and he just waited for Master Phuc at one side. Indeed, Master Phuc turned around after touching the battleship all over. The most challenging parts of the battleship have already been completed, otherwise even if you gave me 10,000 years, I would still be unable to finish it alone. Mo Wuji already knew that there were certain technologies incorporated into the battleship, and based on his speculation, Master Phuc was not from some technologically advanced planet either. Master Phuc, most of this battleship seems to be forged from celestial sunflower gold. Where did you obtain so much of it? Since the day he got the battleship, Mo Wuji wanted to know the answer to this question. The higher Mo Wuji's cultivation became, the more aware he was of the immense value of celestial sunflower gold. Master Puzi gave out a sigh. It was provided by Tao Lord Wu, and I don't know where he obtained so much of it from. However, on the battleship, there's materials of even higher quality than celestial sunflower gold, but in very small quantities. Nodding his head, Mo Wuji responded, after all, celestial sunflower gold is something of the ordinary cultivation world. It probably isn't that valuable in the immortal world. However, this incited Master Puzi's immediate reply, "You're wrong. Do you really think that there's nothing good in the cultivation world? Let me tell you, many things in the cultivation world are more valuable than those in the immortal world, and this celestial sunflower gold is one of those things. Even in the immortal world, celestial sunflower gold is a highly precious item. Moreover, most of the celestial sunflower gold originate from the immortal world and falls from it." When he heard Master Puzi's words, Mo Wuji was shocked. "Master Puzi, I have a piece of celestial sunflower gold. Can you help me forge a flying ship after completing the battleship?" As he spoke, Mo Wuji took out the piece of celestial sunflower gold in his possession. "Good stuff," Master Puzi praised as he laid eyes on Mo Wuji's celestial sunflower gold. "Dao friend Mo, the rarest part of this piece of celestial sunflower gold is its completeness. Such a large and complete piece of celestial sunflower gold is difficult to obtain even in the immortal world." Pleased, Mo Wuji carried on, "Then I request for Master Puzi to forge a flying ship with it." From the time he entered Jinxing till now, Mo Wuji never had a flying magic treasure of his own. All he had were spoils of war, and while there were a few decent ones, he still desired for one to call his own. Celestial sunflower gold was rumored to be able to cross the universe, so who knew if he could use his own flying ship to return to Earth one day? There's no problem with that. "Dao friend Mo, what do you want to be forged?" Master Puzi replied. With a wave of his hand, Mo Wuji took out a flying car. "Master Puzi, please take reference from this flying car." Upon seeing the flying car that Mo Wuji took out, Master Puzi was a little stunned. The flying car was too run down, and of rather low quality. "Dao friend Mo, if it's for traveling through space, I'll suggest going with the shape of the battleship. Although the flying car is both aesthetically pleasing and comfortable, but it's not very suitable for the environment of space." Master Puzi couldn't help it. It would be too much of a waste to use such a large piece of celestial sunflower gold on this. Yet, Mo Wuji shook his head. "Master Puzi, just use the shape of this flying car as reference. I'll take care of the rest." As someone who spent many years in space, how could he not have known that what Master Puzi said made sense? But he did not mind, because he could just add various arrays to supplement the shortfalls of the flying car in space. The flying car that he took out was Tsin Shuin's. Now that Shuin was no longer with him, having a flying car replica of hers was a form his memories of her. "Okay, since Dao friend Mo is so sure, I'll forge a perfect flying car for you," Master Puzi replied. After agreeing to Mo Wuji's request, he dove straight into working on the battleship, as he did not want to waste more time on Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji did not continue to disturb Master Puzi or the other two either. As Mo Wuji said that there was a large patch of blackstone here, Jia Qi and Lu Chuanha expanded their digging area, hence they only hit a few meters deep after many days. Everyone delved into their tasks, and Mo Wuji began to set up his own cave for cultivation. It had been over a month since Mo Wuji and company left the half-immortal domain, and other than the enraged Lord Axe, no one in the half-immortal domain really bothered with these minor characters. What made Lord Axe infuriated was that he had spent so much, but only got the support of half-immortal domain's Dao Lord, Huang Quan, to allow him to kill Mo Wuji for any reason at all, yet Mo Wuji disappeared completely. This guy broke the defensive array of his hideout, and took away 5,000 spirit stone slags. If he, Hong Fuji, could not strangle Mo Wuji to death with his two bare hands, he would not be able to take it. As for the blackstone that Mo Wuji used to exchange for the spirit stone slags, he ignored them totally. At the same time, inside Mo Wuji's defensive array, everything was as peaceful as it could be. Mo Wuji's heavenly fire defensive array had been standing strong for over a month, and all colorless leeches knew how frightening it was. Initially, countless colorless leeches would continue to approach it, but now, other than a rare few, most of them would avoid this area. Within the defensive array, the gigantic battleship gradually became more complete. As for Master Phuc, he never looked up from the battleship a single time. If there were any commotion made, it would be the sound of Jia Qi and Lu Chuanha mining for blackstone. Brother Lu, we're almost at 20 but there's no blackstone. Jia Qi and Lu Chuanha was already familiar with each other after spending a month digging through the black soil together. Even the original title of Dao Friend Lu changed to Brother Lu. At first, she did not really speak much other than with Master Phuc. After getting to know Mo Wuji, she started to open up a little more. Now that she had interacted with Lu Chuanha, she found that Lu Chuanha was similar to Mo Wuji, and soon developed a sense of kinship towards him. Lu Chuanha chuckled, "Sister Jia, Brother Mo is not an ordinary person. I believe that he did not make a mistake. In the Universal Canyon, we were trapped for so long, and only Brother Mo found the way out. Otherwise, we'll still be stuck inside there. While there's acute wood energy here, but it's much more comfortable than that constricted canyon." Laughing, Jia Qi replied, "I naturally trust Brother Mo, but blackstone can move, ah." Jia Qi abruptly stopped mid-sentence. It wasn't that she didn't want to continue, but she was completely stunned by the scene before her. Not only did it stun Jia Qi, but also Lu Chuanha. In the location that the UST dug, row after row of blackstone lined up neatly, most of them in the shape of a snowflake. With a quick count, there were hundreds present. A few breaths later, Lu Chuanha took in a deep breath. "This blackstone, There's not only 1,000 here, it probably exceeds 10,000. Jia Qi was excited to the point that her hands began shaking. At this point, even though her spiritual will could not penetrate much deeper, she knew that it was all blackstone below this. Finding one of such a blackstone mine would be enough. Lu Chuanha shook his head. "No, not only 10,000, there could be even more than 100,000. I suspect that this is the true source of all blackstone in the half-immortal domain, and all other blackstone escapes from here. That may not be true, after all this is over 20 below ground level. Perhaps there's much more blackstone more than 20 below the surface in the half-immortal domain and everyone hasn't found it yet." Jia Qi's spiritual will quickly swept past the areas that Mo Wuji was cultivating and Master Phuc was forging the battleship before carrying on. "Brother Lu, let's dig all of this blackstone up quickly. Once Master Phuc's battleship is complete we might have to get ready to cross the immortal chasm." "Okay," Lu Chuanha replied, and thus they began to dig up blackstone wildly. On the outside of Mo Wuji's defensive array, an endless stream of spiritual energy was swept over, forming a raging river of energy. This spiritual energy flowed straight to the area that Mo Wuji was undergoing closed-door cultivation at. There was no holding back at this place. As over 100 spirit stone slags turned to dust and were swept to one side, Mo Wuji's cultivation level advanced into worldly immortal stage level 8. This was only the beginning, and hundreds of spirit stone slags were taken out once again. At this moment, all grades of spiritual energy surrounding him merged together and enveloped him completely, bringing his cultivation level ever closer to worldly immortal stage level 9 at a frightening pace. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 422, The Disappointing New Meridian. Chapter 422, The Disappointing New Meridian. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Brother, there's actually someone cultivating here, and with such an insane aura? Outside Mo Wuji's defensive array, two men suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Both men were like Mo Wuji previously, with a circle of fire around them. They had a tall physique, and had similar appearances. With a single look, you could see that they were brothers related by blood. The only distinguishing feature was that the guy that spoke was a little plump, while the person referred to as brother was rather skinny. This is definitely a top-notch genius. If he's also at the Great Circle of Earthly Immortal stage, by my estimates he'll undergo heavenly tribulation to advance to heavenly immortal stage soon. The brother responded. I'm quite curious how this guy came here. Even if he could set up an array, it shouldn't be suddenly in such a location, right? This is the deepest region of the mining area of death. The plump cultivator frowned. To that, the elder brother chided back, how many times have I told you, don't think that we're that impressive. Yes, we were able to get the seat of Heartfire by a good stroke of luck. However, the universe is so vast, and us brothers are not the only people who encounter good opportunities. Are you sure that those that can come to this point do not have their own flame or tricks? Moreover, this guy's skill with arrays is many times greater than ours. At the very least I can't set up this sort of array. The younger brother seemed to be used to such a scolding, and replied nonchalantly, Brother, do you think we should greet this guy? This person definitely does not dare to go to the half-immortal domain if he's hiding to cultivate here. We'll have strength in numbers. We've dug quite a lot of blackstone, but what can we do if we simply pile them up here? After thinking for a while, the elder brother nodded his head, You're right, but let's not disturb other people's cultivation. We'll set up a simple defensive array out here, and also a cave for cultivation. There's not many colorless leeches here, so this is a good place to wait for this guy to come out of closed-door cultivation. If we can get on good terms with him, then let's form a group together. Otherwise, we'll leave. As time passed by, the spirit stone slags around Mo Wuji crumbled to dust one by one. Worldly Immortal Stage Level 10. Worldly Immortal Stage Level 11. When the 1,000 spirit stone slags that Mo Wuji threw out turned to dust as the previous ones did, his cultivation level charged into a Worldly Immortal Stage Level 12 without any obstructions. Without any hesitation, Mo Wuji took out all the remaining spirit stone slags. At this point, the 106 meridians in his body had already formed a much larger scale major circulation pathway. Originally, one spirit stone slag took a period of time before it shattered, but as Mo Wuji's reverse major circulation route formed, the surrounding spirit stone slags began popping one after another like bubbles. Intermediate Worldly Immortal Stage Level 12, Advanced Worldly Immortal Stage Level 12. Boom! It seemed like something had burst open, and Mo Wuji felt as though there were no obstructions in his body. His rate of absorbing spiritual energy rose by multiple times too. The Great Circle of Worldly Immortal Stage Level 12, and his 107th meridian had been forced open. Crack, 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 crack. At this instant, all of the spirit stone slags around him shattered together into a cloud of dust. Mo Wuji suddenly charged out of the cave, and left the defensive array. The next moment, rumbling noises appeared in the sky above the mining area of death. Boom! Crack, crack, crack. Tens of lightning bolts rapidly shot down from the sky, aimed directly at Mo Wuji, who had just exited the defensive array. Brother, this guy is actually undergoing the heavenly tribulation here? Does he not fear the people of the immortal domain? The two cultivators by the side of Mo Wuji's defensive array stared at Mo Wuji in the midst of the lightning storm. Shaking his head, the skinny brother replied, Perhaps he hopes to enter the immortal domain through such a method. Isn't it rumored that those who advance into the heavenly immortal stage after the heavenly tribulation get the chance to enter the immortal domain? Brother Pachin told us that the cultivators that successfully pass through the heavenly tribulation are taken away by those from the immortal domain with bad intentions. Who knows if they really have bad intentions? If Brother Pachin didn't say anything, we wouldn't know either. The skinny cultivator shook his head once more. Then should we pass on this piece of news to him? The younger brother looked at the lightning bolts in the sky and felt rather fearful. The strength of this lightning tribulation was a little too frightening. Wait, why doesn't this look like a heavenly immortal's heavenly tribulation? Could this guy be undergoing the earthly immortal heavenly tribulation? That's a little too far-fetched, right? The elder brother could sense that something was weird about Mo Wuji's lightning tribulation. The plump younger brother could feel the difference too, and continued after observing a while longer, "Brother, if this is his earthly immortal lightning tribulation, how could our own earthly immortal lightning tribulation even compare to this?" Both brothers had the seed of the heart fire, hence their earthly immortal lightning tribulation was already much stronger than ordinary cultivators. But now they found that Mo Wuji's lightning tribulation was many times stronger than theirs. "We should wait here until after he has completed the heavenly tribulation, then we'll go to greet him. This guy is not simple. No matter what, we'll pass on Brother Pachin's message to him." As the lightning bolts that enveloped Mo Wuji became thicker, the elder brother's expression turned more stern. Such a oppressive aura for heavenly tribulation even startled Master Puzi, who was within the battleship, much less Jia Qi and Lu Chuanha, who were mining for blackstone outside. "Brother Mo is undergoing his earthly immortal lightning tribulation," Lu Chuanha was the first to charge out from his small mine. This patch of blackstone was far too big, and on top of that blackstone was extremely difficult to dig, thus after a year of digging, they were still unable to completely mine out all of the blackstone in the area. Other than the initial agitation, mining blackstone soon became a mundane task. "Master Puzi, you're done forging the battleship?" Jia Qi came charging out as well. No matter how precious something is, once you obtained a certain number of it, its value in your eyes would fall too. What's more, at that point in time, they only knew that blackstone could be used to exchange for spirit stone slags and wood dissolving pills. "It's basically complete. Is Dao friend Mo undergoing the heavenly immortal lightning tribulation? It's a little too strong, isn't it?" Master Puzi gave a half-hearted reply, before turning back to Mo Wuji's lightning tribulation and sighing. Since when did these people appear outside?" Up till this point in time, Master Puzi did not notice the two brothers who were observing Mo Wuji's lightning tribulation from the outside. Lu Chuanha chuckled, "Master Puzi, these two men have been here for almost a year. I believe that they are waiting for Brother Mo to come out from closed-door cultivation and do not mean any harm, In Mo Wuji's defensive array, there were concealment arrays too, so people from the outside could not observe what was happening on the inside, while those on the inside could clearly see the former." It seemed like Master Puzi did not hear Lu Chuanha's words, and he suddenly rushed to the location where Lu Chuanha and Jia Qi were mining blackstone. For a whole year, he had been completely focused on the battleship, without a care for what happened elsewhere. Hence, now that he saw the blackstone mine, why wouldn't he be shocked? "Master Puzi, the amount of blackstone in here is extremely shocking. Brother Lu and I have dug for over a year, and we're still not done. I'm not sure how many there are in here exactly," Jia Qi explained by Master Puzi's side. Staring a little longer at the blackstone mine before him, Master Puzi finally spoke, "Impressive." To this, Jia Qi did not respond, as she understood the meaning behind Master Puzi's words. He did not mean that she and Lu Chuanha were impressive, but that Mo Wuji was impressive. "Let's go to watch Dao friend Mo undergo his heavenly tribulation first." Master Puzi suddenly spoke with sentiment. At this point, he had even more faith in his heart than when he was forging the battleship. In a mere year's time, Mo Wuji could charge from worldly immortal stage to earthly immortal stage. Even if he was previously at the peak of worldly immortal stage, it was not a simple feat to ignite the earthly immortal lightning tribulation within a year. Since Mo Wuji was already that strong of a worldly immortal, what Master Puzi wanted to know was how much stronger he would get after advancing to earthly immortal stage. Boom boom boom. Thick bolts of lightning completely stunned the three of them. If Mo Wuji's lightning tribulation was considered strong before, it was understandable, but the strength of the lightning bolts that Mo Wuji was facing now was just beyond their imagination. Could this be a heavenly immortal lightning tribulation? Lu Chuanha asked while in shock. He had also undergone the earthly immortal lightning tribulation before, but it was the complete opposite of Mo Wuji's. With a stern tone, Master Puzi replied, "No, Dao friend Mo is still undergoing the earthly immortal lightning tribulation." I've seen a heavenly immortal lightning tribulation before, and it's not like this. It's not that this is not strong enough, but it's lacking the presence of some immortal Tao. This is too strong. Jia Qi exclaimed. If she faced such a lightning tribulation, she would probably perish. Mo Wuji's lightning tribulation seemed endless, as wave after wave of lightning bolts seemingly engulfed the entirety of his body. But this only caused him bones and muscles to hurt, and did not pose a fatal threat. Moreover, the spiritual energy that came with the lightning tribulation served as a source of constant replenishment for him as he charged at full speed towards the realm of an earthly immortal. Crack, crack, crack. As another few tens of thick lightning bolts landed on Mo Wuji, the barrier between worldly and earthly immortal shattered, causing his cultivation level to rise rapidly. All of the surrounding spiritual energy was sucked into him, and he soon stabilized at the earthly immortal stage. As they could sense Mo Wuji's ascension to earthly immortal stage, the lightning bolts began to ease up, and lost the wildness that came with the initial few strikes. At the moment, Mo Wuji clenched his fists tightly, even forgetting to continue stabilizing his cultivation level, as the function of his 107th meridian made him both agitated and disappointed. The 107th meridian was actually a vitality channel which could contain an endless amount of vitality. Even if he fell in battle, as long as his vitality channel was still intact, he would still have the chance to live on. That's right, he indeed did not possess a primordial spirit, so once his body died, he would die for real. However, things were different now, as he had an additional vitality channel, which was much more useful than a primordial spirit. The only disappointment was that he did not open this vitality channel earlier, otherwise, would Shuyin still have died? With the vitality channel, he could have saved Shuyin's spirit before it shattered. But now, he could only regret. Now, the last lightning bolt disappeared as well. Sensing Mo Wuji's oppressive aura, not a single colorless leech would dare to approach him even if he did not have the defensive layer of heavenly fire. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 423, Immortal Traversing Ship. Chapter 423, Immortal Traversing Ship. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Big brother, that person actually managed to pass such a strong lightning calamity. And that crazy absorption of spiritual energy, is he not afraid of the acute wood energy here? Doesn't he know that wood dissolving pills could only hold back, but not completely stop the woodification of spirit channels? This slightly fat cultivator had been observing Mo Wuji's tribulation anxiously, and now that Mo Wuji had passed the lightning calamity, this cultivator was rather confused. The other cultivator shook his head. I don't know what's the case either. Perhaps he has some way to resolve the acute wood energy. In the history of half-immortal domain, have any of the people that could undergo tribulation been simple? Moreover, this person is even undergoing his tribulation in the mining area of death, but did you see him being affected by the colorless leeches? The lightning clouds above the mining area of death had already dispersed. Mo Wuji had also already changed into a new set of clothes and landed in front of these two cultivators. With 5,000 spirit stone slags, coupled with the spiritual energy from the mining area of death, Mo Wuji was able to break through from worldly immortal stage level 7 to earthly immortal stage level 1. Mo Wuji was already very satisfied. Is there any reason why you're looking for me? Mo Wuji only needed a single gaze at the defensive array around these two people to know that they have already been here for a long time. Tong Chang greets this Dao friend. This is my younger brother, Tong Yi. Because we've always been here in the mining area of death, we are filled with admiration for this Dao friend to be able to cultivate here. We wanted to get acquainted with you. The slightly thinner cultivator hurriedly clasped his fists and said to Mo Wuji. Inside, he was actually filled with shock. Mo Wuji's speed was so fast. The tribulation seemed like it had just ended, but Mo Wuji had already appeared in front of him, and had even changed into a new set of clothes. Tong Yi greets this Dao friend. The slightly fatter younger brother was filled with admiration towards Mo Wuji. To be able to install such a huge array here, and to even undergo tribulation, Mo Wuji was simply a godlike existence. Mo Wuji nodded. He could also guess that these two people did not have any evil intentions, otherwise, they wouldn't publicly install their array right outside of his. Just to befriend him, they had stayed and waited here for an entire year. This was the first time that Mo Wuji had seen such a thing. I'm called Mo Wuji. Your flames are rather special. After Mo Wuji returned the greetings, his gaze landed on the two's defenses. Mo Wuji had interacted with heavenly fire before, but these two brothers' flames seemed to be a different kind of flame from heavenly fire. If not for his sensitivity to flames, he would not have noticed this. With a simple wool from Tongchang, the flames suddenly got more intense. From its dark red surface, its temperature could not be seen. But from its terrifying aura, Mo Wuji could still feel it. Dao friend Mo, it was by chance that us brothers managed to obtain a heartfire seed. After millenniums of nurturing, we finally have today's results. Compared to Dao friend's heavenly fire, our heartfire is still far away. After stimulating his flames, Tongchang said humbly. These flames are indeed very strong. The two of you, please wait for a while. I still have some friends in my array. After I discuss with them, I would invite the two of you into my array. Mo Wuji was very clear of the purpose behind why Tongchang demonstrated the power of his fire. These two brothers must also have offended someone in half-immortal domain. Thus, they were unable to go back. Showing his flames was also a demonstration of his strength, indicating that the two of them had sufficient abilities to become Mo Wuji's comrades. Dao friend Mo, please. Tongchang clasped his fists once more. Mo Wuji turned and entered his own array. Within his array, Master Pu Zi was still completing his battleship. Whether it was completed or not, he couldn't casually let it be seen by other people. Dao friend Mo, your lightning calamity was too ferocious. The moment Mo Wuji entered the array, Master Pu Zi chortled and welcomed him. To him, the stronger Mo Wuji was, the better. Congratulations Junior Mo. Lu Chuanha and Jia Qi also came to congratulate Mo Wuji's ascension to an earthly immortal. Mo Wuji smiled and was about to speak, however, his spiritual will suddenly noticed the Blackstone mine not far away. He immediately said in shock, this Blackstone mine is actually so amazing? Right, Junior Jia Qi and I have already dug up close to 1 million Blackstones, and there's still many more. This could really be the biggest Blackstone mine in half-immortal domain, Lu Chuan has said excitedly. Mo Wuji knew that this Blackstone mine was filled, but he never expected it to reach such a degree. From the looks of it, they did not need to go elsewhere to excavate for Blackstone. Previously, inviting Lu Chuanha and Jia Qi was indeed the right choice. Otherwise, he wouldn't have so much time to excavate Blackstone. Master Pu Zi. However, Mo Wuji did not care too much about the Blackstone, it was something that he could easily find. What he cared about was his battleship. He only said the 3 words Master Pu Zi before being drawn away by a glorious battleship by the side. Before Master Pu Zi even said anything, Mo Wuji had already lifted his feet and jumped onto the battleship, extending his hand to caress the cold surface of the cannon fort. The exterior of the battleship exuded a faint cold energy, multiple runes joined together to form various kinds of magical arrays. Dao friend Mo, the battleship has already been completed. It's only waiting for you to install the various cannons, Master Pu Zi said contentedly by the side. Even though the majority of the battleship was already done, he had still spent an entire year to fully complete it. Mo Wuji walked to the control panel of the battleship. There were at least 10 handles here. He extended his hand and pulled on the cut handle, but there did not seem to be any reaction. Walking to Mo Wuji's side, Master Pu Zi explained, Dao friend Mo, this cut is one of the close-ranged attacks of the battleship. It's just that we don't have a power source, so we can't display its power. Not only does this battleship have far-ranged attacks, it even has closed-ranged attacks? Mo Wuji uttered in pleasant surprise, his satisfaction towards this battleship raised by a few points. Master Puzi said proudly, that's of course. Otherwise, what do we do in a close-ranged battle? The moment we have a power source, when we pull the cut handle, two huge cross knives will come out from the two wings of the battleship. The battleship then can easily use the cross knives to cut other battleships in half. Besides the cross knives, the battleship's closed-ranged capabilities still include the laser handle, lightning handle. What's the power source of this battleship? Mo Wuji's tone was urgent. When Master Puzi heard Mo Wuji's question, his expression dimmed as he said, it uses spirit stone slags, and it's no small amount. I estimate that for us to traverse the immortal chasm, we would need tens of millions of spirit stone slags, and that's still a conservative estimate. Mo Wuji's heart sunk. Even though Master Puzi didn't say it, he could also guess that spirit stone slags weren't the most optimal power source for the battleship. It was just that the best power source they could find currently was the spirit stone slag. Seeing Mo Wuji's silence, Master Puzi was also very helpless. The spirit stone slags were from the immortal realm, and this was not a problem that they could solve. To reach the immortal realm, they would need to traverse the immortal chasm. But to traverse the immortal chasm, they needed spirit stone slags. Thus, the vicious cycle. Dao friend Mo, I've helped you forge your flying car. Master Puzi brought out a flying car the size of a palm and handed it to Mo Wuji. He did not wish for Mo Wuji to be dispirited over the problem of the power source. After all, this also affected his own fate. This was a true peak-grade flying treasure. Master Puzi had stayed in half-immortal domain for a long time. He had participated in the completion of the battleship, and had also developed the storage ring that could store Blackstone. Even though he had never interacted with immortal equipments, the flying treasure that he forged was already much better than a top-grade spiritual equipment. Holding the flying car in his hand, Mo Wuji was once again reminded on Shuin. The flying car was incomparably exquisite, almost exactly the same as the one that Shuin gave him. Mo Wuji silently kept the flying car. After some time, he finally said, Master Puzi, wait till we collect enough spirit stone slags before we install the cannons. Installing the cannons was very simple. However, since they didn't have any spirit stone slags, even if they installed the cannons, they wouldn't get the battleship to move. Junior Mo, since the battleship has been completed, why don't you name it? Lu Chuanhe's words pulled Mo Wuji back from his emotions. Right, since this battleship will help us to traverse across the immortal chasm, I must come up with a name for it. Let me think. Mo Wuji pondered for a brief moment before continuing, this battleship will be called the Immortal Traversing Ship. This name is not bad, expressing our determination to traverse the immortal chasm, Master Puzi said promptly. Mo Wuji lifted his hand and kept the battleship. At the same time, he pulled out an array flag, opening the array. He shouted to the Tong brothers, two Dao friends, please come in. Even though they had to wait for quite a long time, Tong Chang and Tong Yi did not mind. After spending years in the mining area of death, their patience had far exceeded an average person. Otherwise, the two of them wouldn't have simply stayed outside Mo Wuji's array for a year. Your Master Puzi? The moment Tong Cheng entered, he noticed Master Puzi and uttered in shock. Master Puzi felt that Tong Cheng and Tong Yi were rather familiar. However, he did not know the two's name. Seeing that the two people recognized him, he hurriedly clasped his fists and said, I'm Puzi, may I know the two of you are? Tong Cheng hurriedly replied, we've once accepted the pointers of Master Bo Chin. Master Bo Chin talks a lot about you. Bo Chin? He's still around? Glee emerged in Master Puzi's eyes as he continued to ask urgently. Tong Cheng's expression dimmed. Master Bo Chin has been forced by Meng Tianyu into this mining area of death. When we first met Master Bo Chin, his spirit channels have already been completed wootified by the colorless leech. Master Puzi sighed. After some time, he said to Mo Wuji, Dao friend Mo, this Dao friend Bo Chin was with me when I first started to complete the immortal traversing ship. Since he was pursued by Meng Tianyu, if I'm not wrong, Meng Tianyu must have had informants. Originally, when Tong Cheng and Tong Yi saw that Master Pu Zi was also in the array, they thought that Master Pu Zi was the leader of this group of people. But now when they heard Master Pu Zi explain to Mo Wuji, the two knew that Mo Wuji was actually the leader. Ah! So many blackstones. Tong Yi's spiritual had already seen the blackstone ores, and he cried out in exclamation. At the same time, Tong Cheng had also seen the blackstone ores and he was incomparably shocked. Even though they knew that so many blackstones could not be taken away, they were still surprised. If the two of you are hiding here, you should have offended someone in half-immortal domain? Mo Wuji suddenly asked. Fortunately, Tong Cheng and Tong Yi had been in the mining area of death for many years, and they had seen several huge blackstone mines. After a brief moment of shock, they recovered their calm. Hearing Mo Wuji's words, Tong Cheng sighed, "Yes, we brothers have offended Hong Fuji. This fella also has a nickname, called Lord Axe. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 424, Returning to the Half-Immortal Domain. Chapter 424, Returning to the Half-Immortal Domain. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji smiled, "These two Dao friends are like me. I have also offended Hong Fuji, which is why I'm here. Then let's team up with one another. We have 6 people here. I believe that we have a chance of survival if we leave the mining area of death." Hearing Mo Wuji's words, Tong Yi said excitedly. There was one sentence he did not say, however. Even if they didn't leave the mining area of death, they would still be able to survive in this huge array of Mo Wujis. Jia Qi looked at Tong Yi, thinking, this fella sure is straightforward. Mo Wuji agreed, "I think the same. Strength come from numbers. I don't intend to continue staying in the mining area of death. I'm prepared to excavate these blackstones and return to half-immortal domain. Do you two dare to follow me back?" Tong Cheng and Tong Yi glanced at each other. Tong Cheng was hesitating slightly. He was very clear of Hong Fuji's power. Not only that, Hong Fuji had ties with Guan Quan. The moment they entered half-immortal domain, they might get trapped and it would be hard for them to escape again. "Big brother, if we must die with glory. We've stayed in the mining area of death for so long. Every time, we must sneakily find people to exchange for some wood-dissolving pills. Continuing any further is just dragging out an ignoble existence. I agree with Dao friend Mo, to go back to half-immortal domain. What can that Hong Fuji do to us? We've also not wasted the past few years doing nothing." Tong Yi saw his bigger brother hesitating and immediately said loudly. Tong Cheng understood the meaning behind Tong Yi's words. Over these few years, the two brothers had learned several strong fire-type skills while they were in the mining area of death. These were also their hidden cards. And Tong Yi was right, the colorless leeches in the mining area of death couldn't do anything to them, but the acute wood energy was still unbearable. Even if they didn't cultivate, the acute wood energy would still seep deeper and deeper into their spirit channels. Alright, us brothers will follow Brother Mo back to half-immortal domain. Since we've decided to go on this path, why would we need to hesitate? Those years ago, Dao Lord Wu had killed the heavenly immortal Feng Kai, but he's still alive. Even though we can't compare to Dao Lord Wu, it doesn't mean that we don't dare to even return back to half-immortal domain. Tong Cheng firmed his decision and said resolutely. Alright, I believe that the two of you won't be disappointed. Mo Wuji was also very happy, he had won himself 2 strong comrades. By comrades, Mo Wuji wasn't referring to comrades for a battle in half-immortal domain. Honestly, he really didn't put Hong Fuji in his eyes at all. Now that he was in earthly immortal stage level 1, killing Hong Fuji wasn't very difficult. His skills in sacred arts were very different. As long as he reached a certain level, he wouldn't be killed simply because he was surrounded. Back when he was surrounded by billions of space beasts, didn't he still turn out fine? When the time comes, even if Hong Fuji gathers more earthly immortal experts, he would still kill without mercy. To survive in half-immortal domain, wasn't it just a simple display of power? If Hong Fuji wanted to deal with Mo Wuji, then he can send his forces over. Mo Wuji won't retreat a single step. Actually, the comrades that Mo Wuji was thinking of were the comrades for the immortal traversing ship. With him controlling the immortal traversing ship, he would still need some people to assist him. With the Tong brothers, he would have an additional layer of force. However, if the two Tong brothers did not even dare to return to half-immortal domain, then Mo Wuji wouldn't even have considered them. Even if they worked together, Mo Wuji would not bring them on board his immortal traversing ship. It's unfortunate about the Blackstone here. If Dao Lord Wu was still around, he would definitely have been able to dig them all out. Tong Yi thought that Mo Wuji was going to leave immediately, hence, he looked at the Blackstone mine reluctantly. Master Puzi explained by the side, those years ago, Dao Lord Wu had killed a heavenly immortal expert. From that expert, he managed to obtain a storage ring which could also store Blackstone. Lu Chuanha chuckled, the two of you don't have to be worried, we also have rings which can store Blackstone. These two rings were forged by Master Puzi. When Tong Cheng heard these words, he was instantly enlivened. Master Bo Qin was right. Master Puzi is indeed able of forging rings which can store Blackstones. This sort of forging techniques is no lesser than immortal smiths. We brothers have also managed to dig some Blackstones over the years. We want to borrow the Master's ring to store those Blackstones. After spending so many years in the mining area of death, coupled with their ability to scan up to 9 meters into the black soil, the Tong brothers have accumulated more than 10,000 Blackstones. These Blackstones had been hidden within the black soil. Even though the Tong brothers had installed an array, after some time, some of the Blackstones would still escape. Master Puzi did not answer, but turned to face Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji did not even think as he said, Dao friend Jiaqi, pass one of the rings to Dao friend Tong Cheng. Let them store his Blackstones. We will excavate all the Blackstone here, then head back to half-immortal domain. But when they heard Mo Wuji's words, the two brothers were filled with admiration. This was indeed a forthright man. A ring that could store Blackstone was casually lent to them. He didn't even ask them when they would return, nor did he send anyone to follow them. Since Mo Wuji was so magnanimous, Tong Cheng naturally wouldn't be petty. He did not get Tong Yi to follow him, but instructed Tong Yi to help excavate the Blackstone. Thereafter, he left the array alone to get his Blackstones. Just 2 days later, Tong Cheng returned back to the array. He even took the initiative to pass the ring to Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji scanned the ring briefly with his spiritual will. Tong Cheng had brought over more than 10,000 Blackstones. In half-immortal domain, this would be an astronomical number. The six continued to dig with all their efforts. The effect wasn't a simple addition of numbers. The most difficult part about digging Blackstone was the restorative powers of the soil. Sometimes, they would dig 30 centimeters down, but before they could dig a second time, 2 inches would have already been recovered. Now that there were 6 people digging, this Blackstone mine was soon broken down. In merely half a month, the entire Blackstone mine had disappeared. Including the Blackstones that Lu Chuanha and Jia Qi dug previously, they managed to obtain over 1,300,000 Blackstones. The Tong brothers indicated that they were not interested in it. After all, before they came, already 1 million Blackstones had been excavated. To them, as long as Mo Wuji could help them bring their own Blackstones away, it would be enough. We can return back to half-immortal domain. Mo Wuji waved his hand and sent back the piles of black soil back to fill the holes. In this half a month, his cultivation at earthly immortal stage level 1 had fully stabilized. Multiple days later, an ordinary flying ship stopped outside of half-immortal domain. No one cared about this flying ship, there were too many of such flying ships. Many of the cultivators that go to the allocated mining areas would not board the half-immortal domain's flying ship, but ride their own flying treasures. However, the person who alighted from the flying ship was quickly recognized. Isn't that the newbie Mo Wuji from those years ago? One of the cultivators that just walked out of half-immortal domain uttered in shock. Mo Wuji was not famous, but the things that he did were too notorious. It's said that he was adept with arrays, and he actually destroyed the immortal estate of a person within half-immortal domain, heavily injuring this cultivator, then stealing all his things. This matter had enraged the half-immortal domain's Lord Axe. As a result, Lord Axe issued a wanted poster throughout half-immortal domain, all for Mo Wuji's name. It didn't matter who. If they could find traces of Mo Wuji, they would be rewarded with 300 spirit stone slags. 300 spirit stone slags. How many blackstones were required to exchange for this? Even in the underground exchange, it would require at least 20 blackstones. Clearly, it wasn't just this one cultivator that recognized Mo Wuji. In a short period of time, Mo Wuji and company were being stared at by many cultivators. However, none of these cultivators acted against them. Even though 300 spirit stone slags were a lot, it would not be enough to selling their lives to Lord Axe. If they could enter half-immortal domain, which of these cultivators were fools? What destruction of a cultivator's immortal estate? What robbing of that cultivator? These were clearly excuses found by Lord Axe. It all boiled down to the fact that this Mo Wuji had offended Lord Axe. A cultivator that could even offend Lord Axe, how could he be a weakling? Who would want to fight with him for that bit of spirit stone slags? Moreover, this person was accompanied by 5 others. If he dared to return, it meant that he wasn't afraid of Lord Axe. Dao friend Langhao, go back and tell Sect Head Foam that I need his help with something. I will find time to visit Sect Head Foam. Mo Wuji did not mind that he was under the scrutiny of many cultivators, as he clasped his fists and spoke to Langhao who was in the crowd. He needed too many spirit stone slags. Not only would he visit Sect Head Foam, he would also visit the heads of the other groups. Langhao shook his head speechlessly, and did not answer Mo Wuji's words. There was no need to talk about a worldly immortal like Mo Wuji. Even Jia Qi had been abandoned by the longevity sect because of Hong Fuji. I'm afraid you don't have the chance. If I, Hong Fuji, let you go today, I don't deserve to stay in half-immortal domain. A cold voice could be heard. The vicious Lord Axe was currently walking out of half-immortal domain. Previously, he did not offer any rewards for catching Mo Wuji was because he knew that it would be difficult for these cultivators to catch Mo Wuji. He was afraid of acting rashly and alerting the energy. Behind him were at least 10 people. Besides Shisha who Mo Wuji had used his Tianji pole against, Mo Wuji also recognized that middle-aged man with an abacus and that pretty and delicate woman. As for the others, Mo Wuji did not even recognize one of them. Hong Fuji could actually be considered a handsome man. Unfortunately, his triangle eyes spoiled his appearance. Hong Fuji, big words would only choke you. Today, not only would Dao friend Mo teach you a lesson, us Tong brothers would want to find you to collect some old debts. Tong Yi stepped forward and said with contempt. Hong Fuji's attention had always been on Mo Wuji. The humiliation that Mo Wuji left him had never been forgotten. So, he couldn't even be bothered to care about the people by Mo Wuji's side. Now that Tong Yi had spoken, he finally got Hong Fuji's attention. Instants later, he finally recognized Tong Yi. He chortled, so it's my lucky day. Kuya, go and tell Alliance head Meng that the 2 fellas that saved Bo Qin from his hands hadn't died in the mining area of death, but have returned. Yes. The pretty girl beside Hong Fuji responded and left swiftly. Friends, make way. Today, I, Hong Fuji, will collect this blood debt. As Lord Axe spoke, he took a step forward and landed in front of Mo Wuji. At the same time, the 10 over-earthly immortals behind him had surrounded Mo Wuji and company. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 425, The Strong Newbie. Chapter 425, The Strong Newbie. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Lord Axe swung out the giant axe from his back and stared coldly at Mo Wuji. He was waiting for Mo Wuji to beg for his life. When Mo Wuji was begging or finding an excuse, he would attack. This would send pleasure throughout his body, a glee that seemed to expel all the unhappiness inside him. Of course, no matter what flowery words Mo Wuji would say, he would treat it as dog's farts. What was out of Lord Axe's expectation was, Mo Wuji did not even utter half a word of nonsense. His Tianji pole formed boundless pole shadows, and he even formed dense numbers of lightning swords. The moment Mo Wuji acted, the Tong brothers and Lu Chuanhe immediately attacked. The Tong brothers each raised a dark red fire dragon, sending the two dragons towards two of the experts surrounding them. Lu Chuanhe's sword chi swept towards the middle-aged man holding the abacus. Master Pu Zi and Jia Qi did not move, but each took one of Mo Wuji's side, staring at Lord Axe. Before the six came here, they had already decided on this battle formation. Mo Wuji did not hide anything as he told everyone that he had a boundless lightning sword skill. The Tong brothers' heartfire was very strong, so they could each engage in battle, while Lu Chuanhe only needed to hold back that middle-aged man with the abacus. From Mo Wuji's perspective, this middle-aged man was following closely behind Lord Axe. He would definitely have some hidden methods. Thus, Mo Wuji needed Lu Chuanhe to tie him down. As for Master Pu Zi and Jia Qi, except for helping Mo Wuji block off some attacks, they had to pay attention for any sneak attacks from Lord Axe. The two of them didn't need to attack. Boom! 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 The boundless lightning rain, no, it should be the boundless lightning swords descended. Mo Wuji managed to merge the boundless lightning rain skill with his lightning sword skill. The lightning descending downwards was no longer lightning bolts, but lightning swords. The damage of his lightning bolts were already as powerful as heavenly tribulation. It could be said that except for cultivators with lightning-type spiritual roots, most cultivators were the most afraid of lightning attacks. To cultivate was indeed to seek the heavenly Daos. However, to cultivate the Tao was diametrically opposing the heavenly Daos. To violate the heavenly Daos would naturally incur the wrath of lightning from the heavens. It was also because of this that many cultivators would get turned to ash during their tribulations. The damage of his lightning bolts were already very huge. But now that he changed it to lightning swords, the damage had increased by multiple folds. Mo Wuji did not merely create his own unique cultivation technique, he also opened up other paths to cultivation. Right from the start, his opening of meridians was inseparable from lightning. Even before he properly started to cultivate, he had already suffered from countless lightning attacks. Following his growth in cultivation, his lightning attacks also got stronger. At this moment, with his boundless lightning rain changed to boundless lightning swords, he was actually able to trap 10 people by himself. The lightning continued to roar. The cultivators surrounding Mo Wuji continuously whipped out their magic treasures to defend against these treacherous lightning. Except for the extreme few that still had the ability to occasionally attack Mo Wuji, most of the cultivators surrounding Mo Wuji could only preserve themselves. Boom! Ka! The sounds of explosions during the clash of various elemental energy and magic treasures reverberated outside half-immortal domain. The cultivators that were spectating the battle hurriedly made their retreat. In this sort of battle, if they were careless, they might be swept in. Seeing that Mo Wuji was too lazy to even utter a single word as he attacked immediately, Lord Axe was angered to the point where smoke seemed to be billowing out his nostrils. His giant axe formed a huge 30-meter-long axelight, which he swung towards Mo Wuji. Pooey! Pooey! Most of the lightning swords had been blocked, but there were still 10 of them which pierced through the bodies of the cultivators. A few cultivators that were not experienced with battles had directly been pinned to the ground by the lightning sword. At the same time, the Tong brothers' huge fire dragons had enveloped and dragged the two nearest cultivators into their spatial domain. The thin Shisha had been waiting for Lord Axe to give the orders. He also never expected that Mo Wuji would be the first to attack. Immediately, he discovered that Mo Wuji's boundless pole shadows were not targeted at other people, but him alone. Towards the other people, Mo Wuji had merely used his lightning sword skill. Boom bam boom boom. The thin knife in Shisha's hand suddenly expanded, directly forming countless knife shadows. These knife shadows were indeed able to block Mo Wuji's boundless pole shadows, but those pole shadows were fake. Just like the previous time, the Tianji pole pierced through his back, pinning him to the ground. At this instant, he felt like his heart had turned to dust. Previously, he thought that Mo Wuji had ambushed him. If it was in a straight-up battle, even if he couldn't compare to Mo Wuji, he wouldn't be much worse off. Now, he finally understood. When compared to Mo Wuji, he wasn't even worth a single fingernail. Moreover, this person had even overestimated him, especially using the Tianji pole to deal with him alone. In actuality, Shisha was right, Mo Wuji had indeed overestimated Shisha. He thought that a fella that stayed beside Lord Axe must have his own special skills. For example, that middle-aged man with the abacus, Shisha with his thin knife, as well as that pretty woman that did not talk much. According to his original plan, Mo Wuji wanted to use his Tianji pole to deal with both Shisha and that woman. But now that the woman had left, his Tianji pole attacked Shisha alone. Shisha was defeated in seconds. Mo Wuji didn't even bother about the huge axe light booming towards him. He believed that Master Puzi and Jiaqi would help him resolve it. Indeed, it was just as Mo Wuji expected. Master Puzi and Jiaqi had helped Mo Wuji block Lord Axe's attack. Mo Wuji continuously formed complex hand signs. The boundless lightning sword rain continued to descend, taking the lives of cultivators. Just as Mo Wuji intended to pull that abacus into his lightning sword domain, he saw Lu Chuanha's figure flash. His body, which was originally standing in midair, suddenly plummeted down. Mo Wuji received a huge shock. Multiple abacus beads formed a grey bead sword in midair, whizzing towards Lu Chuanha's forehead. Mo Wuji no longer cared about raining down his lightning swords. He did not even use his Tianji pole, as he waved his hand and performed his spatial imprisonment. The spatial imprisonment was only able to slow the bead sword by a bit, but this bit was enough for Mo Wuji. He lifted his hand and pulled Lu Chuanha to the side, then he took one step into mid-air and punched downwards. He knew this fella called Abacus was very impressive, which was why he had Lu Chuanha deal with him. However, Mo Wuji never expected this fella to be strong to such a degree. Lu Chuanha had merely engaged in a short exchange with him, but was already almost heavily injured. Abacus saw that his bead sword had turned slightly sluggish and he immediately knew that something wasn't good. At this time, his skill had already taken effect. He would not be able to change anything in that instant. When he saw Mo Wuji take a step forward, he was even more sure that things would not go well. He was not extremely clear about Mo Wuji's abilities, but he understood one thing: Mo Wuji could teleport space. Now that Mo Wuji had taken a step forward, what did it mean? Abacus was experienced with battles. He did not think any further as he frantically retreated. Boom! Mo Wuji landed at Abacus's former location. With his one punch, he destroyed Abacus's silhouette. As he observed this scene from afar, Abacus still had lingering fears. If he was just a bit later, this punch of Mo Wuji would have crushed his body into meat juice. He sighed in his heart. Even though Lord Axe had several people by his side, the number of experts were truly too little. Boom boom boom. Mo Wuji did not even chase after him, but continued to form his lightning sword rain. Stop! A voice resounded. Thereafter, a sharp light shot towards Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji twisted his hand, and that sharp light simply vanished into mid-air. Mo Wuji knew that an expert had arrived, but he had yet to achieve his goals. His figure flashed as he prepared to continue attacking Lord Axe. Even though Lord Axe was dealing with Master Puzi and Jiaqi by himself, he still had the upper hand. However, he was only able to oppress Master Puzi and Jiaqi. If he wanted to kill them, it would be impossible in a short period of time. When Mo Wuji's figure flashed over, he did not even think as he urgently retreated. Just now, he had been blocked by Master Puzi and Jia Qi, which caused his attack to be blocked. However, his eyes were not blind, he had seen Mo Wuji's prowess clearly, and Mo Wuji was not even afraid of fighting with groups. The short battle had stopped and there were also more cultivators spectating. However, at this instant, the whole area was in silence. Mo Wuji's ferociously combat abilities had left shock in all of their hearts. Including himself, Lord Axe had brought a total of 17 people, just to surround 6 people on Mo Wuji's side. Now, the short battle had ended. Excluding Lord Axe and Abacus, 10 of the other 15 people had died, and an extremely notorious figure had been pinned to the ground by Mo Wuji's Tianji pole. The other 4 people all carried heavy injuries, and even though the battle had ended, these 4 people still had fear lingering in their eyes. Everyone had seen the battle clearly. Mo Wuji, alone, had killed 8 people, and all these 8 people were killed by lightning swords without exception. The heavily injured people were also in their states because of Mo Wuji's lightning sword. That Shisha that was pinned on the ground was also because of Mo Wuji's actions. Lord Axe had been blocked by 2 people on Mo Wuji's side, and was of no threat to Mo Wuji. Those 2 cultivators that used their flames had killed a cultivator each. On Mo Wuji's side, except for 1 person who got injured, the others were fine. It could be said that if not for the Tao Lord's sudden appearance, Lord Axe's entire force might have been routed. None of them could not be shocked. Mo Wuji's lightning sword was simply a nemesis for cultivators. The moment they were struck heavily, even their primordial spirits would find it hard to escape. Everyone guessed that Mo Wuji should be a lightning-type cultivator, and an extremely strong one at that. Lord Axe looked at the survivors on his side, as well as the Pinshisha. His lips started quivering. He knew that Mo Wuji was not bad, but he never thought that Mo Wuji would be this strong. After all, this fellow was a newbie that had just come to half-immortal domain for a few years. At this moment, he was feeling regret. He should have listened to Kuya's words, but he couldn't take any pills for regret. It wasn't just Lord Axe and the cultivators of half-immortal domain that were shocked, even Master Puzi and the Tong brothers were stunned. They knew that Mo Wuji's combat powers were strong, but they never thought that Mo Wuji could deal with an advanced earthly immortal in seconds. The Tong brothers glanced at each other and felt some lingering fears. Previously, the 2 of them had dared to camp outside of Mo Wuji's array because they believed that even if Mo Wuji didn't want to befriend them, they still wouldn't have a need to worry. But now, they know that it would not have been very difficult if Mo Wuji wanted to kill them. May I ask if this friend is Dao friend Mo Wuji? A cultivator dressed as a monk clasped his fists towards Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji guessed that this fella should be the half-immortal domain's Tao Lord Guangquan. Just now, it was this fella that saved these fish that escaped from the net. If not for him, the only people that would have survived would probably just be Lord Axe and Abacus. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 426, I don't even know how to read books. Chapter 426, I don't even know how to read books. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Who are you? Mo Wuji's tone was icy cold. Even though he knew that the other party was the Tao Lord of half-immortal domain, he still remained dauntless. This fella's cultivation was higher than his, but even if it was higher, they were both in the same stage, earthly immortal stage. As the founder of Meridian cultivation without spiritual roots, if he were to fear a cultivator at the same stage, then wouldn't he be disgracing himself as a founder? If he had to fear a cultivator at the same stage, then he should not bother passing on his Meridian cultivation. I am Guangquan, the Tao Lord of half-immortal domain. These 2 are the immortal-seeking Union head Meng Tianyu and the vast Desert Alliance head Qianyu. Guangquan's voice was calm and cordial. He did not immediately question Mo Wuji for killing people, but introduced Mo Wuji to the 2 people beside him. Mo Wuji's gaze landed on Meng Tianyu. The reason why the Tong brothers did not dare come to half-immortal domain wasn't only because of Lord Axe, but also because they had offended this fella. Moreover, Senior Lu Chuanha's spiritual roots had been wootified by this fella. If not for him, Senior Lu Chuanha would have perished in half-immortal domain. This fella could make use of acute wood energy, and even made it one of his sacred arts. He's an impressive person. Meng Tianyu's face was blank, but his eyes were flashing with light, occasionally sweeping across Lu Chuanha and the Tong brothers. So it's Tao Lord Guang. That's right, I am Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji also clasped his fists and said. Even though he was merely an earthly immortal stage level 1 and could kill others in the same stage in seconds, he was still a bit lacking if he wanted to oppress this Tao Lord. Of course, Mo Wuji also dared to believe that the Tao Lord wouldn't be able to oppress him. Tao Friend Mo's abilities are startling. I have also investigated on this matter before. Tao Friend Hong had been cornering Tao Friend Mo. This is indeed improper. My half-immortal domain treats everyone equally, and it's not without cause that Tao Friend Hong's actions had incited Tao Friend Mo to take action. On my account, and also for the fairness of half-immortal domain, could Tao Friend Mo forsake this issue? Guang Quan's voice was very genial. Mo Wuji had a new impression of Guang Quan. He thought that when Guang Quan had come together with Meng Tianyu, they would force him to apologize to Lord Axe, then find an excuse to get rid of him. Actually, he had already planned for that to happen. The moment Guang Quan and Meng Tianyu attacked, he would unleash his boundless lightning swords in full force, killing an entire river full of blood, before finding a chance to eliminate Meng Tianyu. He never expected that Guang Quan would come with a compromising attitude, preventing his plan from happening. He really didn't know what this fellow was thinking. If they said that Guang Quan was afraid of him, Mo Wuji would never believe it. As the Tao Lord of half-immortal domain, even if Lord Axe had been killed, Guang Quan still wouldn't need to fear him. One must know that this fella had previously battled Tao Lord Wu Yu, and even defeated Wu Yu. The only possibility was, Guang Quan wanted to make use of him to get rid of Lord Axe, demonstrating his existence as a Tao Lord in front of all the cultivators here. Lord Axe's heart sunk. He knew that he had been casted away by Guang Quan. He no longer had any value. He, Hong Fuji, was now useless. Guang Quan was asking for Mo Wuji to forsake the matter, naturally wasn't because Guang Quan wanted to save his life, but because Guang Quan wanted to establish his might within half-immortal domain. Anyway, even his side had suffered a lot of casualties. It didn't even matter to Guang Quan. Since Tao Lord Guang Quan has asked me to forsake the matter, then I naturally have no other opinion. Mo Wuji did not hesitate to AC. With such words by Guang Quan, Mo Wuji knew that if he were to persist on this issue, he would face the combined attack of multiple experts. He still wanted to kill Lord Axe, but now was not the right time. In this battle, Lord Axe would definitely have suffered damages to his elemental energy, to the point where he probably couldn't even dig up blackstones from the soil. He could kill Lord Axe at any time, and by then, Guang Quan definitely wouldn't say anything. As for Meng Tianyu, Mo Wuji was still thinking if he should attack. If he attacked, what would Guang Quan's reaction be? Mo Wuji didn't really care about the members of the Immortal-Seeking Union. These members in the Union were merely trying to survive. They wouldn't have much loyalty to the Union. If even 1 out of 10 Union members were willing to help Meng Tianyu, it would already be pretty impressive. Of course, there was one more important thing. Mo Wuji still wanted to exchange spirit stone slags with Guang Quan and the other alliance heads. If he went on a rampage here, it would be hard for him to exchange for spirit stone slags, and he might even offend an expert from across the immortal chasm. Pick Shisha up, we're leaving. Lord Axe swallowed down his anger and said. Mo Wuji sneered, you still want to bring Shisha away? He extended his hand and Tianji pole flew out from Shisha, landing into his palms. The moment Tianji pole flew out, Shisha had lost his final breath. Looking at the dead Shisha, Mo Wuji said indifferently, last time when I let you go, I told you that there won't be a second time. Lord Axe clenched both his fists. A crazed fire was burning in his heart. Unfortunately, he did not dare attack. He knew that Mo Wuji was inciting him to attack. No one else spoke as they all stared at Lord Axe, waiting to see what Lord Axe would do. "Lord Axe, let's go." Kuya, who had just arrived, also knew that she had underestimated Mo Wuji. Inhaling deeply, Lord Axe turned and left. He suppressed the flames of anger in his heart. "Hong Fuji, you're going to leave like that?" Mo Wuji's faint voice resounded. Lord Axe suddenly turned and shouted, "Mo Wuji, you killed 11 of my men. What else do you want?" Mo Wuji grabbed a jade letter and said calmly, "Nothing much. Just that you owe me spirit stone slags. Are you going to pay now? You know, last time I passed you the blackstone, but I haven't received your spirit stone slags." Lord Axe startled. He suddenly recalled that he still owed Mo Wuji 5,000 spirit stone slags. "No, there's still interest." Lord Axe, who was forcefully suppressing his anger, could do that no further. He coughed out a mouthful of fresh blood. Previously, he only came up with that IOU to save Shisha. From the start to the end, he, Hong Fuji, had never intended to return those spirit stone slags. He never expected that Mo Wuji would really take out the IOU and come asking for spirit stone slags. The surrounding spectators finally came to an understanding. No wonder why Lord Axe had an enmity with Mo Wuji. They dared to bet that Lord Axe wanted Mo Wuji's blackstones, but didn't want to pay for it. This was not right, for a despicable person like Lord Axe, he would write down an IOU? As they thought about it, it wasn't impossible. However, even if Lord Axe wrote an IOU for 1 billion spirit stone slags, who would dare to claim it from him? Now, such a person had actually arrived. Moreover, he was claiming for it in the eyes of many people. "How much do I owe you?" Lord Axe knew that he could no longer avoid this. Mo Wuji had even taken out the IOU jade letter in front of the crowd. If he dared to renege on this debt, even if Mo Wuji attacked him, Guan Quan wouldn't have an excuse to protect him. Moreover, now that Guan Quan had seen Mo Wuji's prowess, Guan Quan would be less inclined to protect him. The reason why Guan Quan had protected him previously was merely because he wanted to maintain his might. "Previously, you owed me 5,000 spirit stone slags. Those compound interest nonsense things are too complex. I don't even know how to read books. No one's to blame for my own stupidity but myself, so I will suffer the loss. I will just come up with another number. Let's just say you owed me 10,000 spirit stone slags, and after interest, you owe me 22,000 spirit stone slags then." Mo Wuji sighed and said, seeming as though he had suffered a great loss. Lord Axe felt a sweetness in his throat as he almost coughed out another mouthful of blood. He had never seen such a shameless person before. Even if there was compound interest, it would still be far from 20,000 spirit stone slags. Dao friend Mo, let's just follow compound interest. I will calculate it for you, Abacus said as he fiddled with his abacus beads. Mo Wuji waved his hand and said coldly, "Are you bullying me because I've never studied? Who knows if your calculations are right? Could it be that you're not willing to pay me? Very good." If Abacus knew that Mo Wuji was an expert biologist and pharmacist back on Earth, he would probably be like Lord Axe and coughed out blood. Lord Axe waved his hand towards Abacus. He threw a storage ring towards Mo Wuji. "There's 22,000 spirit stone slags here. Return the jade letter to me. We don't owe each other anything, but..." Previously, even if there were 10,000 of such jade letters in Mo Wuji's hand, he, Hong Fuji, wouldn't have cared about it. But now that he had witnessed Mo Wuji's might, he did not dare leave another IOU jade letter in Mo Wuji's hands. If he didn't take it back, he was sure that Mo Wuji would continue to use this jade letter to get spirit stone slags out of him. Mo Wuji grabbed the ring and scanned it quickly with his spiritual will. Thereafter, he threw the jade letter to Lord Axe and said indifferently, "Hong Fuji, if I have business in the future, I will continue to find you." Lord Axe's face turned livid with rage. After he received the jade letter, he did not even look at it as he turned and left. I wonder if Dao friend Mo is free to pay a visit to my Dao Lord mansion. After Lord Axe left, Guang Quan said smilingly towards Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji had already intended to make trades with Guang Quan. Now that Guang Quan took the initiative to invite him, he naturally wouldn't reject it as he smiled and said, "Many thanks Dao Lord Guang for your invitation. I was also thinking of visiting the Dao Lord. Dao friend Mo sure is amazing. Not only is your lightning skill superior, your ability to resolve acute wood energy is something I could only hope to achieve." Meng Tianyu said suddenly by the side. Meng Tianyu was naturally implying that Guang Quan should be more alert to Mo Wuji. However, he had forgotten what kind of person Mo Wuji was, and the things that Mo Wuji did. Before Meng Tianyu could finish, Mo Wuji interrupted his words, "Union head Meng, I still have some debts which I have yet to settle with you." If Meng Tianyu had not spoken, Mo Wuji would still be considering if he should find an excuse to deal with Meng Tianyu. Now that Meng Tianyu was asking for it, he should not blame Mo Wuji for acting. After finishing that sentence, Mo Wuji turned and clasped his fist towards the crowd. "Various Dao friends, when my senior Lu Chuanha just entered half-immortal domain, he was wootified by this Meng Tianyu for some unknown reason. I believe that all of us are clear what that laughable reason is. Now, I hope that Union Head Meng can explain things properly to me, and not use a laughable excuse to tarnish the fairness of half-immortal domain." The people who know of Lu Chuanha's matter was not a lot. After all, Lu Chuanha was a newbie, and he wasn't like Mo Wuji, to be listed on wanted posters. Now that Mo Wuji had mentioned it, the surrounding people started asking around, and the reason was quickly spread. Meng Tianyu's face sunk. He never expected that Mo Wuji would dare challenge him like this. Hong Fuji might be scared of Mo Wuji, but he, Meng Tianyu, wasn't. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 427, Battling Meng Tianyu. Chapter 427, Battling Meng Tianyu. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. I did harm him, but you're not bad too. To actually be able to completely resolve my wootification attack, Meng Tianyu's tone was sinister. He did not abandon his idea of telling Guang Quan and company that Mo Wuji was even capable of restoring wootified spirit channels. Indeed, after hearing that Mo Wuji was even capable of restoring wootified spirit channels, the look in Guang Quan's eyes slightly retracted. He gradually started to feel that Mo Wuji was rather terrifying. Even the Wu Yu of yesteryears was only strong in combat. If his spirit channels got wootified, he would still be rendered useless. This Mo Wuji was more terrifying than Wu Yu. Mo Wuji chuckled, "Union Head Meng, you're right." With that, Mo Wuji clasped his fists to the surroundings and said, "Various Dao friends, if any of you get your spirit channels accidentally wootified by Union Head Meng in the future, feel free to find me, Mo Wuji." Mo Wuji's words incited noise and applause from the crowd. Ostensibly, Mo Wuji's gesture had earned the favor of a majority of these cultivators. What was the greatest fear in the half-immortal domain? Naturally, it was the wootification of spirit channels. Even though there was the wood-dissolving pill, the seasoned ones in half-immortal domain know that the wood-dissolving pill was not able to completely treat the wootification phenomena. Now, Mo Wuji had publicly promised to help anyone treat their wootified spirit channels. Just this sentence alone had won Mo Wuji the support from most of the crowd. Don't see Meng Tianyu's position as the union head of the immortal seeking union. He was not actually able to get his union members to sell their lives for him. They were merely working in the union based on mutual benefits. He had established the immortal seeking union merely to gather blackstones from the union members. Meng Tianyu's face turned black. He did not expect that revealing Mo Wuji's capabilities would actually help Mo Wuji gain a chance to counterattack and send him into a ditch. Guang Quan also sighed. This error could only be attributed to the fact that Meng Tianyu had seen himself differently from the other cultivators. He could borrow the acute wood energy to cultivate, and he was even able to create a skill out of the acute wood energy. However, everyone else here was worried about the acute wood energy. Meng Tianyu was used to being in a high and lofty position. He had completely disregarded the life of other cultivators. Thus, he would make such a mistake. Dao friend Mo, perhaps this matter might have been a misunderstanding. Luckily, Dao friend Lu is fine now, and could even be said to have found fortune while in misfortune. If everyone doesn't mind, we can all visit my Dao Lord mansion and bury the hatchet. Guang Quan smiled and interrupted. Meng Tianyu naturally didn't say anything. Even though he didn't fear Mo Wuji, he knew that Mo Wuji was not someone he could easily offend. If he could be easily offended, would he have been able to send Hong Fuji scurrying away? Hong Fuji had been able to set up an underground blackstone business here, not just anyone could deal with him. Moreover, he was also a little apprehensive that Mo Wuji didn't fear his acute wood energy. Of course, this was just minor apprehension. He believed that even if Mo Wuji was able to resolve the acute wood energy in Lu Chuanha, Mo Wuji wouldn't be able to deal with his acute wood energy skill while in actual battle. Mo Wuji clasped his fists towards Guan Quan. Since Dao Lord Guan has said the words, I naturally wouldn't not show the Dao Lord face. The matter of my senior Lu Chuanha being heavily injured by Union head Meng can be forgotten. When Guan Quan heard these words, he immediately celebrated. Anything was fine as long as they didn't fight here. First he would have to grab hold of Mo Wuji. Even if Mo Wuji's abilities were heaven-defying, he would have methods of dealing with Mo Wuji. Wu Yu was a good example. Even though the matters have been forgotten, I had to spend a lot of spiritual herbs and pills to heal my senior. I still require Union head Meng to give me some compensation. These words of Mo Wuji left an uncomfortable feeling in Meng Tianyu's heart. If Mo Wuji was an easygoing person, Hong Fuji wouldn't have met such a pitiable outcome. Hong Fuji was a good example. He merely owed Mo Wuji 5,000 spirit stone slags, but after 1 year, Mo Wuji had suddenly turned it to 22,000 spirit stone slags. Guan Quan knew that Mo Wuji wanted to extort a sum from Meng Tianyu. However, he did not say anything. He had already helped wherever he could. Moreover, Meng Tianyu was not someone that could be easily dealt with. How much do you want? Meng Tianyu saw that there were many members of his immortal seeking union, but none of them had helped to speak up for him. He knew that if a battle really took place, he would be fighting alone. I used 2 strains of immortal grass, 1 extremely high-grade spiritual fruit and 7 tier 9 spiritual pills. All together. Mo Wuji did not even finish his words before Meng Tianyu began to surge with an ominous aura. The terrifying killing intent had caused the surrounding cultivators to disperse. Mo Wuji, you can extort money from Hong Fuji, but if you think that you can do that to me, Meng Tianyu, then you're far mistaken. Come on, let me see how much you're worth. The things that Mo Wuji said clearly couldn't be resolved using spirit stone slags. What immortal grass? Mo Wuji himself probably hadn't seen such a thing before, but he still dared to mention it. Guan Quan did not say anything. He knew that this battle could no longer be prevented. If he still dared to help Meng Tianyu, then his bias would be too obvious, and his position as the Dao Lord would become precarious. Fool! A black shadow swept towards Mo Wuji. Thereafter, the area within thousands of meters became filled with concentrated acute wood energy. At this moment, everyone started to retreat backwards, albeit Mo Wuji's comrades, or Dao Lord Guan Quan, or the surrounding cultivators. Under such terrifying acute wood energy, even the wood-dissolving pill wouldn't work. Guan Quan originally wanted to exert some pressure on Mo Wuji, so he allowed Meng Tianyu to oppress Mo Wuji. However, after seeing Meng Tianyu's attack, he immediately gave up on this idea. Even he had to take this sort of terrifying acute wood energy seriously. If he wasn't careful, he might even fall into it. Moreover, this was not the end. The surrounding acute wood energy was still constantly growing more powerful, to the extent where it seemed to almost woodify space. Lu Chuanha, who had already retreated to a great distance, could not help but exhale a breath of cold air. Now, he knew that Meng Tianyu didn't even need to put in much effort to deal with him. This guy seems much stronger than those years ago. The Tong brothers glanced at one another, both seeing the deep fear in the other's eyes. The surrounding cultivators were even in their own private discussions. It was publicly recognized that Meng Tianyu was very strong. Even so, everyone still believed that Meng Tianyu was the number 2 expert in half-immortal domain, while the number 1 place was naturally occupied by Guangquan. Now, with Meng Tianyu's acute wood energy being strong enough to come close to woodifying space, this had cast some doubts in the crowd's minds. Perhaps, the strongest person in half-immortal domain wasn't Guangquan, but the union head of immortal-seeking union, Meng Tianyu. If it was them being attacked by Meng Tianyu's acute wood energy, there was nothing else they could do other than to flee. Everyone wanted to know how Mo Wuji was going to deal with this terrifying attack. Mo Wuji's Tianji pole had long landed in his palms. He was staring at Meng Tianyu's magic treasure, and had completely ignored the surrounding acute wood energy. No matter how dense the acute wood energy was, it would only be spiritual energy for him. Mo Wuji was shocked by Meng Tianyu's magic treasure. It wasn't a spiritual equipment forged by a smith, but a wooden cane, a natural wooden cane. Mo Wuji could even feel the spirituality within the wooden cane. He suspected that even without Meng Tianyu's control, it would still be able to attack him. This was an incredibly impressive treasure. This was Mo Wuji's first time coveting his opponent's magic treasure. Boom! The Tianji pole clashed against the wooden cane. The power behind Mo Wuji's attack seemed to vanish. Meng Tianyu's fierce elemental energy came surging over, Mo Wuji's chest seized as he was sent flying backwards. Meng Tianyu's lips curved into a derisive smile. When facing his heavenly wood cane, this Mo Wuji didn't run, but faced his heavenly wood cane head-on. Wasn't that simply courting death? Not good. Tong Chang cried out from afar. What's the matter? Lu Chuanhe said urgently. Tong Chang's face turned serious as he said, I forgot to tell Dao friend Mo, that wooden cane of Meng Tianyu was able to woodify space. Under that woodified space, Mo Wuji wouldn't even be able to release his spiritual will, and his elemental energy would also be adversely affected. Hearing Tong Cheng's words, not just Lu Chuanhe, but even Master Puzi had a drastic change in expression. Mo Wuji was directly linked to their future. If anything went wrong with Mo Wuji, then not only might they be forced out of half-immortal domain, they would also lose the chance of ever crossing the immortal chasm. As he was sent flying, Mo Wuji understood what had happened. His elemental energy had been nullified by half in that woodified space, and his spiritual will had been completely suppressed. This woodified space was impressive. However, against expectations, Mo Wuji calmed down. Others might be afraid of Meng Tianyu's woodified space, but he wouldn't. He completely didn't need to forcefully use his elemental energy or spiritual will. He had his elemental storage channel and spirit storage channel. If Meng Tianyu was bent on eliminating him, then he could also speed up the battle. At this instant, he was more afraid that Meng Tianyu wouldn't chase after him. Meng Tianyu naturally wouldn't give up on this opportunity. With a single step, he crossed a distance of tens of meters. The wooden cane in his hand transformed into a huge whirlpool, drawing Mo Wuji in. At this instant, the surrounding cultivators could only see the black whirlpool. Even if they extended their spiritual will, they would still be unable to see the battling Meng Tianyu and Mo Wuji. I won't let you die so easily. Within the black wooden cane whirlpool, Meng Tianyu stared at Mo Wuji and said sinisterly. Is that so? I was just thinking about sending you back into reincarnation. Just as Meng Tianyu finished his words, he suddenly saw Mo Wuji, who was just tens of meters away, appear in front of him. Astonishment appeared in his eyes. He was not sure why Mo Wuji did not fear his woodified space, and why Mo Wuji was able to escape from his heavenly wood cane whirlpool. He only felt a sense of impending doom. Bang! Out of nowhere, Tianji pole appeared behind his neck and had soundlessly come crashing down. Meng Tianyu forcefully twisted his neck, jerking his body to the side. Kacha! The sound of bone fracturing could be heard. Meng Tianyu could not hold back his aggrieved cry. In an instant, Mo Wuji's violent spiritual energy had shattered his elemental energy defenses. Before anyone could even react, the pace of the battle had turned. Mo Wuji, who was originally in a position of weakness, had suddenly escaped from Meng Tianyu's woodified space, and even traversed across space suddenly to land a blow on Meng Tianyu. With this heavy strike, Meng Tianyu's soul dispersed. It seemed to be pushing itself to escape from Mo Wuji. As for his precious heavenly wood cane, he couldn't even care about it at this instant. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 428, Collecting Another IOU. Chapter 428, Collecting Another IOU. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Boom! A blinding white light exploded in front of Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji's action faltered slightly. In that momentary pause, Meng Tianyu had already escaped from the front lines of death and had landed tens of meters away. Mo Wuji cursed in his heart. All these fellas had their own hidden cards. This guy actually managed to escape under those circumstances. Now that Meng Tianyu had escaped from his palms, it would be difficult for him to kill this B***starred. Mo Wuji was bent on eliminating Meng Tianyu, so he naturally wouldn't give up. At almost the same instant that he moved, Guang Quan stood in front of Meng Tianyu, clasped his fists to Mo Wuji as he said, "We have much to learn from Dao friend Mo. Dao Lord Guang, could it be that you're taking sides?" The killing intent around Mo Wuji had started to take shape. His tone had also gotten hostile. If not for his plans, he would have already thrown a lightning sword towards Guang Quan. Even though his mouth was talking to Guang Quan, Mo Wuji's hands did not stop. He opened his hand, sweeping up Meng Tianyu's discarded heavenly wood cane. At the same time, he sealed the heavenly wood cane with his spiritual will, throwing it into his ring. Guang Quan acted as though he did not see Mo Wuji keep Meng Tianyu's heavenly wood cane. He continued smiling as he said, "My half-immortal domain has always been fair. Naturally, I wouldn't take sides. Because Union Head Meng had injured Dao Friend Lu, Dao Friend Mo had to spend several herbs and pills. Let me be the mediator for this issue. How about Union Head Meng take out some suitable items as compensation in order to earn Dao Friend Mo's forgiveness? Union Head Meng, Dao Friend Mo, what do you think? Of course, if the two of you disagree, then take it that I have been too nosy." When Meng Tianyu saw Mo Wuji keep his supreme treasure, the heavenly wood cane, his heart started bleeding. He grabbed a few pills and placed it in his mouth, rapidly recovering from the damage Mo Wuji did to his neck. To an expert like him, even if his internal organs were spewed and his limbs fractured, it did not mean much. What more, these neck bones shattered by Mo Wuji. He knew that the reason why he lost so quickly wasn't because he was much weaker than Mo Wuji, but because he had overestimated the effects of his woodified space on Mo Wuji. He never expected that within his woodified space, Mo Wuji would still be able to teleport to his side. That was simply terrifying. The reason why Guang Quan had helped him was also because Guang Quan had seen Mo Wuji's power, and Guang Quan didn't want to see Mo Wuji destroy his allies one after another. Dao Friend Mo, just now, I was itching to test my skills. If you felt that it was improper, then I would have to seek Dao Friend Mo's forgiveness. As for the expenses for Dao Friend Lu's treatment, I naturally wouldn't renege on it. I still have to invite Dao Friend Mo to calculate it. Meng Tianyu clasped his fists, immediately taking the appearance as a scholar. Mo Wuji's power was more than he imagined. If he were to continue to fight against Mo Wuji, Guang Quan definitely wouldn't intervene. Even though he knew that Mo Wuji would demand an exorbitant price, he still had to grit his teeth and accept it. Mo Wuji was speechless. Some people really had really thick skin. Perhaps he should learn from them. It was not a bad thing to have thick skin sometimes. However, he still did not want to act against Guang Quan now. It was not the right time, as he still wanted to trade Blackstones with Guang Quan. Moreover, if he defeated Guan Quan, he might possibly alert the experts from the immortal domain. A total of 6,378,000 spirit stone slags. But on the account of Tao Lord Guang, I will forget the small change. Just 6 million spirit stone slags is enough. Mo Wuji's words instantly dumbfounded everyone there. This was too brutal, right? Even Meng Tianyu wouldn't be able to take out so many spirit stone slags. There's no need to talk about 6 million spirit stone slags. Meng Tianyu might not even be able to take out a tenth, no a hundredth of that amount. Guan Quan frowned. He never expected Mo Wuji to demand such a high price. Probably no one in the entire half-immortal domain would be able to take out such a large number of spirit stone slags. As expected, the color on Meng Tianyu's face changed. He never expected that Mo Wuji would be so crazy to ask for 6 million spirit stone slags from the onstart. Dao friend Mo, you should know that I'm not able to take out so many spirit stone slags. Meng Tianyu's face was incomparably cold. Mo Wuji raged instantly. Without spirit stone slags, you still dare to hurt others? Is that not bullying? Meng Tianyu really wanted to say, even this old man here had been beaten by you, but I didn't say that you were bullying me? Unfortunately, he really didn't dare to say that. I only have 310,000 spirit stone slags on me. If Dao friend Mo is willing, I can hand all of these spirit stone slags over. As Meng Tianyu spoke, he sent out several lights of messages. Soon, 10 figures gathered by his side. From a distance, there were still over 10 people approaching rapidly. In less than half an incense's time, there were already over 30 people gathered by Meng Tianyu's side. At the same time, there were even more cultivators gathering by Guang Quan's side. Clearly, Guang Quan's control over half-immortal domain was not for nothing. Guang Quan's current actions were clearly trying to pressure Mo Wuji. He did not want Mo Wuji to kill Meng Tianyu. Meng Tianyu, you want to be like Hong Fuji, to surround and attack me? Today, I will let it be as you wish. I accept your challenge. Mo Wuji took a few steps forward, approaching Meng Tianyu. Meng Tianyu's face got increasingly ugly. He knew that Mo Wuji had that boundless lightning sword skill. In a joint attack, he might not necessarily gain the upper hand. Moreover, Mo Wuji wasn't his only enemy in half-immortal domain. Dao friend Mo, if you want spirit stone slags, you can discuss with me. Guang Quan took a few steps forward, maintaining a face full of smiles. However, the cultivators around him had subtly dispersed, surrounding Mo Wuji and his comrades. Guang Quan could faintly guess that Mo Wuji needed a large amount of spirit stone slags. Even though he didn't know what Mo Wuji wanted to do, it was already manageable now that he knew Mo Wuji's goal. Mo Wuji roughly scanned around with his spiritual will. There were at least 100 people, and there might even be more hiding in the shadows. Mo Wuji secretly clenched his fists. He really wanted to engage in an all-out battle here, but he knew he had to endure it. Not only was his cultivation not enough, he still needed Guang Quan's help. Even though Guang Quan might not be able to come up with 10 million spirit stone slags, he had the means of trading with immortal domain. As he thought of this, Mo Wuji forcefully suppressed his impulse. He said calmly, since Tao Lord Guang has said this, then I naturally have to make considerations for half-immortal domain. Union Head Meng, pass the 310,000 spirit stone slags to me. Then write me an IOU jade letter for the remainder 5,700,000 spirit stone slags. There's an interest of 10,000 every month. As he spoke, Mo Wuji glanced towards Master Puzi and company. Meng Tianyu finally experienced Lord Axe's feelings, his face instantly turned green. However, he also knew that if he did not agree with Mo Wuji's words, then a huge battle will ensue. In this battle, it would be hard for Guang Quan to act. With the current situation, it would be inevitable for the other cultivators to not be angered. If Mo Wuji plays on this rancor to cause a rebellion in half-immortal domain, then things would be screwed. Guang Quan's transmitted voice sounded in Meng Tianyu's ear, Brother Meng, accept it. He wouldn't be able to get those spirit stone slags. This guy is a madman. Let's stabilize the situation first. Under this sort of circumstances, it is not suitable to attack him. I accept. When Meng Tianyu heard these words, he did not hesitate to throw a storage ring to Mo Wuji. At the same time, he took out a jade letter and inscribed an IOU on it. After imprinting it, he threw it to Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji scanned the jade letter imprint and the storage ring with his spiritual will, then he kept them. Including the over 20,000 spirit stone slags that he collected previously, he now had 332,000 spirit stone slags on him. This amount of spirit stone slags was enough for him to advance to the advanced earthly immortal stage. By the time he reached the advanced earthly immortal stage, even if he was encircled by even more people, he would still be able to kill them with his lightning sword. Thus, he was not in a hurry. Now, he only needed to work hard to improve his cultivation. Dao friend Mo, shouldn't you return me my magic treasure? Seeing Mo Wuji keep the spirit stone slags, Meng Tianyu calmed his tone and said. Mo Wuji asked quizzically, your magic treasure? What's that? Could it be that random wooden cane that I just picked up? That's right, it's the wooden cane that you just picked up. Meng Tianyu's heart rate seemed to rise like smoke in a chimney. Mo Wuji looked at Meng Tianyu in disdain. Union head Meng, is there something wrong with your head? Since you know that it's something I picked up, why must I give it to you? What do you want? I will trade for it. Meng Tianyu's fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles almost shattered. The heavenly wood cane was his dearest belonging. Not only did it involve his combat power, it also affected his ability to condense acute wood energy. Mo Wuji looked at Meng Tianyu as though he was looking at an idiot. Union head Meng, could you clear your debts first before discussing another trade with me? With that, Mo Wuji couldn't be bothered to care about Meng Tianyu. He clasped his fists towards Guan Quan and said, Dao Lord Guan, I was heavily injured by Union head Meng just now. My body is riddled with injuries and I need to go back and recover now. When I come out, I will pay a visit to Dao Lord Guang, and at the same time, I would bring Dao Lord Guang a huge business deal. Sounds good, sounds good. Guan Quan also clasped his fists towards Mo Wuji. Let's go. Mo Wuji gestured to Master Puzi and company and walked into half-immortal domain. Following Mo Wuji's departure, the surrounding cultivators also started to disperse. Everyone was now clear. From now on, there was another important figure in half-immortal domain. That figure was Mo Wuji. A person that could oppress Lord Axe and teach a mortal seeking Union head Meng Tianyu a lesson, who would dare find trouble with him. Some of them even wanted to enter Mo Wuji's team. Dao friend Mo, not only did you offend Meng Tianyu this time, you also offended Guan Quan. Will our stay in half-immortal domain be too dangerous? After they returned to Mo Wuji's immortal estate, Master Puzi was the first to speak up. Before Mo Wuji could reply, Tong Yi said loudly, what danger? At the most, we'll just fight another battle. I'm still very grateful to Brother Mo for allowing us brothers to come back to half-immortal domain, and even kicking the ass of that B***starred Hong Fuji. Mo Wuji was no longer as carefree as he was when he ridiculed Meng Tianyu. His tone was solemn as he said, I was forced to come back here. It's not just because my cultivation is too low, but also because I need to strike a deal with Guan Quan to obtain a huge amount of spirit stone slags. By the time I come out of my cultivation, I wouldn't be afraid of Guan Quan and Meng Tianyu. I'm only afraid that they might invite experts from immortal domain to help. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 429, You Better Believe Me. Chapter 429, You Better Believe Me. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. As time passed, the incident which happened outside half-immortal domain became a mere topic of idle chatter. Because Mo Wuji entered closed-door cultivation, Master Puzi and company also entered closed doors. digging blackstone, to them, had become completely unnecessary. With Mo Wuji's help, even if they had been severely afflicted with the acute wind energy, they didn't have to worry. Even though he had suffered greatly under Mo Wuji's hands, Meng Tianyu didn't go to cause trouble for Mo Wuji. On the other hand, Lord Axe had been continuously making trips out recently, seemingly preparing something. In Mo Wuji's room, the spirit stone slag surrounding him shattered continuously. There were at least tens of thousands of spirit stone slags around him. Mo Wuji had long gone past the stage where they had to consider about the use of his spirit stone slags. Including this spiritual energy gathered from his spirit gathering array, Mo Wuji's cultivation went as smoothly as a fish in water. Crack! Large pieces of spirit stone slags turned to flying dust. In a little over a month, Mo Wuji's cultivation had already stepped into earthly immortal stage level 2. The amount of energy absorbed at earthly immortal stage level 2 was not truckloads, but sealoads. However, Mo Wuji did not restrain himself, but even took out more spirit stone slags and furiously absorbed the spiritual energy within. Because he was wealthy, the piles of spirit stone slags around him already numbered close to 50,000. In half-immortal domain, there was definitely two second person that could spend spirit stone slags so extravagantly like Mo Wuji. Even though Guang Quan's fortune might be more than Mo Wuji, he would not dare to cultivate like Mo Wuji. Other than the fact that he was already in the great circle of the earthly immortal stage, he also needed to take heed of the acute wood energy. It's already the 6th month of Mo Wuji's closed doors. Lord Axe, once again, made another trip out of half-immortal domain. Ever since he was taught a lesson by Mo Wuji, he no longer dared to conduct his underground blackstone business. One thing was because he wasn't as wealthy as Meng Tianyu. Losing 20,000 spirit stone slags had already caused him a severe headache. The second thing was because of Mo Wuji, no one dared to transact with him anymore. He had even dared to cheat a person like Mo Wuji, who would dare to find him. Not everyone could be like Mo Wuji, to return from the outside after a few months to teach him a lesson. What's Hong Fuji that fella doing? Not only is he unwilling to work with me, he's also running here and there. Meng Tianyu frowned as he stared at the huge monitoring screen in the room. The person sitting opposite him was exactly the Tao Lord of half-immortal domain, Guang Quan. Guang Quan had naturally also seen Hong Fuji take out a flying treasure and leave half-immortal domain. However, he was not as agitated as Meng Tianyu as he said calmly, "Let him do what he likes. The immortal domain experts that he knows should have something up their sleeves. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to take part whenever the experts from the immortal domain cross the half-immortal domain to purchase the blackstones. You should also know why Hong Fuji dares to conduct the underground blackstone business. His spirit stone slags come from that immortal domain fella. I guess that he must be making these trips to invite that guy to teach Mo Wuji a lesson. We don't need to care about him. What we need to do now is to welcome the experts that are coming over from the immortal domain this time around. Brother Guang, that Mo Wuji actually doesn't fear the acute wood energy. Should we ask for the help of the people from the immortal domain?" Meng Tianyu licked his lips, asking Guang Quan with a fawning tone. Before he lost his heavenly wood cane, he could be considered an equal with Guang Quan. On the surface, he was the union head of Immortal Seeking Union, but in reality, he had the identity of a manager of half-immortal domain. Now that his heavenly wood cane had been snatched away by Mo Wuji, his status in front of Guang Quan had directly fallen by half. What he was more worried of was that if Hong Fuji was able to get an immortal domain expert to take care of Mo Wuji, then he would never be able to retrieve his heavenly wood cane. Guang Quan smiled and said, "Brother Meng, you don't have to be worried. You think a mere Mo Wuji is worth the actions from the experts from the immortal domain? Previously, he was lucky enough to trump over you because he wasn't afraid of your acute wood energy. By the time he leaves from his closed doors, he will be sure to find me. Then, I will let him know who is the true owner of half-immortal domain." But asking the people from immortal domain to deal with Mo Wuji? Guang Quan could only say in his heart that Meng Tianyu was overthinking things. Mo Wuji had something on him that was able to resolve acute wood energy. Whether it was a magic treasure or something else, it was extremely important to him, Guangquan. Moreover, he also wanted the heavenly wood cane. How could he let these important things on Mo Wuji land in the hands of the experts from Immortal Domain? As for Hong Fuji finding help from that Immortal Domain expert, he could also say that Hong Fuji was also overthinking things. The deals between that Immortal Domain fella and Hong Fuji had always been secret deals. He definitely wouldn't come to half Immortal Domain. Now that Mo Wuji was behind closed doors, how was he going to deal with Mo Wuji? At the same time, as long as Mo Wuji wasn't stupid, he wouldn't be fazed by the talks of Hong Fuji making frequent trips out of half Immortal Domain. But was Mo Wuji stupid? At least in his, Wang Quan's eyes, Mo Wuji wasn't. Meng Tianyu sighed in his heart. He knew that ever since his heavenly wood cane had been snatched by Mo Wuji, he wouldn't have any bargaining rights in front of Guangquan. Guangquan casually stood up. Brother Meng, today is the day that the experts from Immortal Domain come to collect the Blackstone. Let's head out early to welcome them. Even though he was discontented in his heart, Meng Tianyu could only stand up and follow Guangquan out of this Tao Lord mansion. At the same time, Lord Axe was kneeling in front of a huge piece of blackstone. There was a man sitting on top of that blackstone. That man's eyes were thin and long, but his nose bridge was extremely short. He looked incredibly weird. Why did you come empty-handed? Where's the blackstone? The man's tone was cold and harsh. Lord Axe subconsciously started quivering, before he hurriedly faced his head to the ground and said, Lord Gong, please help me. If it was a person familiar with Lord Axe, he would never have thought that such a vicious and ferocious person would be kneeling and crying as he complained about his grievances. What's the matter? The man with the surname Gong started frowning. He chose Hong Fuji to help him get Blackstone because he thought that this fella was fierce. Lord Axe's current appearance had clearly disappointed him. He really wanted to use a single kick and turn this fella into meat juice. Lord Axe hurriedly said, answering Lord Gong, I had already gathered over 1,000 Blackstones, but they had been snatched by someone. Not only did he snatch my Blackstones, he even killed more than 10 of my underlings, and even robbed all of my half-immortal rocks. The thin-eyed man sent Lord Axe flying with a single kick. A hint of sharp and enraged light could be seen from his pair of thin eyes. He chose Hong Fuji as his partner here wasn't because he wanted to help this fella rise to power. If this fella could be bullied even in half-immortal domain, then what's the point of him? How could Lord Axe show any dissatisfaction? After he recovered, he immediately continued to kneel in front of this thin-eyed man. The thin-eyed man inhaled a deep breath, then said solemnly, Is it Guangquan? From his perspective, the only person who would dare act against Hong Fuji in half-immortal domain could only be Guangquan. There was really no one else. But it was not possible for it to be Guangquan. Guangquan knew of his existence. If Guangquan acted against Hong Fuji, it would be equivalent to slapping his, Gongho's face. No, it's a new guy called Mo Wuji. He just came to half-immortal domain for a few years but he's already so arrogant, Hong Fuji said arrogantly. Very good. Go and bring this man out of half-immortal domain. Let me see exactly how bold he is. Ah! Lord Axe was momentarily stunned. Call Mo Wuji out of half-immortal domain? Wasn't that finding his own death? What? You don't even dare to call him out. Your life is really a waste of spirit stones. Gongho's voice had turned slightly cold. When Lord Axe heard this voice, his entire body started shivering. He didn't dare to say anything else as he replied respectfully, Rest assured Lord, I will definitely call that Mo Wuji out. Gongho's voice immediately turned warm as he nodded his head and said, Not bad. If you do this well, I will give you some compensations. Yes, yes. I will do it right away. As Lord Axe retreated, he responded respectfully. Gotcha. The spirit stone slags around Mo Wuji seemed to have planned for it, they all shattered simultaneously. And at the same time, Mo Wuji had broke through the earthly immortal stage level 4 and had reached level 5. This was already the 10th month he spent behind closed doors. Mo Wuji used his spiritual will to scan his spirit stone slags. Out of his 300,000 spirit stone slags, he was left with roughly half of them. From the looks of it, he still had the chance to step into the extreme heaven stage with these spirit stone slags. Just as Mo Wuji was about to pour out another pile of spirit stone slags to cultivate, the restrictions around his immortal estate suddenly trembled. Mo Wuji was curious as to who was disturbing his cultivation because before he entered closed doors, he had already instructed Master Puzi and company not to disturb him unless something special happened. Just as Mo Wuji swept outwards with his spiritual will, the person standing outside his immortal estate was unexpectedly Lord Axe. This guy should thank his lucky stars that Mo Wuji wasn't able to kill him previously. Mo Wuji never expected that this fellow would come knocking on his door. Mo Wuji waved his hands, opening his restrictions. Immediately, he said coldly, "Hong Fuji, you're quite daring, to come and disturb my cultivation." The moment Lord Axe decided to trigger Mo Wuji's restrictions, he had already cast life and death aside. He knew that if he was unable to bring Mo Wuji in front of that lord, he, Hong Fuji, would also meet a bad ending. Now that he saw Mo Wuji open the restrictions, he directly gritted his teeth and entered Mo Wuji's immortal estate. He clasped his fists to Mo Wuji and said, "Mo Wuji, I want to challenge you. However, it won't be in half-immortal domain, but outside half-immortal domain. If you have the balls, then follow me out." Mo Wuji stared coldly at Lord Axe and said calmly, "Hong Fuji, even before I learned to wear pants, I already know of such tricks. You are, at the end of a day, an earthly immortal cultivator. But why are your tricks of such low standards? With your terrified appearance, do you look like you dare to challenge me? Come tell me the truth, why do you want to get me out? Remember, you only have one chance. If you say the wrong things, I will immediately turn you to dust, then continue with my cultivation. Moreover, I can dare confirm that Guan Quan wouldn't say a single thing. You better believe me." Lord Axe suddenly felt that there was a line of cold sweat on his back. He suddenly felt how laughable he was when he acted arrogantly in front of those other cultivators back in his underground business. Not only was he a kowtowing bug in front of Gong Ho, he couldn't even keep a shred of self-esteem in front of a newbie like Mo Wuji. What underground boss? In front of experts, he was just an ant. No, he might not even be an ant. Just now, he was also treated like sh*t by Gong Ho. Now, he was treated like crap by Mo Wuji. Remember, you only have one chance to say the truth. Mo Wuji's blunt words directly shattered the last bits of Lord Axe's self-esteem. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 430, I want money more than my life. Chapter 430, I want money more than my life. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. A deep sense of powerlessness arose in Lord Axe's heart. Even though he did not feel any killing intent from Mo Wuji, he was sure that Mo Wuji wasn't lying. When he knew that Mo Wuji had dared to fight with Meng Tianyu, and had even stolen Meng Tianyu's magic treasure, unless he was crazy, he wouldn't have come. Needless to say, there was only one outcome for him now. If he didn't say anything, he would die. But if Mo Wuji didn't follow him, he would also die. As he thought of this, Lord Axe gritted his teeth and said, "Dao friend Mo, you're right. I'm indeed lying to you. Actually, I'm not the one who wants to lure you out, but my superior. You should know that every time the immortal domain experts come to trade for Blackstone, it would always be Guan Quan handling the transactions. By some chance, I managed to get acquainted with one of those people from the immortal domain. That person wants me to purchase Blackstones, then sell it to him privately. Because I had to give you my spirit stone slags, I'm no longer able to purchase any more Blackstones for him. That person wants to meet you." Mo Wuji said indifferently, "You're afraid that I wouldn't go and meet him, then he would take away your little life, which is why you're trying to trick me out, right?" "That's right. The cat's already out of the bag, Lord Axe could only tell the truth. What's his name? And do you know his rough cultivation? Mo Wuji wasn't surprised with Hong Fuji's actions. Even if it was someone else, he probably would have done the same thing as Hong Fuji. However, he was not like any other person. He needed large amounts of spirit stone slags, and if he could directly transact with a person from the immortal domain, then it would be the best possible scenario. As long as this person's cultivation wasn't much higher than his life wouldn't be threatened. At the most, he could escape to the mining area of death. The worst situation was if the other party's cultivation vastly exceeded his, and he wouldn't even have a chance to escape. When Hong Fuji heard that Mo Wuji sounded like he would go, he immediately said, "His name is Gong Ho, he should be in the heavenly immortal stage." It's rumored that the cultivators across the immortal chasm were at the great circle of the heavenly immortal stage at the very most. As for the reason, it should be due to Blackstone. Oh, you know the uses of Blackstone? Mo Wuji instantly got interested. Knowing that the other party was a heavenly immortal cultivator, he was no longer afraid. Hong Fuji shook his head and said, "I only know that immortals are related to Blackstone. As for the exact relations, I'm not too sure about it myself." Mo Wuji nodded, "All right, I will follow you. Lead the way." "Ah. Okay, Dao friend Mo, please follow me." Hong Fuji was filled with ecstasy. He never expected that Mo Wuji would really dare to follow him. As he recalled that Mo Wuji even dared to fight Meng Tianyu, he roughly came to an understanding. Mo Wuji was like a baby calf, he was rather powerful and had yet to face anyone much stronger than him. This time, he will definitely know what it means to be an immortal. When he thought about how Lord Gong Ho was going to take revenge for him, Hong Fuji was so excited that even his feet were trembling. Mo Wuji casually sent a flying messenger sword to Master Puzi, telling Master Puzi that he was going to meet an immortal. If he did not return in a day, he wanted Master Puzi and company to immediately leave half-immortal domain. Master Puzi and company could still reside in half-immortal domain because of him. But if he could no longer return to half-immortal domain, then Master Puzi and company would be left in a dangerous situation. Just as Mo Wuji and Hong Fuji reached the entrance of half-immortal domain, an extremely intense spiritual will came scanning over. Mo Wuji hurriedly retracted his aura. This strong spiritual will definitely didn't belong to Guan Quan, nor any other cultivator from half-immortal domain. It definitely belonged to an expert from immortal domain. Have the people from immortal domain come to the half-immortal domain? After leaving half-immortal domain, Mo Wuji finally asked. Hong Fuji nodded, "That's right. Usually every half a year to a year, they would come and trade for Blackstone. That spiritual will that just swept past us should be from an expert from the immortal domain." It was indeed the case. Mo Wuji had a new apprehension in his heart. He was truly not a match for such an expert. From the looks of it, with his ability at earthly immortal stage level 5, he could only be a king in the half-immortal domain. But if he met a real heavenly immortal expert, he would still have to be careful. Lord Axe was worried that Mo Wuji would change his mind halfway, so he pushed his flying treasure to his max. Mo Wuji's flying car was forged by Master Puzi using a huge piece of celestial sunflower gold. No matter how fast Lord Axe went, Mo Wuji was able to casually keep up. This led to a sense of crisis within Lord Axe. If he was ever chased by Mo Wuji, it would be hard for him to escape. Half a day later, Lord Axe stopped. Mo Wuji also kept the flying car. He saw a grey-robed man sit cross-legged on a huge piece of black rock. The guy's eyes were low, and his aura was retracted. Mo Wuji was unable to discern this fella's cultivation with his spiritual will. This person was definitely that immortal domain expert trading with Lord Axe. Mo Wuji's face was calm and without emotion, he didn't even exude any ripples of elemental energy. However, his spirit storage channel and elemental storage channel had already been pushed to the max. He could burst out with full power at any moment. "Lord Gong, I have already brought Mo Wuji over. It's this person. Hong Fuji stepped forward and kneeled on the floor. His tone was respectful and cautious. Mo Wuji could even hear a sort of relaxedness in his voice. You are Mo Wuji? The newbie who stole Hong Fuji's blackstones and half-immortal stones? Gong Ho raised his head and his gaze landed on Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji stared at this immortal in front of him. He had a pair of thin and long eyes, his nose bridge was short to the point where he looked horrendous. That's right, I am Mo Wuji. I deserved those half-immortal stones for selling my blackstones to Hong Fuji. I, Mo Wuji, might not be rich, but I won't stoop so low as to stealing. Mo Wuji clasped his fists and said calmly. It's a joke if he were to kowtow to this person like Hong Fuji. Besides his parents, he, Mo Wuji, had never kneeled in front of anyone. A mere heavenly immortal, he could even be the pseudo-immortal mentioned by Master Puzi, but would he be qualified for Mo Wuji to kneel in front of? When Hong Fuji heard Mo Wuji's words, his entire body started shivering. He hurriedly said, Lord Gong, because Mo Wuji snatched away my half-immortal stones, I'm unable to purchase any blackstone. This is why I'm unable to collect any blackstones for the Lord. Originally, he had a bit of blackstones. But previously, he had to ask Guang Quan for permission to attack Mo Wuji, and all these blackstones ended up in Guang Quan's pocket. Gong Ho nodded. He spoke to Hong Fuji in a carefree manner. I can't blame you. You've worked so hard over these years, go then. When he heard the last two words, Hong Fuji's entire body turned cold, a deep sense of impending doom erupted from the bottom of his heart. He immediately knew that Gong Ho wanted to kill him. He couldn't care about anything else. His body burst forth with elemental energy as he tried to escape. Boom! A black light flashed over. Hong Fuji wasn't even able to cry out in pain before he was turned into ash by this black light. Even though Mo Wuji didn't use any spiritual will, nor exude any elemental energy ripples, he could clearly feel that this Lord Gong was far stronger than him. That elemental energy enveloping him far exceeded the boundaries of usual elemental energy. Could this be the legendary immortal energy? Unfortunately, the Lord Axe that once reigned over the undergrounds of half-immortal domain had disappeared off the face of the world in a single instant. Mo Wuji, you know why I killed him? After Gong Ho killed Hong Fuji, he acted as though nothing had happened as he calmly asked Mo Wuji this question. Mo Wuji sneered in his heart, if you want to use this method to intimidate me, a fake immortal like you wasn't enough. Why you killed him is none of my business. If your excellency has nothing else, I won't continue to accompany you. Mo Wuji might have said that, but his feet didn't move at all. His expression didn't even change. Gong Ho chortled, not bad, you have balls. Ever since you came here, you didn't protect yourself with any sort of elemental energy defenses. When you see me, you didn't even kneel. Now, your tone is also so aggressive. Could it be that you think that I wouldn't dare to kill you? Mo Wuji said indifferently, you can try, but I also want to say one thing. If you do try, we will never have the chance of working together. I would not want to work together with a person that wants to kill me. After he said this, there was finally a bit of elemental ripples around Mo Wuji's body. However, these ripples were not obvious, like those formed when a gentle breeze blew over a calm lake. When Gong Ho heard Mo Wuji's words, he was instantly enraged. He slowly lifted his hand. He did not attack, but instead, a green pill appeared in his palm. Swallow this pill. Then I will work with you. With that, Gong Ho shot the pill towards Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji did not even receive it as he directly flicked the pill back. I don't like working with others when my life is threatened. If Dao friend Gong wants to carry on like this, then I will no longer be accompanying you. Thereafter, Mo Wuji's figure flashed, appearing tens of meters away. The most peak grade of the wind escape technique? Gong Ho's thin eyes squinted even more. No wonder why you're so reckless with your words, you do have some ability. Say it, what do you want to trade? How many blackstones can you give me? When Mo Wuji heard Gong Ho's words, he stopped and said calmly, "That will depend on how many spirit stones you can provide. If you can provide stones of good enough quality or high enough quantity, I wouldn't mind even if you fed me poison. For example, that green pill that you just took out." "Ha, interesting." Gong Ho chortled loudly. This was the first time seeing someone that cared so much for profit, a person who cared more about money than his life. Seemingly knowing what Gong Ho was thinking, Mo Wuji said calmly, "You're right. I am that person who wants money more than my life. Let's see whether you have the capability to make me do so. Hong Fuji is able to provide me thousands of blackstone in a year. Now, I want 10 to 20,000 blackstone. Do you have it?" Gong Ho's slitted eyes seemed to glow with sharp light as he stared straight at Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji remained emotionless as he said, 10 to 20,000 has its price. 80 to 100,000 also has its price. If you only want a few thousand blackstones, I'm not really interested in this business." "What, you can get 80 to 100,000? Gong Ho, who always thought that he was leading the conversation, suddenly stood up. His eyes were filled with emotions. One must know that thousands of blackstones was already a huge number, what more tens of thousands? Actually, every year Hong Fuji was only able to provide him 1,000 to 2,000 blackstones. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 431, Bargaining. Chapter 431, Bargaining. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. I'm called Gong Ho. If it is really as you said, then I won't leave you disappointed. Tell me your price then. When Mo Wuji talked about coming out with 80 to 100,000 blackstones, Gong Ho immediately changed his mind. He sat back down, his tone went calm. In half-immortal domain, it was easy to find someone to replace Hong Fuji. But to find someone like Mo Wuji, it was practically impossible. Mo Wuji extended his hand, a sizable rock landed by his side. He also sat down. Since Gong Ho was sitting, he was not accustomed to standing in front of Gong Ho. When Gong Ho saw that Mo Wuji took the initiative to sit, his eyes gleamed with that sharp light again, but it soon dimmed down. This time, he did not do anything. He wanted to know how many hidden cards Mo Wuji had for him to act so arrogantly. Mo Wuji said unhurriedly, "Before the trade, I have some questions to ask Dao friend Gong." "Say it, as long as it is related to the trade, I will be able to answer you." Gong Ho's previous agitation was long gone, now he had become calm. "Alright, the first question I want to ask Dao friend Gong is, what is the function of blackstone?" After Mo Wuji asked that question, he stared at Gong Ho. He guessed that Gong Ho wouldn't answer this question, but he still carried that bit of hope. Gong Ho looked at Mo Wuji with a hint of ridicule in his eyes. "Mo Wuji, you're a clever man. Ask me some questions that I can answer." Mo Wuji did not mind, as he continued to ask, "The second question is, what is the spirit stone slag? Is it the waste items from immortal mines?" Gong Ho chuckled, "I am able to answer this question. Your guess is not wrong. Immortal crystals are the items used in the immortal world. Immortal crystals would typically be cut and processed to roughly the same size. They could be used for cultivation, as well as transaction. Immortal crystals of different sizes would be cut into the same size. The bits of waste generated are the half-immortal stones, or your spirit stone slags." Mo Wuji created the meridian cultivation technique, and was a dignified founder. The moment he listened to Gong Ho's words, he immediately came to an understanding. Even though spirit stone slags contained far more spiritual energy than the stones he had from the cultivator's world, but because it was merely the waste from the processing of immortal crystals, it did not contain any natural Dao halos. He could also confirm, a complete immortal crystal and a processed immortal crystal would have a huge difference on his cultivation, perhaps even a whole grade of difference. "Many thanks. The third question is, are these spirit stone slags cut from the corners of the lowest grade of immortal crystals?" If it is, does that mean that there are immortal crystals of higher grades? At this instant, Mo Wuji already had a rough plan in his mind. Gong Ho looked at Mo Wuji and said calmly, "You're indeed quite smart, to be able to draw such inferences from one example. You're right, spirit stone slags are merely the waste from processed low-grade immortal crystals. Besides low-grade immortal crystals, there's also intermediate-grade immortal crystals, high-grade immortal crystals and even top-grade immortal crystals." It was indeed the case. Mo Wuji clasped his fists to Gong Ho and said, "Dao friend Gong, are you able to provide me low or intermediate-grade immortal crystals, or even high-grade ones?" When Gong Ho heard Mo Wuji's words, half of his lips started twitching. He had been thoroughly angered by Mo Wuji. To actually ask for intermediate OT high-grade immortal crystals, was this fella crazy? Dao friend Mo, I hope that you can be more rational. Even I haven't seen a high-grade immortal crystal, much less you. As for intermediate-grade immortal crystals, I have indeed seen them before, and even had some before, but I only had a few of them. I do have some low-grade immortal crystals, but I'm also unable to trade them with you. I can only take out the shredded half-immortal stones, nothing more than that. At the most, I could give you a bit of low-grade immortal crystals." Gong Ho's tone was derisive. He felt that Mo Wuji was really unreasonable. Mo Wuji did not even have a single fluctuation of emotions. He only extended his palm and said, "I can give you 5,000 blackstones in a year. How many spirit stone slags is that worth?" Gong Ho suddenly stood up and stared coldly at Mo Wuji. "Mo Wuji, do you think that just because you have the wind escape technique, you can make sport of me, Gong Ho?" Mo Wuji sat without moving. "Gong Ho, tell me, when have I made sport of you?" "Just now, you said 10 to 20,000, maybe even 80 to 100,000 blackstones. But now, you're only giving me 5,000 blackstones a year. You really have guys." As Gong Ho spoke, he surged with killing intent, causing the surroundings to tremble. Mo Wuji said derisively, "Gong Ho, could it be that you want to snatch my blackstones with your higher cultivation? Otherwise, how could you be so shameless, to use spirit stone slags to exchange for my tens of thousands of blackstones? Even though I may only be an earthly immortal, I'm not so easily scammed. You know how I got my blackstones? I got it at the expense of woodifying my spirit channels." When he heard Mo Wuji say that using shredded immortal crystals to exchange for blackstones was a scam, Gong Ho was instantly enraged. If not for the fact that Mo Wuji said that he could provide tens of thousands of blackstones, Gong Ho would have already attacked. "Mo Wuji, you need to be clear of one thing. There's no need to talk about the trade between us. Even the trade between Guan Quan and the immortal domain also uses shredded immortal crystals." Gong Ho was forcefully suppressing his anger, saying his words one at a time. Mo Wuji remained calm and expressionless. "Even Guan Quan would not be able to take out the same amount of blackstones as me. Also, if you aren't able to provide better conditions, then why do I have to trade with you? Can't I just trade with the immortal domain? If Guan Quan can do it, then so could I. As for the 5,000 blackstones every year, I believe that Hong Fuji wouldn't even be able to provide that amount." Mo Wuji's words caused Gong Ho to instantly calm down. Mo Wuji's words were the truth. If he wasn't able to come out with better conditions, why would Mo Wuji want to trade with him? When he was trading with Hong Fuji, he was the boss, while Hong Fuji was an ant. Why was it that when he was discussing business with Mo Wuji, it felt like Mo Wuji was the boss, while he was simply a pawn? "If I want 20,000 blackstones a year, what do you need from me?" Gong Ho placed his dissatisfaction to the side. Blackstone was the most important thing. 1 million low-grade immortal crystals. Mo Wuji demanded an exorbitant price. Gong Ho was angered to the point of laughter. "Mo Wuji, you think that I will use 1 million low-grade immortal crystals to exchange for 20,000 of your blackstones?" Mo Wuji guessed that Gong Ho was speaking the truth. He was also rather helpless. Although he knew that the value of 20,000 spirit stones was definitely more than 1 million low-grade immortal crystals, what could he do? Unless he could sell the blackstones at immortal domain. The moment this idea sprouted, Mo Wuji was unable to suppress it. Even though he had more than 1 million blackstones, this amount of blackstones was far from enough. He still needed to get more blackstones, then bring the blackstones over to Immortal Domain and slowly earn a fortune. As he thought of this, Mo Wuji felt that it was okay to be disadvantaged for now. For 20,000 blackstones, I will give you 1 million shredded immortal crystals, as well as 10,000 low-grade immortal crystals. This price is already much higher than what I offered Hong Fuji, Gong Ho said resolutely. Even though he would be able to make a fortune at Mo Wuji's price, this private deal was involved with many other factors. He wouldn't be keeping all the profits alone. Then Dao friend Gong only wants 20,000 blackstones? Mo Wuji did not accept, not reject anything. A deal of merely 20,000 blackstones truly didn't catch his eye. However, his mood did change when Gong Ho promised the 10,000 low-grade immortal crystals. Since Gong Ho could willingly offer 10,000 low-grade immortal crystals, then he could also take out 100,000. If he could take out 100,000, then he could also take out 1 million. All this was just a process. It's just like a drug abuser. For his very first time, he was probably trying it out. But when there's a first time, there would be a second time. Soon, he would be addicted. I definitely want more blackstones. If you have 100,000 blackstones, I can give you 10 million shredded immortal crystals and 100,000 low-grade immortal crystals, Gong Ho did not hesitate to say. This price was much better than the price he previously quoted. I don't want shredded immortal crystals. For 100,000 blackstones, give me 3 million low-grade immortal crystals. There's no need for any further negotiations. Mo Wuji stood up. He was sure that blackstones would be able to earn a huge windfall of profits. His price was already much lesser than what he first said. He did not believe that Gong Ho was willing to give up on this sort of profits. Master Puzi said that 10 million spirit stone slags was enough for them to cross the immortal chasm. If he was able to obtain 3 million low-grade immortal crystals, then he would definitely be better able to power the immortal traversing ship. The value of 3 million low-grade immortal crystals should definitely be more than 1 billion spirit stone slags. Gong Ho clenched his fists tightly. He wasn't angry, but was currently weighing his profits. For something like Blackstone, the more he had, the more valuable it becomes. If Mo Wuji was able to hand over 100,000 Blackstones, then he would be able to compete with Immortal Domain itself. He definitely couldn't let those higher-ups know of this deal. The reason he was able to follow those from the Immortal Domain over was primarily because he wasn't able to obtain many Blackstones in his private deals. To the Immortal Domain, it was merely scraps. But if he could purchase 100,000 Blackstones every time, then things would no longer be the same. Dao friend Mo, 3 million low-grade immortal crystals is truly too much. It's more than 10 times the price I offered to Hong Fuji. Gong Ho calmed down. He must definitely make this deal with Mo Wuji. If he could get 100,000 Blackstones every year, then what would he have after 10 years? He didn't know that Mo Wuji would only be trading with him for this year. This was his first time calling Mo Wuji a Dao friend. Mo Wuji said calmly, "The amount of Blackstones I'm offering is more than 10 times what Hong Fuji offered." Gong Ho said in his heart, if you really can offer 100,000 Blackstones, then it's definitely more than 10 times, it's already 100 times. Alright, 3 million it is. Where do you keep your Blackstones? Gong Ho gritted his teeth and directly accepted Mo Wuji's price. Mo Wuji smiled, Dao friend Gong, you should know that I wouldn't bring my Blackstones around with me. Actually, I only have over 20,000 Blackstones on me. There's still tens of thousands left to dig up. I also believe that you wouldn't carry 3 million low-grade immortal crystals around with you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 432, Abacus and Kuya. Chapter 432, Abacus and Kuya. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. The next time you visit, we will hold the transaction here. A handful of blackstones for a handful of immortal crystals. Of course, before you leave, you have to lend me a storage ring, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to bring so many blackstones over, Mo Wuji answered. How can I trust you? Gong Ho stared at Mo Wuji as he asked. You can give me a poison pill and you can hand me the antidote only after we complete this transaction the next time we meet, how about this? Mo Wuji answered with any second thoughts. From the start, Mo Wuji had already wanted to have a storage ring from Gong Ho. The storage ring that Master Puzi forged was still slightly small, and if he was preparing to bring large amount of blackstones to make a fortune at the immortal domain, he definitely needed a storage ring with a bigger storage space. Gong Ho stared at Mo Wuji for a long while before sighing. There are actually cultivators like you in this world, alright, I trust you. Ever since he started cultivating, this was indeed his first time seeing someone who wanted money more than his own life. He wouldn't believe it if someone were to tell him that Mo Wuji was able to detoxify his toxin because there was no detoxification herbs in the entire half-immortal domain and the lower-class cultivation world. This is a storage ring and there is a communication bead inside which I will make use of to inform you of my next visit. Gong Ho let out a long sigh as he took out a storage ring for Mo Wuji. He couldn't believe how a rapacious cultivator like Mo Wuji was able to advance into the earthly immortal stage and even arrived here at the half-immortal domain. Mo Wuji took over the storage ring and used his spiritual will to scan through it to find out that the space within the storage ring was definitely more than 10 times bigger than the storage ring which Master Puzi forged. This storage ring would allow him to store even more blackstones and even bring these to the half-immortal domain. After watching Mo Wuji took over the storage ring, he retrieved a dark green pill and threw it to Mo Wuji. Swallow this pill now and I will give you the antidote the next time I see you. Mo Wuji didn't hesitate as he swallowed the dark green pill immediately and a fishy smell permeated through his entire body. At the instant Mo Wuji swallowed the pill, Mo Wuji's detoxification meridian started to undergo spiritual circulation and in no time, the detoxification meridian managed to detoxify the toxin which permeated through his entire body. If Mo Wuji didn't control the toxin forcefully, he almost spat the toxin out immediately. The detoxified toxin turned into a greater spiritual energy, and even though he didn't start to cultivate, Mo Wuji could feel his strength increasing. Mo Wuji even suspected that the moment he absorbed this spiritual energy, there was a high possibility of him breaking through into the earthly immortal stage level 6. At this moment, Mo Wuji really wanted to say, "Dao friend Gong, do you have more of this pill? Could you spare me more of it?" However, Mo Wuji knew that the moment he said such things, Gong Ho would start to suspect something. Not bad, you can go now. Noticing that Mo Wuji had already swallowed the pill, Gong Ho nodded satisfyingly as he could feel the poisonous aura surrounding Mo Wuji, which was natural because of the toxin. Mo Wuji didn't leave immediately as he clasped his fists and said, "Dao friend Gong, since we are considered close friends now, may I ask if you traveled to the half-immortal domain via a flying ship?" He was really curious to know if they came via a flying ship, otherwise, how did they deal with the dangers of the immortal chasm? Gong Ho's face turned solemn. "You don't have the rights to know all these because the more you ask, the shorter your life would be. Also, let me warn you first, even if our future deals would include you receiving the low-grade immortal crystals, you must not let it leak out. The immortal domain didn't allow any low-grade immortal crystals to appear in the half-immortal domain, otherwise, one would only await his death." Mo Wuji asked in a serious tone, "Do not worry, Dao friend Gong, as I will definitely not reveal the immortal crystals." "Oh yes, does Dao friend Gong has any low-grade immortal crystals with you now? Could you lend me a few thousands first for me to enjoy it?" Gong Ho almost spat out blood when he heard this, because how could this fella be this despicable? This made him miss Hong Fuji because that fella was just a Kaodao insect which was much easier to control than this fella in front of him. Noticing how Gong Ho's expression was turning ugly, Mo Wuji guessed that his attempt to loan the immortal crystals was at risk, so he hurried to say, "Dao friend Gong, back at my hometown, we call this paying deposit. Deposit would make progress and relationship smoother, otherwise, I wouldn't really be interested in this immortal crystals. Even though I know these small amount of immortal crystals may not mean much to you, it would provide me with the motivation and energy in my life. Mo Wuji still had large amount of spirit stone slags with him, but as his cultivation level increased, the time needed to advance to the next stage increased too. If he really wanted to cultivate faster, he needed spiritual energy, which was one grade higher than the ones he was absorbing now. Even though he knew that Mo Wuji was blabbering rubbish, Gong Ho still took out a pile of immortal crystals at the thought of how Mo Wuji was willing to sacrifice his life for the immortal crystals. There are 1,000 immortal crystals here which you can use first. Do not disappoint me, because if you don't show me enough blackstones, you will suffer the consequences of it. Dao friend Gong, do not worry about this, Mo Wuji muttered as his attention was already on the pile of immortal crystals. The dense and pure aura of the immortal spiritual energy ignited a fire in Mo Wuji's heart. He took a step forward and kept the 1,000 immortal crystals into his storage ring, and he knew from that moment that there wouldn't be any problem advancing into the great circle of the earthly immortal stage now. I want to warn you that unless there are unique circumstances and you have no choice, do not visit Dao Lord Guangquan's mansion. Gong Ho suddenly mentioned this as he waited for Mo Wuji to keep the immortal crystals. Mo Wuji asked inquisitively, why not? He was indeed preparing to visit Guangquan's Dao Lord mansion, and despite the fact that he no longer wanted to trade with Guangquan for the spirit stone slags, he wanted to see what valuables Guangquan could offer him. There is a death trap array in his Dao Lord mansion called the Partial Killing Array. This was a death trap array used in the immortal domain, and even I might not be able to escape that. In other words, your life wouldn't be in your own hands the moment you enter his mansion, and because of the extraordinary relationship between Guangquan and the immortal domain, killing you was as significant as killing an ant. Mo Wuji's face turned ugly as he didn't expect Guangquan to welcome him with a death trap array of such quality, as it seemed like this fellow was extremely cautious of Mo Wuji's strength. I've got it, many thanks Dao friend Gong. Mo Wuji cupped his fist as he thanked Gong Ho sincerely. Gong Ho was in fact very pleased with Mo Wuji's attitude as he turned and left straight away. He needed to accumulate spirit stones when he returned this time round, because it would simply be impossible for him to find over a few hundred immortal crystals on his own. Mo Wuji just returned to the half-immortal domain, and he witnessed a flying ship disappearing without a trace from the entrance of the half-immortal domain. The speed of this flying ship was definitely greater than his flying car, and Mo Wuji was able to guess at the first moment that these flying ships should belong to the immortals who came to exchange for blackstones. Mo Wuji is out from his closed-doors cultivation and had even made a trip out. In Guangquan's Dao Lord mansion, Guangquan sounded off after watching the massive monitoring array in front of him. Meng Tianyu didn't say anything because after he lost his heavenly wood cane, he was nothing more than a subordinate to Gong Ho. Brother Meng, the first thing Mo Wuji did after coming out was to make a trip out, so what do you think he went to do? Do you think he would find me afterwards? Guangquan turned and asked Meng Tianyu out of the sudden. Previously, when experts from the immortal domain came over to exchange for blackstones, Guangquan didn't bother observing the monitoring screen, and he didn't know that Mo Wuji and Lord Axe had left the half-immortal domain too. Meng Tianyu sneered and said, I believe you would definitely come back here. Guangquan laughed out loud as he agreed with Meng Tianyu. This was because even if Mo Wuji didn't come back to find him, he would definitely be looking for Meng Tianyu. As long as he was searching for Meng Tianyu, news would reach Mo Wuji that he was in the Dao Lord mansion now. However, Mo Wuji didn't go and find Meng Tianyu or Guangquan because after sending a few messages to Master Puzi, he was preparing to come back behind closed doors of his cultivation. Given the fortune he had with him now, he really didn't fancy having any more spirit stone slags. He had long planned to first break into the advanced earthly immortal stage before bringing Master Puzi and company to the mining area of death to dig for more blackstones. The time to transact with Gong Ho would be the time the few of them left the half-immortal domain for the immortal chasm. The moment Mo Wuji entered his own immortal cave, he noticed that someone had messed with the restrictions put in place on his immortal cave. He knew that it was definitely not Master Puzi and company because he was aware that they were all out, so it was impossible for them to do so. Just as Mo Wuji was wondering if Guangquan had come look for him, he could sense that someone was messing with the restrictions on his immortal cave again. Mo Wuji lifted the restrictions and there were two people standing outside his immortal cave. Mo Wuji recognized the both of them and even had serious enmity with them. One of them was Lord Axe's abacus and the other one was the delicate and quiet Kuya. Greetings Dao friend Mo. Just as Mo Wuji lifted his restrictions, abacus and Kuya greeted Mo Wuji with a bow. Mo Wuji hurried to respond, please come on in to speak. It was evident that the two of them had been waiting for him for a while now because Mo Wuji didn't believe it was so coincidental that they appeared just as he returned. The duo didn't hesitate as they immediately entered Mo Wuji's immortal cave. I believe that both of you had came to see me more than once, right? What did you come find me for? Mo Wuji closed his immortal cave before speaking. Abacus answered respectfully, can we first ask Dao friend Mo if Lord Axe had been killed? Mo Wuji answered, that's right, Hong Fuji had been killed but I wasn't the one who killed him. Mo Wuji didn't feel the need to hide anything from the two of them because he didn't fear them at all. Even if they started to act against him, it wouldn't be too difficult to finish the two of them off within minutes. Gong Ho did it? Kuya asked instantaneously. Mo Wuji nodded, yes. Since the two of them knew who Gong Ho was, they should probably have seen it coming. Both Abacus and Kuya fell silent the moment they heard Mo Wuji confirming this fact. After a short moment of silence, Abacus and Kuya clasped their fists and said, the two of us want to join Brother Mo's team and we please Brother Mo to accept us. Mo Wuji would never have expected the two of them to make such a request and he had never thought of accepting them before. Mo Wuji was so astonished when he heard this that he didn't answer them immediately. Noticing that Mo Wuji didn't reply, Abacus sighed and said, since Brother Mo has his concerns, we shall take our leave first. Mo Wuji sounded out, why would you make such a decision out of the blue? If your explanation makes sense, I will let you join my team. He had an immortal traversing ship with him so it would naturally be better if he had more people as he traveled to the immortal chasm. Mo Wuji had never personally witnessed Kuya's ability but he was clearly aware of the strength of Abacus. To Mo Wuji, Abacus was even stronger than Lu Chuanha. Mo Wuji even suspected if Lord Axe could handle Abacus and in a solo battle, the Tong brothers might not even be able to contain Abacus too. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 433, The Fuming Dao Lord Guang. Chapter 433, The Fuming Dao Lord Guang. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. There were traces of helplessness in Abacus' voice. Lord Axe had offended too many people including Guangquan. Guangquan might look friendly on the surface, however, he was a person who would seek revenge for even the slightest of grievance and was extremely scheming. When Lord Axe was still around, Guangquan didn't dare to do anything to him because of Gong Ho, but now that Lord Axe was dead, Guangquan was bound to slaughter us. Another reason was because we had followed Lord Axe since forever, so even if Guangquan chose not to kill us, we have nowhere to go. No teams in the half-immortal domain was willing to accept us, and without spirit stone slags, we wouldn't be able to last long too. After Abacus finished his piece, Kuya added, furthermore, Brother Abacus and I have already recognized Brother Mo as the only person who could be capable of walking out of the half-immortal domain in the future. Brother Mo was neither too arrogant nor humble and even had your own set of principles, which was why we feel that joining you is the best option for us. Alright, since this was the case, the two of you can stay. I need to undergo closed doors cultivation so the two of you can build your own immortal cave near mine, and when I'm done, I will inform the two of you. Mo Wuji agreed as he could feel the sincerity of both Abacus and Kuya. Many thanks Brother Mo. Abacus and Kuya were both pleasantly surprised because Mo Wuji was held in very high regard in the half-immortal domain, so as long as they were under him, they wouldn't have to worry about others finding troubles with them in the future. After sending Abacus and Kuya off, Mo Wuji started cultivating instantly. After detoxifying the toxin given by Gong Ho using his detoxification meridian, the spiritual energy that resulted from that was on an even higher level than the one produced by the spirit stone slags. After absorbing this newly found spiritual energy, Mo Wuji could feel his cultivation levels soaring up immensely. In just 2 days, Mo Wuji was already at the intermediate stage of the earthly immortal stage level 5. This time round, Mo Wuji didn't use the spirit stone slags but grabbed tens of low-grade immortal crystals instead. When these tens of immortal crystals were in his hands, the dense immortal spiritual energy and an indescribable Tao spirituality could be felt from within the crystals, which increased Mo Wuji's rate of cultivation to yet another level. Within 5 days, Mo Wuji advanced past the earthly immortal stage level 5 and broke into level 6. After half a month, Mo Wuji advanced from the earthly immortal stage level 6 to level 7. In just a short period of time, he managed to reach the advanced stage of the earthly immortal stage by exhausting less than 200 immortal crystals. Yet another half a month passed and Mo Wuji stepped into the earthly immortal stage level 8. Towards the end, Mo Wuji had exhausted even more low-grade immortal crystals, but the thought of being thrifty with the immortal crystals never crossed his mind at all. Mo Wuji took out the remaining hundreds of immortal crystals as he continued to cultivate while absorbing the spiritual energy wildly. After Mo Wuji finished absorbing the spiritual energy from all 1,000 immortal crystals, his cultivation level stagnated at the advanced stage of the earthly immortal stage level 9. In summary, Mo Wuji used 1,000 low-grade immortal crystals to advance from earthly immortal stage level 5 to level 9 in 3 months. Mo Wuji stopped cultivating because he knew himself well. He knew that after absorbing higher-grade spiritual energy to cultivate, the moment he switched back to absorb lower-grade spiritual energy, his rate of cultivation would be reduced by many levels. Even though he had over 100,000s of spirit stone slags left with him, he would need to cultivate for numerous years to advance from earthly immortal stage level 9 to level 10 by using these spirit stone slags. For the immortal mortal technique that he created, what he needed was continuous supply of dense spiritual energy, which grades had to be constantly increasing. At least up till now, he had yet to face any bottleneck while cultivating. Mo Wuji lifted the restrictions for his immortal cave as he sent out a message to Master Puzi and company to let them know that he was ready to dig up some blackstones. It would naturally be more beneficial for him if more people joined him in his trip to the mining area of death. Master Puzi and company, including Abacus and Kuya, rushed over in the shortest possible time. Mo Wuji had already informed Master Puzi that he had allowed Abacus and Kuya to join his team, so his guess was that the remaining members were also informed of the news. Whether it was Lu Chuanha, the Tong brothers, or Jia Qi, none of them were shocked to see the Abacus and Kuya standing alongside them. My intention is to unearth more blackstones, and after this trip, it remains unclear whether or not we will return to the half-immortal domain. Anyone else has anything to add? Mo Wuji went straight to the point as he was planning to let Tong brothers, Abacus, and Kuya know about his intention to go to the immortal chasm after the deal with Gong Ho. Master Puzi, Lu Chuanha, and Jia Qi were already aware of Mo Wuji's intentions, so it would not appear as a surprise to them. The Tong brothers had been enjoying life in the half-immortal domain recently and was already full of admiration for Mo Wuji's strength and capabilities, so they were both agreeable with his plan to unearth more blackstones. When Abacus and Kuya made their decision to join Mo Wuji and his team, they were already prepared to leave the half-immortal domain anytime. Therefore, everyone came to one common consensus very quickly. Tao friend Mo, are you going to pay a visit to the Tao Lord Mansion? Master Puzi was not aware of the deal between Mo Wuji and Gong Ho, so he always thought that the source of energy for the immortal traversing ship would be from Guangquan. Mo Wuji laughed. Master Puzi, do not have to worry, as I have already secured a steady source of energy for the ship. Everyone will know what I am talking about the next time someone from the immortal domain came over to transact. We will leave the half-immortal domain now. After listening to Mo Wuji's speech, Master Puzi and company's spirits were suddenly lifted. Mo Wuji didn't mention it specifically, but everyone could tell that Mo Wuji had hooked up with people from the immortal domain for the source of energy for their immortal traversing ship. Mo Wuji stood up, and just as he was preparing to leave the half-immortal domain, another voice could be heard from outside of his immortal cave. Tao friend Mo, I wonder if you have time to spare now? Tao Lord Guangquan held a banquet and had specially invited you to join him as a guest. If Gong Ho hadn't warned him about Guangquan, Mo Wuji would have agreed to pay a visit. However, Mo Wuji definitely wouldn't want to visit the Tao Lord mansion now because he had not even heard of the partial killing array which was installed at the Tao Lord mansion. Even though Mo Wuji was confident in the quality of his array Tao and cultivation, the partial killing array was something that originated from the immortal domain. This was why he certainly didn't want to risk his life entering something that even Gong Ho was fearful of. I am no time to spare now. Oh yes, if Tao Lord Guangquan has some time to spare, we could meet for a short while at the entrance of the half-immortal domain. Do let him know that I will be waiting for him at the entrance of the half-immortal domain for half an incense time, Mo Wuji answered directly. In less than 2 minutes after Mo Wuji and company arrived at the entrance of the half-immortal domain, Guangquan's laughter could be heard. Tao friend Mo, because you have been cultivating behind closed doors and finally came out, old brother here wishes to invite you over to reminisce about the good old days. After all, we would still have to live together in the half-immortal domain for some time, so it is better if we know each other better. I can give you some decent mining areas for you to set up your own team. Mo Wuji clasped his fists as he saw the smiling Guangquan. Tao Lord Guang is indeed very hospitable, but I have to go somewhere now. When I am back, I will definitely visit Tao Lord again. Alright, I shall pray for Tao friend Mo to have a smooth journey then. Oh yes, Alliance head Meng was extremely guilty for what had happened previously, so he had prepared a half-immortal rock and was willing to return to brother Mo first. Guangquan said with a smiling face. The raging fire in his heart couldn't wait to swallow Mo Wuji because he didn't even bother visiting the Tao Lord mansion over the couple of years he had been behind closed doors. Guangquan was frustrated because how was he supposed to take down Mo Wuji if Mo Wuji chose not to visit his Tao Lord mansion? If he couldn't take down Mo Wuji, how was he supposed to retrieve Meng Tianyu's heavenly wooden cane and Mo Wuji's method to repel the acute wood energy? How could Mo Wuji not know what Guangquan was trying to do? He was clearly trying to get Mo Wuji to meet Meng Tianyu. If Mo Wuji hadn't met Gong Ho, Meng Tianyu's spirit stone slags would be the sole reason why Mo Wuji would pay a visit. However, Meng Tianyu's measly spirit stone slags really didn't mean much to Mo Wuji now. He would never let Meng Tianyu off easily, but he really had more important things to do right now instead of meddling with Meng Tianyu and Guangquan. Then I will have to trouble Tao Lord Guang to help me relay this message. Help me tell him that I will come asking for my debt very soon, so please start preparing the spirit stone slags. Mo Wuji finished what he wanted to say, and without saying anything else to Guangquan, he drew out his flying ship and left. Now that Mo Wuji left, Master Puzi and company would naturally not stay any longer as they drew out their individual flying treasures to follow behind Mo Wuji. Guangquan's face was so gloomy that water was about to drip from his eyes as he was contemplating if he should bring people out to stop Mo Wuji and kill him outside of the half-immortal domain. Guangquan controlled himself from finding troubles with Mo Wuji, but Mo Wuji was acting so wildly with no respect for him. If Guangquan didn't want what Mo Wuji had on him, he would have already sent people to chase after him. He couldn't wait anymore. Guangquan was resolute in his decision to kill Mo Wuji outside of the half-immortal domain and take what he yearned for. A day later, Mo Wuji stopped in the periphery of the mining area of death. Master Puzi and company S flying ships came to a halt too as they walked out of their individual flying ship. This is the mining area of death? Abacus and Kuya shouted shockingly. Mining area of death would represent imminent death the moment one entered it. Up till today, they had not heard of anyone who entered and came out alive. Mo Wuji answered, "That's right, this is indeed the mining area of death, and I've decided to stay here for a few months to dig up blackstones. We will leave this place when it is time to transact with the immortal domain. Even though I have my ways to dig up blackstones, I understand that entering the mining area of death is a dangerous thing to do, so I wouldn't force the two of you if you are unwilling to come with us." "No, we are willing. Since we decided to join your team, we will not hesitate to follow you wherever you go," Abacus and Kuya said almost simultaneously. Mo Wuji nodded because he was extremely satisfied with this answer. He turned to the Tong brothers and said, "The two of you follow behind me and the rest of you walk by my side." Mo Wuji used his scholar's heart to form a shield as he walked endlessly into the depths of the mining area of death. The Tong brothers have their own heart fire, so it was definitely foolproof to have them behind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 434, Heavenly Immortals Lightning Tribulation. Chapter 434, Heavenly Immortals Lightning Tribulation. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. The moment he stepped into the mining area of death, the sound of colorless leeches being burnt could constantly be heard from outside of his scholar's heart shield. Abacus and Kuya exchanged glances and could see the shock in each other's eyes the moment they understood what was going on. In the next moment, the two of them started celebrating in their heart that they made the decision to join Mo Wuji and his team. Since Mo Wuji could casually walk into the mining area of death unharmed, there should be no place that he couldn't visit in the future, and perhaps one day, he could even enter the immortal domain. Even though there were a lot of earthly immortal stage cultivators in the half-immortal domain, most of them were simply digging for blackstones every day of their life so they could exchange for spirit stone slags to survive. Everyone here knew that there wouldn't be any future staying in the half-immortal domain, and they all wished that one day, they would be able to enter the immortal domain. "I found a place with 3 blackstones." After walking for over a couple of hours, Abacus finally sounded out excitedly. He knew that there were many blackstones in the mining area of death, but he didn't expect this extent of blackstones available, for they had only been in here for a while. In this short period of time, he found 3 blackstones, and they were only less than 2 meters deep underneath the ground. Tong Yi heard what Abacus said and laughed out loud. "Brother Abacus, if we were to stop and dig for 3 blackstones, I am afraid our brother Mo would rather use this time to cultivate." Ah! Kuya and Abacus looked curiously at Mo Wuji because one shouldn't miss out on even one blackstone available, right? They really didn't understand the meaning behind Tong Yi's words. Mo Wuji laughed and said, "Dao friend, Tong Yi is right, because even though we have a lot of manpower, we shouldn't waste our time digging up 3 blackstones." Noticing how Mo Wuji was really not interested in digging up the 3 blackstones, Abacus sighed and didn't continue saying anything. As he recalled how Mo Wuji was able to take out 200 blackstones in one shot previously, he guessed that Mo Wuji should have the ability to find large amount of blackstones. Following which, he found a few more blackstones, and there was a time when he found 6 blackstones in one area, but even so, he kept his thoughts to himself and didn't choose to say anything. Since Mo Wuji had the ability to find blackstones, he must have seen what Abacus saw, and since Mo Wuji chose not to act, it would mean that the numbers were still not attractive enough for Mo Wuji. The truth that Abacus didn't know was that, without mentioning about the 6 blackstones, Mo Wuji had already found a few areas with over hundreds of blackstones within 5 meters of the ground, but these were simply not lucrative enough for Mo Wuji to break a sweat for. In Mo Wuji's eyes, since 8 of them were going to dig simultaneously, he had to find a mine with over 100,000 blackstones. The best scenario would be a mine with over 1,000,000 blackstones, just like before. After a day of walking, just as Kuya and Abacus were wondering if Mo Wuji was even interested in digging, Mo Wuji stopped in his tracks. "Dao friend Mo, found it?" Master Puzi was the first to ask. Mo Wuji nodded. "I will set up an array here, and I predict we would be digging for about half a month, because the amount of blackstones here was definitely not lesser than the previous time. Previously, they took over a year to dig up the blackstones because there were only Lu Chuanhan and Jiaqi helping out. Presently, Mo Wuji had 8 people in total, including a top-notch mining expert, the Tong brothers. But there are no blackstones here? Unless they are below the 3 meters depth? Kuya asked suspiciously because she was slightly stronger than Abacus in finding blackstones. She could even reach a distance of slightly more than 3 meters, which was why she grew suspicious when Mo Wuji decided to stop here. Just as Mo Wuji started installing the array flags, he heard Kuya's question and answered, "Yes, the blackstones here are indeed a little deeper, about 5 meters deep." As Mo Wuji's cultivation level increased, his spiritual will was capable of penetrating till about 9 meters beneath the black soil. The black stones were located in slightly more shallow soil as compared to previously. Because of Mo Wuji's stronger spiritual will, the width of the area which he could sense increased, which made him more confident that he could dig up even more than the previous time. Half a day later, Mo Wuji had already finished setting up a massive array. Under the guidance of Mo Wuji, the 8 of them started digging black stones, and the result of their work was definitely not something one person could achieve in 8 days. In just half a day, the 5 meters deep mine was completely dug out. Kuya and Abacus were completely dumbfounded at the sight of these closely packed blackstones. The number of blackstones in front of them was even more than a year worth of output from the half-immortal domain. Abacus glanced at Mo Wuji respectfully as he finally understood why Mo Wuji was not interested in the few scattered blackstones. If he was Mo Wuji, he wouldn't waste time on the few blackstones that he found earlier on as well. More and more blackstones emerged from the ground as their speed of digging was getting increasingly greater. In just a few days' time, the 8 of them had already dug out almost 1 million blackstones. In a place which was about 1,000 meters away from the mining area of death, a flying ship came to a halt and a few people descended from it. The one leading them was the Tao Lord of the half-immortal domain, Guang Quan. The person beside him was not Meng Tianyu but the Alliance head of the vast desert alliance, Xian Yu. Alliance head Xian, if we continue moving forward, we would reach the mining area of death. Could Mo Wuji and company really be at the mining area of death? Guang Quan stared at the faraway mining area of death and frowned. Xian Yu, who was standing beside him, shook his head. That is impossible. Not to mention Mo Wuji, even experts from the mining area of death wouldn't dare to casually enter the mining area of death. Taking a step back, even if Mo Wuji has the ability to enter the mining area of death, what about the rest of them? This person is indeed very tricky. Initially, I thought he would definitely look for me, but he didn't even bother to appear at my Tao Lord mansion. Could he have seen through my traps? There was a trace of helplessness in Guang Quan's voice. There is still the possibility that he could have hooked up with Gong Ho. Once he is hooked up with Gong Ho, there is no need for him to visit the Tao Lord mansion at all, Xian Yu said. Guang Quan fell silent and said after pondering for a moment, Brother Qian, what you've said could be true, but if Hong Fuji was killed by Mo Wuji, Abacus and Kuya wouldn't be beside Mo Wuji. Gong Ho could have killed Hong Fuji and wanted Mo Wuji to replace him. Even so, Mo Wuji would still have came to find me because I am confident that Gong Ho would not offer him too many spirit stone slags for his blackstones. From Mo Wuji's encounter with Meng Tianyu previously, Guang Quan knew that Mo Wuji's appetite would definitely not be satisfied with a few 100,000 spirit stones. Since he was able to detoxify the acute wood energy to cultivate here, it would only be natural that he yearned for even more spirit stone slags. Brother Guang, there is another breakthrough. Didn't Mo Wuji arrive at the half-immortal domain with 2 other cultivators from Jinxing? We could perhaps find out about Mo Wuji's whereabouts via the 2 of them, Dian Shuangbi and Mo Yingxiao, Xian Yu replied. Guang Quan nodded. That's right, Mo Wuji also had huge animosity with Song Shui, which means that Song Shui could be a clue too. Let's go. Instead of waiting down here meaninglessly, we might as well do as you say and find these people. We have already been searching for a few months now. I am afraid we wouldn't find anything substantial here if we continue doing so. The moment Guang Quan finished speaking, thunder could be heard and lightnings landed in a faraway place shortly after. Someone is undergoing the heavenly tribulation. Guang Quan and Xian Yu exchanged glances as they saw each other's fearful eyes. How many years had it been? It had been way too many years since someone underwent a heavenly tribulation in the half-immortal domain. According to his agreement with the immortal domain, other than transacting blackstones, he needed to report the names of cultivators who are capable of undergoing lightning tribulation here to the immortal domain. Let's go and take a look, Guang Quan said without any shreds of hesitation and sent out a message while speaking. What, someone is undergoing the heavenly tribulation here? Mo Wuji and company witnessed the lightnings descending from the mining area of death as Master Pu Zi exclaimed surprisingly. Mo Wuji immediately thought of the half-moon prison and wondered if this cultivator, who just underwent the lightning tribulation, would be brought to the immortal domain and then imprisoned in the half-moon prison. To be able to undergo his lightning tribulation here, that person must be a really talented expert. However, the one I respect the most is still Dao friend Mo, because we have only been here for a few months and yet we managed to dig up tens of millions of blackstones. I would have never believed someone if they tell me this was actually possible, Abacus said as he dug up 100 blackstones at one go. Everyone else around him had similar thoughts as him. Average cultivators would usually find only 1 or 2 blackstones at one go, and it was extremely rare for someone to find over 100 blackstones in one trip, let alone thousands or millions. However, Mo Wuji's findings were in millions, and there was this instant where he actually found a mine with over 5 million blackstones. The only difference was that the most shallow blackstone which Mo Wuji found was at least 5 meters deep. It seemed like most blackstones could be found deep underneath the soil and not on the surface. Half a day later, just as the faraway lightning tribulation ended, the communication bead that Mo Wuji hung on his waist lighted up. Mo Wuji used his spiritual will to scan through before saying, "It has only been half a year and Gong Ho sent me a message already? Did he say he is coming over now?" Tong Chang asked immediately. Mo Wuji nodded, "Yes, he said he has reached and told me to prepare the blackstones to meet him now. He should be here for that cultivator who just underwent the lightning tribulation. The people of the immortal domain came for that man, and exchanging for the blackstones is simply a secondary purpose," Tong Cheng answered. "How do they find out about it?" Jia Qi asked subconsciously. Tong Cheng smiled coldly and said, "Naturally someone from the half-immortal domain must have told them. Every time someone underwent a lightning tribulation here, people from the immortal domain will know of it immediately. I've heard from Master Pachin that nothing good would happen to those who are brought to the immortal domain after advancing into the heavenly immortal stage." "Why? Isn't everyone extremely eager to go to the immortal domain?" Kuya added. Tong Cheng shook his head, "I have no clue too, but I trust Master Pachin's words." Mo Wuji said in a solemn tone, "Master Pachin is right, those that were brought to the immortal domain were all imprisoned. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 435, The Exchange for Immortal Crystals. Chapter 435, The Exchange for Immortal Crystals. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Ah! Even Tong Chang looked towards Mo Wuji this time round. Mo Wuji decided to tell everyone the truth because he had already formed deep friendship with them after digging together for a few months. After all, they would all be fighting alongside him should anything happen to them in the future. "Previously, I saw a prison in space which was called the Half-Moon Prison. The Half-Moon Prison should be a magic treasure of the immortal realm, and this Half-Moon Prison is full of genius cultivators who had just advanced into the heavenly immortal stage." "Brother Mo, are you talking about the Half-Moon Immortal Palace?" Lu Chuanha asked in a hurry. Mo Wuji replied, "That's right, it is indeed the Half-Moon Immortal Palace. However, the truth was that it is indeed a prison and it belongs to the immortal domain. It appeared in space because a genius expert tried to escape from it, and by killing the prison warden, it caused the prison to end up wandering in space." Everyone fell silent as they heard Mo Wuji's words. Everyone capable of standing here was the very best in their own planets and could even be considered as the peak experts. However, they would be the weakest among everyone else once they were brought into the immortal domain. They would be so insignificant that a single pinch from someone there would be enough to kill them. "Dao friend Mo, so do we stop digging for blackstones temporarily?" Master Puzi broke the silence as he asked Mo Wuji. To Master Puzi, even though blackstones were important, the most important should be exchanging for enough spirit stone slags. Their only hope of getting out of this hellhole would be dependent on the number of spirit stone slags they were able to exchange for. There was no point in staying here because so what if they could undergo the lightning tribulation someday? Wouldn't they be brought to the prison in the immortal realm too? Everyone looked at Mo Wuji as he answered, since we have been digging for quite some time now and because I would consider us to be close friends, I've decided to let you all know what my plans for the future will be. However, there is something I must say before telling everyone my plan. Once you've heard my plans for us, you will no longer be able to leave the team. Those who wants to quit can sound out now and I will send you off personally. Nobody sounded out anything because only 4 people, Tong brothers, Abacus and Kuya, were still not aware of the plan. However, they had already grew incredible admiration for Mo Wuji, and after joining him, they had never suffered and were able to dig up almost hundreds of thousands blackstones every single day, so why would they want to quit? Mo Wuji nodded his head. Since everyone is agreeable, I will speak directly. I own a battleship and this battleship could bring us to the immortal domain, which was why I decided that after exchanging for low-grade immortal crystals with Gong Ho, we will head straight to the immortal chasm and then immortal domain. Of course, there is also the possibility that we could fail to traverse the immortal chasm and be stuck within it forever. I am sure there is no need for me to state how dangerous the immortal chasm is, and I would say the possibility of success is about 50%. Ah! Dao friend Mo. Tong brothers heard this and was both shocked and pleased, because even if there was only a 10% chance of success, they would agree without any shreds of hesitation. What was the point of staying in the half-immortal domain meaninglessly? They were unable to cultivate and had to worry about the acute wood energy every single day, which was why they had enough of such life where living was tougher than being dead. Think about it, if a cultivator is unable to cultivate or improve, what is the difference between a cultivator and a walking dead? Abacus and Kuya replied immediately without thinking too much into it, Brother Mo, we would agree even if the chances of success is 10%, let alone 50%. The Tong brothers did not even bother asking whether this battleship was forged by Dao Lord Wuyu, because to them, the origin of the battleship didn't matter to them as long as it was able to bring them across the immortal chasm. Mo Wuji could even sense blackstones which were 8 to 9 meters underground, so it really wasn't too surprising that he could get himself a battleship that could traverse the immortal chasm. Dao friend Mo, ever since we decided to join your team, we vowed to always follow your lead, and furthermore, we are pretty sure that we would be living a much more enjoyable life even if we are stuck in the immortal chasm compared to being in the half-immortal domain. Tong Cheng and Tong Yi expressed their opinions out loud. Even though he had an idea that everyone would agree, Mo Wuji still felt an indescribable happiness when he received everyone's confirmation. Since this is the case, we shall talk about crossing the immortal chasm after we receive the low-grade immortal crystals. Low-grade immortal crystals? Master Puzi hurried to ask because Mo Wuji didn't specifically talk about the details of the transaction with Gong Ho. Mo Wuji explained, I am exchanging blackstones for low-grade immortal crystals instead of spirit stone slags because I am afraid that spirit stone slags might not be able to support the battleship in crossing the immortal chasm because of its lower grade as compared to the immortal crystals. Hearing Mo Wuji's explanation, everyone couldn't be any happier. Master Puzi heaved a sigh of relief too, because even though he said that the spirit stone slags were able to drive the battleship, he was still fearful that there was still the possibility that spirit stone slags alone wouldn't be sufficient. Having insufficient power to drive the ship would be the most heart-wrenching way to fall in the immortal chasm. Mo Wuji continued, this time round, we have dug up close to 30 million blackstones, which was definitely more than what the immortal domain had received before. We would definitely not be exchanging this many blackstones, so after the exchange, we will split the blackstones equally among us. Anyone has any objections? Brother Mo, you are the one who brought us here, got hold of the battleship, and even the one found the blackstones. All we did was to exhaust some of our energy, which in other words, means that even if you didn't bring us here and brought any random person, you would still be able to obtain these blackstones. And to put things into perspective, even if we were to dig for a few months in mining area A, we would never be able to dig out more than 1,000 blackstones without your guidance. We have no use for this small amount of blackstones, and it wouldn't even be enough for us to purchase a ship ticket to the immortal domain, so I suggest Brother Mo take full control of all the blackstones. The most unlikely person to comment, Kuya, was actually the one who took the initiative to express her opinions. Mo Wuji regarded Kuya as a very capable person because even though she won't talk much, she was smart and attentive as she could understand things very quickly. Lu Chuanha followed to say, I have no use for the Blackstones too, so I would rather leave it with Brother Mo too, but... After Kuya and Lu Chuanha started the ball rolling, everyone else agreed with Kuya's opinion. Master Puzi and company had been working with Mo Wuji for the longest among all of them, so they understood Mo Wuji's character well. They knew that even though they rejected the Blackstones, Mo Wuji would never swallow these Blackstones for his own personal interests. However, Kuya was right because other than the Tong brothers, who among them would be capable of obtaining over 10,000 Blackstones? Mo Wuji waited for everyone else to express their opinions before clasping his fists and said, I do have an idea. Because we all have no clue what a Blackstone could truly be used for, I shall keep it with me first. After we reach the immortal domain, we would definitely die earlier if we were to fight on our own. I was once the sect head of Tianji sect, so after we reach the immortal domain, I will rebuild the Tianji sect there, and of course, those who are not willing to join the Tianji sect can take their fair share of the Blackstones and leave. I agree. Kuya was the one who spoke up again as she really thought that this was the best possible way to handle the Blackstones and their future in the immortal domain. Everyone else agreed one after the other because for earthly immortals like them who sneaked into the immortal domain, they would indeed die faster if they didn't group up together. Previously, Lu Chuanha was wondering why Mo Wuji didn't talk about setting up the Star King Mountain, but because Tianji sect was also one of the top sects in Jinxing with a much longer history, even Lu Chuanha stood out to concur as well. Great, we will finish digging the Blackstones here and then leave the mining area of death immediately, Mo Wuji said instantaneously. Gong Ho started to frown because it had already been 3 full days since he sent out the message and Mo Wuji had yet to arrive. If not for the fact that he hadn't found the cultivator that underwent the lightning tribulation, he would have returned to the immortal domain. He stood up and decided to wait for another couple of hours, and he wouldn't be polite for any longer if Mo Wuji didn't arrive by then. Just as he stood up, the shadow of a flying ship appeared within his spiritual will. Gong Ho nodded as this Mo Wuji was indeed an interesting person, because if he were to hide in the half-immortal domain to avoid him, he would be courting his own death. Mo Wuji landed and kept his flying car before cupping his fist towards Gong Ho. Dao friend Gong, because we were pretty far apart, I came over the moment I received your message, but I believe I was still a little late. I hope Dao friend Gong do forgive me. In actuality, after Mo Wuji received the message, he spent half a day to finish clearing the mine before coming over at his own pace. Gong Ho remained emotionless and said faintly, how many Blackstones did you prepare? Mo Wuji revealed a slight smile and said, I have more than enough Blackstones, but I wonder how many immortal crystals have Dao friend Gong prepared? Despite knowing that Mo Wuji wouldn't dare to lie to him, his heart still started beating fast when he heard that Mo Wuji had prepared more than enough Blackstones. He predicted that Mo Wuji should not be able to have accumulated 100,000 Blackstones, but since he dared to say something like that, he shouldn't be too far off that amount. Even if Mo Wuji had half of the agreed amount, Gong Ho would still be striking rich. There are 3 million immortal crystals here, and if you have prepared more than 100,000 Blackstones, all these are yours to keep. Gong Ho took out a storage ring and started waving it at Mo Wuji. I required the help of hundreds of people to spend a large amount of their time and effort to dig up this amount of Blackstones, so could Dao friend Gong let me have a look at the storage ring? Mo Wuji asked calmly, even though his heart was incredibly excited. With 3 million immortal crystals in his hands, it would mean that he could finally ignite the battleship. As he was afraid that Gong Ho might grow suspicious, Mo Wuji added, Dao friend Gong, please do not worry, because what I gave them in return was the spirit stone slags, and I will definitely not reveal these immortal crystals. Gong Ho furrowed his brows as he felt that Mo Wuji was a little too presumptuous. However, he retracted this thought immediately, as Mo Wuji was just like an ant in front of him, so even if he tried to run away with the storage ring, Gong Ho could easily get it back from him. Mo Wuji should be the one worrying that Gong Ho might scam him, as 100,000 Blackstones was definitely not a small figure. For you, Gong Ho extended his arm and passed the storage ring to Mo Wuji, and simultaneously, there were ripples around him so that as long as Mo Wuji started acted strangely, he would kill him without hesitation. Mo Wuji's spiritual will scan through the storage ring, and it was indeed a pile of immortal crystals which amounted to about 3 million of them. Mo Wuji transferred this pile of immortal crystals into his own storage ring and sent out 100,000 blackstones into the storage ring before throwing it back to Gong Ho. This series of actions by Mo Wuji resulted in Gong Ho staring blankly at him. Following which, Gong Ho instantly used his spiritual will to scan through the storage ring, and his eyes lit up ecstatically. There were indeed exactly 100,000 blackstones inside waiting for him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 436, The Only Heavenly Immortal and Half-Immortal Domain. Chapter 436, The Only Heavenly Immortal and Half-Immortal Domain. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. 100,000 blackstones, it's really 100,000 blackstones. Gong Ho grabbed the storage ring agitatedly, only calming down after some time. The moment he calmed down, Gong Ho immediately thought, if Mo Wuji was able to take out 100,000 blackstones, then would he have more on him? How was he able to excavate so many blackstones in half a year? As he thought of this, Gong Ho's spiritual will had already landed on Mo Wuji's storage ring. To his surprise, he found that his spiritual will was unable to even penetrate into Mo Wuji's storage ring. The moment Gong Ho's spiritual will landed on Mo Wuji's storage ring, Mo Wuji was able to feel it. As expected, this fella really wanted to search his storage ring. "Dao friend Mo, do you have any more blackstones on you?" Gong Ho kept the storage ring, reverting back to his calm appearance. Mo Wuji smiled faintly, "I do have some blackstones left." "Does Dao friend Gong still have any more low-grade immortal crystals?" Gong Ho was naturally unable to take out any more low-grade immortal crystals. Moreover, the ones that he gave Mo Wuji was not his alone, but the accumulated fortune of many people. After hesitating for half a day, Gong Ho decided to give up on his idea of stealing Mo Wuji's blackstones. It wasn't because he wasn't certain that he would fail, but because doing so would be killing the golden goose. If he stole Mo Wuji's blackstones, who else would be able to provide so many blackstones at a single go? But blackstones were a huge profitable business. Gong Ho was extremely clear of this fact. If Gong Ho knew that Mo Wuji still had over 1 million blackstones, no matter how calm he was, he would not hesitate to charge forward and snatch them away. However, since Mo Wuji dared to engage in business with Gong Ho alone, he was naturally not afraid of his blackstones being stolen. Don't simply look at Gong Ho being in the heavenly immortal stage. Now, Mo Wuji was in earthly immortal stage level 9, he was capable of getting rid of this fella. Since that's the case, I will be leaving first. Next time, I will bring more immortal crystals. Remember to prepare more blackstones. Before Gong Ho left, he gave these instructions to Mo Wuji. He wanted to prolong his deal with Mo Wuji, so naturally, he wouldn't steal Mo Wuji's storage ring. Mo Wuji completely disregarded Gong Ho's words. He had only planned for his trade to be a one-time thing. Now that he had obtained 3 million low-grade immortal crystals, his next step was to cross the immortal chasm and enter the immortal domain. After Gong Ho left in the distance, Mo Wuji immediately took out his flying treasure. At this instant, a figure flashed across his spiritual will, jumping towards him. Mo Wuji did not move, he knew that this was not an ambush. Bang! That black figure sailed past him, landing on the floor with a thud. It was an injured cultivator. That cultivator soon picked himself up and swallowed some healing pills. He even clasped his fists towards Mo Wuji, before he sat down to begin his recovery. This cultivator looked like a young teen. He was riddled with injuries, he had big eyes and thick eyebrows, his skin was slightly black and his face looked young and tender. What astounded Mo Wuji was, this person's cultivation seemed to have exceeded the earthly immortal stage, and had reached the heavenly immortal stage. Mo Wuji soon came to a realization, this fella was the heavenly immortal cultivator from Half Moon Prison that succeeded in his tribulation not long ago. A heavenly immortal that just succeeded his tribulation. Besides him, there was no one else in half-immortal domain that could injure this heavenly immortal to such a heavy degree, right? To be able to heavily injure this heavenly immortal, or he even had to descend from mid-air, clearly was an act done by an expert from the immortal domain. Mo Wuji was just thinking that he should be nosy when this youth suddenly stood up. Even though his injuries were still very heavy, he did not continue to heal himself. It should be because he knew that this place wasn't safe. This big brother, I'm called Ko Yuan. Just now, I was being pursued, which was why I accidentally landed here. The moment this youth stood up, he clasped his fists towards Mo Wuji and said, "No worries. I don't own this place. You can do whatever you want." This youth looked simple and honest, and even had a higher cultivation. However, he called Mo Wuji a big brother. It should be related to his young and tender appearance. Mo Wuji definitely wouldn't underestimate Ko Yuan because of his tender appearance. According to the information he obtained in Half Moon Prison, he knew that those who could advance into the heavenly immortal stage in half-immortal domain were practically those who were young. This was why they were so outstanding. "May I ask, how do I address this friend?" Seeing that Mo Wuji did not say his name, Ko Yuan took the initiative to ask. Even though he didn't know of Ko Yuan's intentions, Mo Wuji did not mind. He simply replied, "I'm called Mo Wuji, but..." "You are Mo Wuji? The Mo Wuji who handled Hong Fuji and Meng Tianyu?" Ko Yuan repeated in surprise. He knew that he would not be spared. He wanted to pass the news that the immortal domain was hunting those that passed their heavenly immortal tribulation onto someone, so that this person could spread the news to the rest of half-immortal domain. He never expected that the person he casually found would be Mo Wuji. He had always been cultivating behind closed doors, so he had never met Mo Wuji. However, he had heard of Mo Wuji's notorious name multiple times. This was a dauntless newbie, an expert that didn't even put the Tao Lord in his eyes. "You've met me before?" Mo Wuji looked at Ko Yuan doubtfully. As long as he encountered a person once, he would form an impression of the person. However, towards Ko Yuan, Mo Wuji wasn't able to recall the slightest of impressions. Ko Yuan hurriedly said, "I've never met Brother Mo before. But who in half-immortal domain hasn't heard of Brother Mo's illustrious name? I have only heard of you. You were pursued by the people from the immortal domain?" Mo Wuji's gaze landed on the injury on Ko Yuan's waist. Ko Yuan reacted, and said hurriedly, "Yes, Brother Mo. You should hurry out of here. I guess that they would be catching up very soon. At the same time, help me spread a message to the rest of half-immortal domain. Tell the cultivators of the half-immortal domain, that nothing good would happen to those that ascend to the heavenly immortal stage while in half-immortal domain." Mo Wuji completed Ko Yuan's sentence. Ko Yuan stared at Mo Wuji in aghast. "Brother Mo, how did you know?" Mo Wuji smiled faintly. He extended his hand towards his flying treasure. "Dao friend Ko, hop on. We'll continue after we leave this place." Ko Yuan subconsciously boarded Mo Wuji's flying treasure. Mo Wuji had already started the acceleration and they sped out of the area. "Brother Mo, you haven't answered me. How did you know about it?" On the flying ship, Ko Yuan asked once more. "I've been to the prison where the immortal domain imprisons the geniuses from the half-immortal domain." Now that they had escaped, Mo Wuji directly revealed the matter of him going to Half Moon Prison to Ko Yuan. Hearing Mo Wuji's words, Ko Yuan started to mutter to himself, so it was indeed like this. "I felt that there was something amiss with them. They said they wanted to bring me to the immortal domain to pursue the Tao, but they didn't allow me to handle some private matters that I had here." As he said this, Ko Yuan suddenly seemed to recall something. He hurriedly changed the topic. "Brother Mo, hurry and let me off. Now that I've advanced to become a heavenly immortal, I will be easily discovered." They seem to have some way of tracking heavenly immortal cultivators. Mo Wuji waved his hands. Don't worry. They wouldn't be able to discover you with the restrictions on my flying ship. The place that I'm bringing you will also be restricted with magical arrays, so they wouldn't be able to discover you there. I have some people with me. We're preparing to go to the immortal domain. Brother Ko, are you interested? If you're interested, we can go together. Ko Yuan looked rather simple and honest. But more importantly, he was the only heavenly immortal in half-immortal domain. Crossing the immortal chasm? Brother Mo, I know that you are very strong. Perhaps you're no worse than me, but crossing the immortal chasm is too absurd. The immortal chasm definitely could not be traversed by the likes of us. Moreover, within the immortal chasm, Before Ko Yuan could finish his words, Mo Wuji extended his hand and stopped Ko Yuan from speaking. Friend Ko Yuan, my decision to cross the immortal chasm is firm. Since you're unwilling, then there's no need to talk any further. Where do you want to go? I will first take you there. Ko Yuan was instantly startled. Where could he go? Now that he had advanced into the heavenly immortal stage, there was truly nowhere he could go in the half-immortal domain. After some time, Ko Yuan sighed and said, Brother Mo, I'm willing to follow you to traverse the immortal chasm. Rather than living in constant fear, I would rather venture out. Dying in the immortal chasm is multiple times better than being locked in that prison. He had already thought things through. After advancing into the heavenly immortal stage, even if he didn't die in half-immortal domain, he would be constantly tormented. Mo Wuji was able to rise to the top within half-immortal domain, yet he still wanted to cross the immortal chasm. So what did he, Ko Yuan, have to hesitate for? You are Ko Yuan? When Mo Wuji brought Ko Yuan back to their gathering place, Abacus immediately recognized him. Abacus? Senior sister Kuya? Ko Yuan was also able to recognize Abacus and Kuya. A look of astonishment emerged on his face. He had engaged in underground trade with Lord Axe before. Naturally, he knew Abacus and Kuya. Ko Yuan, welcome to the team. Lord Axe had been killed by a person from the immortal domain. Now, we're with Brother Mo and we're preparing to cross the immortal chasm. If I'm not wrong, you should be the person that succeeded in the heavenly immortal tribulation, right? Abacus patted Ko Yuan's shoulder and said smilingly. Ko Yuan nodded, that's right, it's me. Now, the people from the immortal domain are pursuing me. No one found Ko Yuan's words out of the ordinary. Mo Wuji had already explained the situation of the half-moon prison to them. Everyone here knew that the half-immortal domain was merely a mine for the immortal domain. The reason why the half-immortal domain was still tied to the immortal domain was merely because of the blackstones here. Abacus said to Mo Wuji, friend Ko Yuan is very young. Those years ago, we already knew that his potential was staggering. Lord Axe previously tried to pull friend Ko Yuan to our side, but friend Ko Yuan wanted to focus on his cultivation, so he didn't join us. Mo Wuji then introduced the rest of the party to Ko Yuan. Just when he was prepared to install the cannons onto the immortal traversing ship, Tong Ching suddenly said, friend Mo, when you were trading with Gong Ho, an earth cramp happened. Mo Wuji stared at Tong Cheng quizzically. Earth cramp, this was his first time hearing such a fresh and peculiar term. Master Puzi stood up and explained, friend Mo, friend Tong is saying that there were spasms in the earth, and earthquake? Before Master Puzi could finish, Mo Wuji understood what was going on. Something like earthquakes was very ordinary. There's no need to talk about the vast and expansive half-immortal domain, even Earth experienced earthquakes. No, friend Mo, you're misunderstanding me. I'm not talking about earthquakes, but cramps. Tong Cheng's face turned serious. What's exactly going on? Mo Wuji frowned. He also didn't think that Tong Cheng would be so serious just because of an earthquake. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 437, Traversing the Immortal Chasm. Chapter 437, Traversing the Immortal Chasm. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Tong Cheng explained, "This is not the first time that Tong Yi and I experienced this sort of earth cramp. But when we were in the mining area of death, we experienced it several times. Every time the earth spasms, it's as though it's alive. It's definitely not like though rumbling within the earth like earthquakes." Tong Yi supplemented from the side, "It's like time. I feel that every time we excavate large amounts of blackstone, such a phenomena will happen." Mo Wuji wanted to ask further questions, when suddenly the ground beneath his feet started shaking. It was exactly as Tong Cheng said, it seemed like a cramp. Everyone calmed down. Mo Wuji stared at the trembling surface and finally understood why Tong Cheng would use the word cramp. This sort of spasms was indeed like a cramp. It was even like what Tong Yi mentioned, like there were hints of life. Mo Wuji possessed the vitality channel, so he was more sensitive to life force compared to the rest. Could the half-immortal domain be alive? When Mo Wuji thought of this, he suddenly felt goosebumps over his body. The spasms continued for roughly a minute before it stopped gradually. Nothing peculiar happened to the surroundings, it looked just like the usual black soil. Everyone glanced at each other, no one spoke a word. After some time, Mo Wuji said solemnly, "No matter what the half-immortal domain is, or what this sort of trembling is, it's not something that we can discern with our current level of power. We should leave this place as soon as possible. Now, I'm going to take out the battleship. Master Puzi, help install the cannons." When Mo Wuji finished, he directly fetched out the immortal traversing ship. Those that had yet to see the immortal traversing ship, such as the Tong brothers, Abacus and company, all exhaled a breath of cold air. It wasn't that the immortal traversing ship was very huge, but it seemed to possess a sort of oppressive and valiant aura, causing people to shake in fear. "This is..." Ko Yuan was also dumbfounded. He could naturally tell that this immortal traversing ship of Mo Wuji's was not ordinary. "This is the immortal traversing ship that we're going to use to traverse the immortal chasm. How is it?" Abacus already regained his countenance. He elatedly patted Ko Yuan's shoulder and said, Even though Ko Yuan might look simple and honest, to be able to pat a heavenly immortal on the shoulder and teach him something had left Abacus a little satisfied. "Impressive, impressive." Ko Yuan was continuously singing praises. It was unknown whether he was directing them to Mo Wuji, or the immortal traversing ship. When Mo Wuji fetched out the few giant cannons, Ko Yuan started to sigh with more emotions. Fortunately, he had accepted Mo Wuji's invitation. "Brother Mo, many thanks." Ko Yuan bowed towards Mo Wuji. Previously, he thought that Mo Wuji had invited him because Mo Wuji wanted to borrow his power. But now, he came to an understanding. The help that Mo Wuji would be providing was far more than what his power could provide. It should be because Mo Wuji pitted him for advancing into the heavenly immortal stage and half-immortal domain. Mo Wuji also patted Ko Yuan's shoulder. "Dao friend Ko, by the time we reach the immortal chasm, we would still need your help. We all need to work together, then we can traverse the immortal chasm." Mo Wuji had a favorable impression of Ko Yuan. Ko Yuan was modest in his words and actions. To put simply, Ko Yuan had a good upbringing. Mo Wuji could tell that Ko Yuan's modesty was his character. It wasn't a facade like many other cultivators. Seeing Master Puzi and Mo Wuji install the tens of giant cannons, the others started to get very excited. Those giant cannons looked very impressive. When they got to the immortal chasm, these cannons would definitely be very useful. Mo Wuji looked at everyone's expressions and knew that they were misunderstanding the situation. He hurriedly said, "Everyone, even though this immortal traversing ship is not bad, and the giant cannons are amazing, we only have around 50 cannon ammunition. That's not even enough for each giant cannon to have 2 ammunition. Thus, when we're crossing the immortal chasm, we have to try our best to save the ammunition. When they heard Mo Wuji's words, a trace of disappointment emerged on everyone's faces. Mo Wuji was also rather awkward. He had actually wasted this sort of top-grade cannon ammunitions just to deal with some ants. After installing the cannons, everyone boarded the immortal traversing ship. Mo Wuji was the cannon. He was in charge of controlling the immortal traversing ship. Kuya was designated as the vice-captain. She was in charge of coordinating the combat power. Even though there were many people more experienced than Kuya, Mo Wuji viewed Kuya more favorably. During the half a year that they were digging together, Kuya's foresight was definitely top-notch. After Mo Wuji sent 1 million low-grade immortal crystals into the energy tank, Master Puzi activated the defensive array of the immortal traversing ship. Everyone had their own roles. Master Puzi's role was to maintain the ship's defensive arrays. The importance of this role was second only to Mo Wuji's role. Mo Wuji's spiritual will landed on the control panel of the battleship. He extended his hand and pulled the activating lever. With a beam of white light, the battleship whizzed into the air. Mo Wuji soon felt the impressiveness of the battleship. Even though it was not a flying treasure, this battleship's speed was even faster than a flying treasure. Not only that, it was much more stable than a flying treasure. So fast, Tongyi could not help but exclaim. Tongyi snorted, "You think that the efforts of 10 peak-grade smiths were useless?" Back when Tao Lord Wuyu was still around, half-immortal domain was a flourishing place. Including Master Puzi, there were 9 other master smiths from the various planets in the universe, and almost all of them were the top smiths of their planets. Even the experts from the immortal domain might not be able to forge a battleship of this caliber. As Lu Chuanhe felt the speed of the battleship, he felt many emotions in his heart. When Mo Wuji first came into the space canyon, he was able to come up with a method to leave in a short period of time. For him and the rest, they had stayed in the space canyon for countless of years, but they weren't able to find a way out. After Mo Wuji came into half-immortal domain, he was also able to find a method to leave in just a few years. How many years have those other experts stayed in half-immortal domain? Even though Tao Lord Wuyu was able to find a method to leave, he still fell short in the end. Even though it was due to Mo Wuji's luck that he managed to obtain Tao Lord Wuyu's battleship, then why didn't they have this sort of luck? Sometimes, luck was also considered a power. As he thought about Bian Shuangbi and Mu Yingqiao who came together with him, Lu Chuanhe sighed. He guessed that Mo Wuji took him away, wasn't merely because he was the Star Lord of Star King Mountain. It was also because when Fang Qi was killed, he was the only one who stood forward. However, Bian Shuangbi and Mu Yingqiao did not step forward to help. Clearly, Mo Wuji was a person who valued relations. Otherwise, Mo Wuji definitely wouldn't have just left them behind in half-immortal domain. In merely half a day, a vast and endless gulf appeared in front of Mo Wuji. Even though Mo Wuji was experienced and knowledgeable, he still could not help but be transfixed by the vastness of this gulf. He subconsciously slowed down the speed of the immortal traversing ship. As he entered this gulf, he would be leaving the boundaries of half-immortal domain. It looked as though the half-immortal domain had been sliced apart by a sharp knife. The edge of the gulf was an incomparably straight line. Thereafter, it led to unfathomable deepness. The gulf looked interminable. It was clearly empty space, but it did not give off the impression of empty space, but an inextricable abyss. The opposite shore of the gulf could not be seen, the depths could not be seen, nor could the boundaries of the gulf be seen. Within that vast gulf, there were only constantly rolling clouds, obscuring and hazy. It gave people a sort of intense palpitation and a sense of oppression in their hearts. Facing this sort of gulf, anyone would feel small. Mo Wuji's heart was reverberating in shock. After seeing this gulf, he finally understood what was the true immortal chasm. This is the immortal chasm. There were people who tried to cross it before, but no one had ever succeeded. It's simply a pipe dream if you wanted to fly over this place with a simple flying treasure, Master Puzi said coldly. He had come to the fringes of the immortal chasm before. He was more clear of it than the average person. Boom! The battleship had already charged into the immortal chasm. An intense sense of oppression filled all of their hearts. The battleship has already entered the immortal chasm. Everyone, prepare for battle. Just as Mo Wuji said this sentence, a loud sound resounded and the entire battleship started shaking. Following which, Mo Wuji could no longer see anything. Everything had been shrouded something like a black cloud. Not only that, his spiritual will was unable to be released. Hurry and use the cannons, it should be the colorless leech. Not just Mo Wuji, the others also had their visions and spiritual wills obscured. Their eyes were only filled with pitch black. Only Master Puzi made a judgment at this instant as he cried out urgently. He had forgotten that the person in charge of coordinating the combat power wasn't him, but Kuya. The immortal traversing ship started to tremble more violently, seeming as though it might descend into the unfathomable depths of the immortal chasm at any moment. Everyone's heart sank. Even though they had steeled their mentalities before entering the immortal chasm, they never thought that they would be immediately surrounded by terrifying colorless leeches the moment they entered the immortal traversing ship. In a place like the immortal chasm, if you encountered the encirclement of colorless leeches, then even if your cultivation was any higher, you would not be able to fight. Unless you dared to leave the defensive arrays of the immortal traversing ship to battle the colorless leeches. If it's really colorless leeches, then the cannons would also be useless, Tong Cheng said seriously. Even though Master Puzi called for the fire of the cannons, those controlling the cannons didn't do anything. For one, they didn't know whether this was the right time to fire the cannons. Secondly, the one in charge of directing the battle was Kuya, and Kuya hadn't spoken. Master Puzi calmed down. He knew why he was the most anxious here, because he was the only one that knew how terrifying these colorless leeches are. When compared with these colorless leeches, those in the mining area of death were simply bugs. Mo Wuji opened his spiritual eye. Soon, he discovered that the things surrounding his immortal traversing ship weren't colorless leeches, but a sort of bug egg. Everyone, don't be anxious, these things definitely aren't colorless leeches. Back in the mining area of death, I've made my observations and I have a rough understanding of the movements of colorless leeches. I'm not able to see what these things are, we have to wait for Brother Mo's judgment. Kuya still didn't direct everyone to fire the cannons, but calmly explained the situation. Opening fire might seem simple, but they only had a few cannon ammunitions. Moreover, firing the cannons might not fully solve the problem. Master Puzi didn't express any dissent. He also felt that he had made the wrong judgment, these weren't colorless leeches. Moreover, Kuya was not wrong. Firing the cannons would not be able to solve the problem. Now, the outside of the battleship was filled with these things, firing the cannons would be useless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 438, Falling Out. Chapter 438, Falling Out. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji was only able to open his spiritual eye for a few seconds before experiencing a huge startle. In that instant, he understood why these bug eggs would cluster and throw themselves onto his battleship. It was because the battleship was emanating spiritual energy, which was why these bug eggs surged over in the truckloads. Some of the bug eggs had already started to hatch. That sharp mouth and fire-red body, together with those thickly dotted legs, coupled with the strong energy permeating through the air, these were fire centipedes. Shrill and sharp sounds could be heard. Mo Wuji's heart sank. These fire centipedes had just broken out of their shells, but they could actually start gnawing at the exterior of the ship. Mo Wuji's spiritual will landed on the exterior of the ship. Indeed, there were faint scars. Moreover, these were newly born fire centipedes. If these centipedes continued to grow, and with so many of them, Mo Wuji did not dare think any further. He was sure that if the battleship was chewed apart, none of them would be able to survive. Dao friend Tong Chang, control the ship. I will go out to eliminate those things. Mo Wuji promptly made this decision. Dao friend Mo, you definitely can't do that. These things aren't colorless leeches. I suspect that they are the eggs of fire centipedes. Master Puzi said immediately. Be it fire centipedes or their eggs, fire wouldn't be able to solve the problem. Not only did fire centipedes like energy, they also liked fire. This was a contradiction, but the fire centipede was a living example of such a contradiction. Mo Wuji had a clearer view than Master Puzi. He said calmly, if I don't go out, then none of us would survive. Master Puzi is right, these are indeed fire centipede eggs. I discovered that these fire centipede eggs have latched onto our battleship because of our spiritual energy. Soon, they will hatch, and those fire centipedes that hatch from their eggs are able to bite through the exterior of our battleship. If our exterior defenses gets bitten through, then we would all die. Mo Wuji's words caused everyone to turn silent. They had all heard of the horrors of the fire centipede, but they had never encountered one before. By the side, Tong Cheng said calmly, Dao friend Mo, Master Puzi is right. If these are really fire centipedes, then fire definitely wouldn't be solve the problem. Fire centipedes are fire-type demonic beasts, fire might even be able to make them stronger. Mo Wuji nodded, I know. But everyone should know that my fire isn't ordinary fire. Moreover, even if fire centipedes do not fear fire, that should be referring to the mature fire centipedes. These are merely the larvae and the eggs. I don't believe that I wouldn't be able to destroy some eggs. With that, Mo Wuji directly pulled this ship's lever. In Mo Wuji's perspective, even if these fire centipede eggs did not fear fire, he would still use fire to burn them to death. After all, these were just eggs. It was just like eating when you're hungry, eating a bowl of rice would be able to raise your energy. But if you were to stuff in more food than your stomach could handle, then you would also die of overeating. Moreover, was the scholar's heart an ordinary fire? It was a heavenly fire. Unfortunately, he didn't know any water-type or ice-type skills. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to use the scholar's heart to deal with these fire-type bug eggs. Gotcha! With a light sound, Mo Wuji had already stepped out of the immortal traversing ship. Countless of bug eggs had already thrown themselves into his armor made of scholar's heart flames. Fluttering sounds could be heard from his scholar's heart defenses. No matter how many bug eggs there were, when they landed on the green defenses, they were turned into ash. Mo Wuji heaved a sigh of relief, his scholar's heart was indeed able to deal with these bug eggs. In a short breath of time, there weren't any bug eggs around Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji placed both his hands on the exterior of the battleship, his scholar's heart flames came surging out like waves. These flames soon formed rings after rings of fire around the battleship. Pooh! The immortal traversing ship instantly stabilized. Soon, gray hazy space appeared in front of the immortal traversing ship. Countless of bug eggs were turned to ash under the scholar's heart. The air currents in the air violently crashed against Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji could feel waves of pressure. Before Mo Wuji could return to the battleship, a shrill cry sounded through the air. After which, a black figure which was tens of meters long pounced towards Mo Wuji. This was a fire centipede? Mo Wuji extended his hand, Tianji pole appeared in his palm. The fire centipede was multicolored. It had a total of hundreds of sharp claws, and its mouth was filled with dirty green teeth, causing people's hearts to turn cold. Swash! Before that huge fire centipede reached Mo Wuji, 10 searing fire blades raced towards Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji opened both his palms, also shooting out 10 lightning swords. Boom! The lightning swords clashed against the fire blades, exploding flowers of lightning and fire. A strong wave of energy swept over. If he wasn't leaning against the immortal traversing ship, Mo Wuji suspected that he would have been sent flying. Seeing that its 10 fire blades were rendered useless, the fire centipede swept its giant tail towards Mo Wuji's waist, and at the same time, opened its mouth and bit towards Mo Wuji's head. This was Mo Wuji's first time seeing a centipede that could attack with both its head and tail simultaneously. In merely an instant, the fire centipede's face had already approached Mo Wuji. That noxious smell coming from its huge mouth left Mo Wuji slightly nauseous. Mo Wuji's Tianji pole transformed into a huge shadow, breaking through space as it moved towards the fire centipede's skull. At the same time, he formed a lightning sword which was even thicker than this fire centipede and hurled it towards the centipede's abdomen. Just when Mo Wuji's Tianji pole was about to strike the fire centipede's skull, Mo Wuji suddenly felt a sense of impending doom. His heart tightened as he did not hesitate to teleport away. He even gave up on attacking the fire centipede. Boom! A black radiant blade directly shredded Mo Wuji's afterimage. Mo Wuji opened his spiritual eye, an indistinct centipede merged into the fire centipede, disappearing. That centipede's size and length was exactly the same as the fire centipede. Mo Wuji exhaled a breath of cold air. If he hadn't fled early, even with his spatial teleportation, he would have died. At this instant, he finally understood how the fire centipede got its name. It wasn't because the fire centipede liked energy and flames. It was because the fire centipede had a separate body, and this separate body was a centipede made of energy. That meant that the fire centipede had two souls, one was the yin centipede, the other was the yang centipede. If a person wasn't clear about the characteristics of the fire centipede, he would very likely perish under the hands of the fire centipede. A violent, ripping force could be felt. Because of that battle, the immortal traversing ship had already left Mo Wuji far behind. An intense suction force could be felt from the bottom of the immortal chasm, causing Mo Wuji to be unable to stand firmly in mid-air. Waves of pressure continued to sweep out from the immortal chasm. This only made it clearer to Mo Wuji that he had to return to the battleship as soon as possible. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to last for long. The fire centipede could never imagine that Mo Wuji was able to suddenly avert its killer move. It immediately went into a rage as its huge body pounced towards Mo Wuji once again. Similarly, Mo Wuji was bursting with killing intent. He had almost been killed by a centipede. How could he not be angry? At almost the same time the fire centipede came over, Mo Wuji also charged towards the fire centipede. However, before he even reached the fire centipede, he raised both his hands. Mo Wuji had used his own killer move, spatial imprisonment. At that instant, the fire centipede had been locked in space. Mo Wuji could even see with his spiritual eye that half of the centipede had emerged from the yang centipede. If it was a few instants later, the centipede and the yang centipede could have attacked him simultaneously. How could Mo Wuji give the fire centipede such an opportunity? The moment he imprisoned the fire centipede, his Tianji pole burst forth with elemental energy towards the fire centipede's head. Pooey! A stream of green fluid burst out. The fire centipede let out an aggrieved roar, plunging towards the bottom of the immortal chasm. Mo Wuji heaved a sigh of relief. He needed to hurry back to the immortal traversing ship, otherwise, he would end up like this fire centipede. There were countless of dangers in the immortal chasm. The fire centipede was just one of the billion. Just this one in a billion had almost already taken his life. On the immortal traversing ship, when they saw Mo Wuji burn the fire centipede eggs, everyone celebrated. However, the terrifying fire centipede came charging over, and soon, Mo Wuji disappeared from the surroundings. I'm no longer able to discern Dao friend Mo's location. I don't even know where he is, Tong Cheng said solemnly. Everyone glanced towards one another, then cast their eyes towards Master Puzi. The idea to traverse the immortal chasm was Mo Wuji's, this ship was Mo Wuji's, but now, Mo Wuji wasn't here. Master Puzi, what should we do? Jia Qi asked urgently. Master Puzi walked to the edge of the ship, and looked at the clouds whistling past. After a long moment of silence, Dao friend Mo was unlucky. That fire centipede was at least 50 to 55 meters long, that's equivalent to a heavenly immortal cultivator. Moreover, I heard that the fire centipede had some secret attack method. Even though I'm not sure, but... Master Puzi did not finish his words, but everyone understood what he was implying. 1. This is because fire is yang in nature. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 439, Cannot be saved. Chapter 439, Cannot be saved. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Lu Chuanha stood up, he clasped his fists towards Master Puzi and said, "No matter what happens to Junior Mo, I suggest that we return and search for him. If not for Junior Mo, we would not even have the chance to come to this place." Master Puzi went silent. He knew that the moment the immortal traversing ship turned back, they would be placing themselves in more than multiple times the danger. The atmosphere within the ship got a little stifled. Everyone seemed to be waiting for Master Puzi to make a decision. After a whole 10 breaths of time, Master Puzi still hadn't made a decision. A trace of disappointment flashed across Lu Chuanha's eyes. He immediately said, "Since that's the case, then please allow me to leave the immortal traversing ship. I want to go and look for Junior Mo." Master Puzi inhaled a deep breath of air, his gaze swept across everyone. He solemnly said, "Everyone, I'm unable to make this decision. Everyone should know, if we turn the ship back, it's very possible that we will plunge ourselves back into boundless fire centipede eggs. Moreover, there's one point that I haven't mentioned. There's many unstable elements within the immortal chasm. If our battleship flashes by, those elements might not even appear. But if we return, it's hard to say, because our battleship would have already alerted those things when we first passed by." As he said this, Master Puzi paused briefly. "That's why I suggest that we decide this based on votes. Those who are willing to return to find Dao friend Mo, raise your hands. Those who are unwilling, don't do anything." Lu Chuanha was the first to raise his hand up. What surprised him was that the second person was Kuya. The third to raise his hand up was Ko Yuan. As he raised his hand, he also said, "I believe that if any of us here were to fall outside, Dao friend Mo would definitely return. Moreover, Dao friend Mo had only fallen outside to save the battleship. If everyone doesn't agree, I'm willing to leave the battleship together with Senior Lu to find Dao friend Mo." "I agree with Brother Ko's words." Abacus, Tong Yi and Jia Qi simultaneously raised their hands and said, "I also agree that we should return," Tong Cheng said faintly. Master Puzi also raised his hand and said, "All right, then what are we waiting for?" Dao friend Tong Cheng, immediately turn the ship back. We will only stop when we find Dao friend Mo. After an incense's time, Mo Wuji's heart had already sank. He felt his elemental energy depleting at an increasing rate. However, he still could not see the shadow of the immortal traversing ship. At this place, not only did he have to maintain his scholar's heart as defenses, he also needed to control his body to prevent it from plummeting down. The only reason why he could persist for so long was because he had 3 elemental storage channels. If it was someone else, he would have long plummeted to the unknown depths of this immortal chasm. However, he couldn't carry on like this. If he couldn't find the battleship, he could only temporarily return back to half-immortal domain. Even though the likelihoods of him dying on his way back to half-immortal domain was incredibly high, Mo Wuji knew that he had no other option. Just when Mo Wuji made this decision, a gray thing which was a little over a meter rushed towards Mo Wuji. A pungent odor came. Mo Wuji's mind went slightly drowsy as he immediately activated his detoxification channel to sweep the energy away. This thing was poisonous? Mo Wuji immediately came to an understanding. He hurriedly retreated. This was a huge gray spider. There was some multicolored mist circling around the spider. Mo Wuji instantly recognized that it was the immortal domain's Gui water spider, 1. Mo Wuji was rather speechless. He had barely spent half a day within the immortal chasm, but he had already seen the Een fire centipede and the Gui water spide. As for those invisible colorless leeches, he might have already encountered countless of them. When the Gui water spider noticed Mo Wuji retreating, it began to charge forward with fewer restraints. Even though Mo Wuji's abilities had been severely affected, he would not be bullied by a simple Gui water spider that was less than 2 meters long. Before this Gui water spider reached him, Mo Wuji's figure flashed. That multicolored venomous water brushed past him, and thereafter, Mo Wuji raised his hand and shot out multiple lightning swords. These lightning swords directly pierced through the Gui water spider. Exploding a few columns of foul water, his lightning sword sent this Gui water spider into the depths of the immortal chasm. Mo Wuji did not even have the time to heave a sigh of relief before he heard waves of chi-chi sounds resounding behind him. He slowly turned his head, and when he saw the scene in front of him, his head started to go numb. Thousands upon thousands of Gui water spiders rushed towards him. He could only imagine, if he was encircled by so many Gui water spiders, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he had 3 heads and 6 limbs. If this was anywhere else, he could use the boundless lightning sword skill. But here, what could he use? Moreover, these Gui water spiders were roughly equivalent to an earthly immortal. Some of the bigger Gui water spiders were even more terrifying than earthly immortals. Run! Mo Wuji immediately gave up on his idea to return to half-immortal domain. These Gui water spiders had already blocked his path back, so what could he do? Mo Wuji changed his direction. A slight breeze picked up beside him and he activated his wind escape technique to the max. His entire body seemed to move like wispy cloud as he entered the depths of the immortal chasm. In half an instance's time, the immortal traversing ship appeared. It's a horde of Gui water spiders. Standing at the front of the ship, Master Pu Zi and Tong Cheng exhaled a breath of cold air. Dense numbers of Gui water spiders came rushing towards them. Hurry, fire the cannons. Use the earthing cannons. At the very first instant, Kuya uttered the orders. Tong Yi, who was controlling the earthing cannons, did not hesitate to fire the huge cannon in his hands. Boom! A beam of radiant yellow light shot out from the immortal traversing ship. At almost the same instant it was fired, it struck the Gui water spider horde. A yellow column, which seemed to contain the power to explode a planet, rose. Thousands upon thousands of the Gui water spider had been shredded into pieces. Layers of multicolored mist formed on the immortal chasm. So impressive. Everyone exhaled a breath of cold air. They never thought that the cannons on the immortal traversing ship would be so powerful. Just one shot of the cannon was able to turn those countless amounts of Gui water spiders into mists of water. How could it be so impressive? Master Pu Zi said, "Of course it's impressive." Those years ago, Dao Lord Wu Yu had personally come to the immortal chasm. He had conducted an in-depth research on the terrifying things that exist within this chasm. It was exactly because of this that Dao Lord Wu Yu create these various kinds of cannon fires. The earthing cannon was the most suitable to deal with Gui water spiders. However, if you used the earthing cannon against void toads, then even a 100 of shots wouldn't be useful. With the same logic, if you used the heavenly fire cannon against the Gui water spiders, it wouldn't be useless. This is the logic of opposites within the 5 elements. Everyone look. Tong Cheng suddenly pointed at the huge monitor screen on the battleship. The screen showed dense hordes of things swarming over, just like a black cloud moving towards them. It's Gui water spider, how many of them are there? Abacus exhaled a breath of cold air. Master Pu Zi sighed, let's return then. Going on any further wouldn't have any meaning. No one said anything, everyone was clear that Master Pu Zi was speaking the truth. Facing such a terrifying number of Gui water spider, even if there had copious amounts of earthing cannons, it would be useless. Moreover, they only had 2 earthing cannons. After firing one, they only had 1 earthing cannon ammunition left. This time, even Lu Chuanhe didn't say a word. He knew that it wasn't that Master Pu Zi didn't want to save Mo Wuji, but there was truly no other means. If the immortal traversing ship were to continue to charge forward, it would only be placing everyone in danger. Moreover, with such concentrated numbers of Gui water spiders, even if Mo Wuji was any more impressive, he would probably have perished. The immortal traversing ship turned back, fleeing at the fastest speed possible. That horde of Gui water spiders seemed to know that the immortal traversing ship had killed many of their comrades. Thus, they didn't give up and chased the immortal traversing ship relentlessly. At this instant, against expectations, Mo Wuji was completely calm. He knew that this was the only path he could take. In this place, there was no way he could return. He could only push on. As he thought of this, he grabbed a cloth bag and tied it to his body. At the same time, he filled it with low-grade immortal crystals. Out of his 3 million low-grade immortal crystals, he had placed over 2 million of them on the immortal traversing ship. He still had roughly 500,000 to 600,000 on him. Luckily, he still had these crystals. Otherwise, even if he had any more elemental energy, it would be depleted. He needed to constantly replenish his elemental energy, and these immortal crystals were his source of energy. In this sort of place, he could not take out his flying treasure. Using a flying treasure might only be placing himself in further danger, and he might even be using much more elemental energy. 1. Gui is also related to Yin. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 440, The Unforeseen Situation in Half-Immortal Domain. Chapter 440, The Unforeseen Situation in Half-Immortal Domain. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Outside Half-Immortal Domain. At this instant, there were at least thousands of cultivators here. There were even more of them streaming out. Most of them had downcast expressions on their faces. There were others who had blank expressions. Dian Shuangbi and Mu Yingqiao were within the crowd. Even though their faces were calm, it was obvious from the expressions in their eyes that their hearts were far from calm. Including Dian Shuangbi, all the cultivators standing here were staring in the same direction, towards the mining area of death. Even though the mining area of death was quite a distance away from here, the constant rumbling sounds from there were like heavy hammers striking against their heads. Brother Chu, you're back? Dian Shuangbi clasped his fists as he saw a cultivator with a saber on his back walk over. This person was Chu Yang, an expert from the Absolute Saber sect. Previously, he was trapped with Dian Shuangbi and company within the Space Canyon for thousands of years. It was also because of Mo Wuji that he came to Half-Immortal Domain. After arriving to Half-Immortal Domain, all of them went to join some groups to excavate for Blackstone. Only Chu Yang didn't join any group, but chose to cultivate by himself. His cultivation trip took several years, he only returned now. It was also unknown how he managed to deal with the acute wood energy. Greetings Brother Bien, Brother Mu. The place I was had already collapsed, so I had to return. Chu Yang also clasped his fists. After these years of training, his sharpness had become more reserved. Dian Shuangbi and Mu Yingqiao only nodded their heads. Thereafter, they turned to face the rumbles, seemingly not in the mood for conversation. When I returned, the mining area of death had already collapsed to become something like the immortal chasm. Moreover, the collapse is moving towards here. In that collapsed space, there were even many kinds of unknown bugs and colorless leeches. Chu Yang's tone was calm, seemingly explaining the situation to Dian Shuangbi and Mu Yingqiao. Dian Shuangbi sighed, and didn't say anything. In the Space Canyon, they only had enough space to fit their own asses. If not for the fact that they were supreme experts, they would have depressed to death. But now, they've only been in Half-Immortal Domain for a short period of time, and this sort of thing happens? Where's Dao friend Mo and Dao friend Lu? Not being able to spot Mo Wuji and Lu Chuanhe, Xu Yang asked. Mu Yingqiao replied, because of a certain incident, Dao friend Mo and Dao friend Lu have a misunderstanding with us. However, Dao friend Xu doesn't need to worry about them. Dao friend Mo's cultivation is exceedingly high. Here, probably no one would be able to cause trouble for him. Xu Yang nodded. Back when they were in the Space Canyon, he already knew that Mo Wuji was not ordinary. I think I know where they went. Another voice sounded beside their ears. Dao friend Mang Hai. When Bian Shuangbi saw the oncoming person, he hurriedly clasped his fists and greeted. Back when they were on the Space Canyon, Mang Hai was one of the neutral cultivators. He did not help Wolf King Mountain, Gu Nuo, nor Xing. Dao friend Mang, where did Dao friend Mo go? Xu Yang asked hurriedly. Mang Hai sighed and said, if I'm not wrong, they should have been preparing to cross the immortal chasm. By now, they should already be in the immortal chasm. Ah! Mang Hai's words left the rest glancing towards one another. Cross the immortal chasm? After some time, Xu Yang finally said, Dao friend Mo truly isn't ordinary. No place is able to trap him. It seems like he already knew that there would be a problem here, which was why he left first. Dao friend Mang, do you know how Dao friend Mo attempted to cross the immortal chasm? Mang Hai sighed once more. It's a huge battleship. Outside the battleship, there were even various kinds of cannons. I happened to be on the edge of the immortal chasm and I managed to see everything with my spiritual will. Thereafter, the battleship disappeared into the immortal chasm. The person standing right at the front of the battleship seemed to be Dao friend Mo. Brother Chu, you said that there will be a problem here? What's the problem? Mu Yingqiao suddenly asked. Xu Yang said solemnly, if I'm not wrong, the half-immortal domain might completely collapse and become a part of the immortal chasm. That's impossible. Mu Yingqiao cried out in alarm. This place has already been here for countless of years. Why would it suddenly collapse just when we arrived? Xu Yang shook his head and didn't utter another word. He didn't need to convince Mu Yingqiao. Dian Shuangbi looked into the distance. It was unknown what was on his mind. Ah, Dao friend Mo is also too much. We were all from the same space canyon, but when he left, he didn't call all of us. Even though Mang Hai said this, he was sighing in his heart. He knew the reason, and he couldn't change anything now. I was too selfish. We can't blame Dao friend Mo, Dian Shuangbi finally said. What happened? Xu Yang asked. Dian Shuangbi continued, those years ago, Fang Qi was bullied and oppressed Song Shui, and he was eventually killed. Lu Chuanhe was infuriated, and tried to stand up for Fang Qi. As a result, he was heavily injured by Meng Tianyu. Brother Mu and I didn't do anything, and Brother Mu even joined Meng Tianyu's immortal-seeking union. Xu Yang frowned momentarily. Fang Qi had come together with them, but when he was killed, Dian Shuangbi and Mu Yingqiao actually didn't stand up for him. When Lu Chuanhe did that and was heavily injured as a result, these two didn't even do anything. This Mu Yingqiao even joined Meng Tianyu's group. This was indeed too much. If he was here, he would definitely have stood up for Fang Qi and Lu Chuanhe. Dao friend Mo Wuji was a person who did not stand injustice. Since such a thing had happened, he naturally wouldn't inform Bian Shuangbi and company when he left. What happened next? Xu Yang continued asking. Afterwards, Mo Wuji came out of his closed doors. He battled Meng Tianyu, and he even snatched away Meng Tianyu's magic treasure. Because of this, the immortal-seeking union started to decline. And because of their fear for Mo Wuji, Song Shui and Black Fox left half-immortal domain and had yet to return, Dian Shuangbi explained. Good, truly a true man. After saying that sentence, Xu Yang didn't add anything further. His character was rather similar to Mo Wuji. He felt slight disgust towards Bian Shuangbi and Mu Yingqiao's self-preserving actions. Right at this instant, a man in purple robes suddenly stepped into mid-air. he clasped his fists to the crowds of cultivators and said, "Various Tao friends, the mining area of death is collapsing. Perhaps everyone still doesn't know what's going on. Let me tell everyone, it's because we have excavated too many blackstones, causing the half-immortal domain to collapse." Hearing this explanation, murmurs began to sound throughout the crowd. The purple-robed man continued, "Everyone, don't underestimate this matter. I believe that everyone here has heard of the immortal chasm? That's right, the collapsed area in the mining area of death has already formed a small-scale immortal chasm. Perhaps, not long later, this collapsed area would join with the immortal chasm." As they heard these words, most of the people in the crowd exhaled breaths of cold air. Even though no one started to hyperventilate or storm off in agitation, the atmosphere outside half-immortal domain had become heavier. The purple-robed man waited for the crowd to calm down slightly before he continued, "What's within the immortal chasm? I believe that I don't have to say it for everyone to understand. Once you enter, the chances of surviving are infinitesimally slim. Perhaps everyone might think, let's simply not go to the collapsed part of the mining area of death in the future. However, this is useless thinking. This collapse had been caused by our excavation of Blackstone. Now, it's the mining area of death. After some time, it would be mining area A, then mining area B. Eventually, one day, it might be our half-immortal domain." The entire crowd descended into silence. The heavy atmosphere permeated throughout the entire area. No one spoke. Even though the words of the purple-robed man had already entered some of their minds, the moment it was actually uttered still struck a deep sense of shock and anxiety in their hearts. Even though there was acute wood energy, the half-immortal domain was still a livable place. But if the half-immortal domain were to become the immortal chasm, where would they go? Alliance head Jiao, what do you suggest we do? Someone in the crowd asked. Many of them recognized the purple-robed man. He was the alliance head of the Sword Chi Flatland, Jiao Yi. Jiao Ye's gaze swept across the crowd. His voice slowed down. "Various Dao friends, Dao Lord Guang and the various heads are sending the experts from Immortal Domain off, and they have yet to return. I will say some words right now. I believe that we should leave half-immortal domain." Hearing Jiao Ye's words, murmurs of discussion sounded out within the crowd again. Leave half-immortal domain? It sounded good, but how were they supposed to leave? If it was possible to leave half-immortal domain, then everyone would have done it ages ago. Jiao Yi raised his hands to quell the discussions. He spoke solemnly, "I know what everyone's saying. How are we going to leave half-immortal domain? If we could leave, everyone would have left a long time ago? Isn't that right? It doesn't matter how we leave. Let me first explain about the immortal chasm. There's only one way out of half-immortal domain, that is the immortal chasm. But I dare confirm, if we enter the immortal chasm, out of 10 of us, 9 would probably die while only 1 survives. It could even be possible for all 10 to die." All the cultivators calmed down. Everyone was considering what they could do. Jiao Yi continued, "But we cannot not leave. Who knows when our current location would become part of the immortal chasm? It might 1 year, 10 years, or even 100 years. But there's one thing that I'm sure of, it definitely wouldn't be more than 1,000 years." In reality, there had been someone who had already left half-immortal domain. Who is it? Immediately, someone blurted. Jiao Yi said solemnly, "I believe everyone knows this person. It's a cultivator who came not too long ago. His name is Mo Wuji. It's unknown how this Dao friend Mo managed to get his hands on a battleship, but with this battleship, he brought the people around him into the immortal chasm. Could it be the battleship that Dao Lord Wuyu was forging?" Some of the older cultivators immediately recalled the matter of Dao Lord Wuyu forging a battleship. Even though this matter was not widely known, after something happened to Wuyu, some of them managed to obtain that bit of news. Jiao Yi shook his head, "I'm not too sure about that. I have always been filled with admiration towards Dao friend Mo. Unfortunately, I didn't befriend him sooner. No one went along with his words. Everyone knew of Mo Wuji's conflict with Dao Lord Guangquan in Mengtianyu. These words of Jiao Yi were equivalent to opposing Dao Lord Guangquan. Jiao Yi continued coldly, "Many of you may not know of this other news that I wish to share. Not too long ago, one of us in half-immortal domain succeeded in his heavenly immortal tribulation. After he succeeded, he was invited into a mortal domain." As Jiao Yi said this, envy emerged in the eyes of many of the cultivators. He continued with a tone of contempt, "But you know what happened in the end? Dao Lord Guang has returned." Before Jiao Yi could finish, someone interrupted him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 441, Danger in the Immortal Chasm. Chapter 441, Danger in the Immortal Chasm. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. The moment this cultivator's words ended, Guangquan, Mengtianyu and Xianyu landed at the entrance of half-immortal domain. Everyone could tell that they had an unpleasant complexion on all their faces. Why's everyone gathering out here? Even though he knew the answer to his question, Guangquan still asked it. A sharp-mouthed cultivator hurriedly walked to the front and said respectfully, answering the Dao Lord. Alliance head Zhao believes that the half-immortal domain would soon collapse and become a part of the immortal chasm. Thus, he's gathering all the cultivators to discuss how we can leave half-immortal domain. But when Guangquan heard these words, his gaze coldly swept towards Jiao Yi. Jiao Yi remained standing in mid-air. His expression was calm, completely disregarding Mengtianyu's return. However, because Guangquan had returned, he did not continue speaking any further. Xu Yang suddenly stood forward and clasped his fists towards Jiao Yi. "Dao friend Zhao, please continue speaking." Jiao Yi nodded, but he didn't say anything. On the other hand, Mengtianyu snorted coldly, "When did the newbies in half-immortal domain become so arrogant?" Xu Yang's gaze landed on Mengtianyu, and he asked indifferently, "Who are you?" "I am Mengtianyu, the union head of Immortal Seeking Union," Mengtianyu said disdainfully. Even though he didn't have his heavenly wood cane, he would not fear a newbie. He did not believe that every newbie would be as abnormal as Mo Wuji. "So you're Mengtianyu? You're the one who killed Feng Qi?" As Xu Yang was speaking these words, he had already took a step forward. The saber behind him started reverberating. "Mengtianyu, today, I, Xu Yang, challenge you to a battle. If you have the guts, come forward." Even though Feng Qi wasn't killed by him, how could Mengtianyu endure this blatant challenge by a newbie? He did not hesitate to step forward as well. Guangquan blocked Mengtianyu, then he clasped his fists to the crowd as he said, "Various Dao friends, we are facing a critical moment. I hope that everyone can work together to deal with this external threat." Then, he turned towards Jiao Yi. Alliance head Zhao did not seem to finish his words just now. "There's no need to care about me. Alliance head Zhao, please carry on. Even though I'm the Dao Lord of half-immortal domain, I'm at the same level as every one of you." When Xu Yang saw that Guangquan had blocked Mengtianyu, he did not continue with his provocation. Instead, like the rest of the crowd, he turned to face Jiao Yi. Jiao Yi clasped his fists towards Guangquan, then continued, "Previously, the Dao friend who succeeded in his heavenly immortal tribulation in half-immortal domain was called Ko Yuan. After he succeeded, people from immortal domain arrived. On the surface, they were extending an invitation to Dao friend Ko Yuan towards immortal domain. However, in reality, they were harboring ill intentions. Even though I don't know why they want to bring away the cultivators who succeed in their tribulations, I know that it's definitely nothing good." Dao friend Ko was able to see through their ruse and escaped. As a result, he was pursued by them, and his current whereabouts are still unknown. Instantly, the crowd went a frenzy of noise. Many of them already had some ideas, but when it was explicitly stated by Jiao Yi, it still felt like a huge nuclear bomb had dropped down on them. To the cultivators of half-immortal domain, the only way they could get to the immortal domain was to work hard to cultivate to become a heavenly immortal. Even though the chances of succeeding were slim, there was still some hope. But when they heard Jiao Ye's words, how could they be able to take it down? Tao Lord Guang, is this true? Immediately, one person stood forward and asked Guang Quan. Previously, Guang Quan had always been the one hosting the people from Immortal Domain. Guang Quan said silently, Dao friend Jiao's words are true. Actually, I also just got wind of it. This time, I had specially come to discuss this matter with everyone. Only Qian Yu and Meng Tianyu knew that these words were a lie. They had known on this matter a long time ago. The reason why they were helping the Immortal Domain to handle matters here in half-immortal domain was because they had obtained the promise that they would be able to enter the Immortal Domain eventually. However, after part of the half-immortal domain collapsed and joined the Immortal Chasm, the cultivators from the Immortal Domain suddenly departed. Furthermore, they had left in a hurry, and more importantly, without them. This had let them understand that they had been played the whole time. In reality, Guang Quan and company were overthinking things. The Immortal Domain did not have the intentions to give up on them. Honestly, it wouldn't be very hard to allow a few cultivators from half-immortal domain to come to the Immortal Domain. It was actually because the collapse was too terrifying. These heavenly immortal experts from Immortal Domain were afraid that the collapse would have affected their transfer array, and that they would no longer be able to return to the Immortal Domain. Because of this worry, these heavenly immortal cultivators didn't care about the ideas that would run through Guang Quan and company's mind, as they hurried back to the transfer array. This was also why they were so half-hearted in their responses when Guang Quan and company asked when they could leave half-immortal domain. Many people could tell that Guang Quan was lying. However, no one could care about Guang Quan now. They were all anxiously thinking how they could leave half-immortal domain. Various Dao friends, I do have an idea. Jiao Ye's words were able to calm the crowds down. After the crowds calmed down, Jiao Ye continued, Dao Lord Guang Quan should know the rough direction to the transfer array towards Immortal Domain. I suggest that we find the exact position of the transfer array, then use it to leave this place. It's useless. The transfer array probably uses high-grade immortal crystals. We don't have that. Also, that array needs to be opened on the other side first before we can enter from this end, Chen Yu sighed and said. Boom! Boom! The alarming sound of the collapse reverberated through the air. The crowd instantly descended into complete silence as they stared in the direction of the collapse. One of the cultivators finally couldn't take it. He took out his flying ship and shouted, Even if I'm going to die, I'm going to try my luck at the Immortal Chasm. With someone leading the way, many others started to take out their flying treasures and charged towards the Immortal Chasm. The immortal crystals were being depleted at a rapid rate. Mo Wuji was continuously using his reverse circulation technique to stabilize his body, preventing himself from falling into the depths of the Immortal Chasm. However, the suction force from the Immortal Chasm continued to get stronger and stronger. Mo Wuji was crystal clear. The deeper he went within the Immortal Chasm, the lower his hopes of escaping. Eventually, he might end up in a place like the Space Canyon, with no paths out. Fortunately, there weren't any dangers at the deeper regions of the Immortal Chasm. If there were dangers, then he wouldn't even have a chance of escaping. As he thought of this, Mo Wuji brought out a bottle of elemental restoration pills and swallowed the pills down. His 107 meridians simultaneously went into circulation as he tried to furiously absorb the immortal spiritual energy in the surroundings. Spiritual energy swept into Mo Wuji like a whirlpool. The elemental restoration pills were also rapidly converting the spiritual energy into elemental energy. As he felt the increase in his elemental energy, Mo Wuji actually managed to rise by a few feet. Mo Wuji celebrated in his heart. He knew that without a battleship, it would be extremely hard for him to rise by even an inch within the Immortal Chasm. Now, rising by a few feet actually meant that his method was actually working. Moreover, he even felt that his reverse circulation technique seemed to be able to counteract the suction force from Immortal Chasm. Hundreds of immortal crystals were emptied of their spiritual energy in that short period of time. Once again, Mo Wuji took out hundreds of immortal crystals. At the beginning, Mo Wuji still had to put the immortal crystals within the cloth bag on his waist. As time passed, Mo Wuji directly places the immortal crystals beside him. His intense suction of immortal spiritual energy was actually able to cause these immortal crystals to float beside him. The immortal crystals would automatically release the immortal spiritual energy, and this immortal spiritual energy would be swept away by him. With such a crazy use of immortal crystals, Mo Wuji was finally able to stabilize his body within the immortal chasm. He was also gradually able to accustom himself to the suction force from the immortal chasm. Or rather, he had come up with a method to counteract the suction force. The sounds of his defensive layer of fire turning colorless leeches into ash could be heard continuously. On the contrary, Mo Wuji had quietened down. For others, traversing across the immortal chasm was difficult. However, it might actually be possible for him. Firstly, he was not afraid of the colorless leeches. Secondly, he had the spiritual eye. Now, he had even adapted to the suction force from the immortal chasm. If he could maintain his current pace, and avoid the other life forms within the immortal chasm, he would have the hopes of survival.